Chapter 1. Yinner, this is the dragon transformation pill I just stole from the palace. In a secluded grove on the outskirts of the Blue Moon Empire, Qin Zhan pulled out an obsidian-colored sandalwood box from his bosom, containing the dragon transformation pill he had risked his life to procure from the royal palace. The dragon transformation pill aids in martial cultivation. It not only alters a warrior's physique, but also enhances their cultivation level, making it the most coveted divine pill among all martial artists. Is it true? A fervent glimmer flashed across the face of the woman named Yinner as she extended her delicate, lotus-like hand. Quick, give it to me. Certainly. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan handed the box to the woman known as Yinner. Yinner eagerly opened the box, and a wave of fragrant aroma wafted toward her. A pill, wrapped in crimson dragon patterns, lay quietly within the box, its medicinal fragrance intoxicating and refreshing. Bathed in the glow of the divine pill's dragon patterns, the bowtie's face flushed, rendering her utterly alluring. Yinner, I have secured the dragon transformation pill for you. You promised to marry me and to recommend me for entry into the Blue Moon sect, Qin Zhan urged hastily. Not so fast. Yinner smiled gently, her gaze filled with affection as she looked at Qin Zhan. There is one last condition. As long as you agree, I shall recommend you for the Blue Moon sect. You need only say the word. I would brave any peril for you. The enchanting look in her eyes left Qin Zhan entranced, unable to extricate himself from her allure. At that moment, Qin Zhan would have sacrificed anything for her. I require your bloodline. Suddenly, a red dagger pierced through Qin Zhan's back, and Yinner's hand delved into the wound, yanking forcefully. With a sickening crack, Qin Zhan let out a harrowing scream as a blood-red vertebra was violently extracted from his back. With the loss of a segment of his spine, Qin Zhan's body instantly collapsed, devoid of support. Gazing at the vertebra she held, Yinner cackled. Indeed, this is a divine bone birth from a heavenly grade bloodline. It now belongs to me. Qin Zhan coughed up blood, his eyes fixed on the woman in disbelief. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Do you still not understand? Yinner scoffed coldly. From the very beginning, I was merely using you. While the dragon transformation pill is invaluable, it pales in comparison to your heavenly grade bloodline. Her previous innocence and purity were nothing more than a fraud to deceive him. Her true objective was his bloodline. She had merely exploited him, yet Qin Zhan had taken it all to heart. This revelation struck Qin Zhan like a bolt from the blue. In her eyes, he was but a foul-smelling stray dog. It seemed that merely looking at him was an affront to her. There was an innate contempt and indifference that radiated from her being. Why? Why would you treat me this way? Qin Zhan was at a loss, questioning if he had truly misplaced his trust. Allow me to enlighten you. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the pitch-black grove. Qin Zhan turned to see an extraordinarily handsome man emerge. This man exuded an extraordinary aura, his demeanor brimming with arrogance as he regarded Qin Zhan with disdain. Yinner is the prized jewel of the Nangong family and a core disciple of the Blue Moon sect. You, a mere insect, do not deserve to possess a heavenly grade bloodline. Yinner is the rightful master. What a ruthless heart, what vile means. Though Qin Zhan had lost his spine, he still had his hands. With a furious roar, he unleashed a palm strike aimed directly at Nangong Yin. I shall fight you to the end. At that moment, Qin Zhan was fully awakened. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he was determined to slay this wicked woman. Focusing all his strength into his palm, he prepared for a desperate strike. His fingers clenched tightly as he launched a punch. The Qin family's martial arts, the 100 Battles Divine Fist. Overreaching, the man casually deflected Qin Zhan's attack with a single palm strike. Simultaneously, he stomped his left foot, sending shockwaves rippling outward. With him as the epicenter, a powerful gust of wind surged forth. Boom! Qin Zhan's body was utterly unable to evade, and he was hurled away by the raging winds. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in horror. Innate realm? Indeed, I attained the innate realm 3 months ago. Before me, you are but an ant. In the divine martial continent, martial cultivation is divided into 9 realms. Body refinement, spirit realm, innate, mountain sea, void breaking, venerable, legend, celestial, and emperor. It is said that the leader of the Blue Moon sect is a legendary realm powerhouse. Such a legendary figure can dominate an empire and reign supreme. This young man had reached the innate realm at such a tender age, a testament to his extraordinary talent. "What is your name?" Qin Zhan struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on the man. "Why? Do you wish to know my name to seek revenge? Having stolen my bloodline, are you too cowardly to reveal your name? Hiding like a rat?" Qin Zhan spat blood, glaring at him fiercely. "You seek death." The man's expression darkened. How dare this mere insect look down upon him? With that, he struck with the palm. Boom! Already gravely injured, Qin Zhan was sent flying once more by the force of the blow. Puffed. Qin Zhan coughed up another mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. That last strike had shattered his viscera, leaving him on the brink of death. "This will make your demise clear. My name is Nangong Su. If you wish for revenge, come find me in your next life," the man said coldly. Qin Zhan struggled to lift his head, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, yet he could utter not a single word. Thunder rumbled. Just then, rain began to pour from the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning. A silver serpent tore through the darkened sky, cascading down like a torrential waterfall. "Here, take this broken jade pendant back." Suddenly, Yenner tossed a jade pendant, which landed squarely on Qin Zhan. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and left. This was the token of affection Qin Zhan had given her, the only memento left by his mother. Qin Zhan grasped the aged jade pendant, an overwhelming sense of sorrow washing over him. In despair, he closed his eyes, murmuring, "To die like this, I am unwilling." Unbeknownst to him, the jade pendant, stained with his blood, transformed into liquid and seeped into his body. With a whoosh, the chaotic silver serpent unleashed its fury upon Qin Zhan. Countless bolts of lightning struck him relentlessly. In an instant, Qin Zhan's body was enveloped in electric currents, flickering wildly. A pain unlike any he had ever experienced coursed through him. It felt as if swords were cleaving his bones and ants were gnawing at his flesh. It was a torment worse than death. Soon, Qin Zhan lost consciousness. Yet, under the nourishing embrace of the lightning, his vitality surged back. His previously damaged organs began to heal rapidly, and broken ribs were formed. Even the divine bone that had been torn away grew back a golden vertebra. 7 days later, at the martial king's manor, have you heard? Qin Zhan dared to steal the dragon transformation pill from the palace. Upon learning this, the emperor was furious and summoned the family head to the palace. He has yet to return. Indeed, Qin Zhan's audacity is astonishing. How could he dare to pilfer from the royal treasury? That is not the most concerning part. The most pressing issue is that his bloodline has been extracted. Whether he can survive is still uncertain. What? His bloodline was taken? I heard it was a top-tier, heavenly-grade bloodline. What a pity. What a pity. Qin Zhan brought this upon himself. He deserves to die. Indeed, the occupants of the martial king's manor buzzed with gossip this time. Qin Zhan had truly incurred the wrath of many. Meanwhile, in Qin Zhan's room, after 7 days of unconsciousness, Qin Zhan suddenly awoke. As he opened his eyes, 2 bolts of cold lightning shot forth, imbued with boundless divine light, imparting an aura of unfathomable depth. The people of the martial king's manor believed he was destined to die. Yet, to their astonishment, he not only survived, but had also experienced a monumental transformation during his 7-day slumber. Though his body lay immobile, his consciousness ventured into a wondrous realm. In this magical space, he encountered the war god Xing Tian. From Xing Tian, he learned that he possessed not only human blood, but also half of the witch clan's bloodline. Moreover, it was the most powerful ancestral witch bloodline. Qin Zhan was no stranger to bloodlines. In the divine martial continent, martial arts reign supreme, and in martial cultivation, bloodlines hold utmost significance. The stronger the bloodline, the more formidable the martial cultivation. The classification of bloodlines among martial artists in the mainland is sequentially ranked as yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, immortal, and saint. Each level is further divided into inferior, superior, and exquisite grades. Generally speaking, the stronger the bloodline grade, the higher one can ascend in the path of martial arts. It can be asserted that the grade of one's bloodline directly influences a martial artist's destiny in their cultivation journey. The legendary immortal grade bloodline is said to enable individuals to shed their mortal forms and attain the realm of immortality. However, such tales remain mere legends for nearly 10,000 years. No one in the divine martial continent has ever cultivated to the immortal realm. As for the saint grade, it is far too distant, with even scant records of such bloodlines existing. Qin Zhan rose from his bed, discovering that not only had his body fully recovered, but also felt as if it were infused with boundless strength. He instinctively ran his hand along his spine. The divine bone that had been taken from him by Nangong Yin had astonishingly regrown. According to Xingtian, his ancestral, which bloodline belonged to the pinnacle of bloodlines. What does pinnacle mean? A saint-grade, exquisite bloodline represents the pinnacle. It allows one to cultivate to the realm of saints, achieving immortality and invincibility. Ah, my master also left me a tome dedicated to the cultivation of the witch bloodline. I must quickly see what it entails, Qin Zhan thought. With that, he entered his sea of consciousness. Above this sea floated a golden tome. This was the final gift left to him by the war god Xingtian before his dissolution. The title read, 9 Revolutions Swallowing Heaven Technique. The 5 characters radiated with golden light, intimidating in their brilliance, as though they were not mere words but mighty entities possessing terrifying supernatural powers. Yet, this blinding sensation soon dissipated, perhaps sensing Qin Zhan's which bloodline. The tome automatically opened. The first thing to greet his eyes was the outline of the technique. The outline proclaimed, swallow heaven, swallow earth, swallow all beings, attain immortality, and forge the golden body. What a domineering outline. Just reading these 2 lines stirs my blood to a boil, Qin Zhan mused to himself. However, as soon as he finished reading the outline, an overwhelming force pulled his consciousness into the ancient text. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an ancient battlefield. A vast and majestic aura washed over him. Multitudes of races stood tall, with corpses piled high like mountains. Beings of colossal stature strode across the land, their immense bodies towering to the heavens. Their eyes resembled the sun and moon, their limbs akin to celestial pillars. They opened their mouths to devour the heavens and earth, grasping stars and seizing the moon, obliterating the cosmos. Their open eyes heralded day, while closed eyes brought forth night. This magnificent and awe-inspiring scene left an indelible mark on Qin Zhan's memory. At that moment, he finally comprehended the words spoken by Xingtian. The ancient powers were indeed terrifying beyond measure. Such earth-shattering battles were beyond the capabilities of present-day martial artists to compare with. After witnessing all this, Qin Zhan's consciousness returned to reality, yet his heart remained tumultuous. The experience was profoundly shocking for him. He had never dared to imagine that such terrifying existences could exist in this world. They could no longer be deemed human, they were gods. The cultivation method of the 9 revolutions swallowing heaven technique had been etched into his memory. In addition to the outline, there were specific cultivation details and annotations. The primary focus was on absorbing all energy for one's use through this technique, thereby refining the physical body to attain immortality. Ultimately, the physical body would become sanctified. As for what constituted energy, the technique provided annotations. Eating, drinking, breathing, cultivating, bloodlines, and totem saw were forms of energy. If one were unperturbed, even soil and trees could be consumed. Even the cultivation of others could likewise be regarded as energy. Just as the outline stated, swallow heaven, swallow earth, swallow all beings. Everything is consumable. Incredible. Such a wondrous and terrifying technique exists in this world. Qin Zhan exclaimed, astonished and at a loss for words. The 9 revolutions swallowing heaven technique was specifically designed for those of the witch bloodline, though its cultivation was exceedingly arduous. The term 9 revolutions signifies that the practitioner must undergo 9 transformative rebirths, ultimately achieving the indestructible golden body and reaching the realm of sanctification. The first revolution is the first tribulation, the second revolution, the second tribulation, the third tribulation, and so forth, until the ninth revolution, which requires overcoming 9 layers of tribulations to step into the realm of the ancestral witch. I must diligently cultivate and avenge the theft of my bloodline. His recent experiences perfectly exemplified the adage that misfortune can lead to fortune. Had Nangong not seized his heavenly-grade bloodline, the witch bloodline within him might have remained dormant forever. Yet this blood feud must be settled. Nangong Su, wait for me. One day, I, Qin Zhan, shall ascend to the Blue Moon sect and personally sever your heads, Qin Zhan declared, his eyes gleaming with divine light. With the ancestral witch bloodline and the 9 revolutions swallowing heaven technique, given time to grow, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Qin Zhan glanced at the time. Usually, at this hour, his maid Shui Zhu would come to assist him in rising and washing up. Yet today, despite the hour, there was no sign of her presence. Qin Zhan donned his attire and stepped outside. I suppose many at the Martial King's residence are eagerly awaiting to witness my embarrassment, Qin Zhan thought to himself. His cultivation not only restored to the spirit realm, but his physical form has become even more formidable than before. It can be said that his overall strength now utterly eclipses that of his former self. Ah, young master, you are awake. Just as Qin Zhan stepped out of his room, a surprised exclamation reached his ears. Turning to look, he saw a maid cautiously holding a bowl of medicinal soup. Upon seeing Qin Zhan awake, the maid's face lit up with joy. She was Qin Zhan's maid, named Shui Zhu. Qin Zhan nodded. Shui Zhu, how many days have I been unconscious? Young master, you have been in a coma for a full 7 days and nights. 7 days and nights? Qin Zhan pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire. Who brought me back? It was Commander Wei, Shui Zhu replied. The Commander Wei she spoke of was none other than the leader of the Black Tiger Army under the Martial King. Wei Jiang, a congenital martial artist with formidable combat prowess. I see. Upon learning that Wei Jiang had found him and escorted him back, Qin Zhan felt a secret sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not fallen into the hands of the royal family. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, he had stolen a treasured item from the imperial family, and the emperor would certainly not let it go easily, launching a thorough investigation. With this thought, Qin Zhan felt a twinge of headache. Offending the royal family was no trivial matter. One misstep could lead to an irreversible fate. Qin Zhan quickly analyzed his current situation. The trouble he had stirred up was substantial and could very well implicate the entire Martial King's manor. He silently resolved that he must take responsibility for the chaos he had caused. The transformation dragon pill was gone, and returning it was out of the question. He had to think of another way. For a moment, Qin Zhan fell into deep contemplation, and his entire demeanor began to shift. After contemplating for a long time, he still could not think of a better solution. Forget it. No more thinking. I shall cultivate first. Qin Zhan cast aside all distractions and prepared to practice the 9-turn devouring Heaven's technique in his courtyard. Shui Zhu, you must keep my awakening a secret. Do not tell anyone. And do not allow anyone to enter my courtyard, Qin Zhan instructed. But why? Shui Zhu asked, her face filled with innocent confusion, unable to comprehend why the young master wished to conceal his awakening. No need for questions. Just do as I say. Understood. You may leave now. This servant takes her leave. Shui Zhu exited the small courtyard, and Qin Zhan locked the door, ready to begin his cultivation. According to the annotations he remembered regarding the 9-turn devouring Heaven's technique, the essence of this practice lies in absorbing various energies from the heavens and earth for one's own use, and then refining one's physical body. The terrifying aspect of this technique is that it regards the human body as a weapon, continuously hammering, forging, and refining it until it is transformed into an extraordinarily sharp and unparalleled weapon. Qin Zhan returned to his room, seated himself on the bed, and began his cultivation. The scenes he witnessed in that mystical space were forever etched in his memory. The overwhelming aura of devouring the heavens and treading upon the mountains and rivers filled him with yearning. The terrifying divine ability of opening one's eyes to daylight and closing them to night left him in awe. This was the epitome of strength in the world, the pinnacle of martial arts that Qin Zhan had long aspired to attain. As dusk gradually descended, the martial king had yet to return. At this moment, in the great hall of the martial king's manor, all the high-ranking members were present. Aside from the direct line of Qin, several elders of the martial king's manor were also present, namely Qin Ji, Qin Zhan, and Qin Shan. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. There had been no news from the palace thus far, and they were left wondering about the head of the family. The one speaking was an elder clad in a gray robe, named Qin Ji, the grand elder of the martial king's manor, who held significant weight within the Qin family. I have heard that the emperor not only summoned the lord, but also the left and right prime ministers, the commander of the Tunglong army, and several important officials from the Ministry of War. The chief steward of the martial king's manor, Su Yao, is also very concerned. This calamity was instigated by Qin Zhan, and he must be dealt with severely. Qin Zhan's audacity in stealing the imperial palace's transformation dragon pill has infuriated his majesty. He should be handed over to the royal family to appease the emperor's wrath. Qin Zhan is young and reckless, misled by others, but he is the heir of our martial king's manor. I urge all uncles to be mindful of your words. The only middle-aged man present who was seated in a wheelchair immediately countered the crowd. This man was named Qin Yu, a member of the direct line of the Qin family and Qin Zhan's uncle, the fourth son of martial king Qin. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the expressions of the others turned somewhat grim. Qin had 7 children in his lifetime, 6 sons and 1 daughter, 3 of whom had perished on the battlefield in their early years. The third son, Qin Hao, was Qin Zhan's father, and his whereabouts remained unknown to this day. It was rumored that Qin Hao had eloped with a demoness of a foreign tribe. The sixth son, Qin Fun, served as the commander of the northern army of the empire, being the only one to inherit the will of the martial king's army. As for the seventh, Qin Yao, she was the sole daughter of the martial king, teaching at the God of War Academy in the empire, and had not returned home for 10 years. As the second in command of the family, Qin Ji felt somewhat embarrassed. Qin Yu, your words are misplaced. It is precisely because Qin Zhan is the heir of the martial king's manor that he should set an example, rather than bringing calamity upon the family. The second elder is right. Qin Zhan has indeed committed grave offenses and must be punished severely. Offending the royal family is one thing, but he has even lost his own bloodline. One must understand that the bloodline he carries concerns not just his personal future, but the very survival of our martial king's manor. A severe punishment is imperative. Clearly, aside from Qin Yu, the other representatives of the collateral lines expressed their agreement on punishing Qin Zhan severely. Elders, it would be wise to consider the consequences of your decisions before proceeding. Who truly holds authority in the martial king's manor? Qin Yu sneered. He was well aware of the ulterior motives of these individuals. Their aim was simply to strip Qin Zhan of his position as heir, allowing their own descendants to take his place. The ambitions of the collateral lines were starkly evident, while the direct line had only Qin Zhan as its third-generation representative. Qin Yu, having sustained permanent disabilities from the imperial wars, remained unmarried to this day, let alone having any offspring. The sixth son, Qin Fun, had just turned 30. Although he had reached the age for marriage, his long-term duty at the Northern Front had delayed such pursuits, and he remained single. As for the seventh, Qin Yao, she was 10 years older than Qin Zhan and had not returned home for a decade. As for her marital status, no one knew, even if she had established a family outside. Her children would not be eligible to inherit the Qin family estate. Thus, the weight of the direct line's responsibilities rested solely upon Qin Zhan. The crowd exchanged glances at Qin Yu's words. Indeed, Qin Zhan had committed a grave crime, and only Qin had the authority to punish him. Seeing that no one else spoke up, Qin Yu coldly remarked, "Agu, let us depart." The Agu he referred to was his bodyguard. Agu respectfully stepped forward, pushing Qin Yu out of the hall. "Fourth master, where are we headed now?" Agu inquired to see if that little brat has made any progress. Speaking of his nephew, Qin Yu felt a mix of affection and anger. He could hardly comprehend how this young man had the audacity to steal from the royal family. Agu said nothing further, pushing Qin Yu towards Qin Zhan's small courtyard. Qin Zhan's courtyard was located on the eastern side of the martial king's manor, in a relatively secluded area. Before long, Qin Yu's wheels approached Qin Zhan's small courtyard. Just then, A powerful wave of energy surged forth from within. Although Qin Yu was gravely injured and disabled, his cultivation remained intact. What an immense energy fluctuation! Qin Yu's expression changed, sensing that this energy was emanating from the nearby courtyard. He quickly commanded, "Advance quickly!" Understood that at that moment, Cui Zhu emerged from the side, blocking Qin Yu's path. "Fourth Master, you cannot enter." Though Cui Zhu felt a surge of fear within, she adhered to Qin Zhan's command, refusing entry to anyone. Looking at the trembling maid before him, Qin Yu was taken aback. "Cui Zhu, do you know what you are doing?" A mere maid had the audacity to obstruct his entrance to the courtyard of Qin Zhan. Such insolence was utterly intolerable. Cui Zhu appeared anxious, yet she was at a loss for words. After all, Qin Yu was no ordinary individual. He quickly deduced the situation. The only plausible reason for a small maid to risk her life to prevent him from entering the courtyard was that Qin Zhan had awakened. Upon this realization, rather than feeling anger, Qin Yu's face lit up with excitement. "You must tell me honestly, has the young master awakened?" "Ah, the young master forbids me from saying," Cui Zhu innocently replied. This girl was adorably foolish. Qin Yu smiled faintly, not wishing to press her further. "Enough, there's no need for you to cry. I would not trouble such a small maid." Initially, Qin Yu's suspicions were merely conjectural. Yet Cui Zhu's words confirmed his assumptions. He turned to Agu and declared, "Let us return. Fourth Master, shall we not take a look inside?" Agu inquired, puzzled. Judging by Cui Zhu's reaction, it was evident that young Master Qin Zhan had indeed awakened, and presumably without serious harm. Agu, as a practitioner of martial arts, focused and sensed this energy fluctuation closely. Agu paused, closing his eyes to attune to the sensations. Suddenly, his expression transformed to one of elation. What pure energy fluctuations! Moreover, they possess a formidable suppressive effect. "Now do you understand?" Qin Yu remarked. "That I comprehend. Let us return. Since the young master is safe, we now await the old master's return." Qin Yu's furrowed brow finally began to ease. At that moment, Qin Zhan was drenched in sweat, his body resembling an inflated balloon. As the energies of heaven and earth surged violently into him, he felt utterly despondent. Practicing the 9 transformations of heaven-devouring technique, he endeavored to absorb the celestial energies. However, this endeavor proved to be futile, as he found himself unable to cease. An unending stream of energy flowed into his being, unblocking all his meridians and even transforming his physical form. Yet despite this, such a colossal influx of energy remained unspent, continuing its relentless absorption, that I must devise a solution swiftly, lest I be overwhelmed and perish from this energy. Qin Zhan's mind raced with thoughts of how to cope. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck. "I've got it." The immense energy filled every part of his body, saturating it to the brim. The only reservoir for this energy was his dantian. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan activated his divine technique, redirecting the surplus energy into his dantian. However, it was not long before his dantian too reached capacity, unable to accommodate any more. This technique is excessively overbearing, forcing energy into me without regard for my ability to withstand it. Qin Zhan was on the verge of tears. It was akin to a thirsty person who only needed a bowl of water to quench their thirst, yet was instead presented with a barrel, wooden tea that burst one apart. The same principle applied to Qin Zhan's practice of the 9 transformations of heaven-devouring technique. I can no longer delay. I sense my body beginning to swell again. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan commenced unleashing various martial techniques. Merely to expel the excess energy, he heaved stone stumps and shattered walls with a single punch. In a frenzy, he released the energy building within him. He seemed to plunge into a frenzied state, spiraling out of control. Simultaneously, his physical form was constantly enhancing. Crack! As his body expanded, his clothes tore apart. Guided by the 9 transformations of heaven-devouring technique, the energy began to compress and violently surged against his limbs and bones. At that moment, the dark night sky thickened with ominous clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously. Like a storm about to break, it instilled a sense of dread. A robust pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing directly into the courtyard where Qin Zhan resided. Cui Zhu, standing guard at the entrance, was startled by the sudden thunderclap. Yet before she could react, blinding white light flickered before her eyes, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. The entire courtyard was enveloped in a tempest of lightning. Boom! The terrifying thunderclaps struck Cui Zhu like a heavy blow, rendering her unconscious. Meanwhile, the courtyard was reduced to ashes under the onslaught of the lightning. More bolts of lightning rained down upon Qin Zhan's head. This moment. Qin Zhan had transformed into a towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, completely unrecognizable as a mere 16-year-old boy. His immense form not only withstood the lightning strikes, but actively absorbed the power of the thunder. With each strike, a majestic figure resembling a tiger-headed human emerged behind him. This creature clutched a snake in its mouth and held another in its hand, with 4 hooves and elongated arms. Were the war god Xing Tian still alive, he would undoubtedly recognize the identity of this tiger-headed being. It was the ancestral shaman of thunder, Chang Liang, one of the 12 ancestral shamans. Under the aegis of the ancestral shaman of thunder, an inexhaustible torrent of lightning surged into Qin Zhan's body. This extraordinary celestial phenomenon did not linger long, as the storm clouds soon dispersed from the sky. The ancestral shaman's phantom gradually faded away. This moment, Qin Zhan was enveloped in lightning, resembling a being that had emerged from a thunder pool. His stature slowly reverted from 2 meters to his normal height. Suddenly, Qin Zhan opened his eyes wide, emitting 2 beams of divine light that shone brilliantly in the darkness. His eyes radiated with an extraordinary brilliance, enveloping him in an overwhelming aura that deterred anyone from meeting his gaze. All the energy had been absorbed and stored within his various organs that moment. He felt an infinite wellspring of strength coursing through him. Simultaneously, due to the refining power of the lightning, Qin Zhan's physical prowess had been enhanced tenfold. He clenched his fist, producing a shockwave with his palm. Truly terrifying. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, and Qin Zhan realized he was still completely naked. He hastily picked up a scrap of cloth from the ruins, awkwardly wrapping it around his most vital areas, revealing a robust and muscular physique. However, he had no time to admire himself, as he was taken aback by the sight before him. A scene of utter devastation lay before his eyes. Qin Zhan was momentarily dumbfounded. Did I cause such a commotion? He murmured to himself. Merely practicing a technique had led to such a catastrophic uproar. It was impossible to remain inconspicuous. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a series of coughs emerged from beneath the rubble. Qin Zhan instantly recognized it as Cui Zhu's voice. He hurried forward, discovering that a wall had trapped Cui Zhu beneath it. Without hesitation, he pushed the wall aside effortlessly, rescuing Cui Zhu from the wreckage. Agu! Hurry! Something must have happened in Qin Zhan's courtyard. Qin Yu exclaimed anxiously. The commotion in Qin Zhan's courtyard naturally drew the attention of the entire Wu Wang residence. Concurrently, others from the Wu Wang residence arrived one after another at the scene, as they beheld the desolate ruins before them. Everyone was rendered utterly speechless. Where is the courtyard? My heavens, what has transpired? Qin Zhan had committed an unpardonable sin, incurring the wrath of the heavens. The divine lightning bolt had struck his courtyard with uncanny precision. It was simply unfathomable. In an instant, some mocked him, while others reveled in his misfortune. The collateral relatives, witnessing Qin Zhan's disheveled state, felt a sense of satisfaction. Qin Zhan paid no heed to their mockery, focusing instead on assessing Cui Zhu's injuries. Thankfully, she had only sustained some superficial wounds, with no threat to her life. Upon returning, Qin Yu was nearly petrified by the scene before him. What on earth happened? He inquired. Qin Zhan, seeing Qin Yu's arrival, replied, Fourth uncle, I am unharmed, but Cui Zhu has sustained injuries and requires treatment. Qin Yu immediately instructed a member of the Black Tiger Army, take Cui Zhu for treatment at once. Ensure she is well cared for. Understood, responded the soldier, cradling Cui Zhu as he departed. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan gradually stood up. The expressions of those around him grew increasingly peculiar. Standing nearly 1 meter 80 tall, with a robust physique, bronze skin, and eyes radiating divine light, he left onlookers awestruck. Even men could not help but steal a few extra glances. Even Qin Yu could not refrain from exclaiming, This lad seems to have become significantly more robust than just a few days ago. not only more robust, but it appears he has also grown taller. Agu added, "It must be said that at this moment, Qin Zhan exuded an undeniable aura of masculinity. Some young ladies, witnessing this scene, felt their cheeks flush, their eyes wide with curiosity as they scrutinized him closely. He was nothing short of a paragon of physical perfection. "Qin Zhan, what transpired just now?" Elder Qin Ji inquired hastily. The curiosity of everyone lingered in the air, keen to uncover the mystery behind the destruction of Qin Zhan's courtyard. While the rest of the martial king's estate remained unscathed, had Qin Zhan breached some celestial decree? Otherwise, why would fate seem so intent on targeting him? The onlookers gazed at Qin Zhan with intense expressions. A mixture of awe and perplexity that was astonishing. His divine bone had been stripped away, yet he miraculously survived. Truly a miracle. Martial King returns to the estate, just as the crowd murmured among themselves. The formidable Black Tiger Guard re-entered the Martial King's mansion. Amidst a throng of loyal guards, an elderly figure clad in yellow robe and sporting silvery white hair emerged. This man was none other than the soul of the Blue Moon Empire. Qin, titled the Martial King. In the Blue Moon Empire, Qin's prestige was unparalleled. It could be said that a substantial portion of the empire's vast dominion was carved out by his prowess. He stood as the pillar of support for the Blue Moon Empire, a venerable figure of 5 dynasties. Qin carried an air of authority without needing to raise his voice, his steps measured and imposing. Though nearing a century in age, he appeared to be merely in his 60s. What has transpired? Qin's voice resonated with a somber tone. The crowd fumbled for words, unsure of how to respond. Within the Martial King's estate, Qin wielded absolute authority. No one dared to defy his will. Qin Zhan stepped forward immediately, clasping his hands in respect. "Grandfather, this matter is unrelated to them. It is solely my doing." Only then did Qin turn his attention to Qin Zhan, noticing not only his awakening, but also his extraordinary physical condition, his eyes reflecting a strange light, though he soon regained his composure. "It is good that you have awakened," Qin stated gravely. "Come with me to the study. I have matters to discuss with you. In the presence of Qin Zhan dared not show any disrespect. The others retreated to rest. After Qin spoke, he glanced at Qin Yu. "Fourth, you should accompany us as well." "Certainly, father." With a single command from Qin, everyone dispersed, no longer daring to linger. Before departing, Qin cast a brief glance at the ruins before him, but chose not to elaborate further. Turning back toward his study, Qin Zhan hastened to follow, pushing Qin Yu's wheelchair. Though the old man had aged, the aura he emanated from his years on the battlefield still rendered others hesitant to meet his gaze. Qin ordered his 2 personal guards. "You shall remain here. No one is permitted to enter without my command." "Understood." Qin entered the study, hands clasped behind his back. His expression stirred. It was evident that the old man had suffered indignities within the palace. Qin Yu and Qin Zhan exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing heavy. With the elder silent, none dared to break the tension. "Father, has His Majesty put you in a difficult position?" At last, Qin Yu ventured to shatter the oppressive silence. Qin shot a glare at Qin Zhan. "You ungrateful wretch. This calamity was wrought by your own actions. I truly wish to strike you down." Acknowledging his fault, Qin Zhan realized the error of his ways. He had been blinded by infatuation for the treacherous Nangong Yan, who had not only incited him to pilfer the royal treasures, but had also deprived him of his precious celestial bloodline. Remorse flooded him as he reflected on this. "You are right, grandfather. All of this is the result of my own mistakes. Please do not hesitate to punish me." Qin Zhan bowed his head in contrition. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly interjected. "Father, Qin Zhan is young and naive. He was merely manipulated by others into making a grave mistake. As long as he sincerely repents in the future, it will suffice." Although Qin felt a surge of anger at Qin Yu's defense of his nephew, a sense of comfort also washed over him. Among his 6 sons and 1 daughter, those who had perished were gone, and those who had gone missing remained lost. Only this disabled son and this unworthy grandson remained by his side. "Little monkey, tell me, who instigated you?" Qin queried. From childhood, he had always referred to him as Little Monkey, a title that only Qin dared to use. Qin Zhan pondered for a moment, reluctant to divulge the name. That it was not that he still harbored feelings for Nangongyan. Rather, he felt this was a mess of his own making that he needed to resolve himself. Revealing it to his grandfather would only place him in a predicament. The Nangong family was no ordinary clan. They were a martial family capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with imperial authority. While the Qin family held royal status within the Blue Moon Empire and wielded military power, they paled in comparison to martial families. Not to mention the formidable Blue Moon sect, which was a force even the Empire dared not confront. Grandfather, fourth uncle, I am not shielding that wretched woman. I wish to resolve this matter myself, and do not wish to implicate the family. Nonsense. Qin waved his hand, a terrifying pressure overwhelming the space. Not only was he the commander of 3 armies, but he was also a martial expert of the Broken Void Realm. You may have committed a grave offense by stealing the transformation dragon pill, but I am confident I can protect you. However, your bloodline has been taken. Your path in martial arts is thus extinguished. How can we let this pass without retribution? It is no easy feat for our Qin family to produce a talent of your caliber. We cannot simply let it go. Qin Zhan, your grandfather is right. You must tell us who has taken your bloodline. Qin Yu chimed in supportively. Qin Zhan merely smiled faintly, showing no signs of distress over the loss of his celestial bloodline. Observing his demeanor, Qin and his son exchanged glances. Surely this grandson had not become so despondent as to lose his senses. Grandfather, fourth uncle, it is merely a celestial bloodline. It is not of great consequence. Qin Zhan replied. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Qin nearly exploded. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to deliver a couple of sharp slaps to Qin Zhan, yet the old man restrained himself. After all, he cherished his own grandson. Even if he was a troublesome one, he could not simply strike him down. After all, if he were to extinguish this lone seedling, who would inherit the martial king's estate? Thankfully, it was Qin Yu who remained calm. He scrutinized Qin Zhan closely, a smile breaking across his face. Father, do not be upset. Look at how composed this lad is. He may have encountered a great fortuity. Oh, though the old man was prone to anger, it stemmed from his frustrations within the palace. In truth, he was generally a kind yet fierce individual. Little monkey, is what your fourth uncle says true? Qin could not help but scrutinize his wayward grandson. Qin Zhan clasped his hands and replied, It may be so. Rest assured, grandfather and fourth uncle, I shall not disappoint your expectations, nor shall I bring disgrace to the dignity of the martial king's estate. It seems that you have matured considerably through this ordeal. Qin remarked. In that case, you may leave for now. I wish to have a private conversation with your fourth uncle. I take my leave. Grandson, Qin Zhan promptly exited his grandfather's study. Once Qin Zhan had departed, Qin spoke in a low voice. Fourth, how did you ascertain that this little monkey has encountered a great fortuity? It is the instinct of a warrior. Qin Yu replied. Moreover, father, do you not find it strange? This lad bloodline is tied to a divine bone in his spine, that if a person has one of their spine's divine bones removed, even if they survive, they should be left crippled for life. Yet this lad appears vibrant and full of life. He hardly resembles someone who has had their spine stripped away. Nodding at his son's reasoning, Qin conceded. You speak wisely. It does appear that this little monkey has indeed encountered a great fortuity. Observing the expression on Qin's face, Qin Yu added solemnly, for his majesty to show mercy to this child. It must mean that father made significant concessions. Upon mentioning this, Qin wore an expression of resignation. I have resigned from all military positions, and even old Six has been demoted. What? Qin Yu gasped in shock. His majesty shows no regard for past loyalties. The current emperor harbors suspicions towards me. This matter concerning Little Monkey has provided him with a pretext to target the martial king's estate. Upon this matter, the old man has undeniably aged considerably. Clearly, he is disheartened by the emperor's machinations. The sovereign appears to be wary of your formidable accomplishments overshadowing his own. Qin Yu discerned the truth behind this fade with a mere glance. The imperial family has long been covertly diminishing the military influence of the Prince of War's residence. Now, unable to contain themselves any longer, they have directly targeted Qin himself. Qin sighed. You speak the truth. For these past years, the imperial family has consistently suppressed the Prince of War's estate, especially by placing numerous royal confidants within the military. I have merely pretended to be oblivious. Observing his father's aged visage, Qin Yu felt a profound sense of disquiet. Had he not been incapacitated, he would have undoubtedly continued his military service to alleviate his father's burdens. By the way, Father, you mentioned earlier that our sixth brother has also been demoted. Where is he now? The sixth son, referred to as Little Six by Qin Yu, is named Qin Fun and is 30 years of age. Qin Da, seated in his chair, replied, he has been appointed as General Pingnan and dispatched to Hailang Zai to quell bandits. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. This is a direct demotion by 2 ranks. The emperor is being excessively ruthless. Qin Fun was originally a first-rank general, commanding the Northern Expeditionary Army, safeguarding the northern frontier, and was a formidable adversary to the northern tribes, now reduced to a 4th-rank junior general. It is fair to say he has been relegated to the lowest tier. Qin stated solemnly, this is one of the conditions for absolving Qin Zhan's punishment. We must acquiesce. I sincerely hope this young man can learn from his mistakes and mature swiftly, so as not to squander his father's efforts. Qin Yu lamented. The future of the Prince of War's estate relies on him to inherit it. Qin Da remained silent, choosing not to elaborate further. However, Qin Yu could discern that his father seemed troubled by additional concerns. Wait, Father, you mentioned one of the conditions. Could it be that the Emperor's punishment entails more than this? Qin Da pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to confide in his son. The Emperor has annulled the marriage engagement. What? At this revelation, Qin Yu was so incensed that he nearly rose from his wheelchair, and he erupted in anger. Does the Emperor understand the ramifications of annulling an engagement? Is he intent on completely severing ties with our Prince of War's estate? Do not be agitated. I have yet to express my fury, so why are you so impulsive? Qin Da firmly pressed down on Qin Yu. Calm yourself. Father, have you acquiesced to this matter as well? What choice do I have? Qin Da lamented. Witnessing the helplessness etched on Qin Da's face, a wild look manifested on Qin Yu's countenance. Father, are you truly willing to allow the Emperor to gradually encroach upon us? These 3 matters strike at the very heart of the Prince of War's estate. Not only do they undermine the prestige of the prince within the military, but they also diminish the military authority of both Qin Da and his son. Simultaneously, the imperial family has annulled the marriage alliance with the Prince of War's estate. This clearly indicates that the royal family is not merely undermining the prince's influence in secret, but is also drawing a distinct line between themselves and the Prince of War's estate. It is certain that the imperial family will intensify their efforts to further weaken the Prince of War's estate, ultimately seeking to obliterate it. Throughout history, royal powers have often resorted to the tactics of burning bridges after crossing them and hiding the bow after the birds are gone. It is merely unexpected that such treachery would manifest so swiftly against the Prince of War's estate. I have dedicated my life to the Blue Moon Empire. My existence no longer belongs to me. The Emperor may do as he pleases, Qin Da mused. Although he spoke thus, Qin Yu could perceive that the elder was deeply disheartened by the Emperor's actions, yet he concealed his feelings so adeptly that the average person would remain oblivious. Do not disclose this matter to Monkey Head just yet. Let us wait a while before discussing it, Qin Da instructed, concerned that Qin Zhan might resort to extreme measures, which would lead to genuine trouble. I understand, Qin Yu nodded. Father, certain individuals within the estate seek to exploit this opportunity for their own gain. Do you have any directives? Pay them no mind. Let Monkey Head handle it himself, Qin Da replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized that the elder intended to use this opportunity to test his grandson. In truth, Qin Yu was also curious to ascertain whether Qin Zhan had genuinely repented. Understood. Qin Da seemed to recall something. Additionally, instruct the craftsman to repair Monkey Head's courtyard, ensuring it is sturdy enough to withstand any further damage. Very well, Father. Do take care and rest early. I shall take my leave. Ashur pushed the wheelchair as they departed from Qin Da's study. After Qin Yu had exited, Qin Da's gaze lingered on a map adorning the wall, depicting the territory of the Blue Moon Empire. His once murky eyes radiated a piercing intensity. The irony of being overshadowed by one's own achievements is truly profound. With that, the elder reclined in his chair, closing his eyes, lost in contemplation, after departing from his grandfather's study. Qin Zhan prepared to seek out the second elder, Qin Ji. The financial authority of the entire Prince of War's estate was firmly in Qin Ji's grasp. The third elder, Qin Zhan, was responsible for overseeing the training of all the estate's younger generation, enforcing strict discipline upon them. Indeed, among the youth of the Prince of War's estate, aside from their fear of the patriarch, Qin Da, the second most feared individual was Qin Zhan. The fourth elder, Qin Zhan, managed the family's enterprises. Though the Prince of War's estate belonged to the imperial aristocracy, it also possessed its own assets. Without these, the meager support from the imperial family would hardly suffice to cover the estate's expenses. As for Qin himself, he refrained from involving himself in the daily affairs of the estate, instead overseeing the broader picture and making decisions only when necessary. In essence, Qin served as the spiritual cornerstone of the Prince of War's estate. As long as he remained, the estate would never falter. It could even be said that the century-long peace of the Blue Moon Empire was largely due to the stabilizing presence of Qin Da. Should the imperial family ruthlessly dismantle this stabilizing force, the repercussions for the empire would be unfathomable. "Where are you intending to go, you rascal?" Qin Yu called out to Qin Zhan, who was hastily departing. Qin Zhan turned back and replied, "Fourth uncle, I plan to seek out the second elder for some funds to repair the courtyard. Otherwise, I will be left without a place to reside. The matter of repairing the courtyard has already been taken care of. You shall stay in my courtyard for the next few days, and we can have a good talk." Qin Yu chuckled. Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly laughed. "Is that appropriate? Fourth uncle, you prefer a quieter environment. What does it matter? My courtyard has guest rooms. Temporarily, I can make space for you. Once your courtyard is repaired, you may return. Very well then, I shall impose on you, fourth uncle. You little rascal, do not be so formal with me." Qin Yu teased. Subsequently, Qin Zhan went to Qin Yu's courtyard and was assigned to a guest room for the time being. The following day, Qin Zhan awoke early. He arrived in the courtyard to find his fourth uncle already having breakfast. Not one to be polite, Qin Zhan took a bowl of millet porridge and began to eat. For reasons unknown, Qin Zhan felt exceptionally hungry. In a frenzy of consumption, he soon polished off all the dishes and porridge on the table, leaving Qin Yu utterly astonished. "Kid, were you reborn as a starving ghost?" Qin Yu could not help but remark he had never witnessed anyone eat with such voracity. One person nearly consumed the portions meant for 4 or 5. Qin Zhan, still unsated, declared, "I am still hungry. Bring me more." Qin Yu was left speechless. The Prince of War's estate was hardly lacking in provisions. Assure, have the kitchen prepare more breakfast. Make sure to include plenty of spiritual meat. This porridge and pickles lack nourishment, Qin Zhan instructed. Qin Yu's expression darkened. "You little brat, eating spiritual meat so early in the morning. Do you wish to overindulge?" The so-called spiritual meat refers to meat imbued with spiritual essence. This continent is home to various beasts, among which are spirit beasts, known for their immense spiritual energy. Consuming such meat can cleanse one's marrow and strengthen one's bones. However, it is a delicacy only affordable to prominent families. Ordinary people lack the financial means. "I am still growing," Qin Zhan retorted, leaving Qin Yu momentarily speechless. Very well, since his eldest nephew had just turned 16, he was indeed still in a growth phase. "Let us procure more spiritual meat, so he can eat his fill," Qin Yu said with a resigned expression. "Understood." The maidservants promptly set to work preparing. In no time, they returned with a large basin of spiritual porridge and spiritual meat. Qin Zhan, disregarding decorum, devoured the food voraciously. Observing his eldest nephew's hearty appetite, Qin Yu found himself both amused and exasperated. "Take your time. You look as if you haven't eaten meat in 3 years. Do not disturb me while I dine," Qin Zhan mumbled, his words slurred, leaving Qin Yu utterly speechless with indignation. Only Qin Zhan would dare to act so recklessly in front of Qin Yu. Had it been anyone else, they would have been sent flying with a mere flick of his hand. Despite his disability, Qin Yu's cultivation remained intact, and in fact, he had honed his martial prowess even further over the years. Thus, Qin Zhan, having consumed all the food laid before him, felt he had barely satisfied his hunger, having only managed to eat to about 70% fullness. Gazing at the empty bowl, he contemplated asking for more. But the stern expression on his uncle's face dissuaded him. He did not wish to be labeled a glutton. Curiously, he mused, he had never possessed such an appetite before. What had changed overnight to provoke such a voracious hunger? "Have you had enough to eat?" Qin Yu inquired. "Yes, just barely 70% full," Qin Zhan replied. Qin Yu remained silent. Qin Zhan wiped his mouth clean and chuckled. "Uncle, might I trouble you for a bit of money?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu responded, "Have you exhausted your funds again? You are aware that my allowance is quite limited each month. It scarcely suffices, ever since Qin Zhan's pocket money had fallen under Qin's control. The past 2 years had been rather financially strained for him. There were times during gatherings with his less-than-savory friends when he lacked the courage to settle the bill win the favor of Nangong Yan. He had even resorted to stealing the dragon transformation pill from the palace, an act born out of desperation. Who would steal if they had the means? "How much do you require?" Qin Yu truly cared for this nephew of his. Although Qin Zhan had once been quite the well, Qin Yu never abandoned him, always seeking to guide him whenever possible. Unfortunately, Qin Zhan had previously been impervious to such advice, but now he recognized who truly had his best interests at heart. "It's not much, perhaps just 100 or 200,000 taels," Qin Zhan calculated roughly. His current focus was solely on cultivation and enhancing his strength. Apart from that, he held no interest in anything else. Yet cultivation demands resources, especially for the Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique, which requires an immense amount of rare materials. Such needs are supported solely by money. "That I have 100 taels. Would you like it?" Qin Yu was incensed, contemplating whether to teach him a lesson. Asked for millions outright. Did he think Qin Yu was a moneylender? "I speak the truth, uncle. I genuinely need this sum," Qin Zhan insisted earnestly, his eyes conveying an innocence that belied his earlier behavior. "Get lost," Qin Yu retorted, refusing to engage further. Although the martial king's residence possessed its own assets, they were not substantial, and with a meager salary and allowances from a court, they barely covered the household's daily expenses. Is there truly none? Qin Zhan pressed on, still hopeful. "Your grandfather spent nearly 5 years' worth of profits to protect you. Do you think there is any surplus left in the estate?" Qin Yu replied, sternly, this revelation. Qin Zhan's face flushed with embarrassment and shame. It was evident that Qin Da, in his effort to safeguard his grandson, had sacrificed a significant portion of military power and depleted the estate's savings to bolster the national treasury. This was the royal family's economic punishment of the martial king's residence, and Qin Da had no choice but to accept it. Is that so? Qin Zhan murmured to himself, then straightened up, saying, "Uncle, I was inappropriate just now. I assure you, I will repay the savings my grandfather spent tenfold." With that declaration, Qin Zhan bowed deeply and departed the estate. Upon exiting Qin Yu's courtyard, he encountered the maid, Cui Zhu, who approached him with concern. "Young master, how are you?" she asked hastily. "I am fine," Qin Zhan replied. "By the way, Cui Zhu, I must trouble you to share quarters with Lu Zhu and the others for a few days. Once the courtyard is repaired, you may return. I am perfectly well. You need not worry about me," Cui Zhu remarked, sensing that her young master seemed transformed. The former Qin Zhan had never been this courteous, often scolding and striking her if she failed to follow his orders. "Go on with your tasks. I shall take a stroll," Qin Zhan instructed. "You must take care of yourself, young master. Please return early," she cautioned. "I understand," he reassured her. After leaving the martial king's residence, Qin Zhan made his way to the family-owned apothecary. The Qin family apothecary engaged in the trade of medicinal herbs, and each month, the family's progeny could claim a fixed allocation of cultivation resources, such as spirit chi pills and rejuvenation pills. Moreover, the quantity awarded varied significantly based on one's cultivation level. In essence, the higher the cultivation, the greater the resource subsidies. The apothecary was managed by a man in his 40s named Yu Hong, a relative of the fourth elder, connected through the family of Qin Zhan's daughter-in-law. Qin Zhan had 2 sons, the eldest, Qin Cheng, and the younger, Qin Ti. Yu Hong was the elder brother of Qin Cheng's wife, and his position as manager had been secured through Qin Cheng's influence. Is that not the young master? I heard you encountered some trouble. It has been a while since I've seen you," Yu Hong remarked with a sarcastic tone. Qin Zhan did not engage in idle chatter and stated directly, I have not collected my spirit chi pills for 3 months. Please settle my account. Youth, that is quite impossible. According to the apothecary's regulations, once the period has lapsed, one cannot claim a replacement. You are placing me in a difficult position. Upon hearing Yu Hong's words, Qin Zhan's expression darkened. When did such a rule come into effect? I was unaware of it. This was established by the fourth elder 2 months ago. Spare me the details. Provide me with my due at once. Qin Zhan had no interest in the fourth elder's decrees. He simply demanded what was rightfully his. Young master, it is not that I refuse. I simply cannot break the rules. Bang, before Yu Hong could finish a sentence. He was sent flying, crashing into the wall with a scream. Qin Zhan, uninterested in further discussion, had delivered a single punch that sent him reeling. The other patrons in the hall, witnessing this, hurriedly vacated the premises. Once they had departed, Qin Zhan approached Yu Hong, lifting him off the ground. I shall ask you once more, will you comply? Yu Hong, still dazed from the blow, had not grasped the gravity of the situation. Why have you struck me without cause? I have done nothing to offend you. You did offend me just now. Qin Zhan's gaze grew icy. I shall grant you one last chance. Fetch me the spirit chi pills immediately. Young master, you cannot put me in such a predicament that if you desire them, you should consult the fourth elder. Curse you. Qin Zhan's temper flared, and he delivered another devastating punch, sending Yu Hong soaring once more. Crashing heavily to the ground. Wah! Yu Hong spat blood and several teeth, collapsing into unconsciousness. Qin Zhan regarded the beaten Yu Hong without a shred of pity. The apprentices in the apothecary dared not intervene. Cowering in a corner, straightening his attire, Qin Zhan addressed the apprentices. You will go and fetch me the spirit chi pills at once. How many does the young master require? I demand 1,000. Initially, Qin Zhan had intended to claim his rightful allotment of spirit chi pills in an orderly manner. Yet the audacity of Yu Hong to oppose him was tantamount to courting death. It mattered not that he still possessed cultivation. Even as a mere mortal, he was not someone a servant could dare offend. The fact that he had not killed Yu Hong on the spot was a testament to his burgeoning restraint. Had this been the old Qin Zhan, Yu Hong would have already become a lifeless corpse. Returning to the matter at hand, the apprentices were nearly rendered speechless at the young master's demand for 1,000 spirit chi pills. Young master, you may not be aware, but the total stock of spirit chi pills in the apothecary is only 800. Then I shall take all 800. Qin Zhan declared impatiently. He required an immense amount of energy to cultivate the 9-turn devouring heaven technique. And spirit chi pills were indispensable. What? Is that unacceptable? Qin Zhan's expression darkened, instilling fear in several apprentices who hurriedly went to fetch what was needed. That Wai Yu Hong served as a cautionary tale. Anyone who dared to defy would meet a fate as dire as his, if not worse. Furthermore, procure half of the other elixirs from the apothecary. After all, it is our own shop, so we might as well take advantage of it. The apprentices, upon hearing this, felt like crying, yet upon witnessing the ghastly state of Yu Hong, they wasted no time and swiftly began to gather the elixirs for Qin Zhan. Thus, half an hour later, Qin Zhan swaggered out of the Qin family's apothecary, carrying a burlap sack over his shoulder, leaving behind a few apprentices who exchanged terrified glances. Once he departed, the apprentices hastily helped the unconscious Yu Hong to his feet. Shopkeeper, are you all right? At their calls, Yu Hong finally regained consciousness. Still alive? He could scarcely believe his own survival. Shopkeeper, indeed you are, but... The apprentices hesitated. But what? Yu Hong's speech was slurred, his words barely intelligible. The apothecary's stock of 800 spirit elixirs has all been taken by the young master. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Hong yelled furiously, You fools, who allowed you to give them to him? Oh, my teeth! Not only had the young master taken all the spirit elixirs, but he also seized half of the remaining stock of other elixirs. What shall we do? Upon receiving this report, Yu Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. Quickly, carry me to see my sister. I must lodge a complaint. The apprentices, not daring to delay, swiftly bore Yu Hong towards the Wang Fu of the martial king. Before long, supported by the apprentices, Yu Hong entered the Wang Fu, trembling as he made his way to the courtyard of Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng's wife, Yu Qian was instructing the household servants to tailor new garments for her. Yu Qian was a woman of enduring grace. Though she had already reached 40, she appeared remarkably youthful. The Yu family had risen to prominence locally due to Yu Qian's marriage into the Wangfu. Upon seeing his sister, Yu Hong immediately lamented, "Sister, you must stand up for me." Yu Qian, noticing her brother in such a disheveled state, quickly rose to inquire, "What happened? Who has done this to you?" "It was that little brat Qin Zhan. He relies on his status as heir and disregards us, even calling us dog-like servants." Hearing this, Yu Qian stood up incensed. "How outrageous! This little brat has gone too far. Sister, you have no idea. He not only assaulted me, but he also robbed our apothecary of half its elixirs. You must ensure that your husband punishes him severely." "What? This little brat is so audacious. He even dares to rob our own apothecary." Yu Qian was equally astonished. Could it be a side effect of losing his bloodline? Has he lost his senses? "Indeed, I believe this little brat has become even more deranged than before, and my husband has just been called away by my father to discuss matters. Come with me to see them." As Yu Qian spoke, she rose and led Yu Hong to seek out Qin Zhan. "Is it appropriate for me to meet the fourth elder in such a state?" Yu Hong protested, as he was quite concerned about his appearance. "Presenting yourself in this manner adds weight to your claims." "Very well, I shall heed my sister's advice. You must not let Qin Zhan off lightly." Upon hearing this, Yu Hong realized the wisdom in her words and eagerly followed. Qin Zhan and his two sons were finalizing an agreement with the Hongyun Commerce. "Fourth Master, the contract is settled. You need not worry. We will ensure that the rebates are delivered by dedicated personnel, absolutely foolproof that a middle-aged man with a sharp face and a broad smile conveyed." Qin Zhan and his sons exchanged knowing smiles. "Thank you, Boss Su." "Not at all. We have cooperated for many years, so such formalities are unnecessary." Boss Su revealed a set of yellowed teeth, grinning widely. "It's nearly mealtime. Why not stay for a meal before you leave?" Qin Zhan suggested. "Fourth Master, you are too kind. There is no need for a meal. There will be other opportunities in the future. Wouldn't you agree?" Boss Su replied. "Indeed, so I shan't keep you any longer." With that, Boss Su departed with his assistant. "See off, Boss Su." Qin Zhan instructed his sons. "Boss Su, please." Qin Tai quickly stood to escort him. Just then, Yu Qian rushed into the reception hall, supporting the disheveled Yu Hong. "Husband, father, you must stand up for my brother." Yu Qian rushed to her husband, her voice thick with tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Upon seeing his weeping wife, Qin Qing asked, "What is the matter?" Yu Hong, in perfect synchrony, dropped to his knees. "Fourth Elder, you must intervene on my behalf. I'm wronged." Qin Shan's expression darkened. "What on earth has transpired?" Yu Hong recounted the events, embellishing them as he went. The three men were immediately filled with wrath. With a crash, Qin Shan slammed his palm down, shattering a chair. "Rascal, this is utterly intolerable." Qin Cheng, hearing Yu Hong's lamentations, was equally enraged. "Father, that little brat Qin Zhan is so arrogant. His assault on Yu Hong is akin to an assault on my dignity, which reflects upon your own." Qin Shan's voice turned cold. "This boy is so obstinate and unruly, if I do not punish him severely. Where lies my authority? Yu Hong, you have reached the 7th layer of body tempering. How could you possibly be bested by an invalid?" Upon hearing this, Yu Hong immediately retorted, "I speak the truth. Qin Zhan still possesses his cultivation, and a single punch nearly cost me my life." Upon hearing this, the others scrutinized the two bruises on Yu Hong's face. The force behind the blows was indeed considerable. Such strength was not typical of an average martial artist. It seemed this little brat had not only preserved his life, but also retained his cultivation, which was truly infuriating. Qin Shan's face was a mask of fury. "Father, it must be that the family head used some extraordinary elixir to preserve his cultivation." "You're correct, my husband. It must be so. Otherwise, this little brat would not still be so sprightly." Yu Qian quickly fanned the flames. "Yu Hong, you said he robbed half the elixirs, correct?" Qin Shan's tone shifted, becoming ominously cold. "Yes, that's right. You misspoke. Qin Zhan took every single elixir, leaving none behind. Did he not?" Qin Shan inquired with a smile. Yu Hong hesitated, then quickly caught on. Yes, that's right. He took all the elixirs. Qin Zhan and Qin Tai also realized the implications. Truly, he was cunning. He had seized this opportunity to privately pocket the remaining elixirs while bearing no risk. Not only had he robbed the elixirs, but he had also eliminated the apprentices at the apothecary that a glint of cold light flickered in Qin Zhan's eyes. Do you grasp my meaning? If Qin Zhan's previous words had impressed Yu Hong, this one sent a chill down his spine. That it was clear that he intended not only to abscond with the remaining elixirs, but also to commit murder and attribute the crime to Qin Zhan. Such a maneuver was undeniably ruthless. Father, you are truly astute. I am utterly convinced upon hearing his father's words. Qin Zhan's eyes brightened. This way, Qin Zhan would be left with no chance for redemption. Even if Qin Yu wished to protect him, he would be powerless to do so. But will the family head believe this? Even if he does, what if he continues to shelter him? He will not, Qin Zhan asserted. Though Qin Zhan is a direct descendant, the family head harbors no affection for him. When Qin Hao returned cradling the infant Qin Zhan, Qin Da was furious, eye in his eyes. That unknown woman had bewitched his son's soul, and her whereabouts remain a mystery. Even to this day. Thus, Qin Da has never shown much concern for Qin Zhan, even being particularly harsh in the eyes of others. It seems he vents his anger over Qin Zhan's mother on a Qin Zhan himself. Were it not for the crippled Qin Yu, Qin Zhan would not have retained his title as heir. Hence, Qin Zhan is confident in his ability to bring about Qin Zhan's demise. Please, Father, instruct us on our next steps. After pondering for a moment, Qin Zhan said, Yu Hong, I will leave the apprentices at the apothecary to you. Ensure it is handled discreetly. Can you manage that? Yu Hong trembled all over, gazing into Qin Zhan's frosty eyes. Rest assured, fourth elder, I shall execute this task with utmost precision, ensuring that it is evident to all that it was that little wretch, Qin Zhan, who committed the deed, if that is the case. You must act swiftly, came the reply. Yes, thus the stage was set to firmly establish Qin Zhan's guilt in this heinous act. The cunning scheme devised by his father to frame him was truly remarkable, earning the admiration of his son, Qin Zhan, who chuckled. This matter required careful consideration, as to deliver a decisive blow to Qin Zhan. The support of the second and third elders was essential. Indeed, both the second and third elders had long harbored intentions to deal with Qin Zhan. With their combined efforts, there would be no escape for him this time. You must send someone to locate Qin Zhan at once. Once found, do not alert him. Simply observe and let all actions follow my command. Understood. Having arranged these plans, Qin Zhan resolved to personally seek out Qin Ji and Qin Zhan. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan departed the imperial capital, a heavy sack slung over his shoulder. This sack, filled with precious elixirs, would sustain his cultivation for quite some time. With ample resources at hand, he felt no anxiety. Initially, he had intended to collect merely a few months' worth of spiritual elixirs. However, the audacious Yu Hong dared to withhold his due, an affront he could not tolerate. In a fit of rage, Qin Zhan had severely beaten the old dog and seized half of the medicinal store supply. Since they refused to provide him with what was rightfully his, he would take matters into his own hands and claim the lion's share. Even if this incident reached his grandfather's ears, Qin Zhan felt no trepidation. Before long, he arrived at the Blue Moon Ancient Forest, the very place where he had lost his bloodline, but he could still see the ground soaked with blood and the mountains flattened by lightning. Memories of that fateful day flooded his mind, betrayed in love. His lineage stolen. This vendetta would not go unavenged. Nangong Yin, Nangong Su, I shall repay this blood debt in full. Regaining his composure, Qin Zhan sought out a cave entrance, cleared it slightly, and resolved to enter seclusion for cultivation. His choice of location served as a constant reminder to himself. Once he was adequately prepared, Qin Zhan settled at the cave's mouth and began his practice in accordance with the Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique imparted by Xingtian. This technique specialized in the enhancement of the physical body, perpetually awakening its latent potential, breaking through bodily constraints to attain a state of immortality. In ancient times, the 12 ancestors of Wu were invincible, wielding supernatural powers with ease, commanding the elements of wind, water, fire, and earth. This was the pinnacle of martial arts he aspired to achieve. Thus, Qin Zhan immersed himself in relentless cultivation day and night. Unbeknownst to him, A sinister plot was brewing within the Martial King's residence, specifically targeting him. Qin Zhan swiftly located Qin Ji and Qin Zhan. Upon hearing Qin Zhan's intentions, both were perplexed. "Fourth brother, what is the urgency that brings you to us?" Qin Ji, the financial steward of the Martial King's estate, required approval for all fiscal matters. Qin Zhan had been en route to train a younger generation when Qin Zhan intercepted him. With a grim expression, Qin Zhan stated, "What I have to discuss concerns Qin Zhan. Are you two still listening?" Qin Ji and Qin Zhan exchanged glances, then inquired, "What trouble has that little wretch caused now?" Within the Martial King's residence, many whispered behind his back, referring to him as the little wretch. Few knew the identity of Qin Zhan's mother, only that Qin had returned from his travels 2 years later. Cradling an infant in his arms, it was then revealed that this child was born of a mysterious woman with whom he had dallied during his journeys, named Qin Zhan. Little did they know. Once Qin had entrusted his son to his father, he departed the Martial King's residence once more and never returned. Qin Zhan continued, "That little wretch, Qin Zhan, has grievously injured the apothecary's master, slain an apprentice, and made off with all the elixirs. What do you propose we do about this?" Good heavens! Qin Zhan's knack for exaggeration was truly remarkable, while Qin Zhan had merely taken half the elixirs. Through Qin Zhan's embellishment, it was claimed that he had absconded with the entire stock. Clearly, Qin Zhan aimed to brand Qin Zhan with a grave accusation, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to pocket the remaining elixirs for himself. Both Qin Ji and Qin Zhan, who had long harbored animosity towards Qin Zhan, had yearned to dethrone him from his position as heir. However, given that Qin Zhan was of direct lineage, suppressing him would not be an easy task. Upon hearing this news, Qin Ji and Qin Zhan exchanged glances and asked, "Is this true?" "Indeed, it is true. Such a significant matter would not lead me to frame a junior." Qin Ji and Qin Zhan were taken aback. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, an immediate family meeting was warranted. Yet, with the head of the family currently at the palace, they would have to wait for his return to make a decision. To avoid protracted delays, I have already ordered a citywide manhunt for Qin Zhan. Once the head of the family returns, I shall report this matter to him, and I trust he will act with impartiality. This was Qin Zhan's scheme. Qin Ji and Qin Zhan harbored no doubts. Based on Qin Zhan's previous actions, it was entirely plausible he could have committed such offenses. Thus, very well, immediately instruct the Black Tiger Guard to apprehend Qin Zhan. He must be dealt with severely, Qin Zhan commanded. Naturally, with the decree of the 3 elders, the Black Tiger Guard of the Martial King's residence mobilized to search for Qin Zhan. That evening, Qin Zhan returned to the residence. The 3 elders sought him out post-haste, embellishing the events of the day with fervor. Head of the family, Qin Zhan has brutally murdered the innocent and stolen the elixirs from the apothecary. A crime of the gravest nature. We implore you to administer punishment that I concur with fourth brother. Qin Zhan's actions are utterly intolerable. His blatant disregard for repentance will eventually bring calamity upon our Martial King's residence. Observing the 3 elders' intent on eliminating Qin Zhan, Qin Zhan remained expressionless. Only after they finished speaking did he respond, "Fourth brother, is the truth of this matter as you claim?" "Absolutely." Qin Zhan feigned sorrow. "It is a tragedy that those poor apprentices at the apothecary met their untimely end in such a senseless manner. If we do not punish Qin Zhan severely, what will become of the Martial King's residence's dignity?" Head of the family, Qin Zhan's arrogance and ruthlessness pose a grave threat. If allowed to continue unchecked, the consequences could be dire. We urge you to reconsider. Qin Zhan's expression remained impassive, concealing his true thoughts. "You may withdraw for now. This matter I shall deliberate upon," Qin Zhan stated. The 3 elders exchanged glances, having initially believed that this incident would prompt Qin Zhan to decisively remove Qin Zhan from the equation. Yet, it now appeared that Qin Zhan's response was unexpected. Was he not filled with disdain for his grandson? However, in the face of Qin Zhan's authority, the 3 elders dared not voice further opinions and could only depart. Once they had left, Qin Yu emerged from the back hall in a wheelchair. "You heard everything that transpired just now." Qin Yu's expression was grim. "It seems they are determined to see Qin Zhan eliminated. What is your perspective on this?" Qin Zhan inquired. Upon learning of this incident, I dispatched Wei Jiang to investigate discreetly. Just as they said, the apothecary was ransacked and all apprentices were slain. Continue. Although the current evidence indeed points to Qin Zhan, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Elaborate on your reasoning. According to Wei Jiang's investigation, Qin Zhan did visit the apothecary and had a dispute with Yu Hong. However, what transpired afterward remains a mystery. If it was indeed him, how do you think he should be dealt with? Under the intensity of Qin's probing gaze, Qin Yu's countenance turned solemn. After a moment's consideration, he replied, I believe he is not the type to indiscriminately kill. I'm asking how he should be punished if he truly committed these acts, not whether you believe him or not. Qin to press further. Qin Yu found himself at a loss. After all, Qin Zhan was the son of his elder brother and the sole legitimate heir of the martial king's residence. Let us refrain from intervening in this matter. We shall allow the little monkey to handle it himself. Qin said calmly. Taken aback by his father's tranquil demeanor, Qin Yu asked, What do you mean, father? For a fledgling to mature, a bit of hardship is not without its merits. Qin spoke. You may withdraw for now. These words caused Qin Yu to tremble involuntarily as he vaguely grasped his father's intentions. Yes, I take my leave. Ashi urged Qin Yu to depart, leaving Qin alone in his chair. His eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. His gaze piercing like a torch that a month later, beyond the imperial capital, in the blue moon ancient forest, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a bolt from the blue. The beasts within the forest howled in frenzy. Scattering in all directions, a colossal flame demon tiger let out a piercing cry as its massive body was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground, a fist-sized hole gaping in its head. Blood gushing forth incessantly. With a swift motion, a figure descended beside the corpse of the flame demon tiger. Like a wild man from the mountains, he stood bare-chested, his muscular form exuding an aura of primal ferocity. This man was Qin Zhan, who had endured a month of arduous training in this remote wilderness. Although he had yet to break through to the first transformation, Qin Zhan's strength had already transcended several levels. His martial prowess had returned to the early stages of the spirit realm, with his bones and muscles significantly reinforced. Now he could effortlessly lift objects weighing 1,000 pounds with sheer physical strength. The flame demon tiger was a third-tier beast, brimming with potent energy that could not be squandered. Since commencing his practice of the 9 transformations devouring heaven technique, Qin Zhan had developed an immense appetite for energy. He sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the technique, opening his mouth to absorb all the energy from the flame demon tiger's body. In no time, the corpse of the flame demon tiger withered at a visible rate. Within half an hour, it had been reduced to a desiccated husk. After absorbing the energy, Qin Zhan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The 9 transformations devouring heaven technique demanded an exorbitant amount of energy. Even after consuming a third-tier beast, he had only made slight progress, with a considerable distance still to cover before reaching the first transformation. Rubbing his temples, Qin Zhan realized the necessity of hunting additional third-tier beasts to amass energy. With that thought, he plunged once more into the depths of the forest, intent on hunting other beasts. First-tier beasts no longer piqued his interest, as their energy was negligible. Second-tier beasts barely caught his eye. Qin Zhan primarily targeted third-tier beasts. However, within the Blue Moon ancient forest, third-tier beasts were exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter. Nevertheless, Qin Zhan remained undeterred by day. He battled beasts to enhance his combat experience. Simultaneously devouring their energy by night, he devoted himself to cultivating the 9 transformations devouring heaven technique. Thus, another half-month passed. During this time, Qin Zhan had only come across a single third-tier beast, the rest being second and first tier. One day, members of the Qin mountain lineage from the Martial King Mansion ventured into the Blue Moon ancient forest in search of Qin Zhan. Keep your eyes peeled. That little rascal Qin Zhan might be hiding somewhere around here. Taking the initiative, Qin Lai volunteered to lead the effort to capture Qin Zhan. Young Master Lai, this place is sparsely populated, and with beasts lurking about, do you think Qin Zhan would dare to hide here? One of Qin Lai's sycophants remarked. What do you know? Qin Lai shot him a glare. My grandfather said he is here, so he must be here. Search meticulously. Faced with Qin Lai's ire, his subordinates dared not argue further and began scouring the area. Thus, dozens of individuals commenced a thorough search, striving to be the first to locate Qin Zhan and claim the reward. After hours of searching, aside from encountering a few wild beasts, they found no trace of Qin Zhan. Gradually, they delved deeper into the ancient forest. Young Master Lai, we cannot venture further. If we cross the boundary, we may encounter formidable beasts. The beasts were significantly stronger than wild animals and possessed a degree of intelligence. Understanding certain mystical techniques. What are you afraid of? We are many. Even if we encounter a beast, we can slay it without hesitation. Qin Lai exuded confidence in his abilities. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the ground trembled, accompanied by the furious roars of beasts. The group exchanged apprehensive glances, halting their advance. What is that sound? It resembled a stampede of wild beasts rushing through the forest. One spirit realm warrior suddenly exclaimed. This is not good. A large number of beasts are approaching. We must conceal ourselves immediately. This individual, Tu Shan, was a trusted aide of Qin Mountain, a fully realized spirit realm warrior assisting Qin Lai in locating Qin Zhan. No one dared to question his words. Everyone swiftly concealed themselves, refraining from revealing their presence. Heavens! There must be at least 20 beasts charging towards us. Soon, the horde of beasts arrived in their vicinity. Mixed among them were several first-tier beasts. Qin Lai and his entourage had no time to hide. They drew their weapons, bracing for combat. Yet the beasts seemed oblivious to their presence, continuing their frantic dash. Vanishing in an instant, the group exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with astonishment. These beasts are not coming for us, Tu Shan calmly stated. Not coming for us? Then why are they acting like mad creatures? Qin Lai's expression darkened. Though he was also a spirit realm warrior, his cultivation was solely a product of pill consumption, leaving him devoid of real combat experience. That I suspect there are stronger beasts ahead. Otherwise, they would not abandon their territory. Stronger beasts? Upon hearing this, the group realized that it could only mean second-tier beasts, equivalent to humans in the spirit realm. Just then, a fierce battle erupted in the distance, drawing everyone's attention. There are beasts fighting ahead. Young Master Lai, you all stay here. I will investigate. That Tu Shan resolved to take the risk. However, Qin Lai, emboldened by his own spirit realm status, scoffed. What is there to fear from second-tier beasts? Let us go together. With that, Qin Lai forged ahead. Tu Shan intended to dissuade him, but, understanding Qin Lai's temperament, he merely sighed and followed closely. The sounds of battle grew louder, and from the intensity of the commotion, it was clear that they were facing second-tier beasts, perhaps even third-tier. If they could capitalize on the chaos, the benefits would be immeasurable. Everyone pressed onward, their hearts racing with excitement. Meanwhile, in a valley below, Qin Zhan engaged in a fierce battle with a two-headed spirit snake, ultimately defeating it with his bare hands. This creature was a third-tier beast, comparable to a human in the innate realm. Qin Zhan, leveraging his formidable physique, had bludgeoned the two-headed spirit snake to death. Of course, he paid a steep price, sustaining 3 grievous wounds in the process. This was the terrifying power that came from possessing the bloodline of the witch clan, a testament to the incredible strength of his enhanced physique. After vanquishing the two-headed spirit snake, Qin Zhan eagerly activated the 9 transformations devouring heaven technique, ravenously consuming the energy contained within the serpent's body. Moments later, the once mighty spirit snake was reduced to nothing but a desiccated husk. Following the absorption of the two-headed spirit snake's energy, Qin Zhan felt his strength surge once more, drawing ever closer to breaking through to the first transformation. Just as he finished absorbing the energy, Qin Zhan furrowed his brow, sensing an unfamiliar presence. Is someone there? His cultivation had restored him to the spirit realm, and his senses had sharpened significantly. He leapt nimbly onto a towering tree, concealing his figure. That moment, Qin Lai and his group stealthily approached the valley. The scene before them was one of utter devastation, trees uprooted and rocks shattered, a clear indication of a fierce battle that had recently taken place. Yet, aside from a single snake carcass, there was nothing else in sight. Puzzled, the group exchanged glances. Good heavens, this is the 3-tier beast, the two-headed spirit snake. Its energy has been devoured, leaving only a snake carcass behind. Qin Zhan had hoped to scavenge some remnants, but found only the desiccated remains. This was a third-tier beast, comparable to the innate realm among humans. In the Martial King Mansion, there were scarcely 2 or 3 individuals who had achieved that level. Yet, to think that such a formidable creature could be drained of its life force in such a manner was utterly inconceivable. Qin Zhan spoke gravely. We cannot linger here. Our priority is to locate that little rascal Qin Zhan. Perched atop the massive tree, Qin Zhan's eyes glinted with a cold light. Young master, I suspect Qin Zhan is not here. We should search elsewhere, Tu Shan remarked. You have a point. Let us split up and search. We must locate that little bastard. What shall we do upon finding him? Questioned Xiaoya. What shall we do? Qin Zhan gestured with his hand, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. No mercy. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but acknowledge that he was indeed the grandson of the fourth elder, exhibiting a demeanor akin to his grandfather's. Yet, did not the fourth elder instruct us to bring him back for interrogation? How foolish you are to have followed my grandfather for so long, and still fail to grasp his intentions. A pitiful lot. Tu Shan continued. Let us proceed as young Master Lai suggests. In this desolate wilderness, is it not quite normal for a life to be extinguished? Hearing the words of Qin Zhan and Tu Shan, everyone comprehended the truth. They had come under the pretense of searching for someone, but the real objective was murder. Perched atop a tree, Qin Zhan's expression darkened upon hearing that his life was sought after. Is Qin Zhan truly intent on killing me? Is it merely for having seized those spiritual herbs? Qin Zhan and his group then divided into 3 teams. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan targeted one of the teams, stealthily trailing behind them on another mountain peak. The sun blazed overhead, causing everyone to sweat profusely. The leader of this small squad was none other than Tu Shan. Aside from him, there were 8 others, making a total of 9. Do you really think Qin Zhan is on this mountain? One person gasped. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tu Shan stood atop a high mound, scanning the surroundings. I cannot say for certain. Let's take a chance here. The fourth elder is indeed ruthless. Should Qin Zhan perish here, the heir to the Wangfu would undoubtedly be re-established, granting young Master Lai the opportunity to ascend as the new heir. Silence, Tu Shan admonished. These matters should remain in your hearts. Not spoken aloud. The others fell silent, evidently intimidated by Tu Shan. After all, he was a practitioner of the spirit realm, far beyond their capabilities as mere body refinement cultivators. Tugo is right. We have misspoken. Let us continue our search and refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Before Tu Shan could finish, a colossal tree suddenly plummeted from above. Its speed was so swift that evasion was impossible. Tu Shan's expression shifted as he braced himself with all his might. Arms outstretched to shield against the impending impact. Just then, a figure rushed forth, followed by a thunderous punch. The martial arts of the Martial King's Mansion. The 100 Battles Divine Fist. Boom! Taken completely off guard. Tu Shan was struck squarely by the punch and sent sprawling. Who is it? Tu Shan felt as though his very organs were about to be shattered, momentarily unable to rise. The assailant was none other than Qin Zhan. With the enemy dispersed, he seized the opportunity to strike them down one by one, beginning with Tu Shan's team. Qin Zhan, like a wild beast, unleashed a flurry of punches upon Tu Shan. You shall meet your end. Since these individuals had come to kill him, Qin Zhan showed no mercy. His strikes were fierce and unrelenting, wielding the 100 Battles Divine Fist with unparalleled mastery. Despite being a spirit realm warrior, Tu Shan found himself thoroughly suppressed. Observing this, the others brandished their weapons and charged at Qin Zhan. Outnumbered 9-1, Qin Zhan had already mentally rehearsed their movements before making his move. He unleashed 3 consecutive punches that incapacitated Tu Shan, leaving him momentarily defenseless. At long last, Tu Shan recognized the identity of his assailant. Qin Zhan, it is indeed you. His eyes glinted with a chilling malice. It appeared that this achievement would rightfully belong to him. Suppressing his injuries, Tu Shan lifted the colossal tree and brandished a large blade. Brothers, follow me and slay him. In the face of their assault, Qin Zhan pressed forward without retreat, continuing his onslaught. Having experienced betrayal and the theft of his divine bone, Qin Zhan's mindset had undergone a profound transformation, coupled with a month and a half of arduous training. His strength had surged dramatically. His martial prowess had reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm, mere steps away from the innate level. Most importantly, his physical body had grown immensely powerful, enabling him to battle across realms. Qin Zhan struck with unbridled ferocity, his might amplified by the Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique, producing a thunderous impact with each punch. A single blow shattered the skull of an audacious lackey who dared to engage him at close range, splattering brain matter and blood across the ground. The sight ignited a feral rage within the others. These individuals were already desperate, and rather than cower in fear, they became even more ruthless. After eliminating one foe, Qin Zhan turned his attention back to Tu Shan. Though Tu Shan was also at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, wielding the wind blade technique, his formidable blade aura surged forth. Yet, Qin Zhan showed no intention of evasion. He met the attack head-on with his physical form. The blade aura struck Qin Zhan, erupting into a shower of sparks. Crack! Tu Shan's face paled as his large blade shattered in his grip, while Qin Zhan remained unscathed. How is this possible? Tu Shan was taken aback by the sheer strength of Qin Zhan's physique. There is nothing impossible. Prepare to die. Although the blade aura could not penetrate his defenses, it still inflicted significant pain upon Qin Zhan that he seized a massive stone and hurled it at the remaining two adversaries. The terrifying force, combined with the weight of the stone, obliterated the two warriors into a pulpy mess. In an instant, Qin Zhan had dispatched 3 foes, prompting Tu Shan to regard him with increasingly wary eyes. Clearly, the intelligence they had received was flawed. Not only had Qin Zhan regained his cultivation, but his combat prowess had also surpassed his former self. However, with the battle already engaged, retreat was no longer an option. With a furious roar, Tu Shan gathered his strength and struck at Qin Zhan's abdomen. At that moment, Qin Zhan resembled a rampaging stallion, each attack claiming a life. He understood one fundamental principle: to show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. With a resounding punch, he pierced through one man's chest. Seizing the opportunity, Tu Shan, wielding his broken blade, aimed another strike at Qin Zhan's back. Yet again, he failed to breach Qin Zhan's defenses, and Tu Shan's expression turned grave. Have you mastered the Golden Bell Shield? The Golden Bell Shield is an exceedingly powerful martial art in this era. At its culmination, blades and swords are rendered ineffective, and water and fire cannot harm. Beyond this explanation, he could conceive no other rationale. In response to Tu Shan's inquiry, Qin Zhan spun around and delivered a fierce kick. This kick encapsulated all his strength, crashing into Tu Shan like a titan. Realizing that their group could not hope to kill Qin Zhan, Tu Shan pivoted and attempted to flee. Qin Zhan's target was Tu Shan. As a confidant of Qin Zhan, he surely possessed many secrets. Thus, Qin Zhan wielded the massive tree to eliminate the remaining foes before launching himself into the air, pursuing Tu Shan. Tu Shan, terrified, turned pale and fled in haste. Yet Qin Zhan would not allow him an escape. Tu Shan, you old dog, where do you think you're going? With a swish, a large stone soared through the air. Tu Shan glanced back in horror, fleeing with all his might. Boom! Even so, he could not evade the crushing weight of the stone. His body was directly struck, and with a splatter, he spat out a mouthful of blood as he and the stone tumbled down the mountainside. Qin Zhan charged forward, akin to a great rock taking flight, fierce and commanding. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Tu Shan continued to flee down the mountain. Yet Qin Zhan executed another kick in midair, sending him soaring once more. He then landed with a foot planted firmly upon Tu Shan. The entire space was suffused with Qin Zhan's murderous intent. He gazed coldly at Tu Shan and demanded, "Speak. Was it Qin Zhan who commanded you to come and kill me?" For a long time, the 3 elders had viewed him with considerable disdain, often opposing him at every turn. Particularly, the 4th elder, Qin Zhan, was relentless in his attempts to undermine him. Qin Zhan was acutely aware that they sought to usurp his position as the heir, paving the way for their own descendants to inherit the martial king's manor. In light of this, Qin chose to turn a blind eye, which the other elders interpreted as tacit approval of their actions. Consequently, their audacity grew by leaps and bounds. This time, Qin Zhan had even resolved to bring about his demise. Qin Zhan was determined not to yield another inch. Tu Shan, drenched in blood, gazed at Qin Zhan with disbelief. How could a waste stripped of his celestial bloodline become even more formidable than before? Will you speak or not? Qin Zhan pressed, exerting force underfoot, and with a sharp crack, Tu Shan's sternum was shattered. With a gasp, blood spewed forth, rendering Tu Shan exceedingly weak. Did the second elder and third elder partake in this matter? Qin Zhan inquired further. There was no doubt that Qin Shan wished him dead. But Qin Zhan needed to ascertain whether Qin Ji and Qin Zhan were also complicit, for he had to clarify this for his future plans. I do not know, Tu Shan stammered. You do not know? Qin Zhan retorted with a chilling smile. As Qin Shan's confidant, how could you be unaware of his schemes? If you spare me, I truly do not know. In that moment, Tu Shan pleaded for his life. Observing Tu Shan's reaction and tone, it appeared he genuinely had no knowledge of the involvement of the other two elders. Gradually, Qin Zhan released his foot. Tu Shan's face brightened at this, as he thought that if he could evade this calamity, he would surely find an opportunity to kill Qin Zhan himself. Just as Tu Shan believed he would be spared, Qin Zhan's fist struck toward his head. With a sickening sound, Tu Shan's skull burst, collapsing into a pool of blood, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. After slaying Tu Shan, Qin Zhan did not linger. He turned and departed. His next target was Qin Lai, though both were disciples of the martial King's Manor's third generation. Qin Lai belonged to a collateral branch, while Qin Zhan was of the direct lineage. These collateral descendants had long sought to usurp him, and now they were madly intent on eliminating the legitimate heir. Qin Zhan harbored no benevolence. When severing ties, one must be resolute. At the moment Qin Shan decided to kill him, those of Qin Shan's lineage had ceased to be his kin and had become mortal enemies. Qin Shan, this matter will not end here, that I am no longer the person I once was. Whoever seeks my life shall meet their demise. With a few agile movements, Qin Zhan vanished into the thicket. Meanwhile, Qin Lai continued to lead his team in a fervent search across the mountains. Young Master Lai, this Blue Moon ancient forest is simply too vast. I have no idea where that scoundrel Qin Zhan has hidden himself. Silence! Keep searching! I refuse to believe we cannot find that little bastard, Qin Lai retorted, his frustration boiling over. He regretted not bringing more men. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, Qin Zhan appeared directly in front of the team. Everyone braced for battle, drawing their weapons, poised for action. Qin Lai's gaze sharpened as he coldly regarded the figure not far away. Qin Zhan, his face flashed with a fierce, murderous intent. You have finally shown yourself. I thought you had been swallowed by a beast. In response to Qin Lai's taunts, Qin Zhan merely replied coldly, You all went to great lengths to enter the Blue Moon ancient forest simply to kill me. Did you not? Hearing this, Qin Lai's expression shifted. How did he know they were here to kill him? His eyes darted as he said, Brother Qin Zhan, you jest. We are merely here under orders to bring you back. Is that so? Qin Zhan sneered. Yet I heard from Tu Shan that you were indeed sent to kill me. This desolate wilderness is indeed a fitting place for murder. Tu Shan. Qin Lai's countenance darkened, an ominous premonition dawning upon him. What have you done to Tu Shan? I sent him into reincarnation, Qin Zhan declared. Now, it is your turn, you lie. How could a waste stripped of his celestial bloodline kill Tu Shan? Qin Lai was resolute in his disbelief. Not believe me. A bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of Qin Zhan's mouth. Then allow me to demonstrate. And no sooner had he spoken than he surged forward with blinding speed. One of the warriors had no time to react before Qin Zhan's fist sent him flying 30 meters away, instantly obliterating him. Qin Lai and the others paled in shock. They had not anticipated Qin Zhan's decisive and lethal prowess. Qin Zhan, you have committed an unforgivable crime by killing a kin. I shall execute you on the spot. With that, Qin Lai charged ahead. Followed by the others, he wielded a long sword, executing the falling petals sword technique aimed directly at Qin Zhan's chest. For a moment, Qin Zhan stood alone against the assault of 8 warriors, yet he was unperturbed. After more than a month of practical combat, combined with his unique witch bloodline, Qin Zhan's combat prowess had surpassed the spirit realm, rivaling that of the innate realm. With a swift advance, he closed in on one warrior, delivering a powerful punch. Although the opponent had reacted, he was unable to withstand the force of Qin Zhan's blow. With a sickening impact, the tremendous energy radiated outward, and the warrior was sent flying, impaled by a tree branch, dead in an instant. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan stood unscathed. The disparity in strength was evident. Qin Lai's face twitched. He had not expected Qin Zhan's power to surge so dramatically. The others were equally taken aback by Qin Zhan's display. "What are you all afraid of? He is but one man. Let us charge together and see if we cannot kill him." A band of foolish clowns. Qin Zhan's expression remained cold as he launched an attack on the nearest foe. The 100 Battle's divine fist struck repeatedly, each blow sending a foe tumbling. It was either death or injury, as his comrades fell one by one. Qin Lai's heart grew increasingly grim, verging on fear. How could he be this strong? The look in Qin Lai's eyes when he gazed at Qin Zhan shifted. He realized they were no match for him. With that thought, Qin Lai wasted no time. He seized one subordinate and hurled him toward the oncoming Qin Zhan. The unfortunate soul had no inkling that Qin Lai would use him as a human shield, and was instantly crushed by Qin Zhan's fist, his heart obliterated. This provided Qin Lai a fleeting chance to escape. Like Tu Shan before him, Qin Lai fled in a frenzy, not daring to look back. Qin Zhan pursued relentlessly, eliminating anyone who dared to impede him, until the final adversary lay defeated beneath his fists. Yet Qin Lai had already vanished from view. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Zhan leaped. Swiftly navigating through the ancient forest that moment, a third squad heard the commotion and hurriedly made their way to the scene. "Young Master Lai, what transpired here?" This group encountered the fleeing Qin Lai and urgently inquired. At this moment, Qin Lai appeared disheveled, his face pale with terror. "Qin Zhan is a madman. Kill him." "Qin Zhan." The members of this squad's eyes lit up at the mention of the name. Simultaneously, Qin Zhan finally caught up. Observing this, Qin Lai proclaimed, "Whoever slays him shall be rewarded with 100,000 gold coins." Under such a generous reward, brave souls would surely emerge. Moreover, these individuals were unaware of the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing Qin Lai's words, the 9 of them charged forth recklessly. "Those who obstruct me shall die." Qin Zhan exuded an aura of lethal ferocity, consumed by the thrill of the hunt. The third team attempted to impede his progress. He struck with merciless precision, showing no mercy. Meanwhile, Qin Lai continued his desperate flight, instinctively aware that these adversaries could not possibly halt Qin Zhan's relentless advance. The disparity in power between the spirit realm and the body refinement realm was insurmountable. These individuals could only hope to delay him for a fleeting moment. Unbeknownst to Qin Zhan, with each life he extinguished, his body automatically absorbed their cultivation levels. The prowess of martial artists constituted a form of energy, vast and formidable. Thus, amidst the carnage, Qin Zhan's 9 turns swallowing heaven technique continuously operated, voraciously consuming all in its path. Like a predatory beast, Qin Zhan pursued Qin Lai through the forest with unbridled fervor. It wasn't too long before Qin Lai burst forth from the Blue Moon ancient forest, the capital of Blue Moon Empire beckoning on the horizon. "Qin Lai, stay your ground." Qin Zhan leaped forward, closing the distance rapidly. With a casual yet forceful punch, a terrifying gust of wind surged forth, catching Qin Lai off guard and sending him hurtling through the air. Poof! Qin Lai coughed up a mouthful of blood, enduring the agonizing pain of internal injuries as he scrambled toward the imperial capital. Qin Zhan pressed the attack, intent on slaying Qin Lai on the spot. Suddenly, a long arrow shot through the air. Aimed directly at Qin Zhan, that a sense of danger surged within him. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan abandoned his pursuit of Qin Lai, pivoting to intercept the incoming projectile. In a swift motion, he seized the arrow, gripping it firmly in his hand, though the force of its impact sent him staggering back several meters. Such formidable strength. The archer was no ordinary foe. Upon regaining his footing, Qin Zhan looked ahead to see a line of armored figures, imposing and regal, adorned with the emblem of a divine dragon. This was none other than the Royal Imperial Dragon Army. At the forefront stood a formidable man clad in armor, wielding a divine bow. Qin Zhan recognized him as Wu Meng, the vice commander of the Dragon Army. That arrow had indeed been launched by him. Beside him stood a young man draped in a yellow robe, embroidered with 6 golden dragons. His demeanor radiated royal authority, rendering even Wu Meng merely a subordinate in his presence. The identity of this individual was unmistakable, the crown prince of the Blue Moon Empire. Lan Xiao Tuesday, Your Highness, save me. Qin Lai hastily took refuge behind Lan Xiao Tu, hoping that his princely status would intimidate the relentless Qin Zhan. This crown prince ventured out for a hunt today, only to witness a most captivating spectacle: the disciple of the martial king's residence pursuing a branch family member. Should this tale reach my father's ears, one can only imagine his thoughts on your martial king's residence. Lan Xiao Tu remarked coldly. Qin Zhan had encountered the crown prince before. Though he held little respect for his title, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. Qin Zhan, why do you pursue your kin? Lan Xiao Tu inquired condescendingly. In his view, both the direct and collateral lines of the martial king's residence were mere pawns of the empire. Your Highness, this is an internal matter of the martial king's residence. I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening, Qin Zhan retorted, his tone imbued with newfound authority. This declaration elicited a noticeable change in Lan Xiao Tu's expression, as Qin Zhan's words were undeniably a slight against him. Observing Lan Xiao Tu's ire, Qin Lai seized the moment. Your Highness, Qin Zhan is a remorseless killer, utterly devoid of familial ties. You must save me. At this juncture, Qin Lai's sole concern was survival. Royal grievances and personal honor paled in comparison, but Wu Meng interjected coldly. Qin Zhan, the crown prince is present. Do you still wish to continue your rampage? Lan Xiao Tu merely smiled slightly. Qin Zhan, I command you to cease your pursuit. Otherwise, my dragon army shall be compelled to act. The fate of Qin Lai was of no consequence to Lan Xiao Tu. He merely found Qin Zhan's attitude intolerable. The audacity of a mere disciple of the martial king's residence to show such disrespect to a crown prince could not go unpunished. Qin Zhan surveyed the crown prince and his entourage, realizing that he could no longer pursue Qin Lai. Thus, he turned to depart. Qin Zhan, there's a matter I wish to confirm. May I inquire? Lan Xiao Tu maintained his disarmingly charming smile. Qin Zhan paused. Your Highness, please feel free to ask. Is it true that your bloodline has been stripped from you? Lan Xiao Tu inquired bluntly. Qin Zhan responded coolly. Indeed. Then why do you still draw breath? Lan Xiao Tu pressed on, his words laced with a hint of malice. Although he concealed it well, Qin Zhan sensed the underlying threat. Why must I not live? Qin Zhan countered, his retort thickening the tension in the you dare defy the crown prince. Do you seek death? Qin Lai interjected, frantic like a cornered beast. Qin Zhan's expression darkened. Qin Lai. May fortune continue to favor you. With that, he turned and departed, dismissing even the crown prince's authority. Lan Xiao Tu's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting ominously. Wu Meng, understanding the implication, knocked an arrow to his divine bow. Qin Zhan, you are far too arrogant. This commander will teach you a lesson. With that, he loosed another arrow. Wu Meng, a master of the innate realm, unleashed a shot capable of piercing even the toughest armor, let alone flesh. Yet, Qin Zhan had undergone a profound transformation. Possessing the bloodline of the ancestral shaman and mastering the nine-turn swallowing heaven technique, his physique had transcended the limits of his realm. Furthermore, his combat prowess had significantly improved over the past month and a half of rigorous training. Each battle had sharpened his skills. With a swift whoosh, an arrow sped toward Qin Zhan. He deftly sidestepped and grasped the projectile once more, his face betraying an unmistakable murderous intent. Lan Xiao Tu raised a hand to halt Wu Meng. Wu Meng, that is unbecoming. One should not launch covert attacks against the heir of the martial king's residence. And what of the heir of the martial king's residence? Is he not still a servant of the empire? His disrespect towards the crown prince warrants a lesson. Wu Meng's words not only belittled the martial king's residence, but also served to flatter Lan Xiao Tuesday. The crown prince, pleased by such flattery, reveled in it. However, Qin Zhan's fury ignited. He had refrained from attacking Qin Lai not out of fear of the royal family, but to avoid a confrontation at this moment. Nevertheless, facing an innate master like Wu Meng did not intimidate him. During this time, he had slain third-tier beasts. Could Wu Meng surpass them? Qin Zhan hurled the arrow he had caught toward Wu Meng. Though it appeared to be a casual throw, It prompted a swift reaction from Wu Ming. "Watch out, Your Highness!" Wu Ming pushed Lan Xiutu aside, drawing his long blade to intercept the flying arrow, creating a shower of sparks upon impact. Yet he was still pushed back half a step by the arrow's force. The sight left all onlookers in stunned silence. What kind of strength could compel an innate master to retreat? "Qin Zhan, you seek death." As the vice commander of the dragon army and an innate master, Wu Ming felt his honor tarnished. He charged at Qin Zhan, blade in hand. Meanwhile, Qin Lai seized the opportunity to recuperate. Hastily consuming various healing elixirs, as he healed, he watched the clash between Qin Zhan and Wu Ming unfold. Let them fight. It would be best if Qin Zhan were slain, allowing me to ascend to the position of heir to the martial king's residence. He thought to himself, if the royal family dispatched someone to eliminate Qin Zhan, it would be ideal. He could reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Wu Ming lunged forward, blade poised to strike. Qin Zhan remained resolute, his expression steely. Grabbing a nearby boulder, he hurled it at Wu Ming with tremendous force. With a crash, the long blade cleaved through the stone, continuing its deadly arc toward Qin Zhan. Wu Ming, a vice commander of the dragon army, displayed extraordinary skill in his swordsmanship. Yet Qin Zhan, unarmed, unleashed a fierce roar, reminiscent of a thunderous beast, and struck with a powerful punch. Boom! Their fists and blade collided. Both Qin Zhan and Wu Ming were forced back 3 steps. How can a mere spirit realm practitioner possess such strength? How is this possible? Wu Ming was filled with astonishment. Let us engage in battle without further ado. There is no need for idle chatter, Qin Zhan retorted. Qin Zhan, feeling disinclined to respond to him, unleashed another punch. This time he aimed for his opponent's chest. The 2 adversaries engaged in battle, and the intensity escalated with each exchange. Even the crown prince, Lan Xiutu, watched in astonishment. Qin Zhan, wasn't he rendered a cripple? How is he still so formidable? Lan Xiutu remarked in a deep voice. Beside him, Qin Lai hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, I am equally perplexed." Lan Xiutu continued solemnly, "You truly do not know? I genuinely do not, but my grandfather mentioned that he must have consumed a certain divine elixir to restore his cultivation." Divine elixir? Lan Xiutu's gaze sharpened, and he immediately thought of the transformation dragon pill. Aside from the transformation dragon pill, no other concoction could bring someone back from the brink of death and restore their cultivation. Thus, Lan Xiutu was convinced that Qin Zhan had ingested the transformation dragon pill. As for his bloodline being seized, that was merely poetic justice. Lan Xiutu had previously suggested that his imperial father eliminate Qin Zhan, but alas, Qinda, that old wretch, had fought tooth and nail to protect him. Lan Xiutu promptly issued an order. Wu Ming, eliminate Qin Zhan. Since he had encountered Qin Zhan, he must not survive. Upon receiving the command, Wu Ming struck without mercy. Standing nearby, Qin Lai's face lit up with joy upon hearing the crown prince's order to kill Qin Zhan. "Your Highness, thank you for saving me. From now on, my life belongs to you." In the presence of the crown prince, Qin Lai was nothing but a sycophantic dog. Lan Xiutu merely replied, "I see you are eager to ascend to the position of heir of the Wu Wang mansion." Qin Lai chuckled, "I do not deny it. I indeed aspire to the position of heir. However, rest assured, once I attain it, the Wu Wang mansion will undoubtedly become your loyal supporter. Your Highness." Qin Lai's flattery stirred something within Lan Xiutu. Indeed, if he could install a puppet as the heir of the Wu Wang mansion and subsequently find a way to eliminate Qinda, then the Wu Wang mansion would be entirely under his control. With this thought, Lan Xiutu turned and patted Qin Lai on the shoulder. "You are impressive. I am increasingly fond of you." Overwhelmed by such praise, Qin Lai exclaimed, "To earn your favor is my honor. I would face fire and water for you, Your Highness." Observing Qin Lai's obsequious grin, Lan Xiutu devised a plan. Though he was the crown prince, it did not guarantee his position was secure. There were numerous princes eyeing his throne. He needed to personally control his own power. Although he commanded the Tunglong army, it was insufficient. He required more robust forces. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan and Wu Ming had already clashed for over 300 rounds. With neither side able to claim victory, Lan Xiutu's expression darkened further. With a thud, Qin Zhan and Wu Ming executed simultaneous strikes, momentarily separating, yet again achieving a stalemate. However, in reality, Qin Zhan had the slight upper hand. It was astonishing that he, with his spiritual realm cultivation, could hold his ground against a practitioner of the innate realm. Kid, is your body made of adamantine? How can it be so resilient? Wu Ming felt a searing pain in his fist. That last punch felt akin to striking a steel plate. Qin Zhan sneered. The vice commander of the Tunglong army is nothing remarkable. Wu Ming was enraged. This fellow dared to mock him, just as both were poised to continue their fierce confrontation. Another contingent arrived that, to the forefront, was a figure clad in armor, wielding a battle blade, exuding an imposing aura. Black Tiger Guard. Lan Xiutu's eyes widened in alarm. If there were any military force within the empire that could rival the Tunglong army, it would be the Black Tiger Guard of the Wu Wang Mansion. Clop, clop, clop. The Black Tiger Guard marched in unison, shaking the earth and raising clouds of dust. Captain Wei Jiang at your service, my lord heir. The commander of the Black Tiger Guard, Wei Jiang, immediately knelt before Qin Zhan. Captain, please rise, Qin Zhan said, holding a deep respect for Wei Jiang. He was a trusted aide of his grandfather, having safeguarded the Wu Wang Mansion for many years with unwavering loyalty. However, Lan Xiutu's expression darkened considerably. That damn captain of the Black Tiger Guard had the audacity to ignore him. The Crown Prince, Wu Ming, brandishing his long blade, pointed at Wei Jiang. Wei Jiang, why did you not kneel before the Crown Prince? Only then did Wei Jiang turn to kneel before the Crown Prince. Wei Jiang greets the Crown Prince. In no need. Lan Xiutu waved his hand dismissively. Such a formidable Black Tiger Guard. I cannot bear the weight of it. Wei Jiang's expression was resolute, but he understood the enmity between the Wu Wang Mansion and the imperial family. Thus, he deliberately knelt before Qin Zhan to embarrass the Crown Prince. After all, the imperial family had unjustly oppressed the Wu Wang Mansion and even stripped the martial king of his generalship. In Wei Jiang's eyes, he recognized only Qin Zhan, that he was devoted to the martial king. Since the Crown Prince showed no gratitude, Wei Jiang deemed it unnecessary to remain kneeling and promptly stood. My lord heir, we have searched for you for quite some time. We are relieved to have found you. Wei Jiang once again disregarded the Crown Prince, which infuriated Lan Xiutu to the point of grinding his teeth. That Black Tiger Guard commander was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Wu Ming, we shall depart. Lan Xiutu turned and left. Tunglong army, escort the Crown Prince back to the palace. The Tunglong army departed in an imposing formation. Qin Lai watched the scene with a fluctuating expression. Gritting his teeth, he hurried after the Tunglong army. Having decided to cling to the Crown Prince's coattails, he intended to see it through to the end. Wei Jiang noticed Qin Lai pursuing the Crown Prince and frowned. Young Master Qin's relationship with the Crown Prince is quite extraordinary. Qin Zhan remained silent, merely stating, do not mind them. Do you have any food? I am somewhat hungry. Food? Wei Jiang was taken aback. I only have some dry rations on me. I fear the heir may not find them to his liking. Just bring them out, as long as they can fill my stomach. It's sufficient. Qin Zhan took the dry rations from Wei Jiang and devoured them in mere bites, leaving Wei Jiang astonished. There more. Wei Jiang hastily instructed the other Black Tiger Guards to produce their provisions. All the Black Tiger Guards brought forth their rations, yet Qin Zhan consumed them all in a few mouthfuls, still feeling famished. Ever since he cultivated the 9 transformations of the Devouring Heavens technique, his daily food intake had become substantial 8 times. He could consume the meat of a snow wolf. My lord, if you're truly hungry, we should return to the mansion and let the kitchen prepare something for you. Wei Jiang suggested with a wry smile. Very well, let us return. Thus, Qin Zhan followed the Black Tiger Guard back to the Wu Wang Mansion. Upon returning to his new courtyard, it was just as it had been before. Young master, you have finally returned. I was beginning to think you had disappeared, Cui Zhu exclaimed excitedly. I was merely out training for a few days. I have returned now, Qin Zhan replied with a smile. Young master, let me fetch some water for you to wash up. Your clothes are tattered. Seeing Qin Zhan bare-chested, Cui Zhu's face turned crimson. That a month of arduous training had rendered his physique even more robust than before. All right. Subsequently, Qin Zhan sat in his courtyard, enjoying pastries. Meanwhile, in the Wu Wang Mansion's conference hall. What? Qin Zhan has returned. Upon learning that Qin Zhan had returned to the Wu Wang mansion, several elders expressed their disbelief. They had searched for him for over a month. They never anticipated his sudden return. Excellent. Since he has returned, summon him to the conference hall for judgment, Qin Zhan said eagerly. Thus, the three elders resolved to impose severe punishment on Qin Zhan. Even if they could not take his life, they would strip him of his title as heir. Young master, where have you been for the past month and a half? There has been no word. And everyone has been saying you went missing, Zhu inquired curiously while wiping Qin Zhan's body. Qin Zhan replied nonchalantly, just some rumors. Do not pay them any mind that I did not believe it either. But those people are truly despicable, as if they long for your disappearance. Not concern yourself with them. Just focus on your own matters. Qin Zhan spoke, and Zhu nodded in acknowledgement. That moment. A steward entered. I pay my respects to the young master. Qin Zhan glanced at the individual and replied nonchalantly. What is it? This person was one of Qin Zhan's subordinates, tasked with assisting in the martial training of the disciples at the martial king's residence. He had come on the orders of the three elders to summon the young master to the council chamber for an urgent discussion. Urgent discussion. Qin Zhan scoffed. They must be conspiring against me. Well then, he continued, return and inform them that I shall arrive shortly. Yes, the steward conveyed the message and departed. Zhu hastily warned, young master, the three elders are undoubtedly plotting against you. You must exercise caution. If they weren't scheming against me, I would find it quite unusual. Qin Zhan replied with a cold smile, yes it stands. I too wish to settle the scores of the past years with them. Qin Zhan changed into a fresh attire and made his way directly to the council chamber. This incident had clarified for him that some individuals were not merely opposing him. They were intent on his life. This had crossed the line for Qin Zhan. Even if they did not pursue him, he would ensure that each would be reckoned with in due time. With steady strides, Qin Zhan arrived at the council chamber of the martial king's residence. At that moment, Qin was absent from the palace, reportedly visiting an old friend, and would not return for several days. When Qin Zhan appeared outside the council chamber, all the disciples of the martial king's residence cast curious glances his way. The young master, who had vanished for a month and a half, had suddenly reappeared, and he appeared more resolute than ever. Who can deny it? The former figure resembling a frail monkey now exudes strength that captivates onlookers. I heard that the elders have been searching for him for ages, yet he has returned unexpectedly. I wonder where he has been all this time. Listening to their discussions, a wicked smile crept across Qin Zhan's lips. He strode confidently into the council chamber. As he entered, all eyes turned toward him. Qin Ji, Qin Zhan, Qin Shan, and other representatives from the collateral branches were present. Qin Zhan has arrived. They all stared at him, and the atmosphere became instantly tense. Qin Zhan's surprise. Qin Lai was also among them. Qin Lai, seated beside Qin Shan, glared at Qin Zhan through gritted teeth. Guards, seize Qin Zhan and execute him in public. Qin Lai continued to bark. Qin Zhan, did you truly slay your own kin? You killed your own people. Are you even human? Qin Zhan, your bloodlust is insatiable. Since you have entered the council chamber, do not expect to leave easily. In the face of the collective accusations, Qin Zhan maintained an indifferent expression, surveying the room. Aside from a few who remained silent, the majority vocally condemned him. Some even called for his execution. Among them, the faction led by the fourth elder, Qin Shan, was the loudest. Now that everyone is present, I need not seek you one by one. Speak your piece quickly, for soon there may be no opportunity left. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Zhan began to cultivate a murderous intent within. He was no saint. If others sought to strike him, he would strike back. If they aimed to kill him, he would retaliate. It mattered not who they were. Even if they were kin, they would not be spared. Qin Zhan's declaration ignited the fury of all present. Esteemed elders, uncles, I, along with Tu Shan, was ordered to retrieve him from the Blue Moon ancient forest. But our goodwill was met with treachery. Qin Zhan slaughtered us all. Only by a stroke of luck did I encounter His Highness the Crown Prince, which spared my life. Qin Zhan must be severely punished. Qin Zhan, is it true what Qin Lai claims? Did you indeed kill Tu Shan and the others? Silence. Qin Ji, the second elder, commanded, and his authority silenced the room. He then inquired, Qin Zhan, is there any truth to Qin Lai's allegations? Not true, Qin Zhan replied. You are merely deflecting. Tu Shan and my men were all slain by you, and even Tu Shan could not escape oh, you wish to deny it. I did indeed kill those men. Yet the circumstances were not as you portray them, Qin Zhan stated. Very well, since you admit to the killings, it suffices. Qin Zhan stood up, not allowing Qin Zhan the opportunity to defend himself. Fourth Elder, your luck holds. Otherwise, you would not be here to accuse the young master. Qin Zhan grinned, a glint of chilling murder in his eyes. Despite the multitude, he showed no fear. This was the aura that came with formidable strength. Hearing his words, Qin Lai seethed with rage. Qin Zhan, you murderous fiend, you will meet a dreadful end. Yet here I stand, unscathed, Qin Zhan retorted with a cold smile. The assembly exchanged glances. Was this fellow truly so brazen? While the former Qin Zhan had been a wastrel, he had never been so audacious. The transformation he had undergone was remarkable. Qin Zhan, I ask you again, a month and a half ago, did you not seize all the elixirs from the Qin family's apothecary and slay all the apprentices? Qin Ji inquired. What? At this, Qin Zhan frowned. Oh, not feign innocence. A killer like you is inherently wicked. Qin Shan added hastily, esteemed ones, such a person as Qin Zhan does not deserve to be the young master of the palace. I propose we strip him of his title and expel him from the martial king's residence, banishing him from the clan for eternity. With Qin Shan's proposal, his faction vocally supported it. Although some from Qin Ji and Qin Zhen's branches concurred, many refrained from voicing their opinions immediately. After all, they were merely seeking to confront Qin Zhan today that if he were indeed guilty, there would be time for punishment later. Silence, Qin Zhan suddenly bellowed, and the crowd fell silent at once. He fixed his gaze on Qin Ji. Second Elder, did you not just claim that I seized all the elixirs from the apothecary and killed the apprentices? Indeed, that is the question I posed. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan swiftly turned to face Qin Shan. He had only taken half of the elixirs that day. Aside from injuring Yu Hong, none of the apprentices had been harmed. Why then would Qin Ji assert that he had taken all the elixirs and committed murder? The only explanation was that Qin Shan's family was slandering him. Qin Shan, what a cunning scheme you had devised, Qin Zhan coldly remarked. At this juncture, it was clear that Qin Shan was intent on condemning him to death. Qin Zhan felt no need for politeness, dropping the honorifics and addressing him directly. Qin Shan barked, Qin Zhan, while you're the young master, you are still a junior. How dare you address me by name? That is a grave disrespect. Qin Zhan, you are too arrogant, daring to call an elder by name. Apologize to the fourth elder at once. Do you truly believe your title as young master is secure? What? Do you genuinely intend to strip me of my title? Qin Zhan scoffed, a bunch of clowns. Do you really believe you can overturn the heavens? Upon hearing Qin Zhan's words, the assembly exchanged bewildered glances. Had Qin Zhan's transformation truly been so profound? When had he become so resolute? Esteemed elders, Qin Zhan is ruthless, showing no mercy even to his kin. My companions were all slain by him, and he must be punished severely. Qin Lai continued to distort the truth. The first and second elders believed him wholeheartedly. Qin Lai, have you forgotten how you knelt before me today, begging for your life? Qin Zhan cast a glance at Qin Lai. The crowd turned to look at Qin Lai. Could it be true that the fourth elder's grandson had indeed knelt before Qin Zhan? Qin Lai, furious, shouted, You lie. How could I possibly kneel before a man as deranged as you? Qin Shan, naturally defending his grandson, struck the table with a loud thud. Qin Zhan, cease your diversion. Do you confess or deny your guilt? Why should I confess? Qin Zhan coldly laughed. Which of you saw me commit murder? Foolish defiance, Qin Shan retorted. You are incorrigible. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Upon concluding his words, Qin Shan launched an attack without hesitation, and one anticipated that he would strike at Qin Zhan in the capacity of an elder. Yet, none intervened. Rather, they relished the unfolding drama. After all, should anything go awry, it would be Qin Shan who bore the responsibility, leaving them unscathed. Qin Zhan was caught off guard by this sudden aggression, realizing that Qin Shan harbored a deep-seated intent to kill. Coupled with the recent slanders directed at him, it became apparent that Qin Zhan sought to silence him permanently. Enraged by this realization, Qin Zhan let out a low growl, his aura surging as he unleashed a powerful punch. Qin family's ultimate technique. The 100 Battles Divine Fist. The two clashed, each being pushed back several steps that a collective gasp echoed as the spectators were struck by astonishment. Although Qin Zhan was merely at the initial stage of innate strength, his combat prowess was formidable. Yet who would have thought that Qin Zhan could hold his ground against him? In contrast, Qin Zhan stood resolute, his fists clenched, invigorated by the recent clash. It must be noted that Qin Zhan's strength exceeded that of the previous two Shan. But when compared to a third-tier demon beast, he still fell short. Come again, Qin Zhan seized the initiative, launching another punch at Qin Zhan. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Qin Zhan's audacity was truly remarkable. This insolent wretch. I shall subdue you. Qin Zhan seethed with fury. How could a mere spirit realm practitioner dare to be so arrogant against someone of his stature? He must be subdued. With a thud, Qin Zhan's foot struck the ground, unleashing a wave of pressure. Qin Zhan's eyes gleamed with intensity as he laughed maniacally. What of your innate realm? Watch me shatter your divine skills. During Qin Zhan's unconsciousness, Xing Tian not only imparted the legendary Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique, but also various powerful ancient combat skills. Clenching his fist, Qin Zhan's hand radiated a golden glow. The heaven-grade technique, the overwhelming fist technique, contained an unfathomable power, and with a single strike, it reverberated with earth-shattering force. Just one punch encapsulated the essence of the Witch clan's martial arts, unyielding and fiercely dominant. In an instant, a surge of golden divine light erupted from Qin Zhan's fist, blinding all who beheld it. Boom! Dust and smoke billowed as divine light intertwined, and a figure was seen hurtling backward, crashing into a pillar. Cough! Blood spewed forth, and he collapsed onto the ground. In that fleeting moment of their clash, Qin Zhan's momentum had subtly suppressed Qin Zhan. As the smoke dissipated and the divine light receded, the crowd beheld the shocking sight of Qin Zhan sprawled on the ground. While Qin Zhan remained utterly unperturbed, all present felt a chill run down their spines. What had they witnessed? A spirit realm practitioner defeating an innate realm master. An underdog triumphing over a superior foe. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, the stronger individual had been vanquished and left spitting blood. Qin Zhan's mind was still reeling. Although he bled, he retained some clarity. Qin Zhan merely waved his hand dismissively, as if he had performed a trivial act. Having slain third-tier demon beasts, why would he fear a mere innate realm martial artist? The power Qin Zhan displayed utterly astounded everyone. Was it not said that his bloodline had been usurped, rendering him a cripple? How could he possibly stand toe-to-toe with the fourth elder? Indeed, what had transpired within him? Had Qin Zhan consumed the transformation dragon pill? This speculation dawned upon the others, who quickly came to the same conclusion. Surely, that must be the explanation for his unexpected surge in strength, allowing him to contend with the fourth elder. Qin Ji and Qin Zhan exchanged glances. Particularly Qin Zhan, the second strongest of the martial king's estate, at the pinnacle of innate strength. Even he was profoundly astonished by Qin Zhan's prowess. With the aid of his son, Qin Zhan shakily rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Zhan. Your strength is undoubtedly derived from the transformation dragon pill. In response to Qin Zhan's accusation, Qin Zhan retorted coldly, a defeated foe has no place to speak. The sudden display of Qin Zhan's might indeed silenced many. In that moment, the gazes directed at him shifted dramatically. Who among them would dare to challenge his position as heir now? Come forth. If you wish to contest, Qin Zhan proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back with an air of undeniable authority. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by the transformation of the once frivolous scion into a martial arts master. At that moment, the Black Tiger Guard announced loudly, "We welcome the return of the martial king." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted drastically as they hurried outside to greet Qinda. Qin Zhan's countenance fluctuated. He had not anticipated Qinda's swift return. His plan to unite with Qin Ji and Qin Zhan to strip Qin Zhan of his title was thwarted. He had hoped to act before Qinda's arrival, presenting sufficient justification to persuade him. Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan had always been insignificant in Qin's eyes. Otherwise, why had Qin shown such indifference towards him throughout his upbringing? "Grandfather, are you well?" Qin Lai approached cautiously, fearful that Qin Zhan might retaliate in anger. He had witnessed Qin Zhan's lethal capabilities firsthand, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. "Assist me in greeting the head of the family," Qin Zhan commanded. With the support of his descendants, he managed to stand, clearly indicating the severe injury inflicted by Qin Zhan's recent punch. This demonstrated just how formidable Qin Zhan was with the ancestral witch bloodline, making him a terrifying adversary to innate realm practitioners. The assembly arrived at the entrance of the martial king's estate, respectfully awaiting Qin's return. As Qin descended from his carriage, he immediately spotted Qin Zhan. This grandson, who had been missing for over a month, had finally returned. Moreover, Qin quickly perceived the change in Qin Zhan. However, he chose to remain silent, turning his attention to the others. Upon noticing Qin Zhan, Qin inquired, "What has transpired, Qin Zhan?" Gritting his teeth, Qin Zhan pointed at Qin Zhan, declaring, "I report to the head of the family. Qin Zhan has committed a grave offense by rising against his elder. His transgressions are unforgivable. I implore you to impose strict punishment upon him." Members of Qin Zhan's faction knelt in unison, demanding severe retribution for Qin Zhan's actions, as the head of the martial king's estate. Qin rarely involved himself in family affairs. Addressing Qin Zhan's accusations, he turned to Qin Zhan. "Is there any truth to Qin Zhan's claims?" Qin Zhan replied, "I initially intended to kill him, but your timely return has spared his life." "Arrogant, utterly presumptuous," Qin Zhan bellowed. "You dare to threaten an elder before the head of the family. Are you attempting to rebel?" Enraged, he continued to berate, "Qin Zhan, you wretched wretch, you are insufferably arrogant." However, as soon as those words left his mouth, Qin's expression darkened. He shot a cold glare at Qin Zhan. "What did you just call him?" As the only of the empire, Qin possessed an incredibly powerful aura. He had carved his way through countless battles, establishing a significant portion of the empire's dominion. Thus, as his words resonated, the atmosphere shifted ominously. Qin Zhan quickly realized he had overstepped and hastily attempted to explain, "Head of the family, I was merely caught up in the moment. But this brat is far too arrogant, disregarding even my status as an elder." Observing the malice in Qin's gaze, others swallowed nervously. Despite Qin's usual detachment from family matters, none dared to provoke him when he was serious. Qin chose to remain silent, his face cold as he entered the estate. The crowd exchanged worried glances, uncertain of how Qin would handle the matter. Anxiety filled the air as they followed him inside, while Qin Zhan maintained an indifferent demeanor. Clearly, from his grandfather's reaction, it was evident that he had harbored intentions of retribution. Qin Zhan had undoubtedly crossed a line, publicly denigrating his grandson. What then did that make Qin? The elders and stewards gathered in the council chamber, awaiting the head of the family to address them. Wei Jiang announced Qin's command. "The head of the family has something to discuss." Having delivered the message, Wei Jiang then turned to Qin Zhan with utmost respect. "Young master, the martial king requests your presence in the study. Please proceed." The crowd exchanged glances, and both Qin Ji and Qin Zhan sensed an unusual aroma in the air. Qin Zhan nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Qin Zhan, accompanied by Wei Jiang, approached Qin's study, while Wei Jiang remained stationed at the door. Just as Qin Zhan was about to speak, the butler, Old Su, emerged with a smile, saying, "Young master, the master has requested your presence." Qin Zhan refrained from uttering a word and followed Old Su into Qin's study. This marked his second entry into the room, which bore the same furnishings as his previous visit, unchanged in any way. Upon entering, Old Su, displaying great tact, retreated and closed the door behind him. Qin sat there, his gaze towards Qin Zhan imbued with profound significance. "Grandson, pay your respects to your grandfather." Qin Zhan performed a respectful bowat that moment. Qin's expression was stern as he commanded, "Take a seat." "Yes," Qin Zhan replied respectfully, settling down to listen attentively to Qin's teachings. Qin observed Qin Zhan's demeanor closely. Previously, Qin Zhan had approached him with the timidity of a frightened mouse. But now, He exuded only respect, a sign of a younger generation honoring their elder, devoid of the previous cravenness. Qin Zhan realized that in the span of just over a month, his grandson had indeed transformed. "Where have you been during this time?" Qin Zhan inquired. "I've been in training," Qin Zhan replied. "In the Blue Moon ancient forest?" Qin Zhan nodded, affirming, "Yes." Qin Zhan chose not to delve deeper into this and shifted the topic. "Now, tell me about your matters with Qin Zhan." "Understood." Qin Zhan recounted the grievances between himself and Qin Zhan's family, presenting the facts plainly without embellishment. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's expression darkened further. "Qin Zhan harbored murderous intentions against me in the council hall, leaving me no choice but to resist. I beseech grandfather for a wise decision. So, Qin Zhan has falsely accused you." "Indeed," Qin Zhan confirmed, "though I did take half of the pills from the apothecary. I have not committed murder." What was the reaction of Qin Ji and Qin Zhan? Although the second elder and the third elder did not take action, they supported the fourth elder morally. Qin Zhan explained. Qin Zhan was taken aback. This young man spoke in an intriguing manner, even mentioning moral support. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Zhan asked, "I have grasped the essence of the situation. How do you intend to handle it? If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one dares to provoke me, I shall eradicate them entirely." Qin Zhan replied with calm conviction. These 16 words surprised Qin Zhan and sparked a touch of admiration in his gaze towards Qin Zhan. "Are you not afraid that I might prevent you?" Qin Zhan inquired, his voice grave. "You would not," Qin Zhan asserted firmly. Qin Zhan crossed his arms and questioned, "How can you be so certain? In matters of public interest, you are the head of the family, discerning between right and wrong. With your own judgments, in private matters, I am your grandson, and you would not neglect my life, would you?" Qin Zhan met Qin Zhan's gaze, articulating each word with intent. Qin Zhan's words prompted Qin Zhan to regard him with newfound respect. With a heavy sigh, Qin Zhan remarked, "You possess a bravery reminiscent of my youth, and for that, your grandfather is gratified. You have finally matured, yet it is still insufficient. Please guide me, grandfather. You must remember one thing." Qin Zhan rose and approached Qin Zhan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You are the grandson of Qin Zhan, and the future martial king. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Hearing these words from Qin Zhan filled Qin Zhan with immense excitement. He had known that his grandfather would not abandon him. Grandson understands. Throughout his upbringing, Qin Zhan had seldom inquired about Qin Zhan's development. To outsiders, it appeared as if Qin Zhan had given up on him, and that one day, his position as heir would be revoked by Qin Zhan. But was that truly the case? Qin Zhan had once held such thoughts. However, after he had stolen the royal transformation elixir, Qin Zhan had gone to great lengths to safeguard him. It was then that Qin Zhan realized his grandfather's love was profound, albeit concealed so deeply that it led everyone to misunderstand. To protect Qin Zhan, Qin Zhan was willing to resign from his position as Grand General and relinquish command of the Northern Army to compensate for the losses incurred by the royal family. He spent 5 years' worth of savings from the martial king's estate. What did this indicate? It signified that Qin Zhan's standing in Qin Zhan's heart was unassailable, that I will assist you in suppressing Qin Zhan. Your primary task now is to train a martial artist. Strength is of utmost importance. Grandson does not fear him. Having such courage is commendable, but do not be blindly confident. You are still in the spirit realm. Qin Zhan hesitated, wanting to explain, but ultimately refraining. He could not disclose the fact of his bloodline to anyone. That was something Xing Tian had instructed him, until he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation. He must keep this secret. There is one more matter, Qin Zhan stated. The royal family has called off the engagement. That I am aware. Qin Zhan replied nonchalantly. In recent days, the entire imperial capital had learned of the martial king's heir being rejected. Many secretly reveled in his misfortune. That moment, Qin Yu entered the room. Since you are aware, adopt a relaxed mindset. You may return now. Focus on your training. If you lack resources, feel free to come to your grandfather. Yes, grandson takes his leave. After exiting the study, Qin Zhan returned directly to his courtyard. Cui Zhu, his maid, was responsible for his daily needs. Young master, are you all right? Seeing Qin Zhan return, Cui Zhu hurriedly approached. Currently, the entire estate was abuzz with rumors of his duel with Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan smiled gently. "No worries. Please prepare something for me to eat. I am feeling a bit hungry." "Certainly, young master. Please wait a moment." Qin Zhan entered his room, where the furniture was all newly purchased. Meanwhile, Qin gathered all the managers of the martial king's estate, and the three elders were naturally in attendance. After all, Qin Zhan was a congenital realm practitioner, and after tending to his wounds, he was quickly on the mend. "The head of the family has arrived." Wei Jiang followed Qin into the council hall, prompting everyone to rise. "We pay our respects to the head of the family." Qin nodded calmly. "Please be seated." Only then did everyone take their seats. Subsequently, Qin occupied the position of the head of the family, surveying the room, which was steeped in an unusual atmosphere. Qin Zhan. Qin suddenly called out Qin Zhan's name, prompting him to hurriedly stand. "What are your orders, head of the family?" "Kneel." At these words, a tremor coursed through everyone present. Qin was at the breaking void realm, his cultivation 2 whole realms above Qin Zhan's. As the command resonated, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Qin Zhan. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees. Qin's expression was stern. "Qin Zhan, you possess great audacity to conspire against my grandson. What punishment do you deserve?" Hearing this, Qin Zhan was drenched in cold sweat, while the others were equally aghast. That Qin would stand up for Qin Zhan was utterly unexpected. Did they mishear? Or was there an issue with their ears? Qin Zhan, too, was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. "Head of the family, I am wronged. I have never harmed Qin Zhan. It is he who has repeatedly opposed me." "Head of the family," an elder interjected. "Though the fourth elder may act harshly at times, he is devoted to the martial king's estate. I implore you to render a fair judgment." Those who had previously maintained good relations with Qin Zhan began to speak up on his behalf. Qin Ji and Qin Zhan exchanged glances, both of them astute individuals. This was the first time in years that Qin had publicly defended Qin Zhan, a development that completely took them by surprise. Qin Zhan continued to accuse Qin Zhan, head of the family. Qin Zhan is a bloodthirsty individual. Do not be swayed by his one-sided narrative. He is the one who has committed murder. He is the one who should be punished. At this moment, Qin Lai also stepped forward. "I report to the head of the family." Qin Zhan, without provocation, seized all the pills from the Qin family's apothecary, and he killed all the apprentices. Subsequently, I was ordered to retrieve him. Yet he mercilessly slaughtered over 20 of our kin, even killing 2 Shan. Had I not fortuitously encountered His Highness the Crown Prince, I too would have met a grim fate at his hands. I beseech the head of the family to see the truth. Qin Lai's words are a complete inversion of truth. He claims to be on the side of justice while portraying Qin Zhan as a remorseless fiend. Are you suggesting that this king has wronged you? Dare not, for we speak only the truth. Let the family head discern. Qin turned to Qin Ji and Qin Zhan. What say you two? Qin Ji and Qin Zhan exchanged glances. Though they had long desired to see Qin Zhan fall, they lacked the ruthless resolve of Qin Zhan. Furthermore, given Qin's transformation today, they were even less inclined to speak recklessly. "We abide by the family head's wishes," they replied in unison. The shift in attitude from Qin Ji and Qin Zhan incited Qin Zhan's ire. These 2 old fools chose not to speak on his behalf at such a critical moment. A chill ran through him, an ominous premonition settling in. With a grand gesture, Qin declared, "I shall personally send someone to investigate the entirety of this matter, until it is thoroughly examined. No one shall rashly draw conclusions." Understood. Such a significant issue was thus brushed aside by Qin's succinct words. Yet Qin Zhan remained undeterred, seeking to further tarnish Qin Zhan's reputation. Family head, irrespective of whether Qin Zhan has indeed slain so many, the mere act of confronting the crown prince is sufficient to plunge the Wu Wang mansion into dire straits. I implore you to impose severe punishment. Let the family head enact just punishment. The incident of Qin Zhan's confrontation with the crown prince spread throughout the imperial capital. Many claimed that Qin Zhan had completely lost his sanity. First, he stole the royal transformation elixir, and now he brazenly challenged the crown prince, propelling the Wu Wang mansion into an irretrievable abyss. However, at that moment, Wei Jiang was present and meticulously reported the events to Qin. The distinctions of right and wrong were clear in Qin's mind. "So, you insist that I punish Qin Zhan?" Qin Zhan's tone grew grave. Qin Zhan pressed on. Qin Zhan has repeatedly endangered the Wu Wang mansion. If he is not dealt with severely, how can we command respect? Qin Zhan was all in, daring to speak to Qin Zhan in such a manner. Qin Zhan's gaze became increasingly fierce. The atmosphere in the conference hall grew unbearably tense. Everyone breathed cautiously. Qin Zhan glared at Qin Zhan. From this moment forth, Qin Zhan shall be demoted from elder to servitor, and the resources allotted to his lineage shall be halved, effective immediately. Upon hearing these words, the entire assembly was left astounded. Qin Zhan was rendered utterly speechless. Have I gone too far? Family head, please reconsider. Qin Ji and Qin Zhan hurriedly urged to strip an elder of their position is no trivial matter. Qin Zhan's complexion changed dramatically. Family head, why? His son and grandson hastily echoed. Family head, we protest. What this king has decreed is immutable. Family head, Elder Qin Zhan has devoted himself to the mansion. Is this truly the course you wish to take? Are you questioning this king? Qin Zhan shot a glare at Qin Ji. That single glance sent a tremor through Qin Ji, leaving him utterly speechless. In that moment, all recalled that within the Wu Wang mansion, Qin Zhan wielded absolute authority. None dared challenge him. Qin Zhan, in my youth, I followed you, not daring to claim great accomplishments. Yet my labor was not without merit. Your actions now will surely dishearten the masses. At this juncture, Qin Zhan finally grasped that Qin Zhan was supporting Qin Zhan. Their previous speculations have been entirely misguided. Who said Qin Zhan was indifferent to Qin Zhan's fate? Now, all were left feeling thoroughly rebuked. Nevertheless, Qin Zhan would not resign to defeat. He had to take a gamble. In the face of Qin Zhan's blatant disrespect, a chilling light flashed in Qin Zhan's eyes. What do you wish to say? I am simply unwilling to accept this, for the sake of the Wu Wang mansion. My lineage has sacrificed so much, and you dismiss my status as elder with a mere word. On what grounds? On what grounds? Qin Zhan's expression turned stern, exuding unparalleled dominance. On the grounds that the entire mansion is upheld by this king. With that, a terrifying martial aura enveloped the entire conference hall. The faces of everyone paled in realization. They now understood that Qin Zhan was not merely a prince, but a formidable martial artist of the breaking void realm. Among those present, only 3 elders were of the innate realm, 2 whole tiers beneath the breaking void realm. Once Qin Zhan unleashed his aura, none dared utter a sound. The members of Qin Zhan's lineage were particularly crushed under the pressure, some even spitting blood. At this moment, everyone comprehended the stark reality. With Qin Zhan's unreasonable backing, silence was the only option for all, regardless of the veracity of Qin Zhan's claims. Once Qin Zhan spoke, none dared defy him. Qin Zhan slowly rose from his seat and approached Qin Zhan. Were it not for the merits you once rendered, do you believe you could still stand here conversing with this king? With that, Qin Zhan exited the conference hall. Qin Zhan, like a deflated balloon, collapsed to the ground. Others exchanged glances. Who would have thought that just moments ago, Qin Zhan was an elder, now reduced to a servitor, all due to a single word from Qin Zhan. This is the Wu Wang, the sovereign of the Wu Wang mansion. Qin Ji and Qin Zhan shared a look, both feeling a pang of trepidation. How many years had it been since they last witnessed Qin Zhan's wrath? Qin Zhan, let this matter rest. We cannot contend against the family head, Qin Ji stated before departing. Qin Zhan hesitated, merely sighing as he led his own people away. Others followed suit, leaving only those from Qin Zhan's lineage trailing behind him. Family head is overtly favoring Qin Zhan. What shall we do, father? Qin Zhan hastily assisted Qin Zhan to his feet. The family head is blind to right and wrong. Grandfather, perhaps we should sever ties and seek refuge with the crown prince. Qin Lai suddenly proposed. The revelation left everyone in stunned silence. Qin Zhan was taken aback as well. But upon reflection, he realized that Qin Zhan had lost faith in his lineage. Moving forward, they might continue to face oppression. Liar speaks wisely. If Qin Zhan shows no compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Thus, we shall seek a new ally, and that ally shall be none other than the crown prince. Lan Xiu 2. That evening, Qin Zhan continued his training within his courtyard. After over a month of arduous cultivation in the mountains, his physical abilities had undergone tremendous enhancement. Boom! In his courtyard, Qin Zhan executed the 100-battle divine fist, sending shockwaves through the air, fierce and unmatched. Simultaneously, his body was continuously absorbing the surrounding energy. This energy, once absorbed and transformed through the Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique, became entirely his awakens in this manner. Qin Zhan's body was undergoing a frenzied metamorphosis. He could even sense alterations within his internal organs that ached this moment. He felt as though his entire being was forged from steel, his bulging muscles exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Gradually, all the flora in his courtyard began to wither rapidly. When the energy reached a critical saturation point, Qin Zhan shuddered, expelling a mouthful of blood. Boom! Suddenly, a cacophony of thunder echoed within him. Amidst the thunderous roars and the surge of energy, Qin Zhan's bones began to tran as the cold light flickered. A flying dagger hurtled through the air. Qin Zhan's expression darkened, and he swiftly turned and leaped into the air, evading the dagger's lethal strike. Upon landing, he turned to face the intruder. The figure clad in black had appeared in his courtyard. Someone intended to harm him. "Who are you?" he demanded, recognizing the attacker. Without wasting words, the adversary hurled several more daggers, which whistled through the air towards him. Qin Zhan's countenance darkened further. "You seek death." With that, Qin Zhan vanished in an instant, reappearing before the cloaked figure in the depths of night, their gazes locked. To the black-clad assailant, Qin Zhan appeared surrounded by crackling lightning, emanating an invisible pressure that subdued him. "You." Before the intruder could utter another word, Qin Zhan struck without hesitation. With a thud, the assailant was sent flying by a single punch. Not even having time to react, it was astonishingly swift. Yet the danger was far from over. Whoosh! From atop the courtyard wall, another hidden martial expert launched an attack. This individual, a master of the sword, unleashed a blinding flash of steel aimed directly at Qin Zhan's vital points. Simultaneously, the previously felled black-clad figure, akin to a ravenous wolf, lunged at Qin Zhan. They were flanking him from both sides. Fury surged within Qin Zhan. He was on the verge of a breakthrough in the 9 turns of Devouring Heaven technique. And yet an ambush had interrupted him. Enraged, he resolved that even if the breakthrough failed, he would eliminate these accursed assassins. Being astute, Qin Zhan initially focused on one adversary. A torrent of punches and palm strikes descended upon him, showcasing terrifying strength. The young man's physical prowess was remarkable, prompting him to create distance. The other black-clad figure, sensing the peril, hurriedly alerted his companion. But it was too late, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Qin Zhan seized one of the attackers and unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. As he operated the 9 turns of Devouring Heaven technique, he unconsciously began to absorb the energy from the assailant. The black-clad assassin, already on the receiving end of Qin Zhan's furious assault, felt his energy being siphoned away and panicked. Cultivation is diminishing. The realization struck the assassin, causing his face to pale. Qin Zhan was accustomed to this. During his hunts of demonic beasts, he had completely drained their energy. The cultivation of human martial masters was also energy, albeit far purer. Thus, Qin Zhan voraciously consumed the energy, reducing the black-clad figure's cultivation from the early innate stage to the peak of the spiritual realm, and then to the mid-spiritual realm. In less than a minute, the assassin's entire cultivation was absorbed, rendering him nothing more than an ordinary person. Indeed, even inferior to one with the energy depleted, there still remained life force. The 9 turns of Devouring Heaven technique thrived on consumption. "Help me!" The assailant could only scream to his comrade. Yet, no matter how fiercely the other attacker tried to strike, he was unable to harm Qin Zhan. How infuriating! Are you a human or a beast? Your defenses are astonishing. Qin Zhan scoffed, draining his opponent to the point of lifelessness before turning to confront the second assassin. Witnessing the fate of his companion, who had been reduced to a desiccated husk, the remaining assassin turned to flee in terror. "Stay!" Qin Zhan leaped, unleashing a torrent of palm strikes. Thud! The assailant was struck down heavily, crashing to the ground. Qin Zhan seized the man's wrist, activating the 9 turns of Devouring Heaven technique, consuming his energy with fervor. "What kind of dark art is this? Let go of me, help!" Unfortunately, his pleas were feeble, barely audible. Moreover, they were in the martial king's estate. A mere outsider's cries for help were misplaced. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Qin Zhan inquired. "We are assassins, hired to kill, unaware of our employer's identity," the black-clad figure gasped, his voice growing weaker. Realizing he could extract no further information, Qin Zhan ceased his questioning and continued his consumption. Soon, the second assassin's cultivation and life force were entirely devoured, leaving him utterly depleted. After absorbing the energy and vitality of two innate martial artists, the 9 turns of devouring heaven technique began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Qin Zhan could not suppress a low roar, akin to the thunder of a tiger or leopard, that resonated throughout the martial king's estate. Then, with a violent rip, his clothes were torn asunder, leaving him exposed beneath the moonlight. His body continued to swell, transforming into a towering giant over 2 meters tall. A fierce aura erupted from within him. Boom! A resounding tremor reverberated through his being, as if the very essence of the Tao was unleashing its thunderous roar, threatening to tear Qin Zhan asunder. Cracks appeared in his skin, and blood seeped from the ruptures. Gritting his teeth, Qin Zhan pressed on with the 9 turns of devouring heaven technique, knowing he faced the first tribulation of the initial turn. Even if it meant shattering his teeth, he could not relent. He had to rely solely on himself. No external force would suffice. The thunder within him grew ever louder, causing his limbs to tremble. Suddenly, a magnificent figure erupted from within Qin Zhan's body. It was Chang Liang, the ancestral deity of thunder. As Chang Liang materialized, he let out a mighty roar. In his sea of consciousness, the first turn's essence of the 9 turns of devouring heaven technique transformed into a golden liquid. Merging seamlessly with his form, an ancient bronze glow radiated from him, his eyes burning with intensity. His torn body began to heal autonomously, becoming even more robust. With a mere flick of his arm, Qin Zhan generated a sonic boom. His strength, defense, and speed ascended to unprecedented heights. Qin Zhan had finally mastered the first turn of the 9 turns of devouring heaven technique, his skin and bones akin to copper and iron. At that moment, others from the martial king's estate rushed to the scene. However, upon their arrival, they were astonished to find Qin standing just outside Qin Zhan's courtyard. These individuals, upon seeing Qin, dared not utter a word and retreated in disarray. "Master, based on my analysis, the assassination attempt on the air was carried out by 2 Earth-ranking assassins," Wei Jiang reported solemnly. In truth, Qin had detected the assassins' infiltration into the martial king's estate well before they struck. He had not anticipated that the targets would be his own grandson. He initially intended to eliminate the assassins himself, but was taken aback to witness Qin Zhan turn the tables, defeating the 2 attackers. This filled him with both shock and joy. Previously, Qin Yu had suggested that Qin Zhan had acquired some fortuitous opportunity, which had made him even more formidable than before. Now, witnessing it firsthand, Qin could not help but believe. "Congratulations, Your Highness. The heir's strength has surpassed all expectations," Wei Jiang exclaimed. Qin responded gravely. "This matter must not be disclosed." "Understood." Wei Jiang nodded, instructing, "You shall remain here, permitting no one to enter." "Yes." As Qin stepped into the courtyard, Qin Zhan had just discovered 2 tokens on the bodies of the assassins. "Grandfather." Upon seeing Qin enter, Qin Zhan hastily bowed in respect. Gazing at Qin's visage, Qin Zhan felt a jolt of surprise. His grandfather had undoubtedly uncovered something. Perhaps he had been lurking nearby, merely waiting to reveal himself. "Little monkey, what level of cultivation have you attained?" Instead of inquiring about the assassins, Qin focused on Qin Zhan's cultivation. Qin Zhan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered truthfully, "Peak of the spiritual realm." "Peak of the spiritual realm?" Qin shot a scrutinizing glance at Qin Zhan. "How could you, at the peak of the spiritual realm, slay 2 innate early-stage warriors?" Qin Zhan chuckled wryly. "Grandfather, I truly did not deceive you. I am genuinely at the peak of the spiritual realm. If you don't believe me, see for yourself." Qin furrowed his brow. Could it be that this boy was telling the truth? He grasped Qin Zhan's arm, only to find it as unyielding as steel, particularly the bones, exceedingly tough. "This physique is remarkably strong. Qin refrained from further comment and meticulously examined Qin Zhan's cultivation. Before long, Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. He regarded Qin Zhan with a look akin to that reserved for an otherworldly being. Indeed, you are at the peak of the spiritual realm. Grandfather, I told you I was at the peak of the spiritual realm. Why did you doubt me? You impudent rascal, you cannot deceive me. Though your cultivation level may only be at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, your physical strength is remarkably formidable. Have you been practicing body refinement techniques? Qin, indeed a master of the void-breaking realm, has discerned that Qin Zhan must have engaged in the art of body refinement. Upon realizing that Qin had uncovered his secret, Qin Zhan exhibited no excessive surprise that grandfather's insight is truly sharp. I have indeed cultivated body refinement techniques. The fact that you can practice such techniques indicates that you have truly transformed, which brings great comfort to your grandfather. Qin was aware of Qin Zhan's training, but chose not to probe further. Everyone harbors their own little secrets. Does grandfather not wish to know what techniques I have cultivated? Qin Zhan inquired with a smile. You little monkey, even if I were to ask, would you tell me? No. Qin Zhan replied emphatically. Qin shot him a glance. Then why should I even inquire? As long as you walk the righteous path, whatever you choose to do, your grandfather will support you. Hearing these words from Qin moved Qin Zhan to the brink of tears. Subsequently, Qin glanced at the lifeless bodies of the assassins, his brow furrowing, yet he refrained from saying more. Grandfather, this was retrieved from them. Please take a look. Qin Zhan handed the tokens to Qin. The two tokens were crimson, one side engraved with a skull pattern, fierce and terrifying, while the other bore a code name. .1 was numbered 138, and the other 150 assassin tokens. Aside from this, there were no further clues. Assassin tokens? Qin examined them, his expression darkening. What trouble have you stirred up outside to attract assassins? Qin Zhan chuckled wryly. I truly do not know. Qin pondered for a moment. Your grandfather will take charge of this matter. As for these two corpses, you shall handle them yourself. Thank you, grandfather. Little monkey, your performance has greatly pleased me. Qin said as he produced a manual. This is an ancient martial technique I stumbled upon in my youth. Take it and practice it. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan felt a surge of joy within. Though he had awakened the ancestral bloodline and obtained the 9 transformations devouring heaven's technique, he lacked any particularly powerful martial arts. The strongest he possessed was the 100 Battles Divine Fist, a technique created by Qin based on battlefield combat. Its only flaw was insufficient explosive power. Thus, Qin Zhan was in dire need of a martial technique with remarkable explosive capabilities. Qin Zhan eagerly accepted the manual. Thank you, grandfather. I will certainly not let you down. Qin patted Qin Zhan's shoulder. Little monkey, cultivate diligently. Though this manual is merely a fragment, it is sufficient for you to utilize until the void-breaking realm. I hope it aids you. Until the void-breaking realm? Qin Zhan was profoundly astonished upon hearing this. Indeed, you will naturally come to understand the power of this ancient martial technique in due time. Thank you, grandfather. Qin felt a deep sense of satisfaction at Qin Zhan's transformation. Changing the subject, Qin stated, I will assist you in uncovering the true mastermind behind tonight's events. Your immediate priority is to solidify your cultivation. Yes, grandson understands. Qin did not elaborate further, offering a faint smile before turning to leave. Once Qin departed, Qin Zhan took the 2 assassins' corpses outside and set them ablaze. He then returned to the courtyard, eagerly opening the martial technique gifted by Qin. Great Wilderness Earth-Shaking Fist Fragment, an ancient supreme skill. Qin Zhan had already cultivated to the copper skin iron bone realm and completed the first transformation of the 9 transformations devouring heaven's technique. His physical body had reached an unprecedented level of strength. This ancient supreme skill, Great Wilderness Earth-Shaking Fist, was indeed like a tiger gaining wings for him, that he believed that, based on the 9 transformations devouring heaven's technique, combined with the Great Wilderness Earth-Shaking Fist, its power would undoubtedly multiply. That evening, Qin Zhan began his training in the Great Wilderness Earth-Shaking Fist, according to the martial arts summary of the Great Wilderness Earth-Shaking Fist. This technique is extraordinarily vigorous and dominant, capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a single punch if one could master the entire text. Qin Zhan practiced fervently, neglecting sleep and food. Meanwhile, Qin had made some progress in investigating the assassins. "My lord, I have uncovered the true mastermind behind the bribery of the assassins to assassinate the young master, Wei Jiang, as Qin's trusted general and the commander of the entire royal mansion. Was someone Qin held absolute trust in? Who is it?" Qin's expression remained calm, but his heart surged with murderous intent. After all, his grandson had finally turned over a new leaf, yet someone had hired assassins to kill him. Qin could not remain indifferent to this. The manager of the Hongyun Trading Company, Yin Tsongsan, Qin's brow furrowed. "Is that so?" The subordinate vowed on his life that it was indeed this person. Qin was silent for a long time. Wei Jiang could not help but inquire. "My lord, the Hongyun Trading Company has always maintained a close relationship with the Fourth Elder's faction. Should I ask the Fourth Elder about this?" "No haste," Qin replied. "Inform the little monkey of this news. Let him handle this matter independently, and just say it was my instruction." Wei Jiang was taken aback but did not ask further. "Understood. Also, have a few people protect the little monkey in secret. Since the enemy has made their first move, a second attempt is likely, and we must remain vigilant. The subordinate will attend to this immediately. You may leave now, as you command." After Wei Jiang departed, he went directly to Qin Zhan's courtyard. During this period, Qin Zhan had been in closed-door training, not stepping out of the door. Every day, meals were delivered to the entrance by Cui Zhu, with strict instructions not to disturb him. This great wilderness earth-shaking fist is indeed unparalleled in power, yet the space within the royal mansion is too confined. I should find a time to practice in the wilderness. Qin Zhan waved his fists as he walked into the courtyard. "Young master, Commander Wei wishes to see you regarding an important matter. Do you wish to meet him?" Cui Zhu hurriedly approached as Qin Zhan emerged. Qin Zhan paused. "Let him in." Cui Zhu quickly ran out to bring Wei Jiang inside. Wei Jiang entered Qin Zhan's courtyard and respectfully said, "I, Wei Jiang, pay my respects to the young master." Qin Zhan held a favorable impression of Wei Jiang, as he was devoted to his grandfather and provided thorough protection for the Martial King Mansion. "Commander Wei, please take a seat," Qin Zhan invited. Wei Jiang clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, young master. I will not trouble you to sit, as I am here to report on the matter concerning the assassins." Cui Zhu poured tea for both Qin Zhan and Wei Jiang before discreetly withdrawing. Only then did Qin Zhan ask, "Have you uncovered the details? This reveals the true mastermind behind hiring the assassins." "Please take a look, young master." Wei Jiang nodded, then produced a piece of white paper inscribed with 3 characters. "Yin Tsongsan." Qin Zhan's expression darkened. If memory serves, this individual seems to be the branch leader of the Hongyun Trading Company. "Correct? Precisely." Qin Zhan exclaimed in anger. "I hold no grudge against the Hongyun Trading Company. Why would this person hire assassins to kill me? I cannot say. Does her grandfather know of this? I've already reported it to my lord. He stated that this matter is for you to resolve yourself." "Resolve it myself?" Qin Zhan paused, seemingly catching the underlying meaning in Wei Jiang's words. I could see appear the elder wished to use this opportunity to test him. With this thought, Qin Zhan said, "Commander Wei, thank you. I will handle this matter myself. Young master, should you require anything, feel free to command. The Black Tiger Guard is at your disposal." "That won't be necessary," Qin Zhan replied. "I will make Yin Tsongsan pay the price." Now that he knows the true mastermind, Qin Zhan already had a plan forming in his mind. He had no connections with the Hongyun Trading Company, nor any grievances with Yin Tsongsan. Why did the other party wish to kill him? Qin Zhan pondered for a moment, considering that this matter might be related to the Qin Shan lineage. It is common knowledge that Qin Shan was previously in charge of the Wangfu's affairs, engaging in business dealings with numerous families and chambers of commerce. This thought led Qin Zhan to contemplate Qin Shan. However, this was merely conjecture, as there was no evidence at hand. After Wei Jiang departed, Qin Zhan deliberated extensively and resolved to visit Yin Tsongsan in person. After a brief disguise, Qin Zhan left the Wangfu and made his way directly to the Hongyun Chamber of Commerce. The Hongyun Chamber is a prominent commercial entity within the Blue Moon Empire, rumored to be backed by a formidable force, with branches in every city across the empire. Before long, Qin Zhan arrived at the premises of the Hongyun Chamber. Situated in the most luxurious area of the imperial capital, sprawling over a considerable expanse, Upon entering the chamber, he surveyed his surroundings, keenly observing the internal affairs that it seems this brother is visiting for the first time. He appears somewhat unfamiliar. Just then, an elderly man approached, speaking with utmost respect. Qin Zhan inquired, "I wish to meet your President Yin. Might you kindly introduce me?" Unfortunately, President Yin is currently engaged with guests, and to meet him, one must possess a letter of recommendation. The elder replied with a genial smile. Given the vast scale of the Hongyan chamber, it is not a privilege afforded to all. However, Qin Zhan produced a letter of introduction. "I possess one." The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted, becoming increasingly respectful. "Please wait a moment, sir. I shall promptly inform the esteemed president." With that, the shopkeeper instructed a subordinate to prepare tea for Qin Zhan before hurriedly retreating into an inner chamber. Yet, unbeknownst to the shopkeeper, once he departed, Qin Zhan discreetly dismissed the servant and stealthily followed him. He trailed the shopkeeper into the inner chamber, where the shopkeeper remained blissfully unaware. Qin Zhan found a concealed spot and peered through a slight opening, straining to discern the happenings within. "President, there is a man with a letter of recommendation who wishes to see you," the shopkeeper announced, hastily handing the letter to a middle-aged gentleman, elegantly attired in sable fur. This man was none other than Yin San, the subchamber president of the Hongyun chamber. "Very well, I understand." "Have him wait," Yin San replied nonchalantly, barely glancing up, as his position attracted a constant stream of individuals bearing letters of recommendation, rendering him indifferent. "Understood." After the shopkeeper departed, Yin San turned to a companion beside him, saying, "Young Master Qin Lai, let us resume our discussions regarding the matter at hand." Upon hearing this name, Qin Zhan's expression darkened. The individual was conveniently obscured by a pillar, preventing him from seeing clearly. "President Yin, you have accepted our exorbitant fee, yet the matter has been mishandled. How do you intend to rectify this?" Qin Lai confronted. Yin San chuckled coldly. "There is no need for young Master Qin to be incensed. Matters that can be resolved with money are not significant. The issue lies in the fact that Qin Zhan is still alive. And that old fool Qin seems to be investigating this matter. If we do not resolve it cleanly, it will inevitably come back to haunt us." Listening to their conversation, Qin Zhan's fury surged. His suspicions were confirmed. The true culprits were indeed from the Qin Shan lineage. Yin San was merely a contractor in this scheme. Qin Zhan struggled against the impulse to burst in and eliminate the two men, instead choosing to remain silent and listen intently. "Rest assured, even if they investigate, they will only trace it back to me," Yin San assured. "This matter is of no concern to you. Let it be so. My grandfather has instructed that you dispatch assassins once more." "Naturally," Yin San replied. In truth, you need not have sought me out. I would have approached you regardless." "What do you mean?" "Simply a matter of pricing." Yin San smiled. "The assassin's liaison has indicated that your intelligence was erroneous, resulting in the loss of 2 assassins, thus necessitating a price increase." "A price increase?" Qin Lai was taken aback. "Assassins are paid to perform their duties. They cannot simply raise their fees mid-mission. If you do not agree to the increase, they will terminate the contract." "This is outrageous," Qin Lai erupted, incensed by the lack of professionalism exhibited by the assassins. They had invested considerable resources in the assassination of Qin Zhan, yet who could have anticipated that 2 innate assassins would fail to eliminate him? It could only be said that they had grossly underestimated Qin Zhan's strength. "Young Master Qin Lai, they have only granted you 6 hours. If you cannot reach a decision, this deal will be concluded, and you will need to seek other means." Determined to eliminate Qin Zhan, Qin Lai resolved to take the plunge. He gritted his teeth. "Very well, I shall agree to the price increase. How much more do they require?" Yin San, a cunning old fox, smiled faintly. "They demand a doubling of the commission." Qin Lai spat out his tea in disbelief. "What? Double? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Regardless of Qin Lai's reaction, Yin San remained unflustered. "Young Master Qin Lai, what say you?" "That is exorbitant. Can we negotiate a better price?" Qin Lai's lips twitched. Although his family had accumulated considerable wealth over the decades, parting with nearly 1,000,000 gold coins in one go was still a painful prospect. Was it truly worth it to assassinate Qin Zhan? Given Qin Zhan's strength, comparable to that of an innate cultivator, they would certainly need to deploy formidable forces. thus driving the cost sky high. After much deliberation, Qin Lai concluded that since they had already spent 500,000 gold coins, an additional 50,000 to ensure Qin Zhan's demise was justifiable. Fine, I agree to the double commission, but you must guarantee that Qin Zhan will be eliminated. Rest assured, as long as the funds are secured, everything will proceed without issue, Yin Tsang San reassured him. Moreover, ensure that we are not implicated in this matter. Qin Lai insisted. If Qin Da, a formidable force in the realm of broken illusions, discovered that they had hired assassins to take out his grandson, none from the Qin Shan lineage would escape unscathed out of course. The assassins are known for their integrity. With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Concealed outside, Qin Zhan could no longer contain himself. Hearing his enemies plotting to hire assassins to take his life was utterly intolerable. With a roar of indignation, he kicked the door open, his entire being radiating murderous intent as he appeared before Yin Tsang San and Qin Lai. Upon witnessing Qin Zhan's sudden entrance, Qin Lai's countenance paled. Why you? How are you here? Yin Tsang San was equally startled. He had not anticipated that anyone would dare intrude upon the Hanyin chamber. He scrutinized Qin Zhan closely and suddenly recalled. You are Qin Zhan? Qin Lai, you possess an audacity beyond measure, daring to hire assassins to slay me. Are you courting death? Qin Zhan declared, launching a punch towards Qin Lai. Seeing the attack, Qin Lai's face drained of color. Two innate assassins had already failed to eliminate Qin Zhan, indicating that his strength was at least mid to late innate level. With a heart racing in fear, Qin Lai swiftly dodged. Concurrently, Yin Tsang San acted without hesitation, the air of the martial king's residence. Since you have eavesdropped on our conversation, you shall not escape alive, with a wave of his hand. Several formidable death warriors materialized in the room. As the subchamber president of the Hanyin chamber, Yin Tsang San would not be without his personal guards. These death warriors, fearless in battle, brandished long blades as they charged towards Qin Zhan. Get away! Qin Zhan's fury surged. The treacherous Qin Lai must die today. Although his cultivation was merely at the spirit realm, he had forged an exceptionally resilient physique, akin to bronze and iron. With a casual shove, he sent the oncoming death warriors crashing backward. Then he propelled himself forward, locking on a Qin Lai with another punch. Qin Zhan, you leave me no choice. In a moment of desperation, Qin Lai swallowed a crimson pill. Feeling his aura surge dramatically to that a fury pill, Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. This type of elixir could unleash a person's latent potential, temporarily enhancing their strength, albeit with severe aftereffects, with the fury pill coursing through him. Qin Lai felt invigorated. He countered Qin Zhan's assault with a punch of his own, choosing to meet strength with strength. Crack! As two fists collided, a sharp sound reminiscent of cracking bones reverberated through the air. The force of their impact surged outward, yet Qin Zhan remained utterly unyielding. Qin Lai let out a harrowing cry as his entire arm was shattered, the stark white of his bone grotesquely piercing through flesh and exposed to the atmosphere. Qin Zhan showed no hint of mercy. His opponent was no longer a kin, but a formidable adversary. Seizing the moment, he struck decisively. As Qin Lai attempted to evade, he found himself unable to escape, and Qin Zhan's kick shattered several of his ribs. Qin Zhan, meet your demise. Suddenly, Yin Tsang San waved his palm, sending 3 silver needles whistling through the air, aimed directly at the vital points of Qin Zhan's body. Sizzling sounds filled the air as Qin Zhan realized it was too late to evade. He could only brace himself against the assault. Remarkably, the silver needles failed to pierce his flesh, merely sparking upon contact. What? Yin Tsang San's expression shifted in disbelief. You are wearing defensive armor? It was evident to him that Qin Zhan must have donned protective gear, for otherwise he would not have withstood his cold poison needles. Distracted by Yin Tsang San, Qin Lai, enduring excruciating pain, sought to escape, knowing that failure to do so would spell his doom. Yet, Qin Zhan would not allow him to flee. Grabbing a chair, he hurled it at Qin Lai with unerring precision. The chair collided with Qin Lai's body, splintering upon impact, and once more, he was sent crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zhan picked up the 3 poison needles shot by Yin Tsang San. leaping into the air and, without hesitation, thrusting them into Qin Lai's chest. How could Qin Lai's frail body withstand the onslaught of the cold poison needles? His heart was pierced, and soon, a thick layer of frost enveloped him. Kill him for me. What chaos can arise in my domain? Yin San was indifferent to Qin Lai's fate, singularly focused on eliminating Qin Zhan. However, he gravely underestimated Qin Zhan's prowess and the extent of his abilities. After dispatching Qin Lai, Qin Zhan turned his attention to Yin San. Yin San, prepare to die. Qin Zhan's glare was fierce as he unleashed a relentless assault, his strikes merciless. Yin San had not anticipated Qin Zhan's decisiveness. His own kin was slain without hesitation. You are far too arrogant, Qin Zhan. Today, I shall demonstrate my strength. With that, Yin San sprang into the air, creating distance between them. The Death Warriors surged forward, surrounding Qin Zhan to buy time for Yin San. If you are unafraid of death, then I shall grant you that wish. Qin Zhan's eyes glinted with ferocity. The 9 revolutions, swallowing heaven technique, surged within him as he seized one of the Death Warriors, voraciously consuming their cultivation. The remaining warriors, undeterred by the loss of their comrade, charged recklessly. Countless blades gleamed ominously as they descended upon Qin Zhan. Clang, the weapon shattered upon impact, yet Qin Zhan emerged unscathed, a testament to his formidable physique. Next, Qin Zhan shifted his focus, voraciously absorbing the cultivation of the other Death Warriors. Yin San watched in disbelief as Qin Zhan devoured the strength and energy of others mid-battle, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Devouring evil technique? Greed flickered across Yin San's face. Boy, relinquish your technique to me, and I may spare your life. Qin Zhan scoffed disdainfully. You take me for a fool? If I could bear to slay Qin Lai, what makes you think I would spare an outsider? Leaping into the air, he summoned the thunderous divine fist, launching it directly at Yin San's chest. Feeling the force of Qin Zhan's punch, Yin San let out a low growl, emanating an icy aura that caused the room's temperature to plummet. Frost palm. Yin San countered, meeting Qin Zhan's strike head-on. Boom! The clash erupted with radiant divine light. Bang! Yin San was sent reeling, crashing heavily to the ground. Gasping, he spat a mouthful of blood, staring at Qin Zhan in shock. Such a powerful attack. Having resolved to attack, Qin Zhan had no intention of holding back. He soared into the air, leveraging his formidable downward momentum to pounce upon Yin San as Yin San unleashed several cold poison needles once more. Qin Zhan caught them barehanded, flinging them back with force. Thud, thud. The needles struck Yin San, frost beginning to creep over his body. Qin Zhan, if you kill me, you shall not survive either. Spare me, and I promise not to trouble you again. Yin San attempted to reason with Qin Zhan while tending to his wounds. Only you are permitted to kill me, while I cannot retaliate. What nonsense is this? Qin Zhan retorted coldly. He seized a nearby large blade, and, with a swift motion, plunged it into Yin San's chest. Yin San was utterly unprepared for Qin Zhan's lethal intent. Pointing a trembling finger at Qin Zhan, blood poured from his lips as his gaze dulled. Soon, he breathed his last. Meanwhile, the other members of the Hongyun Merchant Association finally arrived. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were left astounded. Their president had been murdered. You killed our vice president. Prepare to pay with your life. Dozens of warriors recklessly surged forward to avenge Yin San. Qin Zhan smiled coldly, exuding a fierce aura, undeterred by their numbers. These individuals were no match for Yin San, and he felt no fear. Engaging in fierce combat, Qin Zhan held his ground against the onslaught of numerous foes, his extraordinary physical prowess allowing him to navigate the fray with ease, even countering and slaying several guards. However, recognizing the overwhelming odds, Qin Zhan knew he could not linger. With a thunderous force, he repelled his enemies and leaped away, escaping the clutches of the Hongyun Merchant Association, as others attempted to pursue. Lin Tai, the vice president, declared sternly, "Do not chase him." Lin, who exactly is this person? The audacity to infiltrate the Hongyun Merchant Association and kill their president was an egregious affront. as the highest-ranking individual present following Yin Songsan's demise. Lin Tai commanded respect. His name is Qin Zhan, the heir of the Martial King Mansion. Lin Tai revealed. What? It's him. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Qin Zhan's reputation in the imperial city was undeniable, known far and wide as a reckless scion. Moreover, he had awakened a heavenly bloodline, distinguishing him as a figure of prominence among the younger generation. Even though his heavenly bloodline was later stripped away, he not only survived but seemed transformed. Wasn't he rendered a cripple? The crowd was incredulous. A man stripped of his bloodline, not only surviving but regaining his cultivation. Such a phenomenon was unfathomable. I heard it was the transformation dragon pill that saved his life and restored his abilities. Is the transformation dragon pill truly that formidable? Lin Tai interjected, cutting through the chatter. Enough of this nonsense. Immediately report the situation here to headquarters. Yes. Lin Tai's expression darkened as he approached Yin Songsan's corpse. Examining it closely, his heart filled with shock that a single strike to the heart. No chance for survival left. Yet, deep within, Lin Tai felt a surge of satisfaction. He had long desired the position of branch president. Suppressed by Yin Songsan's dominance, which had left him resentful, Qin Zhan's elimination of Yin Songsan had effectively removed a significant obstacle from his path. Martial King Mansion heir, I must thank you for clearing the way for me. But, Lin Tai pondered, stroking his chin, what animosity exists between Yin Songsan and the Martial King Mansion that would lead to such a public execution? In a moment, Lin Tai turned his gaze toward Qin Lai, who stood not far away. He recalled that this young man was a scion of the Martial King's residence, here to discuss matters of great importance with Yin Songsan. However, he had not anticipated the demise of both individuals in this very location. Although Lin Tai felt a sense of secret delight within, he maintained an outward appearance of profound sorrow, as if Yin Songsan were a cherished elder brother to him. Summon someone. Yes, my lord. Immediately investigate with whom President Yin had associations prior, and whether there were any grievances. Understood. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan had already fled the bustling streets of the Hongyun Chamber of Commerce, making his way to a notorious street of pleasure in the imperial capital. Among these establishments, the Zhuai Xian Lu stood out as the most vibrant locale. The patrons here were either high-ranking officials or affluent merchants, and even formidable martial artists frequented this place. As Qin Zhan passed by Zhuai Xian Lu, several alluring women, clad in revealing attire, approached him, beckoning him to enter. This young master looks unfamiliar. Why not come in and have some fun? The ladies, heavily made up, surrounded Qin Zhan, flaunting their charms. Being youthful, Qin Zhan felt his blood surge at such an enticing spectacle. He truly wished to explore further. Yet, recalling how he had been deceived by Nangong Yan, nearly losing his life, he instinctively recoiled. He now regarded the words of women with utmost caution, believing that the more beautiful they were, the more deceptive they could be. This conclusion was drawn from experiences that had nearly cost him his life. Qin Zhan resolutely refused to fall into the same trap again, knowing that women would only hinder his swiftness in drawing his blade. He must exercise restraint. Ignoring the women's advances, he continued on his way to Da. Isn't this young Master Qin from the Martial King's residence? You haven't perished yet. At that moment, a flamboyantly adorned sedan chair halted nearby. A well-coiffed young man descended from it. Qin Zhan recognized him at once. It was Zhao Ritian, the son of the current prime minister. Relying on his father's influence, Zhao Ritian had become notorious in the imperial capital, unchallenged by anyone, and was often mentioned in the same breath as the former Qin Zhan as one of the two great rascals of the city. However, due to the long-standing political discord between Qin and Zhao Jinxia, the two families maintained a deeply entrenched animosity in response to Zhao Ritian's derisive remarks. Qin Zhan showed no tolerance. Your Zhao family hasn't been completely wiped out yet. Such matters should be handled by you first. Your verbal sparring skills are rather limited. Zhao Ritian scoffed. Qin Zhan smirked, aware that he was no longer the man he once was. Thus, when confronted by Zhao Ritian, he scarcely regarded him as a threat. Seeing that Qin Zhan ignored him, Zhao Ritian could not help but taunt. Qin Zhan, you're quite fortunate. Even having your heavenly bloodline stripped, you're still alive. How blind fate can be. Zhao Ritian, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you today. Step aside, Qin Zhan replied in a low voice that I shall not yield. What can you do about it? Feeling a bit frisky, are we? Qin Zhan raised an eyebrow, his tone growing increasingly severe. Although both were known as the two great rascals of the imperial capital, Zhao Ritian was clearly of a lower tier than Qin Zhan. In the past, Zhao Ritian would scurry away at the mere sight of Qin Zhan, akin to a mouse fleeing from a cat. Yet today, he boldly confronted him. Clearly, Zhao Ritian believed Qin Zhan had been rendered powerless, emboldening him to act without restraint. Qin Zhan, let us settle the scores from the past today. With that, Zhao Ritian launched an attack on Qin Zhan. In an instant, a gust of energy surged from Zhao Ritian's folding fan, slicing through the air. Qin Zhan's expression darkened as he swiftly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a punch. Poof! Zhao Ritian had assumed Qin Zhan had become a mere shadow of his former self. Thus attacking without caution, to his astonishment, Qin Zhan had not only retained his strength, but had grown even more formidable. The punch shattered Zhao Ritian's fan and sent him sprawling. Undeterred, Qin Zhan pressed his advantage. Swiftly grasping Zhao Ritian's neck with a grip like a dragon's claw, in one fluid motion, he had subdued him, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. You haven't lost your cultivation? Zhao Ritian gasped, shock etched across his face. How can this be? It defies all logic. Rumors had circulated throughout the imperial capital that Qin Zhan had become a mere invalid. Yet the martial skills and strength he had just displayed were far beyond what an invalid could muster. Zhao Ritian's two bodyguards drew their swords, intent on defending their master. However, Qin Zhan held Zhao Ritian's vital point in a vice-like grip, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. Do not frighten me. Otherwise, a mere twitch of my wrist could spell doom for your master. Qin Zhan threatened brazenly. What do you intend to do? Zhao Ritian instinctively sought to escape Qin Zhan's grasp, but the latter's fingers were unyielding. Rendering him powerless. By custom, bark like a dog, or I shall snap your neck. Qin Zhan chuckled coldly. The Qin and Zhao families had always been adversaries, their younger generations at odds with one another. Prime Minister Zhao Jinxia had consistently opposed his grandfather, even inciting the current emperor against Qin. Much of the current emperor's oppression of the martial king's residence stemmed from the prime minister's incessant slander. Thus, Qin Zhan held no fondness for the Zhao clan. One encounter, one beating. When Zhao Ritian heard Qin Zhan's demand, he trembled with rage. What did you say? Are your ears deaf? With a swift motion, Qin Zhan forced Zhao Ritian to the ground. Applying pressure with his foot. Crack! Zhao Ritian's arm snapped beneath the force, eliciting a harrowing scream, tears and snot streaming down his face from the pain. And why grandfather will not spare you? Zhao Ritian, pinned to the ground, attempted to leverage his grandfather's name to intimidate Qin Zhan. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong target. Your grandfather is not here. No one can protect you. Qin Zhan pressed down harder, causing Zhao Ritian to wail in agony. Will you bark or not? This young master can kill, but cannot suffer insults. Moments later, woof woof. Zhao Ritian, humiliated, lay on the ground, barking like a dog, tears and snot mingling. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. The grandson of the prime minister was publicly reduced to such a state, utterly tarnishing his family's reputation. Zhao Ritian felt as though he wished for death, his hatred for Qin Zhan deepening by the moment. The surrounding commoners dared to point and laugh at him. Inciting his fury, he vowed that once this day passed, he would seek vengeance against Qin Zhan and reclaim his honor. Qin Zhan, I have complied with your demand. What more do you want? Today would undoubtedly be the darkest day for Zhao Ritian, more painful than death itself. Coward! Qin Zhan held the utmost disdain for such a spineless individual. Though he had once been a rascal himself, he at least possessed some courage, never flinching before royalty. Yet here was Zhao Ritian, reduced to barking like a dog to avoid a beating. What a spectacle! I find myself short on funds. Lend me some, given the Zhao family's enmity towards the Qin family. Qin Zhan felt no guilt whatsoever. Lend you money? Zhao Ritian was utterly flabbergasted. You, the heir of the martial king's residence, are out of money. Who would believe that? Without further ado, Qin Zhan stripped Zhao Ritian of all valuables. Then unceremoniously tossed him at the entrance of Zue Xianlu. With that, he strode away. Watching Qin Zhan's departing figure, Zhao Ritian ground his teeth in fury. Qin Zhan, I will not let this go. Qin Zhan paid no heed to Zhao Ritian's threats. His spirits were high. Having eliminated Qin Lai and Yin San, he had unexpectedly gained a fortune. He could purchase numerous spirit energy pills with the gold he had confiscated from Zhao Ritian. He procured over 100 spirit energy pills. Upon returning to his residence, he found Wei Jiang waiting at the entrance. "Young master, you have returned." Wei Jiang's expression and tone were somewhat odd, clearly indicating he was aware of something. Qin Zhan offered a slight smile. "Captain Wei, is there something amiss? Were you just at the Hongyan Chamber of Commerce?" Qin Zhan had no intention of concealing the truth. Indeed, Wei Jiang could not help but draw a sharp breath. "It is you. Qin Zhan is currently reporting to the prince. Would it not be wise for you to enter through the back door?" "Qin Zhan is reporting?" Qin Zhan furrowed his brow. Could it be that the news of his slaying of Qin Lai had reached the manor so swiftly? The speed of dissemination was astonishing. After all, he had merely taken a stroll around the Fengyue Street. The fact that you killed Qin Lai has been exposed. The members of Qin Zhan's lineage will undoubtedly not let this matter rest. Wei Jiang explained, "It seemed that the truth could no longer be concealed." However, there was no trace of fear on Qin Zhan's face. "And if they know, what of it?" With that, Qin Zhan strode confidently through the front entrance of the manor. Wei Jiang wore a wry smile. "Young master, it would be prudent for you to enter through the back door. The entire royal residence is in an uproar. After all, the killing of a collateral descendant by a direct descendant was no trivial matter. Even Qin De, as the head of the family, found himself in quite a predicament that I, a dignified young master of the Martial King Manor, shall not use the back door. I shall enter through the front," Qin Zhan declared, proceeding with poise. With Wei Jiang's attempts at persuasion falling on deaf ears, he could only follow closely behind. If the collateral descendants truly sought to confront Qin Zhan, he would do everything in his power to protect him. Yet, the moment Qin Zhan stepped into the manor, a thunderous roar rang out. "Qin Zhan, return my son's life." Qin Cheng, brandishing a battle blade, charged at Qin Zhan without hesitation, facing Qin Cheng's lethal assault. Qin Zhan displayed no trepidation. He swiftly sidestepped, evading the strike, and countered with a powerful palm strike. Qin Cheng's strength was far from formidable, merely at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, and he could not withstand the might of Qin Zhan's blow. With a dull thud, Qin Cheng was sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. In a mere exchange, Qin Cheng was vanquished, showcasing the prowess that left Wei Jiang in awe. "Qin Zhan, you fiend who slaughters your kin, we shall fight to the death." The other members of Qin Zhan's lineage, armed with blades and swords, surged toward Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan's expression hardened, with a fierce growl. He resembled a ferocious tiger as he unleashed another palm strike. Crack! One collateral descendant was sent hurtling away. Qin Zhan then plunged into the fray, seizing weapons from his adversaries and ruthlessly dispatching them. Even within his own royal residence, Qin Zhan showed no mercy in his onslaught. Wei Jiang's face paled at the sight. He had never anticipated that Qin Zhan would exhibit such a murderous intent. Not only did he refrain from offering explanations, but he also escalated the situation. In the blink of an eye, several collateral descendants lay lifeless at his feet. At this juncture, persuasion was futile. Wei Jiang's sole responsibility was to ensure Qin Zhan's safety. Even if the collateral descendants were to be completely annihilated, he could not intervene against Qin Zhan. Should he attempt to interfere, others would seize the opportunity to strike, placing Qin Zhan in peril. "You demon, today we shall perish together." These individuals, loyal to Qin Zhan, charged forward with blades drawn, willingly offering their heads. Qin Zhan welcomed them with open arms, slaying whoever dared to attack him. "Qin Zhan, you took my grandson's life. And now you slay so many of my collateral kin. I shall fight you to the death." At this moment, Qin Zhan appeared, wielding a black battle blade, and with a swift motion, he lunged at Qin Zhan. Wei Jiang's expression darkened as he immediately stepped in front of Qin Zhan. "Elder Qin Zhan, do not act in haste." He blocked Qin Zhan's assault with his long blade. "Wei Jiang, this is our feud with Qin Zhan. I beseech you not to interfere, or do not blame me for being unrelenting." Qin Zhan seethed with rage. The image of his grandson's tragic death fueled his vow to exact vengeance upon Qin Zhan. Yet he failed to recognize that had they not sent assassins to kill Qin Zhan, the latter would not have acted so decisively against Qin Lai, at least not at this moment. Individuals like Qin Zhan never believed themselves to be in the wrong. Qin Zhan, I am attempting to save your lineage. Should you persist in your obstinacy, the consequences will be dire, Wei Jiang stated coldly. Consequences, you say? My grandson is dead. What more do I have to fear? Qin Zhan had lost all sanity, clashing with Wei Jiang. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan had already personally slain 7 or 8 collateral descendants. His decisive brutality left his enemies in shock. Blood trickled down the blade, dripping onto the ground. Faced with the onslaught of dozens, Qin Zhan not only held his ground, but also retaliated, claiming the lives of 8 adversaries. He glanced back at Wei Jiang, who was valiantly defending him. Given Wei Jiang's strength, he was more than capable of confronting Qin Zhan. However, the latter's status as an elder made Wei Jiang hesitant, reluctant to truly strike with lethal intent. Yet Qin Zhan disregarded this, attacking furiously, leaving several wounds on Wei Jiang, some of which were life-threatening. Qin Zhan, you old fool, they harbor no ill will against you, yet you strike with such ferocity. Today, I shall end this once and for all and eradicate your entire lineage. Qin Zhan leaped into the fray, an imposing aura emanating from his arm. The Great Wilderness Fist. It was an ancient technique passed down from Qin Di. As this punch was unleashed, all present were taken aback. With an unstoppable force, it struck toward Qin Zhan. Boom! The fist collided with the blade, sending Qin Zhan staggering back several steps, while Qin Zhan remained utterly unperturbed. The disparity in their strength was unmistakable. Everyone present was once again astounded by Qin Zhan's prowess. Wei Jiang had not anticipated that Qin Zhan would stand up for him. However, with a murderous intent ignited within him, Qin Zhan had no intention of letting Qin Zhan go. Since the other party sought his demise, he felt no obligation to hold back. Just as Qin Zhan prepared to execute a total annihilation, a large hand suddenly gripped his shoulder, immobilizing him. Qin Zhan was struck with terror, as if a mountain pressed down upon him, rendering him unable to move. Turning his head, he was astonished to find Qin Da beside him, accompanied by Qin Ji and the members of Qin Zhan's lineage. Grandfather, Qin Zhan uttered, bewildered. Qin Da grasped Qin Zhan's shoulder firmly. I am aware of the affairs regarding the Hongyun Merchant Association. Since you know the entirety of the matter, you must understand that the fault does not lie with me. Qin Zhan replied solemnly. You have slain Qin Lai. Let this matter rest, Qin Da stated. Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Although he did not comprehend Qin Da's actions, since his grandfather had spoken, he could not launch another attack. The others, upon seeing Qin Da, were visibly shaken, in their eyes. Qin Da remained an insurmountable figure. Qin Zhan suppressed the tumultuous rage within him, fixing his gaze on Qin Da. Qin Da, I have followed you for decades. Though I have no merit, I have certainly toiled. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for your actions? Fourth brother, do not err further. Quickly apologize to your elder brother, Qin Zhan urged urgently, at this juncture. If they failed to persuade him, Qin Zhan's lineage would truly face annihilation, a devastating blow to the martial king manor. Today, no one shall persuade me. My grandson is dead, and what do I have left to fear? Qin Da spoke in a grave tone. Qin Zhan, I offer you one last chance. Lay down your weapons, and I shall ensure the safety of your lineage. Impossible! Qin Zhan exclaimed furiously, that I know your strength. If you possess the ability, then kill us all today. Otherwise, I swear, as long as a single one of my lineage remains, we shall not rest until we are at odds with you. A flash of pain crossed Qin Da's face. Although he and Qin Zhan were not blood brothers, they were indeed of the same clan that in their youth, they had once ridden high and mighty. Yet now, they found themselves in such a dire confrontation, which filled them with melancholy. Qin Da, all I require is your word. Will you surrender, Qin Zhan? Facing Qin Zhan's aggressive stance, Qin Da's eyes gleamed with cold light, as if he had resolved upon a certain course of action. Qin Zhan, in consideration of the merits you established in the past, I absolve your lineage of all transgressions today. However, from this day forth, your lineage shall no longer belong to the martial king manor. As soon as Qin Da uttered these words, everyone in the royal residence was rendered speechless. Qin Da had actually expelled the entire Qin Zhan lineage from the Wu Wang Fu. This was a complete severance of ties. Qin Zhan and Qin Ji both shuddered, simultaneously urging, "Elder brother, reconsider. If it is merely a mistake made by a disciple, expelling them from the family may be acceptable. However, to cast out the entirety of the Qin Shan lineage from the Wu Wang Fu is akin to self-mutilation." Qin replied, "There is no need for further discussion. What I have decided is unchangeable." Haha. Qin Shan laughed in a fit of rage upon hearing Qinda's decree. "Qinda, you are ruthless indeed. Very well, the Wu Wang Fu is no longer a place for my lineage." With that, Qin Shan led his followers away from the Wu Wang Fu. Qin Ji and Qin Zhan exchanged glances, once again sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Qinda. Even without the strength of the Qin Shan lineage, Qinda was determined to protect his grandson. Moreover, this situation was ultimately the result of the Qin Shan lineage's own folly. They had no one to blame but themselves. Supported by his subordinates, Qin Shan reached the entrance and turned back to Qinda, stating, "Qinda, I, Qin Shan, swear that I will avenge today's grievance." Faced with Qin Shan's blatant threat, Qinda's expression turned grave. "Wei Jiang, at your service. Convey my command. Commence the hunt for the Qin Shan lineage within 24 hours. Show no mercy. Kill on sight." With these words, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire royal residence. The Qin Shan lineage trembled in fear. Qinda had granted them a mere 24 hours to escape. Once the time was up, the Black Tiger Guards would pursue them relentlessly. This was Qinda's final act of mercy. Perhaps due to their past contributions, how far they could flee depended solely on their own fortune. Even Qin Shan felt a shiver run through him. "Qinda, you truly are merciless." With that, the Qin Shan lineage hastily departed from the Wu Wang Fu. Standing beside him, Qin Zhan finally grasped the intent behind his grandfather's actions. Merit is merit, and fault is fault. No matter how great the achievements of the young Qin Shan were, they did not justify the assassination of the heir of the Wu Wang Fu. This single transgression was more than sufficient. Although Qinda's actions were born of necessity, they concealed profound wisdom that by doing so, he not only demonstrated a clear distinction between merit and fault, but also instilled fear in Qin Ji and Qin Zhan. He sought to inform them of the consequences of betraying the Wu Wang Fu. Additionally, he seized this opportunity to declare to all that Qin Zhan was the rightful heir of the Wu Wang Fu. Anyone daring to covet the position of heir would meet the same fate as the Qin Shan lineage. Tremors of fear coursed through everyone in the residence as they gazed at Qinda and Qin Zhan with profound trepidation. At that moment, a guard rushed in, exclaiming, Master Li from the palace has arrived to deliver the imperial edict." Everyone was taken aback. It was surprising that the palace would send someone to announce an edict at such a time. Just after expelling the Qin Shan lineage, the palace followed suit with this declaration. What could this mean? Unexpectedly, Qinda, exuding an aura of authority, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am in a foul mood. I refuse to accept the edict. Let him return from whence he came." Having spoken these words, Qinda turned and left, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Clearly, the master's temper had been thoroughly ignited. He dared to reject even the emperor's edict, highlighting just how irritable Qinda was at this moment. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Though Qinda was unwilling to receive the edict, openly rejecting it could be deemed treasonous. A blatant affront to the emperor. Qin Zhan pondered for a moment and then declared, "Elders, follow me to receive the edict." With that, Qin Zhan turned and strode outside. The crowd was momentarily stunned, their gazes filled with astonishment. Noticing that Qin Ji and Qin Zhan had not followed, Qin Zhan spoke sternly, "Did you not hear my words, elders?" His tone, imbued with the commanding presence of his ancestral bloodline, instantly subdued both Qin Ji and Qin Zhan. They exchanged glances, recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Qin Zhan's position had become increasingly secure. Opposing him now would be tantamount to self-destruction. The Wu Wang Fu could do without them, but they could not exist independently of the Wu Wang Fu. Although Qin Ji and Qin Zhan feigned displeasure, they had internally accepted Qin Zhan's claim to the position of heir. Everyone followed closely behind Qin Zhan as they exited the residence to welcome the edict. At the main gate, a group of dragon rising guards stood in two neat rows. Chief eunuch Li Lianying stood at the forefront, exuding arrogance. Having aged, Li Lianying's pale face was heavily adorned with rouge, and his expression oscillated between tears and laughter. In short, he appeared quite unhinged. Qin Zhan had heard his grandfather mention that it was Li Lianying who had brought the imperial edict to the northern border, publicly stripping his sixth uncle of the command of the northern army, speaking with extreme disrespect. "Where is the Wu Wang?" Li Lianying inquired with a sarcastic tone upon noticing that Qin was absent from the crowd. "The Wu Wang is attending to matters outside. I will receive the edict in his stead," Qin Zhan replied, unyielding and calm. Li Lianying quickly recognized Qin Zhan, exclaiming, "You're the Qin Zhan who stole the Emperor's dragon transformation pill. And you are still alive?" His voice was sharp and grating, and the condescending tone of his speech was utterly off-putting. Qin Zhan frowned. "Enough of this banter. Hurry and announce the edict." The moment he uttered these words, the entire assembly was taken aback. Li Lianying, enraged, pointed at Qin Zhan. "You dare to be so bold? Disrespect towards me is disrespect towards the Emperor. Guards!" Qin Ji and Qin Zhan hurriedly stepped in to placate the furious Li Lianying. "Master Li, forgive us. The heir is young and impetuous, unaware of court etiquette. We hope for your understanding and leniency." However, Li Lianying was not swayed by such appeals, since the Wu Wangfu's heir is ignorant of the palace's customs. "Allow me to teach you on behalf of the Emperor." With that, he waved his hand, and the dragon rising guards advanced menacingly. "Seize him!" Li Lianying, a favored confidant of the Emperor, had never been spoken to in such a manner. Even high-ranking court officials treated him with utmost respect. How could a mere heir of the Wu Wangfu dare show him such disrespect? Several dragon rising guards drew their swords, intent on capturing Qin Zhan. However, Qin Zhan was not easily intimidated. With a swift motion, he unleashed a formidable force from his palm, sending several dragon rising guards tumbling backward. "Qin Zhan, you have gone too far. The dragon rising guards are the Emperor's personal guards, and attacking them is a grave act of treason. Surrender at once." Li Lianying thundered. He had never encountered such an audacious youth. Regardless of being the heir of the Wu Wangfu, could he truly rival the Emperor? "Surrender?" Qin Zhan replied with a chilling smile. Then, slap. Li Lianying let out a wretched scream as he was sent flying by Qin Zhan's strike. The dragon rising guards, witnessing this, charged at Qin Zhan without hesitation. Yet, within mere moments, they were all defeated by him. Not only were those from the Wu Wangfu stunned, but even the onlookers in the streets were left in awe of Qin Zhan's prowess. How did he achieve this? My heavens, Qin Zhan's audacity is beyond belief. How dare he lay hands on the chief eunuch? This could escalate into a major crisis. Yet, I believe the heir's actions were justified. This Li Lianying has consistently opposed our Wu Wangfu, and I have long grown weary of this wretched eunuch. While some within the Wu Wangfu disapproved of Qin Zhan's actions, others admired his approach. The royal family had oppressed the Wu Wangfu for far too long. They had always been forced to endure in silence. Never had anyone dared to stand against a member of the royal family. Qin Zhan was the first, and currently, the only one. On the other side, after defeating the dragon rising guards, Qin Zhan strode directly to Li Lianying, then slap, slap, slap. Once again, a series of resounding slaps landed upon Li Lianying, eliciting pitiful cries and causing his vision to blur with stars. "You scoundrel! I shall ensure your demise." Li Lianying, battered and bleeding, bore a swollen head akin to that of a pig, having lost several teeth and spoken with a lisp. Yet, Qin Zhan showed no sign of fear as he yanked Li Lianying upright. "Was it not you who claimed that my disrespect toward you equated to disrespect towards His Majesty? And if so, what of it?" Li Lianying, clutching his injured head, struggled to articulate his words. "That be why you're reasoning. Do you consider yourself His Majesty? Is His Majesty you?" Qin Zhan intoned gravely. "That is not the implication I intended. I merely represent His Majesty." Li Lianying quickly retorted, "Is that not the same?" Qin Zhan scoffed. "You, a mere eunuch, dare to equate yourself with the reigning emperor? If I do not punish you, then whom shall I?" "What do you mean by you?" Li Lianying stammered. "You, this deceitful, sycophantic eunuch, shall receive a thorough lesson today." With that, Qin Zhan delivered another resounding slap. Thud! Li Lianing was sent sprawling once more. This spectacle did not escape the notice of passers-by. What commotion is unfolding at the gates of the Wu Wangfu? It appears rather lively. You are unaware? The court eunuch has been publicly slapped by the heir of the Wu Wangfu. Look, he has been so thoroughly beaten that even his mother would not recognize him. Goodness, the heir of the Wu Wangfu is quite formidable. The onlookers express their astonishment. Such audacity. He dares to assault a favored servant of the emperor. More and more people gathered to witness. While Qin Zhan remained undeterred, he even intentionally escalated the situation, repeatedly echoing Li Lianing's earlier words. Wei Jiang, cast this wretched eunuch out of the palace grounds. For even the sight of him is repulsive to me. Qin Zhan commanded. Wei Jiang, taken aback, observed the transformation in the air since that fateful incident. Heeding the words of the young master, he prepared to expel Li Lianing. Just as Wei Jiang hesitated, he heard the voice of Qinda in his mind. Clearly, nothing escaped Qinda's notice. With a jolt, Wei Jiang, having received Qinda's directive, acted without a moment's delay. He approached with a black tiger guard and personally seized the half-conscious Li Lianing. Li Lianing's face blanched in terror. What do you intend to do? Your foul stench is unbearable. I shall send you for a bath. Wei Jiang stated, unceremoniously tossing Li Lianing into a nearby, filthy ditch, replete with all manner of refuse, the stench overwhelming. Help! Someone rescue me! Li Lianing cried, fully submerged in the noxious waters, utterly devoid of strength to extricate himself. In his struggles, he accidentally ingested several mouthfuls of the soup. Truly, a bitter harvest. The bystanders felt a deep sense of vindication upon witnessing Li Lianing's plight. This loathsome eunuch, relying on his proximity to the emperor, had long exploited the common people and accumulated their grievances. As for the Tinglong army, being the emperor's personal guard, Wei Jiang personally delivered medicinal ointments to tend to their injuries, ensuring they would not perish here. Moreover, Qin Zhan had exercised restraint, inflicting only superficial wounds that posed no serious threat. My brothers, you have heard Li Lianing's words. Following him will lead to a grim fate. Should His Majesty learn of his utterances today, he may very well order your executions. Do you believe it? Wei Jiang remarked while attending to the Tinglong soldiers, deftly shifting the blame onto Li Lianing. The Tinglong soldiers, though wounded, suffered only minor injuries upon hearing Wei Jiang's words and recalling Li Lianing's earlier statement. They quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he has spoken blasphemies. They concurred. The punishment he received was not unwarranted. He nearly implicated us as well. Wei Jiang, it seems, possesses a keen understanding. Qin Zhan, stroking his chin, silently praised him. The act of punishing Li Lianing stemmed from his presumption of equality with the current emperor, a gross disrespect that warranted consequence. All of you have heard with your own ears how Li Lianing referred to himself as His Majesty. My actions are a defense of the emperor's dignity, devoid of any rebellious intent, Qin Zhan declared loudly before all present. The heir speaks truly. We all heard it, and we stand with you. The heir of the Wu Wangfu is commendable. Put this vile eunuch to death, liberating the people from his tyranny. Qin Zhan smiled slightly, addressing Wei Jiang. Organize the Black Tiger Guard at once. Gather these witnesses and reward each with a gold coin. Instructing them to widely disseminate today's events, ensuring it becomes common knowledge. Wei Jiang was momentarily taken aback. What is the purpose of this, my lord? I do not comprehend. Precisely, your lack of understanding is to your advantage. Qin Zhan replied. Follow my instructions. The sole objective is to embellish Li Lianing's words, ensuring that all are aware that he instigated this incident, while I am merely upholding the emperor's dignity. Wei Jiang, finally grasping the intent, nodded appreciatively. The heir is indeed a man of great wisdom. I am in awe. The ability to twist truth and accusation into such an elegant narrative is a testament to our master. Wait, is it not odd that I refer to myself as our master? This is all Li Lianing's fault. I must keep my distance from eunuchs. Following his moment of reflection, Wei Jiang dutifully executed Qin Zhan's orders. After concluding these tasks, Qin Zhan addressed the assembly at Wu Wangfu. You may disperse. Attend to your own affairs. The denizens of Wu Wangfu wore expressions of bewilderment. Qin Zhan had indeed transformed from his former self. Qin Zhan observed Qin Zhan's departing figure, perceiving echoes of Qin's youth within him. The same decisive ruthlessness, the same blend of courage and cunning. Qin Ji remarked solemnly, "It is fortunate we did not conspire with Qin Zhan, lest we share his fate." Speaking of Qin Zhan, the patriarch had allotted him a mere 2 days. Once that period elapsed, the Black Tiger Guard would pursue him relentlessly, effectively sealing Qin Zhan's lineage's doom. The two elders exchanged bittersweet smiles, having long assumed that Qin was indifferent to Qin Zhan, unconcerned with his well-being. Yet, it appeared that Qin's approach had been one of free-range parenting. Now, with Qin Zhan matured, Qin began to establish his authority on behalf of Qin Zhan. To oppose Qin Zhan would be tantamount to opposing Qin himself. And who is Qin? A venerable elder of the Blue Moon Empire, commander of the 3 armies. For him, taking a life is merely a matter of words. We ought to exercise greater restraint henceforth. Aspirations for the position of heir should be abandoned. Qin Zhan concluded, rather than recklessly pursuing an unattainable title, it would be wiser to faithfully assist Qin and wholeheartedly serve the Wu Wangfu that in the foul ditch, Li Lianying continued to flail about. However, accustomed to a life of luxury and lacking any martial prowess, he could not rise. Unaware of how many mouthfuls of soup he had ingested, he remained ensnared in his predicament. Ultimately, it was the Tunglong soldiers who could not bear to watch any longer and pulled Li Lianying from muck. Yet, he reeked abominably, his body still adorned with remnants of filth. Passers-by recoiled in disgust, some retching at the sight. Ugh! Li Lianying retched violently, expelling a stream of golden-yellow liquid, finally gasping for breath. His life was spared. Qin Zhan, I shall see you dead. Li Lianying seethed, his fury palpable as he stared toward Wu Wangfu, his stomach churning anew. From this day forward, the gaze of all within Wu Wangfu toward Qin Zhan underwent a profound transformation. Having the audacity to strike even the chief eunuch of the palace, what limit could possibly restrain him? In an instant, Qin Zhan's stature within Wu Wangfu soared to remarkable heights. Yet, Qin regarded these developments with tacit approval. Upon returning home, Qin Zhan made his way directly to Qin's study. As he approached the door, Qin's voice resonated. "Enter." Qin Zhan pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Grandfather," in the presence of outsiders. Qin Zhan appears to be a decisive and ruthless heir to the royal house. Yet before Qin, he must adopt a more submissive demeanor. "Little monkey, your audacity seems to have grown exponentially. Do you comprehend the repercussions should His Majesty become aware of this matter?" Qin stated with a stern expression. "Even if His Majesty were to find out, what of it? I am merely upholding his dignity. Everyone knows that Li Lianying has spoken disrespectfully and acted in rebellion." Qin Zhan replied nonchalantly, "You impudent lad, do you even grasp who Li Lianying is? He is a favored confidant of His Majesty. Do you truly believe the Emperor would side with you?" "Undoubtedly not," Qin Zhan affirmed. "Then why do you persist in humiliating Li Lianying?" "Quite simply, I am avenging my 6th uncle," Qin Zhan retorted. Hearing this, Qin felt a tremor in his heart. "Are you aware of your 6th uncle's situation?" "This is no secret. The court and the royal house alike are aware. Even Li Lianying has publicly disrespected my 6th uncle while delivering the imperial edict." Qin Zhan coldly remarked, "Your 6th uncle, Qin Fun, is the only one in the martial king's household wielding power within the military. Yet now, even Qin Fun has lost command of the northern garrison, rendering the martial king's residence nearly powerless in military affairs. You rascal," Qin sighed in resignation, "your 6th uncle would undoubtedly feel gratified to know of your actions. These are merely my obligations." Qin Zhan paused briefly before continuing, "I am genuinely curious about what imperial edict that old dog Li Lianying is here to convey, that if I am not mistaken, it is the formal letter of annulment of engagement." Qin replied, "A formal letter of annulment? Is there truly a distinction between formal and informal?" Qin Zhan inquired. "That of course," Qin clarified, "imperial engagements are no trivial matter. They must adhere to protocol. Then my actions today will be tantamount to slapping His Majesty's face." Qin Zhan remarked, "Are you regretting it now?" "I cannot claim regret. If I dare to act, I must also be prepared to bear the consequences," Qin Zhan declared. "If His Majesty is heartless and ungrateful, Then we need not concern ourselves with anything further. It is better to strike first. A flicker of alarm crossed Qin Zhan's eyelids as he observed Qin Zhan's fearless demeanor. Instinctively, he asked, "What schemes are you concocting?" "Since His Majesty dares to annul the engagement, I shall dare to dismiss his cherished daughter," Qin Zhan proclaimed, refusing to pull back his words that in truth, Qin Zhan held no desire to forge ties with the imperial family, as such relationships were tainted with ulterior motives. "Little monkey, do not speak such nonsense," Qin Zhan admonished. "If His Majesty were to hear your words, it would spell doom for the martial king's residence." "Grandfather, I fail to comprehend your fears. The imperial family has treated us with such disdain, yet you still hold them in high regard." Qin Zhan could not help but scoff. "What do you understand?" Qin Zhan replied, "I shall discuss this matter with His Majesty again, striving to ensure both parties retain their dignity." "Very well then," Qin Zhan acquiesced, recognizing the wisdom in Qin Zhan's words. "For now, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I require your assistance with another task." A glimmer of murderous intent suddenly flickered across Qin Zhan's face. Observing the ominous aura emanating from his grandfather, Qin Zhan inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" Qin Zhan slowly settled into his chair, his gaze drifting towards the window. "Have you not already deduced my intent?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan felt a stirring within. "Are you suggesting that I pursue those of the Qin Zhan lineage?" Qin Zhan nodded. "Precisely. Are you truly resolved to take action against the Qin Zhan lineage?" Qin Zhan had thought that his grandfather was merely speaking in anger, not genuinely intending to eradicate them. "Over the years, Qin Zhan has committed many transgressions against me. Believing I was oblivious, in truth, I am well aware of every misdeed. I have merely been granting him opportunities, yet he remains obstinately ignorant." At this juncture, the old man's face reflected a measure of indignation. It was disheartening to witness a once brother transform into such a state, and he felt powerless to intervene. "I suspect it goes beyond that." Qin Zhan remained unconvinced that Qin Zhan would truly annihilate the Qin Zhan lineage. "As expected of you, little monkey. Your intellect is indeed sharp," Qin Zhan replied gravely. "If my suspicions hold true, they may seek refuge with enemy nations." "Enemy nations?" Qin Zhan's expression shifted. "Is it Mu Yun or Huan Yi?" "Mu Yun." Qin Zhan expressed his confusion. "How could this be possible? Why would it not be?" Qin Zhan countered, after Qin Zhan departed the imperial capital. A confidant of the crown prince also exited the city. Subsequently, the Qin Zhan lineage altered their course. It is illogical that Lan Xiutu would direct them to the Mu Yun Empire. Hence, my purpose in sending you after them is to uncover the crown prince's true intentions." Qin Zhan pondered for a moment, a sense of an ulterior motive lurking behind this matter. "I understand. Rest assured, grandfather. That is good. You must uncover the truth behind the scenes," Qin Zhan instructed. "Understood." Qin Zhan believed his actions were flawlessly executed, unaware that everything lay within Qin Zhan's watchful eye. The reason for his inaction was that the time had not yet come. What ultimately persuaded Qin Zhan to eliminate Qin Zhan was the covert hiring of assassins to eliminate Qin Zhan. This had crossed Qin Zhan's bottom line. Root and stem must be eradicated, without mercy. Furthermore, the crown prince is a man of considerable complexity. Should you encounter his associates, exercise utmost caution. Qin Zhan advised that I will be vigilant. Regardless of what truth you uncover during your mission, proceed as you see fit. There is no need to seek approval from anyone to do what you believe is right. Qin Zhan spoke earnestly, though unspoken. Qin Zhan's words had effectively pronounced the death sentence upon the Qin Zhan lineage. Qin Zhan met Qin Zhan's gaze, discerning the expectations held for him within those eyes. "You should depart with Wei Jiang and the others." Qin Zhan did not refuse, promptly stating, "Your grandson obeys." Upon concluding this statement, Qin Zhan exited Qin Zhan's study. Upon leaving, he found Wei Jiang waiting patiently. "Young master," Qin Zhan nodded. "How many of us will be accompanying this time?" "A total of 35 Black Tiger Guards, all at your command," Wei Jiang replied. The Black Tiger Guards, renowned alongside the Tunglong army as the Empire's twin swords, possess formidable combat prowess. Moreover, Wei Jiang was leading an elite group of Black Tiger Guards. All seasoned warriors forged in the crucible of battle. There is no need for command. Your combat experience far exceeds mine. You shall lead the troops, Qin Zhan humbly conceded, recognizing his own limitations in military leadership. Having followed his grandfather for many years, Wei Jiang was well-versed in military strategy and tactics. It was only fitting that he command the Black Tiger Guards. Young master, you are overly modest. Enough of that. Let us focus on the task at hand. The Black Tiger Guards will be under your command. The only requirement is to accomplish the mission. Yes, I shall obey. Immediately, Wei Jiang led Qin Zhan to a secret location. There, 35 Black Tiger Guard were already fully equipped and prepared for action. Each was lightly clad, exuding an aura of lethal intent. These warriors had clawed their way from the depths of death. Each a battle-hardened soldier of iron and blood. In their eyes, obedience was paramount, and slaughter was their only aim. Brothers, this is our young master. He will accompany us on this mission, Wei Jiang announced, his voice low yet piercing. 34 warriors turned to regard Qin Zhan. For an ordinary individual, being subjected to the piercing gazes of 30 to 40 fierce eyes would invoke terror. Yet who was Qin Zhan? He bore the bloodline of ancestral might. Practiced the 9 turns swallowing heaven technique and the great desolation suppression fist, and his very blood carried the essence of imperial authority. How could he be daunted by such gazes? With a stern countenance, Qin Zhan declared, the objective of this mission, as surely Wei Jiang has informed you, is singular, to eliminate every last member of the Qin Zhan lineage, leaving none behind. Understood. Thus, Qin Zhan and the 35 Black Tiger Guards dispersed to execute their mission. Though they separated, their target remained unified, Qin Zhan. Along the journey, numerous spies from the Wu Wang mansion were stationed, ready to leave traces whenever members of the Qin Zhan lineage passed by. Qin Zhan and his companions were pursuing them based on these clues. Qin had mentioned that they would be given 2 days to escape. After that, the Wu Wang mansion would relentlessly hunt them down until death ensued. Thus, Qin Zhan and his kin were frantically fleeing for their lives. Meanwhile, approximately 300 miles from the imperial capital, a day had already passed. Father, everyone has been traveling for an entire day. Shouldn't we take a moment to rest? Qin Shan's second son, Qin Tai, observed the weary faces of their clan and promptly inquired that, "My lord, we have been on the run for a day, and several have succumbed to exhaustion along the way. Everyone is reluctant to continue." Qin Zhan replied with a stern demeanor, "Since everyone is fatigued, let us take a brief respite." Upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled, settling down on the ground to rest. Sitting on the ground, Qin Zhan addressed his 2 sons. "Call for your wives and children, quickly." Qin Sheng and Qin Tai were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of their father's intentions, yet they complied. Soon, the families of Qin Sheng and Qin Tai gathered together. In a grave tone, Qin Zhan declared, "Listen closely. Our destination is the Muyu Empire. In half an hour, we shall divide into 2 groups. Point 1 shall head to the Muyu Empire, while the other shall proceed to the Huanai Empire." The family looked on in confusion at Qin Shan's orders. "Father, why must we separate? Would it not be better to travel together?" Qin Shan questioned, perplexed. "Do you not recall that, after we left the city, the prince's confidant came to see me?" "Of course, we remember. Many have voiced their grievances, questioning why the prince does not extend his protection to us." Others chimed in. "Humph, what do they understand?" Qin Zhan retorted. "I have conspired with the prince to devise a plan, contingent upon our entering the Muyu Empire. The Muyu Empire is our sworn enemy, and if we enter, death is guaranteed. Countless soldiers from the Muyu have perished at the hands of Qinda." Addressing the doubts of his kin, Qin Zhan elaborated, "You speak the truth. If we recklessly enter the Muyu Empire, we would be courting death. Therefore, we must split into 2 groups, with one heading to the Huanai Empire." Indeed, Qin Zhan was a cautious man. Even in such dire circumstances, he did not place his entire trust in the prince. Qin Shan's eldest son, Qin Sheng, would lead one group to the Muyu Empire, while the second son, Qin Tai, would direct his lineage towards the Huanai Empire. Qin Zhan himself would accompany his elder son to the Muyu Empire. For the princess contacts there recognized only him. Qin Zhan, before parting ways, Qin Zhan earnestly cautioned his younger son, "Remember, do not linger. You will only be safe once you have entered the Huanai Empire." "Yes, father." "Take care, elder brother," Qin Tai responded as he led his kin in a frantic dash. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan and his eldest son also sprinted towards the Muyu Empire. However, unbeknownst to them, Qin Zhan and Wei Jiang had already caught up before they could separate. "Young master, they have split up. How shall we pursue them?" Wei Jiang inquired. "You pursue Qin Tai. Leave this old dog, Qin Zhan, to me," Qin Zhan replied coldly. "Understood." Consequently, both Qin Zhan and Wei Jiang led 17 Black Tiger Guards, each in pursuit. Given that Qin had granted them 2 days to escape, they would indeed allow them that time. The journey from the imperial capital to the border required at least 5 days. Without any delays, suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbled, and a storm loomed on the horizon. Everyone pressed on, determined to make haste. Qin Zhan gazed up at the murky sky, an unsettling feeling stirring within him. Soon, torrential rain began to pour, accompanied by deafening thunder, as the desolate wilderness became suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, filling the dim space with its terrifying roar. Qin Zhan's countenance shifted dramatically as he discerned a dozen figures ahead, standing motionless amidst the gale and downpour. "Stop!" Qin Zhan's heart raced. Though the torrential rain obscured their features, he knew these figures were his pursuers. He glanced at the time. 2 days had passed, and the Black Tiger Guards had now revealed themselves. "Grandfather, who are those people ahead?" Qin Gang, Qin Tai's son and Qin Lai's cousin, hurried to Qin Zhan's side, having noticed the silhouettes in the distance. "Qin Zhan, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Qin Zhan stepped forward from the ranks. Upon recognizing Qin Zhan's voice, Qin Zhan's expression soured. "You are Qin Zhan." He had calculated many scenarios, yet he never anticipated that Qin Zhan himself would come to hunt them down. Qin Gang, too, was taken aback by Qin Zhan's personal involvement in the pursuit. In a fit of rage, he retorted, "Qin Zhan, do you think a mere dozen of you can stand against us?" Unwilling to waste words on the deluded Qin Gang, Qin Zhan coldly ordered, "Annihilate the Qin Zhan lineage. Eradicate them without mercy." Qin Zhan was not one to squander time. With 24 hours having elapsed, he no longer felt the need to wait. Thus, he charged forward with the Black Tiger Guards. "Everyone, take up your weapons and resist. Fight to the death," Qin Zhan roared defiantly. Yet against the onslaught of the Black Tiger Guards, his kin fell like lambs to the slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. Swish, swish, blades glinted as cries of agony echoed. One by one, the members of the Qin Zhan lineage perished. With a massive sword in hand, Qin Zhan charged directly at Qin Zhan. "Qin Zhan, prepare to meet your end." Qin Zhan advanced with ruthless intent, unimpeded by any obstacles. Witnessing his descendants fall one after another ignited a ferocious rage within Qin Zhan. "Qin Zhan, I shall slay you." He brandished his long knife, recklessly lunging at Qin Zhan, in the face of Qin Zhan's madness. Qin Zhan showed no mercy. This old man had long coveted his title as heir, subjecting him to relentless oppression throughout his life. If not for the tribulations he endured, Qin Zhan would still be lost in ignorance. It was precisely because of this that he saw through Qin Zhan as true, Nat Qin Zhan. "I shall resolutely seek our mutual demise." In this moment, Qin Zhan disregards all else, madly charging towards Qin Zhan, intent on avenging his son and grandson. "Qin Zhan, let us settle our grievances with this one strike." Qin Zhan leaps into the air, slicing through the void with a single hand, delivering a devastating punch. In that instant, the heavens and earth are shrouded in darkness, the sun and moon dimmed, that a golden fist radiance blots out the sky, overwhelming and majestic, dominating the realms. To Qin Zhan, it seems not merely a fist, but rather a towering mountain or a mighty river. The punch is cataclysmic, arriving in the blink of an eye, causing Qin Zhan's mind to tremble, leaving him utterly unmoored. Yet, even in such turmoil, Qin Zhan unleashes the strongest attack of his life. As their fists collide, a terrifying force surges through Qin Zhan's body, crashing into a small mountain behind him. Boom! The mountain crumbles, reduced to mere ruins. The space surrounding Qin Zhan erupts violently, all structures disintegrating into dust. The earth fractures and the void quakes, as if a torrential river cascades down, rushing for miles, striking terror into the heart. The deafening sonic boom forces others to retreat, lest they suffer dire consequences. Yet Qin Zhan stands rigidly in place, still poised for attack, while his heart is filled with profound shock. You with a cough, Qin Zhan spews forth a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of his innards. His gaze towards Qin Zhan is laden with deep despair. At this moment, he truly regrets provoking such a fearsome entity. He cannot fathom why a practitioner of the innate realm would perish at the hands of a spirit realm warrior. Qin Zhan's eyes gradually lose their luster before he falls heavily to the ground. Naturally, the cultivation and vitality of Qin Zhan and his kin are consumed as nourishment for the 9 revolutions devouring heaven technique, entirely devoured by Qin Zhan. Meanwhile, the remaining adversaries are ruthlessly slain by the Black Tiger Guards. Not a single one spared. Young master, all foes have been vanquished. We await your further instructions. 17 Black Tiger Guards encircle him. Just moments ago, Qin Zhan had faced the combined assault of Qin Zhan and his descendants without faltering, swiftly turning the tide to counterattack, emerging unscathed. This display leaves the Black Tiger Guards in awe of Qin Zhan's prowess. The transformation of this young master is nothing short of astonishing, standing amidst the thunderous downpour. Gazing upon the sea of corpses, Qin Zhan feels not a shred of satisfaction from vengeance. Let us bury them where they fall. With the entire lineage of Qin Zhan extinguished, past grievances dissipate into the ether. Understood. The rain soon ceases, and Qin Zhan arrives at the rendezvous point agreed upon with Wei Jiang. Yet, after a long wait, Wei Jiang does not appear. Young master, logically, their commander should have arrived before us. Why is he yet to show? Qin Zhan stands before a dilapidated temple, straining his eyes to see. They have waited for quite some time, yet Wei Jiang's figure remains elusive. An ominous premonition grips Qin Zhan. No more waiting. We shall seek them out. With that, Qin Zhan leads the Black Tiger Guards in the direction of Wei Jiang and the others. An hour later, upon reaching an open clearing, they are met with a gruesome sight. Corpses strewn about, belonging to both the Qin Tai lineage and the Black Tiger Guards. This is dire. They have encountered misfortune, exclaims a Black Tiger Guard named Lu Feng beside Qin Zhan. Scanning the area, Qin Zhan identifies 5 fallen Black Tiger Guards. It appears that Wei Jiang and his men have fled, though their fates remain uncertain. It seems Qin Zhan had a hidden hand. There must be formidable experts alongside Qin Tai, for my deductions. This is not a contingency set by Qin Zhan, but rather the work of other powerful adversaries. How is that possible? Our movements were confidential. Only the prince was aware. Who could possibly know our actions? Su Feng speaks gravely. Just then, a wave of dangerous energy suddenly locks onto him, surging forward with ferocity. Danger! Take cover! No sooner has Qin Zhan spoken than a flurry of arrows is unleashed. These arrows, crafted from fine steel, are exceptionally resilient and possess formidable penetrating power. A direct hit would spell death or grievous injury. Young master, there's a formidable foe. One Black Tiger Guard stands before Qin Zhan as an arrow pierces through his chest. Claiming his life in an instant, Qin Zhan's fury ignites. The other Black Tiger Guards hastily converge towards him, shielding him from the incoming arrows. Qin Zhan's expression darkens with rage. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the shadows. He had never anticipated being ensnared in a trap himself. Brothers, the heir of the martial king's residence stands before us. Slay him and earn a reward of 100,000. With a rallying cry, countless figures surge forth from all directions. Young master, they are bandits, a band of desperate rogues. Bandits. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's countenance turns. I see why, and no wonder even the Black Tiger Guard have faltered here. It all makes sense now. Form a defensive formation and follow my lead. With that, Qin Zhan leaps into the fray, charging directly into the ranks of the bandits. The Black Tiger Guards glance at one another. Bewildered by Qin Zhan's audacity, the young master, not being overly reckless. Faced with the savage bandits, he not only refuses to flee but actively engages in battle. Yet at this moment, they have no time for hesitation. They follow Qin Zhan into a frenzied melee in an instant. Severed limbs and torrents of blood fill the air, the scent of carnage saturating the atmosphere. Qin Zhan's decisive onslaught leaves the bandits momentarily bewildered. Who is truly encircled here? With his extraordinary physique and astonishing martial prowess, Qin Zhan forces the bandits into retreat. With each foe he defeats, he absorbs their cultivation and vitality. Qin Zhan grows stronger with every battle. His prowess continuously ascending. However, the Black Tiger Guards find the situation far more challenging. Despite their formidable strength, they are but a handful against over 300 bandits of equal standing, barely managing to hold their ground. Boss, this kid is incredibly strong. The intel claimed he was merely in the spirit realm, but judging by his might, he must be at least in the late innate stage, remarks the crafty strategist Yuan Hong. The bandit leader, Meng Zhang, robust and imposing, wielding a massive blade and riding a third-tier demon beast, the spectral wolf, smirks. After all, he is the grandson of the martial king. Such strength is to be expected. Meng Zhang grins widely, not regarding Qin Zhan as a threat at all. He gestures grandly, sending another wave of bandits charging towards Qin Zhan. Yet upon colliding with Qin Zhan, their cultivation inexplicably drains away. After some skirmishing, the bandits grow increasingly feeble, their powers waning rapidly. While Qin Zhan flourishes, invigorated, it must be said, the 9 Revolutions Devouring Heaven technique is truly an extraordinary cultivation method. Typically, one could cultivate by absorbing the energies of pills and spirit stones. But in battle, it directly devours the enemy's power. Once their cultivation is consumed, it shifts to their vitality. In short, he will not relent until he has drained every last ounce of worth from his foes. Initially, Qin Zhan did feel considerable pressure, nearly being subdued by the bandits on several occasions. However, as the energy he absorbs intensifies, his cultivation rises. Thus, amidst the chaos, Qin Zhan unexpectedly breaks through the spirit realm, reaching the initial stage of the innate realm. More importantly, his physical form undergoes a transformation, feeling as if he possesses boundless strength. What wicked technique are you practicing that allows you to devour our cultivation? The bandits, not entirely dim-witted, begin to grasp the peculiarity of Qin Zhan's abilities. Meng Zhang, the bandit leader, suspects Qin Zhan possesses a devouring technique. This heir of the martial king's residence has cultivated a form of devouring sorcery. How intriguing! Boss, our brothers have suffered significant losses. We cannot continue this fight. I will go and take him down, suggests his subordinate Yuan Hong, eyeing Qin Zhan's ability to consume the cultivation of his foes. No need, I will handle this myself. Meng Zhang declares, such devouring techniques are exceedingly rare. Even someone of Meng Zhang's stature is tempted. All of you, retreat. With a leap, Meng Zhang descends like a golden deity. Boom! The formidable force of the impact caused the ground to tremble. Qin Zhan's gaze sharpened. The Mountain Sea Realm. Among human warriors, the Mountain Sea Realm represents a significant threshold. But a renowned martial artist once proclaimed that those beneath the innate level are mere ants. Only those within the Mountain Sea Realm are deemed to have entered the ranks. Above the Mountain Sea Realm lies the Void-Breaking Realm. Qin Zhan is a master of the Void-Breaking Realm, a remarkable figure within the secular world. Qin Zhan, surrender the devouring evil technique, and I shall spare your life, commanded Meng Zhang, dismissing Qin Zhan despite his evident prowess. After all, he was a formidable warrior of the Mountain Sea Realm, a strength capable of rivaling a city lord. If you desire my techniques, you must first reveal your name, Qin Zhan replied. Though he did not recognize his opponent, it was clear that Meng Zhang had come specifically for him. With audacity, he faced death without fear. Meng Zhang sneered, very well, I shall divulge my name. Do not forget when you descend to the underworld, I am Meng Zhang, known as the Flying Golden King. Qin Zhan's brow furrowed. You are Meng Zhang? He had indeed heard of this person, notorious for his heinous deeds within the Blue Moon Empire, an individual the Empire had failed to eradicate despite multiple attempts. Since you are aware of my reputation, why do you not submit? Yuan Hong interjected sarcastically. Typically, anyone hearing the name Meng Zhang would be struck with terror, yet the heir of the martial king's estate did not even flinch. Was he simply ignorant, or was he the proverbial calf unafraid of the tiger? Upon discovering Meng Zhang's identity, Qin Zhan spoke solemnly. Were you the ones who ambushed my martial king's estate? You need not pry, for I have already revealed my name. It is now your turn, Meng Zhang coldly retorted. Indeed, it was Qin Zhan's turn. Contemplating briefly, he suddenly shot upward like a cannonball, his target set firmly on Meng Zhang. You brigands plague the land. Today, I shall act as Heaven's enforcer and eradicate you. As his words fell, a thunderous punch surged forth. Meng Zhang was taken aback, never expecting Qin Zhan to not flee, but to attack him instead, an act tantamount to courting death. Meng Zhang's expression darkened as he pressed down with one hand, his fist clenched, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. Boom! Their fists collided, erupting with dazzling divine light. The terrifying force radiated outward. Qin Zhan staggered back 3 steps, while Meng Zhang merely shifted half a step. In their initial clash, Qin Zhan found himself at a disadvantage, yet he remained undaunted. After all, Meng Zhang was a warrior of the Mountain Sea realm, capable of shattering mountains and parting seas. However, it was Meng Zhang who was truly astonished. You are of the innate realm? Previously, intelligence suggested Qin Zhan was merely of the spirit realm. Yet after their confrontation, it became clear that he was far beyond that, standing at the innate level. This meant the intelligence they received had been flawed. Nevertheless, Meng Zhang continued to dismiss Qin Zhan, regarding both innate and spirit realms as mere insects before him. Meng Zhang, you are a brigand from the north. Why have you suddenly appeared here? Qin Zhan inquired solemnly. You are too naive if you think to pry into my affairs. Meng Zhang scoffed before launching another punch. Meng Zhang was infamous as a ruthless brigand leader, renowned for his prowess and fist techniques. Facing the cunning and powerful Meng Zhang, Qin Zhan's fighting spirit intensified. According to the principles of the Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique, the first turn grants invincibility within the same realm. This meant he could remain undefeated at the innate level. Yet he yearned for practical experience to see if his fortified body could withstand the attacks of a Mountain Sea realm warrior. Thus, when Meng Zhang initiated his second assault, Qin Zhan made no attempt to evade, but instead boldly engaged. You are audacious, but today I shall reveal the chasm that lies between the innate and Mountain Sea realms. As Meng Zhang's words echoed, his attacks grew wilder and more ferocious. Though Qin Zhan found himself straining to counter Meng Zhang's fierce onslaught, he managed to hold his ground as the battle raged on. Qin Zhan utilized the Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique to continuously absorb Meng Zhang's energy, gradually narrowing the gap in their strength. Realizing this, Meng Zhang unleashed a furious roar, a powerful punch sending Qin Zhan staggering back. You dare to devour my cultivation, he growled coldly. Qin Zhan transformed the absorbed energy into his own strength, growing increasingly formidable with each clash. Unfazed by Meng Zhang's scorn, Qin Zhan regarded him as a fat sheep awaiting slaughter. Should he manage to consume the cultivation of a Mountain Sea realm warrior, his Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique would surely advance. Even if it did not, his strength would experience a significant boost. I have declared that I will act as Heaven's enforcer. So come and face me. After the previous exchange, Meng Zhang's cultivation had reverted to the early stages of the Mountain Sea realm. With their strengths now more balanced, Qin Zhan found himself with even less reason to fear his opponent. Consequently, Qin Zhan initiated a fierce counterattack, employing the foundation of the Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique alongside the Great Wilderness Stabilizing Fist. Boldly standing toe-to-toe with Meng Zhang, the two clashed with fervor, and Qin Zhan's expenditure of energy paled in comparison to the energy he absorbed. Curse it! Meng Zhang realized he had underestimated his opponent and bellowed, drawing his long knife from behind, aiming a strike at Qin Zhan. The Wild Blade technique. The blade's aura sliced through the air with a deafening roar. Qin Zhan leaped and twisted, evading the attack. Encountered with a powerful palm strike, the terrifying force erupted from his palm, colliding with Meng Zhang's blade aura mid-air. Sizzle! In an instant, divine light erupted, and a powerful shockwave spread outward. Both Qin Zhan and Meng Zhang were forced back several steps. This time, it was a draw. In the brief skirmish, the disparity in strength between Qin Zhan and Meng Zhang was rapidly diminishing. The members of the Black Tiger Guard, witnessing Qin Zhan hold his ground against a Mountain Sea realm warrior with only his innate cultivation, were utterly astounded. In contrast, Meng Zhang's expression grew increasingly grim. He could not afford to prolong this battle. The boy's devouring technique was too sinister. With this in mind, Meng Zhang seized two nearby brigands and hurled them toward Qin Zhan. The two brigands were caught off guard, not anticipating being used as weapons by their own leader. Qin Zhan furrowed his brow, recognizing Meng Zhang's ruthless nature. He truly was a heartless demon, willing to exploit even his subordinates. Seizing a nearby battle knife, Qin Zhan swiftly cleaved the two brigands in half. Yet at that moment, Meng Zhang lunged at Qin Zhan with his divine blade aimed at his head. Qin Zhan smiled resolutely, delivering a devastating palm strike that seemed to embody the power of ancient Buddhas, instantly obliterating everything in its path. The force of his strike shattered Meng Zhang's divine blade in an instant. The strength of his physical body exceeded Qin Zhan's expectations, igniting his excitement. He immediately clenched his fist, great wilderness stabilizing fist, concentrating all his power into a single point. He aimed to strike directly at Meng Zhang's face. Meng Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. Should he be struck, even if he survived, his head would surely be shattered. Iron cloth shirt. Golden light erupted around Meng Zhang, resembling a golden-skinned arhat as he sought to withstand Qin Zhan's blow. Boom! The iron cloth shirt was instantly breached, and Meng Zhang took the full force of Qin Zhan's peak punch. Puffed. A mouthful of blood spewed from Meng Zhang's lips, his expression paling. Retreat, as soon as the words left his mouth. Meng Zhang leaped into the air, vanishing into the depths of the forest. The remaining brigands, now leaderless, could only flee in disarray. Qin Zhan stood rooted in place, gazing in the direction of Meng Zhang's escape. His expression graved at that moment. His internal energy surged violently, a terrifying force rampaging within him. Not pursue. Protect me. Qin Zhan commanded before entering a meditative state. He needed to refine the energy he had absorbed from Meng Zhang in the shortest possible time, making it his own. The body serves as a crucible, and the 9 transformations of heaven-devouring technique is a method that absorbs all external energies into this furnace for refinement. However, the prerequisite is that the energy must not exceed the furnace's capacity. Otherwise, it may explode at this moment. Due to having devoured Meng Zhang's cultivation, Qin Zhan experienced a surge of energy within him, rendering him unable to refine it completely for the time being. Truly, the Mountain Sea realm is formidable. Even after consuming such a modest amount of energy, I feel utterly uncomfortable, Qin Zhan mused. The Black Tiger guards hurriedly surrounded him, safeguarding him against a potential counterattack from Meng Zhang. Qin Zhan fervently operated the 9 transformations of heaven-devouring technique. A portion of the energy was used to refine his own physique, while another portion was stored in his dantian. Observing Qin Zhan's body, which resembled a balloon constantly expanding and contracting, left the Black Tiger guards in a state of astonishment. What kind of technique has the young master cultivated? It is truly astonishing. Silence, focus on your duties, Lu Feng, the team leader, declared, naturally assuming responsibility at this critical moment, just as Qin Zhan reached a crucial juncture in his training. The expressions of all the Black Tiger guards shifted dramatically. This is bad. Another formidable foe approaches. They formed a protective triangle, vowing to defend their master with their lives at Lu Feng's command. Over a dozen Black Tiger guards changed formations, brandishing their long blades with unwavering resolve. Just as they prepared to fight to the death, a familiar figure staggered into view. Wei Jiang. They watched as Wei Jiang stumbled out and collapsed to the ground. Alongside him were several brothers from the Black Tiger Guards, bloodied and clearly having endured a fierce battle. Commander, Lu Feng and the others rushed forward to assist Wei Jiang, and one had anticipated his sudden return. At that moment, Qin Zhan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning. He immediately rose to support Wei Jiang. Who ambushed you? It was Meng Zhang, Wei Jiang uttered before losing consciousness. Qin Zhan's expression darkened. It was indeed this band of marauders. Help them up and leave this place, Qin Zhan instructed. This area is exceedingly dangerous. If we remain here, Meng Zhang may very well return to kill us. Thus, Qin Zhan led everyone to a relatively safe location to recuperate. Fortunately, he possessed a number of spiritual herbs that could aid in their swift recovery. However, Wei Jiang's injuries were severe, although they had been stabilized. He would not awaken for some time. That it was fortunate for him. Had it been anyone else, they would have already fallen to Meng Zhang's blade. The other black tiger guards were also in a poor state, evidently having exhausted considerable energy in their skirmish with the marauders. These bandits were desperate, striking with lethal intent, which explained the significant losses incurred by the black tiger guards. Qin Zhan inquired about the events that had transpired before their arrival. Young master, these marauders seem to know our every move. Just as we caught up to Qin Tai and his group, they intercepted us. Regrettably, we could not eliminate all of Qin Tai's faction. Please forgive us. Young master. After hearing the Black Tiger Guard's explanation, Qin Zhan contemplated for a moment. This incident was indeed unforeseen. I do not blame you. I fear even Qin did not anticipate that marauders would intervene. What shall we do now? Lu Feng queried, concerned as Wei Jiang lay unconscious, a vital force lost. Qin Zhan pondered briefly. Regardless of who is behind these marauders, those who dare to harm my Wuwang mansion must pay a heavy price. Qin Zhan surveyed the scene. The losses were significant, with 7 brothers from the Black Tiger Guards buried beneath this desolate expanse. Young master, among the deceased, one was my own brother, that I must avenge him. Lu Feng's face darkened. Understanding Lu Feng's sentiments, Qin Zhan did not reproach him. Lu Feng, I can empathize with your feelings. The sacrifices of our 7 brothers will not be in vain. I will seek vengeance for them. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with a fierce coldness. You all escort Wei Jiang back to the imperial capital. I shall confront Meng Zhang myself. Qin Zhan's surprise. Lu Feng and the others hastily dissuaded him. Young master, you are of invaluable worth. You cannot recklessly put yourself in danger. If anything were to happen to you, how could we explain it to Lord Wuwang? The Black Tiger Guards, fiercely loyal to Qinda, prioritized his safety above all. My decision is made and unalterable, Qin Zhan asserted resolutely. Meng Zhang is a being of the Mountain Sea realm, akin to the strength of a city lord. He should not be underestimated. Despite Qin Zhan's improved power, he was still not a match for a formidable opponent from the Mountain Sea realm. Lu Feng urged, Young master, please reconsider. Qin Zhan replied firmly, No more discussion. Rest for another hour. Then escort Wei Jiang back. You need not worry about my affairs. With that, Qin Zhan left behind some elixirs and departed alone. Young master, the others were left in a state of uncertainty. You need not accompany me. Return to the imperial capital at once. I will complete my mission and return. With that, Qin Zhan leaped away, vanishing from view in an instant. The Black Tiger Guards exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Captain Lu, has the young master entered the innate realm? One Black Tiger Guard inquired. Lu Feng nodded. Indeed, the young master broke through during battle. He is now in the early stages of the innate realm. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. They said the young master's bloodline had been stripped, rendering him a waste. But in my view, he has not only avoided becoming a waste, but has grown even stronger. Indeed, you did not witness the young master single-handedly battling the 3 generations of the Qin Zhan family. It was as if a war god had possessed him. What about when he fought Meng Zhang? He actually drove Meng Zhang away. The uninformed group expressed their confusion. The young master is formidable, but how could someone in the innate realm drive away a being from the Mountain Sea realm? Lu Feng admitted, I find this perplexing as well, but the fact remains that Meng Zhang was indeed driven away. The group exchanged incredulous glances, contemplating the unbelievable nature of these events. Enough idle chatter. Let us hasten our healing and return to the imperial capital at once. Meanwhile, Meng Zhang, accompanied by the marauders, paused in a secluded canyon to rapidly recover his cultivation. The entire canyon was under the control of the marauders, with Meng Zhang seated at the center, diligently practicing his divine skills. After a moment, his countenance returned to normal. Congratulations, Chief, on recovering your cultivation. The cunning strategist Yuan Hong quickly approached. Meng Zhang spoke in a grave tone. For 30 years, I, Meng Zhang, have traversed the desert without facing such a significant setback. Think I was outsmarted by a mere youth. It is truly infuriating. With that, Meng Zhang unleashed a punch that leveled a nearby hill. Such is the terrifying power of the Mountain Sea realm. Yuan Hong quickly interjected, Chief, is that fellow truly so formidable? Meng Zhang shot him a glare. What? Do you doubt my words? Sensing Meng Zhang's anger, Yuan Hong hastily clarified. No. How could I dare to doubt you? Chief, I merely cannot comprehend what kind of technique Qin Zhan has cultivated to possess such devouring capabilities. In the realm of martial arts, there are many paths, but techniques with the ability to devour others are likely limited to the soul-devouring hall. The soul-devouring hall. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Hong's face turned pale with fear. That is impossible. How could a scion of the Wu Wang mansion possibly have any ties to the soul-devouring hall? Meng Zhang pondered. Indeed, how could a scion of the Wu Wang mansion be connected to the soul-devouring hall? Yuan Hong's eyes flickered as if he recalled something. Oh, I remember now. It is said that this lad previously awakened a celestial-level bloodline, but for some reason, it was taken from him. Yet he did not perish. Instead, he grew even more powerful. You think this could be related to the soul-devouring hall? Upon hearing Yuan Hong's words, Meng Zhang furrowed his brow. I have heard of this matter. It is indeed quite suspicious. Chief, what shall we do now? The mission remains unfulfilled, and it would not bode well with that esteemed individual. Yuan Hong spoke in a deep voice. Upon mentioning that person, Meng Zhang's lips twitched, clearly indicating his profound fear of that individual. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Zhan must die, Meng Zhang declared solemnly. While Meng Zhang was deliberating on how to eliminate Qin Zhan to accomplish their task, they remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Zhan had already discovered their resting place. Concealing his aura, Qin Zhan perched himself on a colossal tree. Observing intently him, Meng Zhang was not merely a formidable foe, but also a delectable prey. Previously, a mere morsel of Meng Zhang's cultivation had afforded him a significant enhancement in power. He mused if he could consume it all. At this thought, an unusual glimmer sparked in Qin Zhan's eyes. His audacity to risk his life lurking here was not solely for avenging the fallen Black Tiger Guard brothers, but more importantly, he coveted Meng Zhang's cultivation at the Sea of Mountains level. This was a veritable boon for him. However, with daylight still lingering, acting recklessly would be detrimental. It seemed he would have to wait until nightfall to execute his plan. As night fell, the cold moon hung high in the sky. Meng Zhang's chief military advisor, Yuan Hong, had prepared a beautiful woman for him in advance, captured during their journey. This was a gift meant for Meng Zhang's enjoyment. Boss, it's getting late. It's time to rest, Yuan Hong said with an ambiguous smile. Hearing this, Meng Zhang revealed a lewd grin. Indeed, it is time to rest. You will be on guard tonight. There are wolves prowling. So be cautious, Meng Zhang instructed. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure that no one disturbs your pleasures. With that, Meng Zhang stood up and made his way toward the hastily erected tent. Before long, alluring sounds emanated from within, stirring the hearts of the bandits. It's been ages since I've been with a woman. I'm practically fading away, one bandit lamented with a hint of envy. Nonsense. Wasn't it just half a month ago that you had your fill with a few women? Can't you change your lewd ways? These bandits were unabashed in their vulgarity and arrogance. Come, let us drink. Enough of this talk. Once we complete this task, we can have any woman we desire, Yuan Hong. The masterful schemer was particularly adept at spinning dreams for his comrades. Among this group of bandits, Yuan Hong's standing was second only to Meng Zhang, and everyone held him in high regard. Brother Hong speaks wisely. Let us raise a toast to him. The bandits feasted and drank heartily, blissfully unaware that death had silently approached. In the darkness, a figure stealthily drew near. Ever since stepping into the innate realm, Qin Zhan's strength had seen a tremendous rise. Under the frigid moonlight, he transformed into a specter, drawing ever closer to the canyon. Soon, he arrived at a lookout post, where a guard, oblivious to the impending doom, dozed off. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan seized the guard by the throat. The bandit jolted awake, attempting to struggle, only to find himself ensnared by a grip as unyielding as that of a giant. With his throat constricted, he could not utter a single sound. Qin Zhan's face bore no trace of mercy as he fervently activated the Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique, forcibly consuming the guard as cultivation. Before long, the bandit's life force and powers were entirely devoured, leaving behind nothing but a desiccated corpse, which Qin Zhan discarded into a haystack. Having completed this grim task, Qin Zhan melded back into the shadows and proceeded to the next lookout. Thus, one by one, he eliminated the bandit sentries, and before long, he had dismantled the entire perimeter. Out of several hundred bandits, Only about 50 remained on duty, presenting Qin Zhan with an excellent opportunity for ambush. Yuan Hong and a few bandits sat jovially by the campfire, indulging in drink and feasting, blissfully unaware of the vanishing sentries around them. "Brother Hong, I need to relieve myself. I'll be back for more drinks." An innate level bandit staggered to his feet, drunkenly heading outside. I could see that moment. Yuan Hong, also quite inebriated, paid little heed to Meng Zhang's warning. After all, he thought, who would dare to ambush them? Furthermore, with no one around except for some wild beasts. It was inconceivable that anyone would appear. The drunken bandit arrived at a patch of weeds, mumbling to himself, unaware that a pair of eyes in the dark were fixated upon him. Swish, a long knife was pressed against his throat. And Qin Zhan coldly commanded, "Do not make a sound, or I shall sever your head." The bandit startled awake, preparing to resist. But Qin Zhan was ready. Employing the same tactic, he grasped the bandit's throat and pinned him to the ground. Do not attempt to resist. The bandit's complexion changed drastically. As an innate level warrior, he found himself completely immobilized, as if a mountain were crushing him. What do you want? In the darkness, he could not discern Qin Zhan's figure. "Where is Meng Zhang's tent?" Qin Zhan inquired. There were over 20 tents within the canyon, and Qin Zhan needed to pinpoint his target to prepare for the upcoming assassination. The blade's edge had already sliced through a blood vessel, and blood trickled down the blade. The ominous aura of death enveloped him, leaving the bandit no choice but to indicate Meng Zhang's tent. "Very well, you may die now." With that, Qin Zhan dispatched him in the same manner. Thus, Qin Zhan silently and efficiently eliminated one lookout after another. Meanwhile, this is not good. Yuan Hong, reveling in drink and merriment, suddenly came to a realization. He sprang to his feet, surveying the surroundings, the other bandits. Noticing Yuan Hong's sudden shift, hurriedly inquired, "Brother Hong, what's wrong?" Yuan Hong remained silent. As a late-stage innate warrior, his senses were exceptionally keen. He detected an unusual scent in the air. "Are sentries?" Yuan Hong questioned. The others exchanged glances. Having been preoccupied with drinking, they hadn't noticed. The sentries positioned around the canyon had vanished without a trace. Yuan Hong's expression shifted dramatically. "Everyone, arm yourselves. We have formidable enemies." But before he could finish, Qin Zhan burst forth from the shadows. None of the bandits had time to react as Qin Zhan's blade struck Yuan Hong. Despite Yuan Hong's utmost effort to defend, Qin Zhan's power was overwhelming. The strike shattered his strongest defenses. Yuan Hong finally recognized Qin Zhan upon seeing him up close. "Of course. It's me," Qin Zhan replied, swiftly delivering another horizontal slash. The remaining bandits had no time to react. Their heads severed in an instant, leaving behind only headless corpses. The commotion naturally caught the attention of the other bandits, and in a flash, everyone rushed over, intent on slaying Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan sliced through them with precision that he understood that while his previous strike had wounded Yuan Hong, it had not been fatal. Thus, he charged forward, fist clenched, and struck Yuan Hong's chest. Though Yuan Hong tried to evade, Qin Zhan's speed was too great for him to escape. With a resounding thud, another blow landed squarely on Yuan Hong's heart, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the moment of weakness, Qin Zhan voraciously consumed Yuan Hong's cultivation. "Why you dare?" Yuan Hong never imagined that his power would be devoured. Qin Zhan's consumption was rapid, and in an instant, he had drained Yuan Hong of all his cultivation. Following that, he delivered another punch. At this juncture, Yuan Hong was rendered powerless, completely at Qin Zhan's mercy. Crack! Yuan Hong's chest caved in, and he was sent flying. At that moment, the other bandits finally converged. Qin Zhan wore a chilling smile. After sending Yuan Hong flying, he leaped away, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. What on earth just happened? At that moment, Meng Zhang burst forth from the tent, his spirits high, only to be abruptly disturbed by the sounds of combat outside. Preparing to confront the source of his discontent, he was met with a scene that darkened his countenance. Yuan Hong lay slain, his demise both sudden and humiliating. Meng Zhang beheld the lifeless body of his strategist. Rage surged within him. Who is responsible for this? The leader is the son of the Wu Wang Manor. It was he who ambushed our encampment, one of the bandits hastily reported. Then what are we waiting for? Find him. I want him torn limb from limb. The loss of his strategist and the numerous subordinates weighed heavily on Meng Zhang, pushing him into a fury. That very night, he led all of his bandits on a frenzied search for Qin Zhan. Yet the latter had vanished without a trace. Qin Zhan understood well that only a fool would engage Meng Zhang directly. At least not yet. He needed to systematically erode his adversary's strength while simultaneously instilling psychological dread among the bandits. By the following morning, the bandits were utterly exhausted, having scoured a 20-mile radius without a single sighting of Qin Zhan. "Chief, we've searched the entire vicinity, but that scoundrel is nowhere to be found," one reported. Meng Zhang's expression darkened. "I've spent my life hunting eagles, and yet I find myself preyed upon by one infuriating." With that, he struck a massive stone with his fist, shattering it, which sent ripples of fear through his men. "Let the brothers rest for a while. After we eat, we shall continue our search. I refuse to believe we cannot find him." Thus, Meng Zhang and his band of outlaws tirelessly scoured the wilderness for Qin Zhan, who seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Ultimately, Meng Zhang concluded that Qin Zhan had indeed fled. With no other choice, he led his men away from that place. Little did they know, Qin Zhan had not escaped. He had been stealthily trailing them the entire time. The next evening, Meng Zhang and his men found a flat plain and set up camp. As midnight approached, alarm bells rang out. "The eastern sentry has gone missing. Go check what has happened. The brothers to the south have also vanished. Wake everyone." Qin Zhan, once again a specter in the night, lurked in the shadows, silently reaping the lives of the bandits. Meng Zhang, engrossed in his training, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. "What now?" "Chief, we have lost another 10 brothers. The sentries are dead." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Meng Zhang's thoughts immediately turned to Qin Zhan. A sinister expression flickered across his face. "That little wretch. If I catch him, I shall flay his skin." The camp blazed with firelight, yet Qin Zhan remained elusive, as if he were a phantom. "Form groups of 10. Light your torches, and follow me," Meng Zhang commanded. Aware that Qin Zhan was nearby, he resolved to uncover him, even if it meant foregoing sleep that night. The bandits, however, were beginning to feel fear. They were accustomed to inflicting terror, but had never contemplated becoming prey themselves. As Meng Zhang scoured the area, 2 more bandits, less than 500 meters away, allowed a blood-curdling scream as their throats were cut. Meng Zhang instantly pinpointed Qin Zhan's direction and roared like a great bird taking flight. "Where do you think you're going?" After finishing his grim task, Qin Zhan retreated without hesitation, sealing his presence from detection. Meng Zhang's fierce charge led him to a void. He found only the bodies of his fallen men. "You little wretch, I know you're close. You only dare to strike from the shadows. If you have any courage, face me in a duel." Qin Zhan, unmoved by Meng Zhang's taunts, remained steadfast in his own strategy, refusing to be lured out by mere provocations. Throughout that night, unease permeated the camp, and sleep eluded all. Strangely, Qin Zhan did not reappear. When dawn broke, the bandits, weary and disheartened, trudged about with dark circles under their eyes. Meng Zhang, with his formidable cultivation, was unaffected by the lack of rest, yet he sensed an ominous premonition regarding his dispirited men. "This little wretch is playing psychological games with me," he realized suddenly. Having lost nearly 50 men over 2 nights, the remaining bandits were under immense mental strain, never knowing who might be targeted next. Paradoxically, the more they feared, the less they could recuperate. This all grew increasingly vigilant. Qin Zhan remained conspicuously absent. However, whenever someone relaxed their guard, he would emerge to deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, he refrained from attacking during the day, striking only under the cover of darkness, significantly hindering the bandits' progress. "Chief, the enemy is too cunning. If this continues, we cannot foresee how many more brothers will perish at his hands," one began to grumble. "Indeed, we are all utterly exhausted. We must devise a plan," another added. Faced with his men's grievances, Meng Zhang found himself powerless to assuage their fears, lamenting that Qin Zhan had outwitted them. He regretted taking on this task, having suffered such needless losses. That night, they resolved to consolidate their defenses and light torches around the camp. "Tonight, we shall all hold a torch and create a barrier of light," Meng Zhang instructed. Thus, that evening, every bandit held a torch, illuminating the entire encampment. They stood armed, prepared for defense. Yet, remarkably, that night passed without incident. Qin Zhan did not show himself. Curse him! Has that coward fled? The bandits raged, attempting to lure Qin Zhan from the darkness with their insults. Yet, regardless of their rants, Qin Zhan remained hidden. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Zhan was deeply immersed in his training. After days of hunting and consuming, his cultivation had progressed, advancing from early innate to mid-innate stage. Simultaneously, his physical prowess had grown stronger by the end of the night. He had achieved a breakthrough into the mid-innate stage. When dawn arrived, he emerged from his meditative state, shaking dust from his clothes. Meng Zhang, your time has now begun to count down. With that, Qin Zhan leaped into the air, vanishing swiftly into the wilderness. Meanwhile, among the bandits, after a night of vigilance without incident, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Do you think Qin Zhan has truly left? It is hard to say. That wretch is elusive. Who knows if he has departed? He did not show himself all night. I suspect he has fled. Let us hope. These past few days have nearly driven me to madness. It was evident that everyone wished for Qin Zhan's departure, relieved to no longer live in constant fear. Thus, during the day, they hastened their journey toward Nanyang town. Meng Zhang rode his dark wolf at the forefront, his consciousness enveloping the entire group. The first sign of danger, he would be the first to detect it. Suddenly, a chilling presence emerged. Meng Zhang's awareness alerted him instantly, and he bellowed, all defensive formation. The bandits, startled, hastily drew their weapons, forming groups of 10, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Just then, a long blade flew through the air. The leading bandits could not evade it, and in an instant, they were bisected, slain without mercy. Simultaneously, Qin Zhan descended from a massive tree, his sights set directly on Meng Zhang. After days of real combat, Qin Zhan's strength had grown even greater than before. He was confident that he could stand against Meng Zhang in direct confrontation. Come forth. I have awaited you for long. Upon witnessing Qin Zhan charging directly towards him, Meng Zhang displayed no sign of panic on his face. Rather, it was suffused with a chilling intent to kill. The relentless torment inflicted upon them by Qin Zhan over the past few days had ignited a fury within Meng Zhang. Drawing his long blade, he boldly advanced to confront Qin Zhan. The clash resounded with a metallic ring, sparks flying as the blade shimmered towards the heavens. The terrifying aura of the blade surged wildly, stirring up clouds of dust. As their gazes locked, both Qin Zhan and Meng Zhang were enveloped in an atmosphere thick with murderous intent. You despicable wretch! I shall make you pay a grievous price, Meng Zhang growled, his true essence surging forth, unleashing a more formidable power. It must be acknowledged that as a warrior of the Mountain Sea realm, Meng Zhang's strength was indeed formidable. With a single punch, he sent Qin Zhan reeling backward. Though struck at close range, Qin Zhan merely felt a tumult of blood and energy, suffering no real harm. The first layer of the Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique, copper skin, iron bones, was undeniably tyrannical. As Qin Zhan grew increasingly emboldened in battle, Meng Zhang, on the other hand, was filled with astonishment. That earlier punch, fierce and unyielding, had landed solidly upon Qin Zhan, yet his physique felt as indestructible as divine iron. Moreover, Meng Zhang's fist bore an unsettling ache. Truly, the power of the Mountain Sea realm was formidable. With a fierce shout, Qin Zhan retaliated with a punch of his own, imbued with unmatched battle intent, striking directly at Meng Zhang's vital points. With his eyes blazing in fury, Meng Zhang crossed his arms, preparing to counterattack. Boom! The collision of fists produced a deafening sonic explosion, propelling both figures through the air once more. That moment, a black dagger materialized in Meng Zhang's hand, radiating a sinister gleam. With a swift motion, Meng Zhang lunged at Qin Zhan's abdomen with the dagger. This man was a remorseless killer, his attack angled deviously precise. Qin Zhan remained as steadfast as Mount Tai, immediately retaliating with a punch. This strike effortlessly neutralized Meng Zhang's assault, and without losing momentum, Qin Zhan pressed on. Meng Zhang let out a cold snort, slicing his own finger with the dagger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the forehead of the netherwolf. With a howl, the netherwolf summoned a red array that blossomed from beneath its feet, radiating outward to encompass both Qin Zhan and itself. Empowered by the red array, the netherwolf transformed into a fourth-tier beast, its entire body clad in a thick layer of black armor. Qin Zhan furrowed his brow. Meng Zhang's maneuver was indeed unexpected. He had not anticipated such a hidden trump card. You little wretch. This is my bloodline array. Prepare to meet your end. As the words left his mouth, the netherwolf opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Qin Zhan's neck. Simultaneously, Meng Zhang charged in with his blade, attacking from above and below in unison. Now that the netherwolf had advanced to a fourth tier, its combat prowess was comparable to that of a Mountain Sea realm warrior. This left Qin Zhan in a position akin to facing two foes of that caliber. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming odds, Qin Zhan exhibited no fear that he calculated the trajectory of the netherwolf's assault, sidestepping deftly while transforming his hands into claws, reaching directly for the beast's head. With a snap, the netherwolf clamped down on Qin Zhan's arm, but in the next moment, its sharp teeth shattered. Witnessing this, Meng Zhang was left utterly dumbfounded. Although Qin Zhan had been bitten by the netherwolf, the bite had not penetrated, yet the pain from its gnashing teeth was unavoidable. Fortunately, the copper skin iron bones proved incredibly resilient, withstanding the jaws of the fourth-tier beast. You beast, to think you could sever my arm. Your teeth are still too tender. A fierce glint flashed across Qin Zhan's face, and rather than withdrawing his arm, he forcefully thrust it into the netherwolf's throat. Awoo! The creature howled in agony. Unable to endure the thrust, it writhed violently, its front paws clawing desperately at Qin Zhan's arm, but it could not break free. Meng Zhang, witnessing his mount's vulnerability being exploited, was filled with rage. You little wretch. Pay with your life. With that, Meng Zhang wielded his divine blade and aimed a fierce strike at Qin Zhan's head. Get away! Qin Zhan roared, his voice resonating like thunder across the wilderness. With his other hand, he struck out, meeting Meng Zhang's blade with his bare palm. What? The other bandits were stunned at this spectacle. How could a warrior of the innate realm dare to intercept the weapon of a Mountain Sea realm fighter with his bare hands? Who granted him such audacity? Yet, Qin Zhan did just that, and he withstood the full force of Meng Zhang's attack. While resisting Meng Zhang's onslaught, Qin Zhan activated the Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique. Voraciously consuming the netherwolf's cultivation and vitality, it was crucial to note that the netherwolf, now a fourth-tier beast, possessed energy comparable to a human warrior of the Mountain Sea realm. The power within it was vast. Qin Zhan was determined not to waste this opportunity. Awoo! The netherwolf, realizing its strength was waning, struggled frantically. However, it was utterly incapable of breaking free from Qin Zhan's grip, and its massive form visibly shrank before their eyes. Enraged by this sight, Meng Zhang charged in once more. This beast is still useful to you. As Qin Zhan spoke, he drew his arm back, with a whoosh accompanied by the anguished cries of the netherwolf. He forcibly extracted a bloody chunk of soft tissue from its mouth. The netherwolf spewed forth crimson blood, its emaciated body convulsing violently. Good heavens, what massive tonsils! Exclaimed one bandit involuntarily. Meng Zhang shot him a glare, causing the man to promptly silence himself. Qin Zhan had not only removed the netherwolf's tonsils, but had also extracted its tongue entirely. The creature convulsed a few times on the ground before succumbing to death. Tossing aside the tongue and tonsils, Qin Zhan redirected his focus towards Meng Zhang. Although there was no time to fully absorb the netherwolf's energy, it was sufficient to suppress Meng Zhang. Thus, Qin Zhan launched a ferocious and relentless assault, gradually forcing Meng Zhang back. The aura surrounding Qin Zhan grew increasingly potent, while Meng Zhang began to falter under the pressure. What are you all waiting for? Join me in slaying him. Meng Zhang, gripped by fear, realized that Qin Zhan's strength had surged once more, now capable of overpowering him. Reluctantly, he called for his subordinates to assist. The bandits finally reacted, brandishing their swords, spears, and hammers, launching a frenzied assault on Qin Zhan. Get away from me! In the face of the onslaught from hundreds, Qin Zhan unleashed a thunderous roar, following it with a punch. Thud! Meng Zhang, caught off guard, was struck directly, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent flying. Seizing the moment, Qin Zhan pursued like a cannonball. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared beside Meng Zhang. Ew. Qin Zhan seized Meng Zhang by the throat, using his body's momentum to slam him violently into the ground. Thud! The immense impact shattered Meng Zhang's defenses, his head grinding into the earth. Leaving cracks like fine porcelain, he skidded for dozens of yards before finally coming to a halt by the time the other bandits caught up. Meng Zhang had lost a significant portion of his combat strength. Yet he refused to concede defeat, gripping his dagger in a desperate bid to take Qin Zhan down with him. But Qin Zhan would not allow him that satisfaction. Slap! With a casual flick, he knocked the dagger from Meng Zhang's hand and followed up with a punch to his body. What are mere bandits to me? What does it matter if he is from the Mountain Sea realm? Whoever Qin Zhan, decide to kill, not even a god can intervene. With that, Qin Zhan raised his golden fist and brought it crashing down upon Meng Zhang's skull. Meng Zhang's expression shifted drastically as he crossed his arms to defend himself. Boom! Qin Zhan's punch drove Meng Zhang deep into the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. Gazing upon the bloodied Meng Zhang, Qin Zhan felt no pity. He immediately activated the Nine-turn Devouring Heaven technique, ravenously consuming Meng Zhang's cultivation. Spare me. I was merely following orders. Meng Zhang pleaded with the last of his strength, desperate for mercy. Speak. Who sent you? Qin Zhan had long awaited this moment. He ceased his devouring. Meng Zhang plummeted from the realm of mountain and sea to the initial stage of the innate realm. What a tragic turn of events. Meng Zhang could hardly fathom that he would find himself in such dire straits. Once a formidable powerhouse of the mountain and sea realm, comparable to the lord of a city, he was now being treated like a subordinate by one of the innate realm. How humiliating. Yet in comparison to the value of life, all else paled in significance. Faced with Qin Zhan's interrogation, Meng Zhang stammered. Qin Zhan, with a chilling smile, immediately brought his foot down. Crack! In an instant, Meng Zhang's arm was crushed, the bone protruding grotesquely. Meng Zhang screamed in agony, hastily confessing, "It was the third prince of the Blue Moon Empire who sent me to ambush you." The third prince? Qin Zhan was taken aback. This third prince, named Lan Xiuyuan, was known for his cunning. Yes, indeed, it was the third prince who instructed me to do this. Meng Zhang's revelation plunged Qin Zhan into contemplation. He had suspected that this affair might be linked to the palace. But never did he anticipate that it would be the third prince himself who orchestrated the assassination. Initially, he had thought it to be the crown prince, Lan Xiu too. I have never crossed paths with Lan Xiuyuan. Why would he send someone to kill me? Qin Zhan pondered silently. How did you know our route? He inquired. The fact that they had laid an ambush in advance indicated their thorough understanding of their every move. It was the third prince who informed us. We were unaware of the details. You truly know nothing? Qin Zhan's voice turned cold. I genuinely do not. I have divulged all I can. Please spare me. Before Meng Zhang could finish, Qin Zhan crushed his ribcage with a single step, ending his life in an instant. After eliminating Meng Zhang, Qin Zhan turned his gaze to the remaining bandits. The hundreds of rogues Meng Zhang had brought were now reduced to less than 200. Thanks to Qin Zhan's surprise attack. Witnessing the demise of their leader, the remaining bandits regarded Qin Zhan with profound terror. To vanquish someone of the mountain and sea realm's initial stage, one must be at least of the late stage. Thus, in the eyes of these bandits, Qin Zhan was an indomitable force. Young master, we were coerced into wrongdoing by Meng Zhang. Please grant us a chance at life. The bandits immediately knelt, frantically bowing. Qin Zhan sneered. You have committed heinous acts. Your sins are unforgivable. Prepare to meet your end. With that, he locked onto one of them and charged. How dare you? Though you are powerful, do you truly believe you can slay us all? The desperate rogues, seeing no mercy forthcoming from Qin Zhan, revealed their true nature. They surrounded him, ready to attack. Alas, their strength was woefully inadequate. Not one of them was of the innate realm. The air was filled with cries of anguish as blood stained the wilderness. Half an hour later, Qin Zhan stood amidst the carnage, drenched in blood, with every last rogue slain. Gazing at the multitude of corpses, Qin Zhan felt an exhilarating rush, rather than fatigue after such a slaughter. His primal instincts surged forth. The thick scent of blood attracted numerous beasts. Roar! Unbeknownst to him, Over 100 ferocious beasts had gathered from all directions, their gazes fixed menacingly upon Qin Zhan. Among them were several third-tier beasts. Unable to contain their predatory instincts any longer, they lunged at him. A pack of beasts, come forth. Qin Zhan laughed maniacally, gripping his blades, and without a moment's respite, he plunged once more into the fray. The wilderness echoed with the howls of savage creatures and the sounds of brutal slaughter. Qin Zhan resembled an indefatigable machine, growing ever more ferocious as he fought, his inner ferocity unleashed. Boomed at a fourth-tier golden-armored beast was obliterated by a single punch from Qin Zhan, its golden core rolling out from its lifeless body. Without the time to wipe the blood from his face, he drew the core into his palm. A fourth-tier beast core. Typically, a beast requires at least the fourth tier to condense such a core. Of course, certain exceptional species can condense cores at the third tier. The core is the essence of a beast, its vitality and cultivation emanating from it. This was Qin Zhan's first beast core. A treasure of considerable worth, the remaining beasts, thoroughly intimidated by Qin Zhan's ferocity, fled in a frenzy. Ignoring the escaping creatures, Qin Zhan sat down, focusing on absorbing the core's energy. If other martial artists were to witness Qin Zhan's actions, they would be utterly horrified. For humans, a beast core is an invaluable resource for cultivation, yet it cannot be utilized directly. This is due to the impurities and the beast's ferocity contained within the core. To absorb its energy, one must first eliminate the impurities. However, Qin Zhan was unafraid of these impurities. The 9 turns devouring heaven technique automatically expels impurities while absorbing any energy, taking only the purest essence. This is the terrifying aspect of the 9 turns devouring heaven technique. It possesses a built-in purification function. Moments later, Qin Zhan had completely absorbed the golden core, leaving behind a pile of gray impurities. Truly, the energy from a fourth-tier beast core was far more potent than that of Meng Zhang. Qin Zhan marveled inwardly. After absorbing the essence of the core, he leaped to the pinnacle of the innate realm, his physique growing even stronger. Although there remained a considerable gap before he could break through to the second turn of the 9 turns devouring heaven technique, that gap was diminishing at a visible rate. Qin Zhan was confident that, given sufficient external energy, it would not be long before he achieved the second turn of that point. His strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Subsequently, Qin Zhan rose and departed from the scene. The remnants of Meng Zhang's group had either perished or fled. Yet the true mastermind continued to roam free. It seemed I must infiltrate the palace once more to uncover the truth. With this thought in mind, Qin Zhan headed back toward the imperial capital. A day later, in the imperial capital, at the Martial King's residence, in the council chamber of the Martial King's estate, Qin Zhan sat at the head of the table, flanked by Qin Ji and Qin Zhan. Other key members of the collateral families were also present, after being returned to the Martial King's residence. Wei Jiang had recovered from his injuries and regained consciousness. My lord, esteemed elders, the events unfolded as follows. The loss of 7 brothers from the Black Tiger Guard lies solely on my shoulders. I begged the Martial King to impose punishment. Wei Jiang took full responsibility for the incident. After recounting the sequence of events, the council chamber fell into an eerie silence, and one had expected that the Martial King's estate, initially intending to cleanse its ranks, would inadvertently attract the notorious Meng Zhang and his bandits. Where is Qin Zhan now? Qin Zhan could not refrain from asking. Ever since the Qin Shan lineage had been purged, neither Qin Ji nor Qin Zhan dared entertain any ulterior motives. They could only obediently fulfill their duties, no longer daring to harbor any inappropriate thoughts regarding the heir's position. That I heard from the brothers that the heir went alone to pursue Meng Zhang. I do not know his current whereabouts. Nonsense. How could you allow him to act alone? What if? Qin Zhan's expression darkened, ready to unleash his fury. That moment, Qin Zhan opened his eyes slowly, inquiring how many from the Qin Shan lineage managed to escape. The others were momentarily taken aback, glancing at Qin Zhan. What did the head of the family mean by this? Wei Jiang, too, was somewhat astonished. Qin Zhan seemed unconcerned about his grandson's safety, but was instead focused on whether the Qin Shan lineage had been thoroughly eradicated. However, Wei Jiang did not dwell on it for long and promptly replied, I am ashamed to say that due to Meng Zhang leading the bandits in an ambush, A few from the Qin Zhan lineage managed to escape amidst the chaos. I begged the martial king to punish me. The others turned their gazes towards Qin Zhan, that he was the one who had issued the order, intending to cleanse the ranks. Yet unexpectedly, a group of bandits had emerged, allowing several from the Qin Zhan lineage to slip away. Qin Zhan's expression remained inscrutable, merely stating, "If they have fled, then so be it. Perhaps it was not their time to perish, that I shall lead my brothers to support the young master and redeem my sins." Wei Jiang quickly declared, "Although the actions of the young monkey were indeed somewhat reckless, I believe he possesses the strength to handle it." Qin Zhan spoke, as soon as he uttered these words. A wave of skepticism washed over everyone present. Although Qin Zhan had fortuitously improved his cultivation, he was still faced with the formidable bandits of the empire, among whom was a powerful figure from the Mountain Sea realm. How could he, with merely his spirit realm cultivation, contend with such a mighty adversary? Should we dispatch a few scouts to investigate the situation? Qin Zhan inquired. Certainly, let Wei Jiang handle this matter. Qin Zhan responded. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, Wei Jiang said before turning to leave. After Wei Jiang exited, a young man rose and said, Patriarch, I have something to report. This individual was named Qin Mu, a member of a collateral branch. Ever since the Qin Zhan lineage was purged, Qin Zhan had personally promoted him to assume all the responsibilities of Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan asked, Speak. It concerns the heir and the Hongyuan Merchants Association. Qin Mu replied solemnly. After the death of the association's president, their headquarters appointed a representative to come forth, demanding that our Wuwang mansion provide an explanation. An explanation? Qin Zhan's expression darkened upon hearing this. Sitting nearby, Qin Ji hastily interjected, The Hongyuan Merchants Association is turning black and white upside down. It is they who should be providing us with an explanation. Qin Mu smiled wryly. I responded in kind. Yet their attitude was exceedingly obstinate, asserting that. What else did they say? Qin Zhan's eyes widened slightly as he spoke slowly. They claimed that if we do not provide them with a satisfactory answer, the Wuwang mansion will suffer dire consequences. Bang! Qin Zhan erupted in fury. What audacity! The Hongyuan Merchants Association is merely a rogue organization. How dare they disregard our Wuwang mansion? Their boldness is utterly outrageous. The Hongyuan Merchants Association has been entrenched in the empire for centuries. With profound roots, it would be best to avoid conflict, Qin Ji said, maintaining a more composed demeanor. Patriarch, the Hongyuan Merchants Association has grown far too arrogant. I propose we sever ties with them. These scoundrels are intolerable. The Wuwang mansion have been excessively low profile in recent years, leading many to believe it had lost its former glory. That I will take responsibility for addressing the matter concerning the Hongyuan Merchants Association. At that moment, Qin Yu appeared in a wheelchair in the conference hall. The crowd turned to gaze at him in unison. Qin Zhan smiled faintly. You have just returned. Is your health sufficient? Father, rest assured. I am fine, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Yet everyone else looked at him with skepticism. After all, he was but a cripple, while his adversary was a martial artist of the Mountain Sea realm. Could he truly contend with such a foe? Fourth brother, I have heard that the representative sent by the Hongyuan Merchants Association is a formidable practitioner of the Mountain Sea realm, and he is quite dictatorial. Are you confident? Qin Ji hesitated. Others also cast their gazes upon him. Since Qin Yu's disability, he had relied on a wheelchair for over a decade, and no one believed he possessed the capability to resolve significant matters of the mansion. Is it merely a Hongyuan Merchants Association? It is of no consequence, Qin Yu declared confidently. In that case, Qin Mu shall accompany you to resolve this matter, Qin Zhan commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood. Qin Mu naturally complied with Qin Zhan's orders. Qin Mu, let us depart. After Qin Yu spoke, Ashur pushed him away, with Qin Mu closely following behind. The next day, Qin Zhan had quietly returned to the imperial capital. However, he did not rush back to the mansion. Instead, he planned to infiltrate the palace to investigate the bandits' assassination attempt against him. According to Meng Zhang's dying words, he had been acting under the orders of the third prince. Whether this statement bore truth, Qin Zhan needed to verify. The best way to do so was to locate the third prince. However, since his last infiltration to steal the transformation dragon pill, the palace guards had multiplied several times. Attempting to infiltrate again was undoubtedly akin to climbing a mountain, at least for the present Qin Zhan. Accomplishing a covert entry into the palace was a daunting task. Thus, he had to devise a foolproof strategy. A group of lowly commoners. My young master rarely graces the streets. How dare you not make way? At that moment, an exceedingly arrogant voice pierced through Qin Zhan's ears. Following the direction of the voice, Qin Zhan turned to see Zhao Ritian strutting about with an air of superiority, flanked by a dozen personal guards, exuding arrogance. Wherever he went, chaos ensued, and people hastily retreated. Some citizens, caught off guard, were unceremoniously knocked to the ground by his guards. Upon spotting Zhao Ritian, a smile crept across Qin Zhan's lips. He seemed to have found a way to infiltrate the palace. Hey, my young master is out, and you don't hurry to get out of the way? The group approached Qin Zhan, while others evaded, yet he remained unmoved. Zhao Ritian, it has been a few days, and you have become even more arrogant, Qin Zhan said with a playful smile, arms crossed. Zhao Ritian, who had been gazing skyward, suddenly turned at the sound of Qin Zhan's voice. Mommy. Zhao Ritian was taken aback, stammering, "Why were you?" This fellow, upon seeing Qin Zhan, was so flustered he could barely articulate his words. Observing Zhao Ritian stammering, Qin Zhan moved closer. Zhao Ritian, terrified, hid behind his guards. "What do you want? Don't come any closer," he exclaimed, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat. The surrounding citizens began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is this young master? To instill such fear in the grandson of the prime minister? You must be new to the city. He is Qin Zhan, once the most notorious scion of the imperial capital, the heir of the Wuwang mansion. Famously known as the #1 wastrel, wasn't the #1 wastrel Zhao Ritian. Indeed, I mentioned he was the former #1 wastrel. However, recent incident transformed this heir of the Wuwang mansion, setting him on a righteous path. I see. But why is Zhao Gongzi so afraid of him? Who knows? It seems the prime minister's grandson is like a child before the grandson of the martial king. Perhaps it is a matter of bloodline suppression. Hearing the gossip from the crowd, Zhao Ritian nearly spat blood in exasperation. Nonsense about bloodline suppression. These shameless commoners are courting death. What are you staring at? Qin Zhan's voice turned stern as he noticed Zhao Ritian's wandering gaze. Startled, Zhao Ritian shrank his head back. I wasn't looking. Since fate has brought us together, shall we find a place to chat? Qin Zhan proposed with a smile. Seeing the harmless grin on Qin Zhan's face, Zhao Ritian felt like crying as Qin Zhan's nemesis. He understood Qin Zhan's temperament all too well. Whenever Qin Zhan wore that expression, it signaled he was plotting something. Clearly, he was the target of that scheme, and no need for that. I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave, Zhao Ritian said hurriedly, turning to flee. Seeing Zhao Ritian attempt to escape, Qin Zhan was not about to let him go so easily. He placed a hand firmly on Zhao Ritian's shoulder, and despite Zhao Ritian's struggles, he could not free himself. How dare you lay a hand on my young master? Zhao Ritian's guards, witnessing this, unsheathed their weapons and rushed at Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan merely chuckled disdainfully, effortlessly fending off the guards with a single move, knocking them all to the ground. These guards were seasoned fighters. Although their cultivation was lacking, they had ample combat experience. Yet, they were caught off guard by Qin Zhan's prowess and found themselves unable to rise. After dispatching Zhao Ritian's guards, Qin Zhan seized Zhao Ritian's shoulder and took to the air. Qin Zhan, what do you intend to do? Zhao Ritian exclaimed, trying to break free from Qin Zhan's grasp. Nothing much, just taking you somewhere fun. Qin Zhan replied with a mysterious smile, knocking Zhao Ritian unconscious with a swift strike before carrying him to a renowned embroidery shop in the imperial capital. This embroidery shop thrived, frequented by many young martial artists eager to adorn themselves with their preferred designs. Qin Zhan was familiar with this place, having heard tales from his former companions. Lo and behold, an embroidery shop indeed. Qin Zhan leaped down, casually tossing Zhao Ritian onto the ground. Oh, what exceptional lightness of foot! Young hero, you must be a practitioner of the martial arts. I presume you are here to get some embroidery done? The proprietress is a woman of enduring charm, who hurriedly approaches to greet. Yes, for Zhao Ritian sprawled on the ground. She cast him not a glance, as if accustomed to such sights. Qin Zhan smiles faintly. Madam, I have heard that your establishment offers not only tattooing, but also the art of disguise. Is that correct? Upon hearing this, the proprietress's eyes gleam with intrigue, and her demeanor shifts to one of seriousness. Does the young sir wish to undergo a transformation? Qin Zhan nods. I wish to be disguised as this individual. With that, he kicks Zhao Ritian over, revealing a pale and feeble visage. This fellow is clearly a victim of excessive indulgence. His health ravaged. No problem. Though the cost of disguise is quite steep, the proprietress replies with a smile. Qin Zhan retrieves a gold ingot from Zhao Ritian's possession. Will this suffice? Upon seeing such a substantial amount of gold, the proprietress beams with delight. Indeed, indeed. Young sir, your generosity is commendable. I am in that case. Let us commence, she declares, wasting no time. She meticulously compares the visages of Zhao Ritian and Qin Zhan, marking the areas that require enhancement. Young sir, the process of disguise is rather intricate. It will take at least an hour. No problem. Please proceed. The proprietress produces an array of peculiar items, including cosmetics. Qin Zhan stares in bewilderment. I came for a disguise. Not for makeup. Perhaps perceiving Qin Zhan's thoughts, the proprietress explains. These cosmetics will bridge the differences in your features. Do not overthink it. Trust in my skills. Very well. Qin Zhan acquiesces, settling into the chair as the proprietress begins her artistry upon his face. An hour later, as Qin Zhan exits the tattoo parlor, several guards rush over. Young master, we have finally located you. The master seeks your presence. Qin Zhan is taken aback. Who are you addressing? The guards appear equally confused. Young master, are you unwell? You seem to not recognize you as that. It dawns on Qin Zhan that he has successfully transformed into Zhao Ritian, and hence, he does not recognize these individuals. Zhao Ritian sycophants. Clearing his throat, he mimics Zhao Ritian's tone. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. You mentioned the master is looking for me. What is it regarding? We are unsure, but the master appears quite anxious and has instructed us to escort you back promptly. Qin Zhan furrows his brow. Why is Zhao Jinshi so eager to summon Zhao Ritian? Could it be that he knows his grandson has been abducted by him? That should not be the case. With this thought, Qin Zhan declares, then let us hasten home. We must not keep the old man waiting. The guards respond. The old man? However, they think little of it, as Zhao Ritian is notoriously debauched and has little regard for authority. Even daring to confront Zhao Jinshi, before long, under the escort of the guards, Qin Zhan arrives at the Prime Minister's residence. Yet upon reaching the entrance, he spots a rotund, balding elder seemingly awaiting something. This man is no stranger to Qin Zhan. He is Zhao Jinshi, the Prime Minister of the Blue Moon Empire, a favored figure before the Emperor. You wretched boy, endlessly shirking your responsibilities. The fortune I have amassed in my lifetime is at risk of being squandered by you. Zhao Jinshi exclaims in a fit of anger upon seeing his grandson, particularly irate due to Zhao Ritian's recent disgraceful behavior. He cannot fathom why, despite both being grandsons, Qin's grandson seems transformed for the better, while his own grandson appears increasingly unrefined. This comparison stirs an imbalance within him that I was just about to summon two maidens. What a disappointment! Upon encountering Zhao Jinshi, Qin Zhan worries that he might be recognized. However, judging by Zhao Jinshi's reaction, it seems he remains oblivious to the fact that the grandson before him is an impostor. Yet, Qin Zhan would never address him as grandfather. That word is utterly unutterable for him. This scoundrel has persistently opposed his grandfather, Qin, and is guilty of egregious transgressions. The mere act of refraining from striking him demonstrates Qin Zhan's remarkable self-restraint. Hearing Qin Zhan's words, Zhao Jinshi's fury escalates. You scoundrel! All you do is indulge in debauchery and gambling. Life is fleeting. Seize the moment. Qin Zhan, having interacted with Zhao Ritian frequently, mimics his demeanor with exceptional precision. Zhao Jinshi, in his haste to enter the palace, fails to detect the ruse. Enough chatter. Come with me to the palace at once. His Majesty wishes to see you. Zhao Jinshi commands at the palace. Qin Zhan is momentarily taken aback, his fortune arriving so unexpectedly. His intention to disguise himself as Zhao Ritian was solely to facilitate entry into the palace. While he initially planned to navigate through unnoticed Zhao Jinshi inadvertently presents him with an invaluable opportunity. It is as if a pillow has appeared just as one is about to slumber. Nevertheless, Qin Zhan feigns impatience. I have no desire to enter the palace. It would bore me to tears. Do not waste time. Hurry into the carriage. Zhao Jinshi insists, forcibly ushering Zhao Ritian into the carriage before hastily departing for the imperial palace. To avoid revealing his true identity, Qin Zhan pretends to sleep. Regardless of Zhao Jinshi's inquiries, he remains silent and unresponsive. However, in truth, Qin Zhan is closely observing Zhao Jinshi, having only encountered Zhao Jinshi a handful of times. His impression is not particularly vivid. He merely knows him to be a cunning old fox. Before long, the carriage arrives at the palace gates. Zhao Jinshi rouses Qin Zhan, who feigns a carefree demeanor, much to Zhao Jinshi's irritation. This wretched grandson, I could easily slap him into oblivion. Yet after a moment's consideration, Zhao Jinshi restrains his ire. Pull yourself together. If His Majesty inquires about anything, you must provide suitable responses. Particularly regarding your marital affairs, you must be cautious and not careless. Zhao Jinshi warns, his concern evident. Upon hearing Zhao Jinshi's incessant instructions, Qin Zhan is taken aback. What marital affairs? If my assumptions are correct, your engagement to the ninth princess will be finalized today. Therefore, you must conduct yourself appropriately and refrain from speaking foolishly, Zhao Jinshi advises solemnly. What on earth? The ninth princess? Qin Zhan instinctively exclaims. Nearly losing his composure, Zhao Jinshi raises an eyebrow. What is that expression? You seem unwilling. Qin Zhan composes himself, hastily replying. Isn't the ninth princess betrothed to Qin Zhan? Why is she being offered to me? This seems rather like poaching. You squander your days in indulgence and know nothing of court matters, Zhao Jinshi retorts. The royal family has already severed the engagement with the Marquis of Wu, and the ninth princess will not marry him. Not marrying? Qin Zhan feigns astonishment. Surely this cannot be true. Do you think I would deceive you? Zhao Jinshi replies. The ninth princess is exceptionally beautiful. Proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You are indeed fortunate. Qin Zhan feels an unsettling sensation at Zhao Jinshi's words, but cannot quite articulate why. Nonetheless, he dismisses it, focusing instead on analyzing the conversation between Lan Tianlong and Zhao Jinshi. The royal family has just severed ties with the Marquis of Wu, only to hastily forge an alliance with the Zhao family. This seems rather too eager. With this realization, Qin Zhan's discontent towards the royal family deepens. He must find an opportunity to address his grandfather's mindset. The royal family's blatant suppression of the Marquis of Wu cannot go unanswered, while Qin Zhan is disinterested in marrying any princess, viewing them as akin to ancestral relics. He cannot help but feel a profound aversion to the royal family's brazen actions. Such blatant betrayal is disheartening indeed. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and keep up, Zhao Jinshi urges, noticing Qin Zhan's momentary distraction. Returning to his senses, Qin Zhan observes Zhao Jinshi striding forward with an air of entitlement, wishing he could deliver a fatal blow to this old fool. Yet for the sake of his plan, he decides to let him be for now. There will be ample opportunity to deal with this old scoundrel later. Upon further reflection, Qin Zhan comprehends why Zhao Jinshi is in such high spirits. The royal family's cancellation of the engagement with the Marquis of Wu, followed by an alliance with the Zhao family, is to the public eye an unambiguous slap in the face. Simultaneously, from the perspective of the Zhao family, it was as if they had audaciously seized the betrothed of the Qin family, delivering a resounding slap to Qin's face. Furthermore, should this scheme come to fruition, the Zhao family would not merely wield power over the court, but would ascend to the status of imperial Qin. This was a goal fervently sought after by countless dignitaries and nobles. Yet now, this ambition was within his grasp. Once united through marriage with a royal family, he would no longer fear the martial king's estate. At that moment, he was resolute in his desire to trample Qin beneath his feet, relishing in the act. Little did he know, his plans had already been discerned by Qin Zhan. Lan Tianlong, my grandfather fought valiantly for your imperial family, while many young men of the Qin family perished on the battlefield, only to be oppressed by the royal house. This debt, Qin Zhan vowed to remember. He mused silently. Before long, Zhao Jinxie escorted Qin Zhan into the inner palace. Upon entering the back garden, a familiar figure came into view. Li Lianying. After many days, she appeared considerably haggard. Her complexion was paler, marked by dark circles under her eyes, her tongue coated yellow, accompanied by a foul breath, a classic case of loss of appetite and fatigue. "My lord, His Majesty has been awaiting you for quite some time. Please, follow this old servant inside," Li Lianying said, her tone laced with a peculiar cadence. The sight of Li Lianying reminded Qin Zhan of the day he was unceremoniously cast into the filthy ditch by Wei Jiang, inadvertently swallowing a good deal of the putrid water. Qin Zhan remained silent, respectfully standing beside Zhao Jinxie. At this moment, he no longer needed to worry about the exposure of his identity. If even Zhao Jinxie could not recognize him, there was little chance others would. "And no need. I have triumphed." A middle-aged man clad in a dragon-emblazoned yellow robe stepped forward. This man stood tall, his phoenix-like eyes deep as obsidian, exuding an aura of authority without a hint of anger. However, what truly astonished Qin Zhan was the realization that Lan Tianlong was a formidable martial artist. "I cannot fathom his cultivation level. It is evident that he surpasses me by at least 2 realms." Qin Zhan pondered internally. This indicated that Lan Tianlong was at least a master of the breaking illusions realm. Such caliber of martial prowess was a rarity throughout the entire Blue Moon Empire. As Qin Zhan observed Lan Tianlong, the latter was also scrutinizing him. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, Lan Tianlong spoke coolly. "My esteemed minister, please take a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Zhao Jinxie replied, bowing respectfully before taking a seat. Qin Zhan instinctively followed suit. "Who permitted you to sit?" "Stand," Zhao Jinxie, noticing his grandson's lack of perception, hastily reprimanded him. The emperor had merely invited him to sit, not his grandson. Yet Lan Tianlong appeared unfazed. "It matters not. I have long heard of my minister's grandson, and upon seeing him today, he indeed possesses the demeanor of his venerable grandfather." Lan Tianlong's words left Zhao Jinxie momentarily stunned, believing he must have misheard. The emperor was actually praising his grandson. Overcome with emotion, Zhao Jinxie felt tears welling up. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. My grandson can be a bit unruly at times, but he possesses a good heart. I implore you to see this." Lan Tianlong offered a slight smile. "It is of no consequence. Youth is often unruly." Thus the dialogue continued, a seamless exchange of pleasantries between sovereign and minister. Qin Zhan, standing silently to the side, absorbed their conversation, analyzing the current political landscape and the state of the empire, eventually leading to a mention of Qinda. "Your Majesty, I am now only concerned that if the martial king discovers I have meddled with his grandson's marriage prospects, he will not take it lightly." Zhao Jinxie suddenly lamented. "My esteemed minister need not worry. I have my methods to persuade him," Lan Tianlong assured. "I am not concerned for myself, but rather that the martial king may hold Your Majesty accountable." Zhao Jinxie's words, seemingly humble, were in reality a veiled attempt to incite animosity against Qin. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Lan Tianlong's expression darkened. "I am the ruler of a nation. He is but my subject. How dare a subject question the decisions of the sovereign? Your Majesty, it is not the old minister stirring discord, but the martial king is decisive and proud of his accomplishments if he were to harbor any ill will. Would Your Majesty be certain of your ability to suppress him?" Zhao Jinxie's words thickened the air in the imperial garden, the temperature dropping several degrees. Lan Tianlong's countenance shifted. "Naturally, I have considered this matter. Even if the martial king were to rebel, I possess the means to quell him." Hearing this, Qin Zhan scoffed internally. "Well done, Lan Tianlong, to speak so nobly of gratitude turned to enmity, that if such a day were to come, I shall raise your palace and annihilate your entire royal lineage." At that moment, a dapper young man approached, his demeanor striking and his presence commanding. "That I have seen the emperor, my father." Zhao Jinxie immediately rose, clasping his hands in respect. "I greet His Highness, the third prince." "The third prince?" Qin Zhan's gaze fixed sharply upon the young man. He was none other than Lan Xun, the third prince of the Blue Moon Empire. Lan Tianlong inquired, "What brings you here?" Reporting to father, I was just in a martial contest with several young nobles and heard that young Master Zhao has entered the palace. The other young lords wish to make his acquaintance. Lan Xuan replied, his eyes lingering on Qin Zhan. Zhao Jinxia hastily interjected, Your Highness, this is my humble grandson, Zhao Ritian, that I hope you find no offense. Zhao Ritian, I have met the third prince, Zhao Ritian acknowledged. Lan Xuan scrutinized Qin Zhan closely. Young Master Zhao, might I borrow you for a moment? Qin Zhan hesitated, glancing towards Lan Tianlong. The emperor smiled. You may go. Young people have their own ways of playing. Thank you, your majesty. Qin Zhan was elated. He had endeavored to enter the palace for this very encounter with the third prince. Now, to have this opportunity without any effort was not to be missed. Thus, Qin Zhan hurriedly followed. May I inquire why the third prince seeks me? Lan Xuan cast a glance at Zhao Ritian. I have heard that father has betrothed the ninth princess to you. Is there truth to this? Qin Zhan was taken aback. This inquiry had caught him entirely unprepared. After a brief moment of surprise, he replied, To be candid with the third prince, I only learned of it today. Is that so? Lan Xuan ceased further inquiries, and the two continued toward the outer court. As Qin Zhan carefully observed Lan Xuan, he recalled Meng Zhang's words. Third prince, I have something to say. I wonder if it is appropriate? Qin Zhan decided to test the waters cautiously, seeking an opportune moment. Lan Xuan smiled slightly. Please, young Master Zhao, speak freely. Does the third prince harbor any grievances against the martial king's estate? Qin Zhan's question caused Lan Xuan's expression to stiffen, a flicker of something unusual in his eyes. What do you mean, young Master Zhao? Are you attempting to incite discord between the royal family and the martial king? Lan Xuan's countenance darkened. I dare not. However, if the third prince has no grievances with the martial king's estate, then why would he dispatch someone to assassinate the martial king's heir? Qin Zhan's directness shifted the atmosphere into tense silence. What did you say? Lan Xuan's face became a mask of fury, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Zhao Ritian. I am questioning why you would collaborate with brigands to send someone after the martial king's heir. Qin Zhan stated, each word deliberate. The tension escalated palpably. Young Master Zhao, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Lan Xuan replied coldly. How dare you, a minister's grandson, question a prince to his face? Is this not tantamount to courting death? Furthermore, the minister's estate and the martial king's estate have always been sworn enemies. You, Zhao Ritian and Qin Zhan, have been rivals since childhood. What is the meaning behind your question? Do you intend to use it as leverage against me? I know precisely what I am saying. Qin Zhan pressed on that I merely seek clarification. Ritian, are you courting death? Lan Xuan's threat was palpable that I dare not. I am merely curious, Qin Zhan replied, observing Lan Xuan's reaction with keen interest. Having already drawn conclusions, there was indeed a connection between Lan Xuan and Meng Zhang. Although Lan Xuan did not grasp the immediate implications of Zhao Ritian's words, he understood that his secret had been unveiled. As this realization dawned, Lan Xuan subtly gestured, and several figures emerged around them. These were his personal guards, each possessing formidable cultivation. What is the meaning of this? Third prince, to silence me. Qin Zhan displayed no hint of fear on his countenance. Lan Xuan coldly declared, Zhao Ritian, if you seek death, do not blame this prince. With that, he commanded attack. Whoosh! As Lan Xuan's words fell, four assassins simultaneously launched their assault, their target being none other than Qin Zhan. Little did they know that the Zhao Ritian before them was merely a facade. These four assassins were all innate realm warriors, having sealed off all of Qin Zhan's escape routes, intent on delivering a lethal blow. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Qin Zhan did not flinch. Instead, he chose to confront them head dash on a tee this moment. His cultivation had reached the late innate stage, and his physical strength was sufficient to overpower any adversary of the same realm. He had even slain Meng Zhang of the Mountain Sea realm. How could he falter against four mere innate warriors? Under the astonished gaze of Lan Xuan, Qin Zhan dispatched all four of his personal guards in just 4 moves. Lan Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. As the third prince, he was well acquainted with the young scions of the imperial capital's noble families, that it was common knowledge that Zhao Ritian of the prime minister's residence was a notorious wastrel. Yet, the Zhao Ritian before him today was a different entity altogether. A sense of foreboding gripped Lan Shiyuan as he realized that something was amiss. Witnessing the ferocity of Zhao Ritian, he suddenly comprehended. You are not Zhao Ritian. Qin Zhan responded with a chilling smile. Indeed, I am not Zhao Ritian. Who are you? Lan Shiyuan inquired. I am the one who shall end your life. With that, Qin Zhan unleashed a powerful punch. Lan Shiyuan's expression darkened as he swiftly dodged. Attempting to engage in combat with Qin Zhan, Lan Shiyuan was also an innate realm warrior, one of the more resilient princes among many. Otherwise, he would not have attained the innate stage at such a young age. However, today he faced Qin Zhan in the presence of Qin Zhan. Lan Shiyuan found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Boom! With a single punch, Qin Zhan shattered Lan Shiyuan's defenses. Lan Shiyuan's body contorted grotesquely as he was sent flying. Crashing heavily to the ground, he coughed up blood, instantly losing his combat capability. The sounds of the ensuing battle quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding guards. There is an assassin, upon discovering the chaos. The guards rushed to surround Qin Zhan. Yet he remained unperturbed, leaping into the air like a great rock, and with a single strike he eliminated another guard. As the remaining guards arrived, they brandished their long blades, ruthlessly attacking. However, these guards were far too weak, possessing only spiritual realm cultivation, and were no match for Qin Zhan in mere moments. They were all injured and lay on the ground, wailing in agony. After dispatching the guards, Qin Zhan approached Lan Shiyuan step by step. As he drew near, Lan Shiyuan instinctively recoiled. Who are you? Qin Zhan offered no reply, but instead picked up a long sword from the ground. Thrusting it forward, PFF, Lan Shiyuan's shoulder blade was instantly pierced, blood gushing down the wound. Qin Zhan coldly demanded, Speak. Why did you conspire with the bandits to ambush the heir of the martial king's residence? Lan Shiyuan, not lacking in wit, seemed to grasp the situation upon hearing this question again. Who? You are Qin Zhan? Qin Zhan smiled coldly, not too dim-witted after all. How dare you, Qin Zhan? You audaciously disguised yourself as another to assassinate this prince. Do you not fear the annihilation of your clan? Lan Shiyuan rebuked vehemently. Annihilation of my clan? Qin Zhan sneered disdainfully. By you? Qin Zhan, cease this at once. This prince can... Before he could finish, Qin Zhan drove the sword into Lan Shiyuan's other shoulder blade. Qin Zhan leaned closer. Answer my question. Why did you send someone to ambush me? Lan Shiyuan's eyes widened in terror. He had not anticipated that Qin Zhan would dare to strike against a prince within the imperial palace. Such an act was treasonous and warranted the extermination of 9 clans. Yet, Qin Zhan brazenly continued. Where did he find such audacity? Under the weight of Qin Zhan's intimidation, the proud prince, skilled in both civil and military matters, found himself compelled to lower his head. He had no doubt that if he remained silent, Qin Zhan's third strike would slice through his throat. This man had the audacity to attack a prince within the palace. What else would he not dare to do? Speak. Qin Zhan bellowed once more, thoroughly breaking through Lan Shiyuan's mental defenses. Thus, he was forced to reveal his intentions. Upon hearing Lan Shiyuan's words, Qin Zhan's fury knew no bounds. The reason Lan Shiyuan had enlisted bandits to assassinate Qin Zhan was merely to frame the crown prince. Not only did he aim to create a rift between the crown prince and the martial king's residence, but more importantly, he sought to expose the crown prince's collusion with bandits to the public. In doing so, the legitimacy of the crown prince's position would surely waver, granting Lan Shiyuan the opportunity to ascend to the throne himself. They say there is no kinship within the royal family, and today proved that to be true. Lord Qin, this prince was merely misled by a villain and had no intention of becoming your enemy. Lan Shiyuan was forced to humble himself in a bid for survival. Lan Shiyuan, the infighting within your royal family is your own affair. The martial king's residence has no interest in participating. Yet you dare to have me ambushed. At this point, a frenzied light flickered in Qin Zhan's eyes. Qin Zhan's murderous intent surged. Lan Shiyuan felt a heavy aura of death locking onto him. Qin Zhan intended to kill him. Realizing this, Lan Shiyuan hastily exclaimed, Lord Qin, if you spare me this once, I guarantee I will not pursue you again and will ensure your life is filled with wealth and titles. A life of wealth? Titles? Qin Zhan scoffed coldly. Do you think I covet such trifles? What do you wish then? You tell me. Whoosh! As Qin Zhan's words fell, his hand struck swiftly, severing Lan Shuyuan's throat in an instant. Lan Xuan attempted to speak, but found he could produce no sound. Suddenly, blood gushed from his throat as he clutched it tightly with both hands. Help me. Lan Xuan, however, he was also aware that Wu Meng was not a man lacking in discretion and that he must surely have had a compelling reason for his actions. Your Majesty, with a thud, Wu Meng knelt directly before Lan Tian. Your Majesty, the third prince? What has happened to him? Lan Tian furrowed his brow. As a distinguished deputy commander of the Tanglong army, your stammering is wholly unbecoming. The third prince, he is dead. At this juncture, Wu Meng could not help but surreptitiously gauge Lan Tianlong's expression. The death of a prince was no trivial matter, and Lan Tianlong would undoubtedly be furious. As expected, upon hearing Wu Meng's report, Lan Tianlong's countenance shifted dramatically. What? Lan Tianlong's expression darkened. Speak again. Wu Meng pointed toward Zhao Jinxiu, stating, "It was the Chancellor's grandson, Zhao Riqian, who killed the third prince. I implore your Majesty to execute him on the spot to avenge the prince." What nonsense is this? Sitting nearby, Zhao Jinxiu appeared utterly bewildered. This was no longer mere gossip. Lan Tianlong's expression soured further. Is this true? Your Majesty, it was Zhao Riqian who killed the third prince. I witnessed it with my own eyes, as did the brothers of the Tanglong army, Wu Meng asserted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinxiu immediately retorted, Wu Meng, you speak falsely. My grandson holds the third prince in the highest regard. How could he possibly harm him? You slander me. Lan Tianlong, incensed, rose to his feet and commanded, Wu Meng, see Zhao Jinxiu. Yes, without waiting for Zhao Jinxiu's explanation, Wu Meng pressed a long blade against Zhao Jinxiu's neck. Should he make any sudden moves, Wu Meng would not hesitate to take his life. Your Majesty, I am innocent. My grandson would never harm the third prince. You must believe me. Zhao Jinxiu implored desperately. Lan Tianlong took a deep breath, evidently suppressing his murderous rage. Take me there. Regardless of the veracity of Wu Meng's claims, it was imperative to first secure Zhao Jinxiu. Should Wu Meng's accusations prove true, Lan Tianlong would not hesitate to execute the guilty party. However, Zhao Jinxiu was his trusted advisor. The foremost of his civil officials to execute him was not a decision to be taken lightly. Soon after, Lan Tianlong arrived at the scene. Meanwhile, other princes, princesses, and concubines within the palace had also heard of the incident and rushed to the scene. Upon Lan Tianlong's arrival, everyone wept and knelt. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for your servant. Who is the wretched traitor that has slain my royal son? One concubine cried, throwing herself into his arms. This concubine was none other than the biological mother of Lan Shuyuan. Greatly favored by Lan Tianlong, with a cold expression, Lan Tianlong approached the corpse of Lan Shuyuan. Seeing his son's lifeless body, even he felt a moment of disorientation. Your Majesty, Li Lianying hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Get away! In a fit of rage, Lan Tianlong unleashed a powerful aura that repelled everyone. Zhao Jinxiu, restrained by the Tanglong army, turned pale at the sight. Could it truly be that my grandson is the culprit? At this moment, Zhao Jinxiu was utterly petrified. He was acutely aware of Lan Tianlong's methods. If this deed was indeed committed by Zhao Riqian, the consequences were unimaginable. He gazed upon Lan Shuyuan's corpse. Lan Tianlong could no longer contain his fury. Wu Meng, I am here. Did Zhao Riqian truly slay my royal son? I stake my life on it. It was indeed Zhao Riqian, Wu Meng declared emphatically. Zhao Jinxiu, kneeling in desperation, pleaded, Your Majesty, Wu Meng is slandering me. I've always been loyal to you and respectful towards the third prince. How could I possibly harm him? I beg you to see the truth. Chancellor, we have all witnessed the events clearly. Do you mean to suggest that we are all conspiring against you? Wu Meng replied coldly. Zhao Jinxiu was visibly shaken, attempting to explain. My grandson has always been a scoundrel, lacking in skill. Moreover, I have no enmity with the third prince, so how could I possibly wish him harm? Lan Tianlong, now filled with indignation, managed to retain a shred of composure. imprison Zhao Jinshu. Once I ascertain the truth, I will render judgment. Yes. As soon as Lan Tianlong's words left his lips, Wu Ming unhesitatingly escorted Zhao Jinshu away. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Zhao Jinshu could scarcely believe that he had entered the palace with high hopes only to find himself inexplicably imprisoned. Lan Tianlong then instructed Wu Ming, I command you to capture Zhao Ritian and bring him to justice. Yes, no one is to speak of today's events. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire family. Upon hearing this, all present fell into a stunned silence. After all, he was the emperor, and none dared to defy his orders. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan, having left the palace, made his way directly to the embroidery workshop. Qin Zhan was a man who never delayed revenge, that he believed in settling scores immediately, and had no faith in the adage that a gentleman waits 10 years for vengeance. His principle was simple, within the realm of his capabilities. He would repay today's grievances today, unless circumstances forbade it. Upon reaching the embroidery workshop, Qin Zhan brought Zhao Ritian out. When he had infiltrated the palace on Zhao Ritian's behalf, he had left him there. Though Qin Zhan and Zhao Ritian had been bitter rivals since childhood, it had not yet reached the point of wishing each other dead. At least, not at this moment. Thus, Qin Zhan tossed Zhao Ritian into a narrow alley and then removed the mask from his face. Soon, Zhao Ritian awoke, instinctively recoiling at the sight of Qin Zhan. What are you doing? Zhao Ritian's mind was still foggy. Qin Zhan smiled slightly. Young Master Zhao, I thank you for your identity, which has allowed me to exact my revenge. Out of gratitude for your assistance this time, I shall spare you. What do you mean? Zhao Ritian was still in a state of confusion, feeling an unsettling chill down his spine. It is nothing. I merely wish to inform you that when you encounter His Majesty, you must speak the truth and conceal nothing. Do you understand? What nonsense! Zhao Ritian was becoming increasingly perplexed, unable to comprehend Qin Zhan's words. Qin Zhan chose not to elaborate further, handing Zhao Ritian the bloodied long knife. Keep this for self-defense. Farewell. With that, Qin Zhan leapt away, disappearing into the alley. Qin Zhan, what do you mean? Zhao Ritian stared at the vanishing figure, then glanced at the knife in his hand, a vague sense of unease creeping in. Sir, he is here. Just then, Zhao Ritian heard the sound of approaching footsteps, followed by a group of Tunglong soldiers charging into the alley with great fervor. Leading them was none other than Deputy Commander Wu Ming. Commander Wu, what brings you here? Wu Ming regarded Zhao Ritian, then glanced at the long knife in his hand, his gaze icy, remaining silent. However, Zhao Ritian smiled and stepped closer. Commander Wu, you have arrived just in time. Please assist a brother in need. The Tunglong soldiers exchanged looks, regarding Zhao Ritian as if he were a fool. You killed a prince in the palace, and yet you dare to ask Wu Ming for help? What gives you the audacity? Wu Ming's voice turned cold. Young Master Zhao, we come under the Emperor's orders to apprehend you. I hope you will cooperate. That Wu Ming believed that Zhao Ritian's ability to kill the third prince indicated his formidable strength. Thus, he refrained from taking immediate action, hoping Zhao Ritian would comply. Yet, the more Zhao Ritian heard, the more something fell off. Wait, what did you just say? Apprehend me. The Tunglong soldiers exchanged glances, bewildered. Was this fellow suffering from a split personality? You committed the heinous crime of murdering a prince in the palace. Who else should we apprehend? Wu Ming insisted. Young Master Zhao, please do not defy the imperial decree. With a wave of his hand, the Tunglong soldiers surrounded Zhao Ritian. What are you doing? Don't be rash. I can call for help. Although Zhao Ritian did not grasp the situation, it was clear that he was at a disadvantage. Call for help all you want. No one will heed your cries. Wu Ming's voice was grave. Move and point. One of the Tunglong soldiers gritted his teeth, twirling his long knife, unleashing a fierce blade aura that surged towards Zhao Ritian. Then boom! Zhao Ritian had no means to resist, and was struck by the blade aura. Sent flying backward, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and promptly lost consciousness. The Tunglong soldiers exchanged glances, bewildered. This was rather anticlimactic. One who can slay even the third prince should not be so weak. Wu Ming also sensed that something was amiss. Bring him back to the palace for interrogation by His Majesty. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan finally returned to the Wu Wang mansion. Upon learning of Qin Zhan's return, everyone in the mansion rushed over. In the council hall of the Wu Wang mansion, Qin Zhan was reporting the situation of this mission to Qinda. The crowd was taken aback, astonished that Qin Zhan had managed to survive against a formidable opponent from the Shanghai realm. The heir was indeed impressive. The Wu Wang mansion had a promising successor. Even those from the Qin Zhan lineage offered their praise. After the incident with Qin Zhan, Qin Zhan had established his authority. The attitude of the people in the Wu Wang mansion towards him had significantly changed. In this world, the strong have always commanded respect. I have already been informed of the incident with Qin Zhan by Wei Jiang. You did well this time. Excellent, Qinda said, stroking his beard, his eyes filled with admiration. These are merely the duties of a grandson. Subsequently, they inquired about various matters concerning the bandits, to which Qin Zhan diligently responded. As time was getting late, others returned to their respective duties, leaving only the little monkey with Qinda, who had something to discuss privately with Qin Zhan. The others, understanding the situation, discreetly withdrew. Grandfather, do you have any further questions? Qinda scrutinized Qin Zhan closely, then suddenly exclaimed, Little monkey, you have actually advanced to the late stage of the innate realm. How did you cultivate so rapidly? Qin Zhan's speed of cultivation was astonishing, even making the unflappable Qinda feel astonished. It's merely the late stage of the innate realm. There's nothing extraordinary about it. Qin Zhan shrugged. You, little monkey, Qinda said earnestly, I must tell you, never cultivate the methods of evil and heresy, and remember that martial arts cannot be rushed. Qin Zhan nodded, assuring, Grandfather, rest assured, the methods I cultivate are by no means evil or heretical. My foundation is quite solid. You may investigate for yourself. I asked that truly the case? Qin Zhan nodded. Qinda immediately probed Qin Zhan's body with his own true essence. However, as soon as his essence entered Qin Zhan's body, it vanished without a trace. Qinda was taken aback. With his prowess at the breaking illusion stage, he could usually manipulate his true essence within another's body at will, yet it was ineffective with Qin Zhan. Thus, Qinda attempted again to probe with his true essence, only to have it absorbed once more. His expression shifted rapidly. Could it be that the little monkey has cultivated a devouring-type technique? After twice having his true essence devoured, Qinda grew wary. However, instead of rushing to question, he attempted a third time, but this time he chose to manifest an extraordinary phenomenon. With a roar, a colossal and lifelike tiger appeared behind Qinda, exuding an overwhelming might. The phenomenon, tiger roars through the forest, arises when a martial artist reaches the breaking illusion stage, with a certain probability of manifesting a phenomenon born from their bloodline. The strength of the phenomenon correlates with the grade of the bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the more powerful the phenomenon. Qinda's bloodline was of the highest grade, hence his phenomenon was likewise of the highest grade. The ferocious tiger lunged at Qin Zhan. Taken aback, Qin Zhan realized the immense strength of his grandfather, a rare martial arts master even within the empire. The royal family feared the Wu Wang mansion not just because of Qinda's military reputation, but primarily due to his status as a breaking illusions expert. Faced with Qinda's tiger roars through the forest, Qin Zhan felt an unexpected surge of intense battle intent. Immediately, a powerful demonic figure emerged, none other than the ancestral deity of thunder, Changliang. With the head of a tiger and the body of a man, he grasped a serpent in his hand, suddenly opening his eyes and shooting forth two beams of divine light. Under the radiance of Changliang, Qinda's phenomenon instantly submitted, and he himself felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Zhan desperately attempted to retract Changliang, but he found himself unable to control the entity, which relentlessly unleashed divine power to suppress Qinda's phenomenon. Little monkey, you actually possess a phenomenon. This was Qinda's first encounter with Changliang. Such a fearsome manifestation filled even him, a breaking illusions expert, with profound dread. Qin Zhan offered a wry smile, uncertain how to explain. Grandfather, I cannot control this thing either. You must retract your phenomenon swiftly. Otherwise, the entire council hall will collapse, he urged. Qinda recognized that there were far too many secrets surrounding Qin Zhan. If this continued, he would be the one to suffer. Realizing this, Qinda hastily retracted his phenomenon. When Qinda's phenomenon dissipated, Chong Liang, devoid of an opponent, gradually closed his eyes and returned to Qin Zhan's body. Once Chong Liang had completely vanished, Qin finally exhaled in relief. Yet his gaze toward Qin Zhan now held an added hint of fear. "Little monkey, you truly are a remarkable grandson. You nearly forced me to kneel. Do you not wish to explain?" Qin felt a tinge of embarrassment. As a dignified breaking illusions expert, he had been suppressed by his own innate grandson. If word of this got out, where would he place his old face? Even if it were his own grandson, it would not be excusable. Faced with Qin's teasing, Qin Zhan could only smile wryly. "Grandfather, you were the one testing me. How can you blame me?" Seeing Qin Zhan's reaction, Qin waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it, but you must not speak of today's events to anyone. Of course." Qin Zhan nodded, then pondered. A martial artist only manifests a phenomenon upon reaching the breaking illusion stage. Yet you, being merely at the innate realm, have already done so. It is truly unfathomable. Qin Zhan, unsure how to explain, opted for silence. "Little monkey, your technique is not related to the soul-devouring palace, is it?" Qin inquired. "No, absolutely not," Qin Zhan replied, having heard of the soul-devouring palace, reputed to be one of the most prestigious ancient sects on this continent. The techniques from the soul-devouring palace possess a unique characteristic of devouring. Hence, the old man posed such a question. "That is good to hear." Qin, being well-versed, recognized that while Qin Zhan's technique had devouring capabilities, it lacked any sinister aura. "Your ability to single-handedly slay Meng Zhang is sufficient proof of your significantly enhanced strength. And I am pleased for you to at this point." Qin paused. "However, have you uncovered the true culprit behind this?" Qin Zhan nodded. "I have found out." "Who is it?" A fierce killing intent surged from Qin. Qin Zhan replied nonchalantly, "The third prince, Lan Xiao Yuan." "The third prince?" Qin's expression darkened. "Are you certain it is he?" "Certainly, as he admitted it himself." "Admitted it?" Qin was taken aback, then suddenly realized, "You infiltrated the palace again?" "Indeed, not only did I infiltrate the palace, but I also killed him," Qin Zhan stated. "What?" This revelation left Qin utterly stunned. This boy had an audacity beyond measure. Qin stared at Qin Zhan for a long while, struggling to find words. Though his grandson no longer indulged in debauchery and had grown stronger, his temperament had changed drastically. He was now fearless, and it remained uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. "Tell me in detail what transpired." Qin, being a breaking illusions expert, possessed an extraordinary capacity for composure. Upon learning that Qin Zhan had slain a prince, he merely appeared slightly shocked, yet did not lose his composure. Without reservation, Qin Zhan recounted everything that happened after he encountered Zhao Ritian. "You little monkey, since you disguised yourself as Zhao Ritian to kill the third prince, why did you not eliminate the witnesses?" The meaning of Qin's words is that Qin Zhan should not spare Zhao Ritian's life. Zhao Jin, she has always been at odds with him, and Qin harbors no fondness for the Zhao family. If he dies, so be it. It is of no consequence. The death of one Zhao Ritian is inconsequential. My aim is to sow discord between the royal family and the chancellor's residence. At the very least, to create a rift between them. After a moment of contemplation, Qin remarked, "Though that may be true, your actions are exceedingly reckless. Zhao Ritian will undoubtedly disclose everything to His Majesty." "What of it? Does His Majesty possess any evidence?" "The testimony of Zhao Ritian alone cannot substantiate anything." Qin sighed with a wry smile. "You mischievous rascal, you have presented His Majesty with a conundrum. I'm also being coerced. I've been inexplicably drawn into the conflict among the princes that, if that is the case, then I shall stir the waters, ensuring that no one can remain uninvolved." Although Qin Zhan's actions were indeed perilous, they undeniably posed a dilemma for the royal family. Qin couldn't help but regard his grandson with newfound respect. "Little monkey, it seems you are not merely creating a challenge for His Majesty. You are seeking retribution," Qin asserted. Qin Zhan paused, not denying it. "Indeed, I am seeking vengeance. The royal family annulled my engagement, rendering me a laughingstock throughout the imperial capital. Despite his outward indifference, Qin Zhan felt quite aggrieved. Thus, his actions were also driven by a desire for revenge. You have killed the third prince. This matter will inevitably come to the royal family's attention. Little monkey, you have certainly presented me with a dilemma. Qin Zhan rubbed his forehead with a bitter smile. Throughout his life, Qin Zhan remained loyal to the royal family. Although they had consistently suppressed him, he never wavered in his convictions. However, Qin Zhan was a unique individual, possessing a rebellious spirit, impervious to anyone's oppression, even that of the royal family. This only served to further complicate the relationship between the royal family and the Marquis of Wu, as Qin Zhan's power grew ever greater. A complete rupture between the Marquis of Wu and the royal family was inevitable, leading to an unavoidable conflict. Contemplating this, Qin Zhan began to strategize for the future, preparing for the worst. Master, young master. Fourth master has returned. At that moment, the steward, old Su, hurried in to report. Shortly thereafter, Ashur wheeled Qin Yu into the council chamber. Fourth uncle. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Qin Zhan rushed over. Good lad, you have finally returned. Qin Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Qin Zhan instructed, Old Su, you may withdraw. Let us 3 generations converse. Yes, Ashur, you may step outside. Yes. Once Ashur left, Qin Zhan inquired, how goes the matter with the Hanyun Merchant Association? Qin Yu pondered for a moment. It is somewhat troublesome to elaborate. The other party was exceedingly arrogant, and I lost my temper and killed him. Qin Yu spoke of the deed as if it were a trivial matter. What? You killed someone? Qin Zhan's countenance shifted dramatically. Qin Zhan, unable to contain himself, asked, Fourth uncle, I heard that the new arrivals from the Hanyun Merchant Association are formidable. Could you truly defeat him? Nonsense. Even I, as a cripple, could best him, Qin Yu replied. Hearing this, Qin Zhan's eyes lit up. That it seemed that his fourth uncle, despite appearing disabled, was in fact a martial arts expert. Fourth uncle, I admire you. Qin Zhan clasped his hands in respect. Genuinely impressed by Qin Yu's prowess, he had approached the negotiations with sincerity, yet the other party not only disrespected him, but also insulted him. How could Qin Yu tolerate such behavior? He acted decisively. Qin Zhan observed Qin Yu, then turned his gaze to his grandson, feeling his blood pressure spike. What sins have I committed to have both my son and grandson be such troublesome characters? He lamented. You two rascals, Qin Zhan exclaimed in exasperation. Could you not consider the heavy burden resting upon my shoulders? Qin Zhan and Qin Yu exchanged glances, with Qin Yu stating, Father need not be anxious. The Hanyun Merchant Association is but a trifling matter. I shall deal with it. Fourth uncle is right. Leave the royal family to me. I am more than capable of handling it. Speak no more. My blood pressure is rising. I require a moment of silence. Qin Zhan shot a glare at the two, causing Qin Zhan and Qin Yu to shrink back. Avoiding his gaze, it was clear that the elder was genuinely upset. With a chuckle, Qin Zhan hastily wheeled Qin Yu out of the council chamber. Qin Zhan, with a look of resignation, sat down and muttered, What a calamity! After exiting the chamber, Qin Zhan pushed Qin Yu to their courtyard. It had been some time since the two had last met, and they exchanged smiles. Good lad, you surely left no room for the old man. Qin Yu teased. Qin Zhan laughed. Aren't you guilty of the same? Tit for tat. The two shared a knowing smile before breaking into hearty laughter, devoid of any fear. Qin Zhan had slain Yin Tsong's San, while Qin Yu had taken the lead in negotiations, only to lose his temper and kill someone from the Hanyun Merchant Association. The relationship between the Marquis of Wu and the Hanyun Merchant Association was irrevocably strained as for the royal family. With Qin Zhan having killed the third prince, once Lan Tianlong uncovered the truth, any possibility of peaceful cohabitation between the Marquis of Wu and the royal family would be rendered impossible. This was precisely the intention of both Qin Zhan and Qin Yu. Since conflict was inevitable, why not embrace it? Good lad, have you reached the late innate stage? Qin Yu suddenly noticed Qin Zhan's remarkable increase in cultivation and was astonished. I gained considerable experience during my battle with Meng Zhang, leading to a temporary breakthrough, Qin Zhan explained. Qin Yu, brimming with excitement, said, Good lad, fourth uncle truly did not misjudge you. Keep up the effort. I am curious. How did you manage to kill Meng Zhang? He is a practitioner of the mountain and sea realm. Qin Yu inquired. Qin Zhan replied, It was manageable. I find a mountain and sea realm to be rather unimpressive. It is nothing extraordinary. From your tone, It seems you hold a mountain and sea realm in disdain. Qin Yu's expression darkened slightly. Qin Zhan paused, realizing from Qin Yu's tone and expression that he had made a connection. Fourth uncle. You're not also from a mountain and sea realm, are you? No wonder he was able to slay even those sent from the headquarters of the Hongyun Merchant Association, without sufficient strength. How could Qin Yu accomplish such feats? Furthermore, the fact that he could have a master of the innate realm, willingly follow him indicated that Qin Yu's cultivation was not low, he simply concealed it exceptionally well. Others were unaware of his true prowess. Yes, Qin Yu neither confirmed nor denied it. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan became increasingly convinced that his fourth uncle was indeed from the mountain and sea realm, and likely of considerable caliber within that realm. They then began discussing the threat posed by bandits to the empire. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace's royal garden, as a father who had just lost his son, Lan Tianlong was in a state of furious rage. The eunuchs and maids were exceedingly cautious, fearful of provoking the emperor at such a volatile moment. Anyone who angered the emperor would face certain death. Only the crown prince, Lan Xiu, remained by the emperor's side. Attempting to soothe his wrath, on the surface, Lan Xiu appeared mournful, but inwardly he was elated. His position as crown prince was precarious, with the greatest threat being the third prince, Lan Xiu. Now that Lan Xiu was dead, no one could threaten his claim to the throne. The thought brought him joy. He intended to indulge in a drink or two that evening. Yet he had to maintain his composure, as the emperor was present. Your Majesty, Deputy Commander Wu Meng has returned. He has apprehended the true culprit behind the murder of the third prince, Li Lianing hurriedly reported to Lan Tianlong. The emperor closed his eyes in meditation, remaining silent. Lan Xiu spoke in a deep voice. Let him enter. Shortly thereafter, Wu Meng personally escorted Zhao Ritian into the royal garden. Wu Meng, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live the crown prince. Beside him, Zhao Ritian was bound and rendered immobile. Upon Zhao Ritian's appearance, Lan Tianlong opened his eyes and fixed a penetrating gaze upon him. Under the emperor's intense scrutiny, Zhao Ritian's heart raced uncontrollably. This is bad. I can feel my heart pounding. Zhao Ritian bowed. Your Majesty, long live the emperor, long live the crown prince. Although Zhao Ritian is a wastrel, he is still aware of basic etiquette. Lan Tianlong, suppressing his urge to kill Zhao Ritian, coldly stated, Zhao Ritian, I have treated your Zhao family well. Why then did you take the life of my royal son? Zhao Ritian was taken aback, memories of what Qin Zhan had told him flooding his mind. You shall speak the truth to me. Otherwise, I will annihilate your entire Zhao clan. Lan Tianlong's words sent a chill down Zhao Ritian's spine, compelling him to kneel and plead for mercy. Your Majesty, spare me. I do not wish to die. This coward, upon hearing of his impending execution, was so frightened that he lost control of his bodily functions. Why do you not confess quickly? Lan Xiu demanded in a stern voice. Confess to what? Zhao Ritian exclaimed, tears welling up in his eyes, that I merely caused an explosion in the street. How have I become the scapegoat? I am utterly wronged. Explain why you killed the third prince. Lan Xiu interrogated. I did not kill the third prince. It was Qin Zhan who did. Zhao Ritian quickly responded, coming to his senses. Qin Zhan? Lan Tianlong's expression darkened, his piercing eyes fixed intently on Zhao Ritian. Oh, you think I'm blind? Your Majesty, I speak the truth. It was indeed Qin Zhan who killed the third prince. Zhao Ritian was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, I'm telling the truth. Why do you not believe me? You dare to argue. It was you who entered the palace alongside Zhao Jinxia, and then, en route to the training grounds with the third prince. You struck him down when he was unguarded. You have the audacity to shift the blame onto another. This is a crime compounded. Lan Xiu's tone was filled with righteous indignation, while Wu Meng understood the implication. Drawing his blade against Zhao Ritian's neck, the cold steel sent shivers through Zhao Ritian's body. Lan Xiu continued, Zhao Ritian, I grant you one last chance. If you do not report the truth, your body shall be torn asunder. These words truly frightened Zhao Ritian. He nodded fervently. Your Majesty, Crown Prince, I swear it is true. I did not even enter the palace today. How could I have conspired against the third prince? Then who did we see earlier? It was Qin Zhan, Zhao Riqian replied. Looking up, he disguised himself as me and infiltrated the palace. The emperor and the crown prince exchanged glances. Zhao Riqian's reaction did not seem to indicate deceit. And since Qin Zhan had the ability to slay Lan Shiyuan, it was unreasonable to assume he could not overpower Wu Ming. Speak of all you know without any concealment, or else I will tell all, Zhao Riqian declared, desperate to save his life. Last night, I spent the night at the drunken immortal pavilion, indulging with two exceptional courtesans. After a night of revelry, focus on the pertinent details. I did not ask for your tales of debauchery. Lan Xiutu's face was etched with frost. Zhao Riqian trembled and weakly protested. Did you not instruct me to elaborate? Lan Xiutu was tempted to strike this fool down. How could Zhao Jinxia have sired such a wretched creature? Thankfully, he was still a chancellor. Stick to the crucial matters, only those related to Qin Zhan. Very well, Zhao Riqian quickly complied, recounting the events of the street explosion and his encounter with Qin Zhan in detail. Moments later, he lamented, Your Majesty, what I have said is the truth. I am truly wronged. Lan Tianlong turned to Lan Xiutu, inquiring, Crown Prince, what are your thoughts? Father, what Zhao Riqian has said is not entirely implausible. It is possible that Qin Zhan truly is the culprit. Your Majesty, Crown Prince, it was indeed Qin Zhan who committed these deeds. He even told me to inform Your Majesty that even if you know he is responsible, you would not dare to act against him. This claim was a fabrication by Zhao Riqian, intended for revenge against Qin Zhan. Did he truly say that? Lan Xiutu's expression turned icy. That Qin Zhan is utterly lawless, daring to disregard the imperial family. It is true, he spoke those very words to me, Zhao Riqian insisted. Lan Xiutu turned to Lan Tianlong, respectfully suggesting, Father, perhaps we should summon Qin Zhan to the palace for severe interrogation. Everything would become clear. Wu Ming hastily added, Your Majesty, I believe the Crown Prince is correct. Regardless of the truth behind Zhao Riqian's claims, capturing Qin Zhan and confronting him will reveal the whole truth. Yet, in light of the Crown Prince and Wu Ming's counsel, Lan Tianlong fell into contemplation. As Emperor of the Empire, his perspective would not be limited to a single individual's testimony, especially in such a delicate situation. Although Zhao Riqian's words seemed reasonable, upon closer examination, they revealed significant flaws. Imprison Zhao Riqian, and we shall deliberate on a later date. With that, Lan Tianlong stood, instructing Crown Prince, You shall accompany me to a certain place. Your Majesty, please do not imprison me. I fear the dark. Zhao Riqian sobbed, a pitiful sight, tears and snot mingling on his face. Wu Ming, however, paid no heed, seizing Zhao Riqian and commanding, Silence, or I shall slay you this instant. Zhao Riqian promptly fell silent, too terrified to utter another word. He never anticipated that he would find himself unjustly confined. Before long, Zhao Riqian was escorted by Wu Ming to the cell where Zhao Jinxia was held. Enter, Wu Ming ordered, unceremoniously tossing Zhao Riqian to the cell before shutting the door and departing. The cell was dark and frigid, prompting Zhao Riqian to burst into tears. Grandfather, is that you? A voice suddenly echoed in the darkness. Zhao Riqian froze. Who are you? In the pitch-black cell, Zhao Riqian felt a surge of fear. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never envisioned being imprisoned. Just as Zhao Riqian was grappling with his predicament, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Zhao Jinxia, who had been incarcerated prior. Grandfather, why are you here? You ungrateful wretch. I wish to ask you why you sought to kill the third prince. Zhao Jinxia exclaimed, seizing Zhao Riqian by the collar. I did not kill anyone. It was Qin Zhan who framed me. Zhao Riqian pleaded. Qin Zhan? Zhao Jinxia was taken aback. The grandson of Qinda? Yes, that very one. Zhao Riqian explained. Grandfather, we must clarify the truth to His Majesty. We are being wronged. Tell me everything that transpired, Zhao Jinxia demanded, a surge of anger surging within him. Having served as chancellor for a lifetime, he prided himself on his cunning, yet he had been outmaneuvered by a mere youth. Zhao Riqian recounted the conversation with Lan Tianlong to Zhao Jinxia. After listening, Zhao Jinxia pondered for a moment before asking, If Qin Zhan impersonated you to kill the third prince, Why did he not eliminate you to cover his tracks? Zhao Ritian's expression turned peculiar. I do not know. He even instructed me to tell His Majesty the truth. That boy is quite arrogant. Moreover, Zhao Jinxie analyzed, as far as I know, the third prince had no enmity with the martial king's estate. Qin Zhan had no reason to kill him, especially within the palace. It defies logic. Who cares about logic? I simply wish to escape, Zhao Ritian exclaimed, throwing himself at Zhao Jinxie's legs. Grandfather, you must find a way to rescue me. Rest assured, the fact that His Majesty has not executed us immediately suggests that there is still room for negotiation. Zhao Jinxie declared, displaying the composure befitting a chancellor. That is wonderful. If we can escape, we must ensure Qin Zhan pays dearly. Zhao Ritian seethed with hatred for Qin Zhan, who had committed grave crimes and unjustly implicated the two of them. Jailer, I demand to see His Majesty immediately. Zhao Jinxie resolved to present a thorough analysis of the situation to the emperor, confident that once His Majesty learned the truth, they would be freed. At that moment, Qin Zhan was diligently training at the martial king's estate. Ever since acquiring the 9 turns swallowing heaven technique and awakening his ancestral bloodline, Qin Zhan had transformed entirely. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he devoted himself to relentless cultivation. Remember, you possess the bloodline of the witch clan. Until you have sufficient power to protect yourself, do not expose your lineage. This is crucial. Qin Zhan sat cross-legged, recalling the admonitions given to him by Xing Tian before his dissolution. Young master, the master requests your presence in the council hall. At that moment, Chuizhu softly uttered at the door, I understand. After Qin Zhan concluded his training, he exhaled a breath of turbid air and pushed open the door. Upon entering the council chamber, he found only 3 individuals present. Besides Qin De and Qin Yu, there was a middle-aged man clad in armor, his visage marred by a crimson scar that ran across his face, exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect without uttering a word. The formidable presence of this man, who could sit alongside Qin Yu, indicated his extraordinary status. Grandfather, you sought me, Qin Zhan announced as he stepped into the chamber, clasping his hands in salute. The middle-aged man turned to Qin Zhan, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Little monkey, come and pay your respects to General Shui. He is your 6th uncle's right-hand man. Qin De introduced, the right-hand man of my 6th uncle. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan felt compelled to show deference, stating, Qin Zhan pays his respects to General Shui. Shui Yao scrutinized Qin Zhan and could not help but praise. Young master, you truly embody the spirit of a youthful hero, reminiscent of your father. The martial king's legacy continues. Qin De smiled slightly. Do not be deceived by him. This little monkey is quite the troublemaker. Shui Yao immediately retorted, youthful vigor is bound to stir trouble. Qin De waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the pleasantries. I have brought you the person. Do you find him satisfactory? Upon overhearing the conversation between Qin De and Shui Yao, Qin Zhan furrowed his brow. What do you mean by satisfactory? Grandfather, what is this about? Qin Zhan, I have conferred with your grandfather, and we have decided to send you to your 6th uncle for some training to enhance your practical experience. Qin Yu, seated nearby, said with a smile, my 6th uncle? Qin Zhan was taken aback. Why? There is no particular reason. General Shui has come specifically to escort you. Qin De clarified. Shui Yao added with a smile. Young master, I have heard of your exploits. Even the likes of Meng Zhang, a notorious bandit, have fallen by your hand. Our Hu Bin army seeks individuals of your caliber. Hu Bin army. Qin Zhan was still processing the information when Qin De approached him. Patting his shoulder, no need for further questions. You are to depart with General Shui immediately. Grandfather, what is really going on? Qin Zhan felt a strong sense that they were concealing something from him. Nothing much, just a training opportunity. Qin Yu urged, do not hesitate. Prepare yourself and set off with General Shui at once. Qin Zhan glanced at Qin De and then at Qin Yu. He understood well that they were certainly hiding something. Yet, since they were unwilling to disclose it, he refrained from pressing further. After contemplating, he finally acquiesced. Very well, I shall heed your words. Upon hearing this, Qin De exhaled a sigh of relief. They were well aware of Qin Zhan's temperament. Once he set his mind against something, no one could compel him otherwise. Soon, Qin Zhan departed with Shui Yao under the cover of night from the martial king's residence. General Shui, Where are we headed? Qin Zhan inquired within the carriage. Shui Yao slowly opened his eyes and replied, By you. By you? Qin Zhan was taken aback. Isn't that my grandfather's fief? Shui Yao nodded. You are correct, young master. We are indeed bound for the prince's territory. It was not surprising that Qin De, having rendered great service to the empire, possessed his own fief. However, until now, he had only appointed a city lord to manage it on his behalf. Qin Zhan had only heard of Bayou, but had never set foot there. It was said to be a desolate and remote land. Despite the royal family offering Qin De many prosperous fiefs, he had chosen the most barren one, Bayou. Upon hearing Shui Yao's words, Qin Zhan fell silent. It was then that Shui Yao appeared astonished. Young master, are you not curious why the prince would send you out of the imperial capital under the veil of night? I killed the current third prince. The royal family must have traced it back to me. Qin Zhan replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had already surmised this before leaving the royal residence. Young master, you are indeed astute, and your decisiveness in battle is commendable. Shui Yao expressed his admiration that I killed the current third prince, and you still commend me. Qin Zhan responded with surprise. The current imperial rule is chaotic. The court favors treacherous ministers, and the third prince has allied with bandits. He deserved to die. Despite being a general of the empire, Shui Yao's loyalty lay solely with Qin De. The royal family and the emperor were all inconsequential to him. Though it was Qin Zhan's first encounter with Shui Yao, he could sense that Shui Yao was a man of action. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Zhan inquired, General Shui, tell me honestly, is the royal family planning to take action against the martial king's residence? Aside from this reason, Qin Zhan could not fathom any other motivation. Qin De's decision to send him away in haste indicated that the situation was highly unfavorable for the martial king's residence. It should be noted that Qin De was a master of the Broken Void realm, a level of prowess that was scarcely found within the empire. Shui Yao was taken aback by Qin Zhan's straightforward question. Momentarily at a loss for words, in truth, what Qin Zhan inquired had already approached the reality of the situation, but Qin De had long instructed him to withhold the truth until they reached Bayou. Little did he know that Qin Zhan was exceptionally perceptive and had discerned everything. Noticing Shui Yao's silence, Qin Zhan realized he had hit the mark. With this thought in mind, he instructed the coachman. Stop! Young master, what is the matter? Shui Yao asked, startled. Qin Zhan leaped from the carriage, declaring, I must return to the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Shui Yao was taken aback, quickly following suit. Young master, you absolutely must not. Seeing Shui Yao's anxious demeanor further solidified Qin Zhan's belief that the martial king's residence was facing an imminent crisis. That very moment, he felt he could not leave. General Shui, you need not say more. I will not go to Bayou, at least not now. Qin Zhan was fully aware of his intentions. The reason Qin De wanted him to leave was to protect him if the martial king's residence indeed faced misfortune. It was crucial to have Qin Zhan remain to continue the lineage. Moreover, Qin De had high hopes for Qin Zhan. Given sufficient time, he could undoubtedly grow into a towering figure. Qin Zhan understood his grandfather's good intentions. Yet precisely because of this, he felt he could not leave. After all, what was the royal family to fear? Young master, think carefully. Shui Yao urged sternly. The martial king has repeatedly cautioned you. You truly cannot return to the imperial capital. With determination, Qin Zhan fixed his gaze on Shui Yao and asserted, General Shui, my mind is made up. You need not persuade me further. But, General Shui, I know you are a formidable expert of the Mountain Sea realm. But that does not guarantee you can stop me. With that, Qin Zhan took a stance, prepared to engage Shui Yao in battle. Shui Yao had indeed harbored the same intention. If persuasion failed, he would have to forcibly take Qin Zhan away. However, he did not anticipate that Qin Zhan would see through his plans and choose to confront him directly. Young master, you possess extraordinary talent, yet you are merely at the later stage of the innate realm. How can you possibly compare with the Mountain Sea realm? Shui Yao made one last attempt. You will only know after we fight, Qin Zhan retorted, launching his attack without hesitation. He unleashed the 100-battle divine fist. His internal 9 transformations, swallowing heaven's technique, surging with vigor. Shui Yao was caught off guard by Qin Zhan's fierce temperament, as the young man engaged him without a moment's hesitation. Yet, Shui Yao was no pushover either. With a fierce roar, he retaliated with a powerful strike. Thus, the two engaged in fierce combat, with the coachman hastily retreating to a safe distance that a tempest arose, and dust swirled as the two fought evenly matched. Although Qin Zhan was only at the later stage of the innate realm, his combat prowess rivaled that of the Mountain Sea realm. His attacks were relentless, each move imbued with a potent aura. Shui Yao found himself increasingly astounded. He was a seasoned warrior of the Mountain Sea realm with ample battle experience. Yet, Qin Zhan's ability to hold his ground against him compelled Shui Yao to re-evaluate Qin Zhan's strength. Stop! After another exchange of blows, Shui Yao urgently called for a halt. Qin Zhan ceased his assault and inquired, "What does General Shui wish to convey?" "The young master possesses extraordinary skills that are nothing short of remarkable. And I, Shui, am in profound admiration of your strength, that I must concede that I lack the confidence to triumph over you. Therefore, I am willing to accompany the young master back to the imperial capital." Upon hearing Shui Yao's words, Qin Zhan finally retracted his aggressive stance. "In light of this, let us turn back at once." Subsequently, the two of them boarded the carriage and promptly made their way back to the Wu Wang mansion. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Lan Tianlong had finally uncovered the true culprit behind the murder of his son and immediately ordered the release of the Zhao family's grandfather and grandson. Simultaneously, he commanded a citywide lockdown surrounding the Wu Wang mansion to apprehend Qin Zhan, as the commander of the Tunglong army. He personally led his troops to encircle the Wu Wang mansion. The entire imperial capital was swiftly sealed off, with the Tunglong army taking control of the local government, enforcing strict orders. The streets were filled with an atmosphere of impending doom. "Your Majesty, I, come at the behest of His Majesty to convey a message to young Master Qin Zhan. I kindly ask for your cooperation," Xie stated, clad in military attire, standing resolutely before the Wu Wang mansion. Neither servile nor arrogant, as the emperor's most trusted general, Xie's capabilities were beyond doubt. Moreover, his strength was formidable, earning him the title of the foremost individual in the realm of Shanhai within the empire. "Commander, why waste time with Qin De? Let us assault the mansion directly." "I have no doubt that Qin De will yield," Wu Meng incited from the sidelines. Xie turned and cast a cold glance at Wu Meng, whose mere gaze sent a shiver down his spine. Just then, the grand doors of the Wu Wang mansion finally creaked open. However, it was not Qin De who emerged, but rather Qin Yu. Seated in a wheelchair, Qin Yu was pushed forward by a Shur. "Commander Xie, what brings so many of the Tunglong army to my Wu Wang mansion?" Qin Yu inquired, his expression betraying no hint of panic, instead adopting a calm demeanor in conversation with Xie. Xie replied coolly, "General Qin, I come on the orders of His Majesty to request young Master Qin Zhan's presence in the palace." Though Qin Yu was now crippled, he had once served as the vanguard general, and Xie's address of him as general was a form of respect, adhering to the principle of courtesy before aggression. "On what grounds?" Qin Yu simply retorted. Xie was taken aback. He anticipated Qin Yu would have much to say, yet he was taken aback by the brevity of his response. For a moment, Xie felt overshadowed by Qin Yu's presence, a surge of anger boiling within him. This fellow certainly played by his own rules. Yet, Xie was no ordinary individual. He quickly composed himself and said, "His Majesty requires no justification to summon anyone." What he stated was indeed factual. Within the empire, the emperor held the highest authority. No matter how formidable Qin Yu was, could he truly rival the emperor's power? "Commander, Xie speaks the truth. His Majesty requires no justification. However, my nephew is not present at the Wu Wang mansion, so I must decline," Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. "Not in the Wu Wang mansion?" Xie was taken aback. "General Qin, do you truly expect me to believe that? If Commander does not believe me, he may enter and search." "The people of the Wu Wang mansion shall not obstruct you," Qin Yu stated, as Ashur positioned himself beside him, seemingly clearing a path for the Tunglong army. Xie wavered, uncertain of the truth behind Qin Yu's words. Yet bound by the emperor's command, he had to verify the situation personally. Wu Meng take half of the men and conduct a search. Xie ultimately decided it prudent to investigate. "Understood," Wu Meng acknowledged, leading the Tunglong army into the Wu Wang mansion for a thorough search. Meanwhile, Qin Yu summoned all members of the Wu Wang mansion to the conference hall. The expressions of Qin Ji Qin Zhan and Qin Mu were all rather grim. The emperor has gone too far. Conducting such a search of the Wu Wang mansion will tarnish our reputation. One remarked, I wonder what has transpired that could compel the Tunglong army to mobilize in such force. By the way, where's the family head? It was only then that everyone realized, despite the gravity of the situation, Qin was conspicuously absent. Where had he gone? Despite Wu Meng and his men scouring the premises, they could not locate Qin Zhan. Ultimately, they had no choice but to withdraw. Upon exiting the Wu Wang mansion, Wu Meng leaned in to report the situation to Xie Yi. Xie Yi's expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean, not here? After hearing Wu Meng's report, Xie Yi turned to Qin Yu. General Qin, your methods are impressive. I am in admiration. Such methods cannot be claimed. I am merely acting out of necessity. Qin Yu responded, offering no cordiality to Xie Yi. The atmosphere between the Wu Wang mansion and the imperial family had reached a boiling point, and he saw no reason to appease the royal court any longer. May I inquire where the Wu Wang has gone? Although they had failed to find Qin Zhan, Xie Yi still had other duties to fulfill. Qin was one of the empire's few unrivaled masters. He needed to ensure that Qin remained at the Wu Wang mansion. Upon hearing Xie Yi's inquiry, Qin Yu's expression darkened. What? Does the Wu Wang need to report his whereabouts to you? Xie was taken aback, responding coldly. General Qin, I am merely executing my duties. I ask for your cooperation. Otherwise what? Xie Yi's countenance darkened. It seemed Qin Yu had lost all restraint. Meanwhile, Wu Meng, standing to the side, seemed to recall something and spoke softly. Commander, this Qin Yu is formidable. Just days ago, he killed a master from the Hongyun Merchant Association. Upon hearing this, Xie Yi's gaze turned more piercing as he looked at Qin Yu. The ability to slay a master signifies that Qin Yu is undoubtedly at the level of Shanghai. If there is nothing pressing, I suggest you leave. My mansion has many matters to attend to. Qin Yu asserted, issuing an order for them to depart. Xie Yi scoffed, General Qin, I advise you to tread carefully. With that, Xie Yi departed the Wu Wang mansion alongside the Tunglong army. Finally, Qin Yu's tense demeanor relaxed. Assure, promptly close the mansion gates and notify all clan members that, unless absolutely necessary, they are not to leave during this time. After returning to the imperial palace, Xie Yi reported the events at the Wu Wang mansion as they transpired. Upon hearing this, Lan Tianlong's expression turned grave. So, it follows that Qin Zhan is not within the Wu Wang mansion. Indeed, he is not. Father, Qin must be aware of the grave crimes committed by Qin Zhan. Therefore, he must have sent him out of the imperial capital in advance. That I request permission to personally capture Qin Zhan and avenge my third brother, Lan Xiutu declared, eager to seize this opportunity to apprehend Qin Zhan and make a significant achievement. With Lan Xuan deceased, the other princes were unlikely to challenge his position as crown prince. However, there was always a possibility. Thus, Lan Xiutu resolved to solidify his status as crown prince. The only way to secure his position was to please Lan Tianlong. And the only thing that could accomplish that was capturing Qin Zhan. After a moment of contemplation following his son's remarks, Lan Tianlong nodded. Very well, I shall allow you to pursue Qin Zhan. However, for safety's sake, have Xie Yi accompany you. Xie Yi was a master of the Shanghai realm, renowned throughout the empire. With him present, Lan Xiutu would be safe. Upon hearing this, Lan Xiutu's face brightened with joy. Rest assured, Father, I will not disappoint you. Your Majesty, I will ensure the crown prince's safety, Xie Yi readily declared. With that, Lan Xiutu departed the imperial palace alongside Xie Yi and several dozen members of the Tunglong army, setting off in grand procession. Simultaneously, Lan Tianlong instructed Li Lianying, draft a royal decree for me. Lan Xiutu and Xie Yi, accompanied by 50 members of the Tunglong army, departed the imperial capital, heading straight for the Baiyue fief. Your Highness, why are we heading in this direction? Wu Meng inquired curiously. With an air of confidence, Lan Xiutu replied, why not take a guess? Wu Meng, being merely a deputy commander who had risen through connections, was at a loss. Xie Yi interjected, Qin's fief lies in Baiyue, that if he were to send Qin Zhan away, Baiyue would be the prime location. Gaining the admiration of Xie Yi was no small feat. Lan Xiutu laughed heartily. Commander Xie speaks correctly. Qin Zhan's destination must surely be... It must be said that this Lan should truly possesses a measure of genuine skill. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Consequently, the group set off directly towards Baiwei, intending to capture Qin Zhan that very moment. Qin Zhan and Shui Yao were making their way back along the same path. Just then, the sky became overcast with thick clouds, and a fierce wind howled, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumblings of thunder, casting a gloomy pall over the day. Soon, torrential rain began to pour down with great ferocity. "Young master, the rain is too heavy. Let us find a place to rest," Shui Yao remarked, gazing up at the dim sky, where the atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive. "Very well. Let us seek shelter from the rain," Qin Zhan replied. Before long, they discovered a dilapidated temple. This long-abandoned structure was in ruins, yet it provided a refuge from the wind and rain. Shui Yao secured the horse-drawn carriage and then stepped into the crumbling temple. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning streaked across the sky, striking down a large tree adjacent to the temple. "What dreadful weather! It was fine when we left the capital. How could it have turned to such a downpour?" A voice emerged from within the rain. Qin Zhan furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with Shui Yao. "Young master, there are strangers present," Shui Yao said in a low voice. "Pay them no mind," Qin Zhan commanded. That moment, a large group of individuals arrived at the temple seeking refuge from the rain, each adorned with conical hats. Leading them was the regal and distinguished Prince Lan Xiutu. "Your Highness, it appears there are others sheltering here as well," Xie observed upon spotting the carriage beside the temple. "I shall expel those within to make room for His Highness," Wu Ming volunteered. You, come with me into the temple and drive out those inside." Wu Ming was determined to impress the prince, going to great lengths to flatter and serve him throughout their journey. Those unaware might have thought he was merely sightseeing. Lan Xiutu acknowledged with a sound, tacitly approving of Wu Ming's actions to owe him. Everything seemed to unfold quite naturally. Thus Wu Ming, accompanied by several members of the Tenglong army, boldly entered the temple. Then screams echoed within, accompanied by the sound of a door being smashed. As Wu Ming and his companions rushed inside, they were unceremoniously thrown out. Wu Ming landed outside, bearing a massive palm imprint on his chest. Plop! Wu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back. He is dead. The vice commander of the Tenglong army has perished just like that. Protect His Highness. Xie, witnessing the scene, realized that those inside the temple were not ordinary civilians, and he immediately charged in with several members of the Tenglong army. However, as he entered, a terrifying force struck him head-on. A master. Xie realized instantly that the individual sheltering in the temple was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Yet he was unafraid. Leaning back, he drew his long knife and slashed forward. Boom! The powerful clash of their attacks revealed the identity of his opponent. Qin Zhan. Xie's expression shifted from shock to elation. "Qin Zhan, we come on behalf of His Majesty to apprehend you. Who would have thought you would be here? Will you not surrender?" Upon hearing Xie call out Qin Zhan's name, Lan Xiutu also came to a realization. He rallied the Tenglong army and charged in without hesitation. Upon seeing that Qin Zhan was indeed inside, Lan Xiutu's face brightened with delight. "What a twist of fate, Commander Xie. Capture Qin Zhan alive." Lan Xiutu never anticipated such fortuitous luck. He had barely left the capital when he encountered Qin Zhan. Your command." Xie, as the commander of the Tenglong army and a peak practitioner of the Shanhai realm, was a formidable force. Yet even so, Qin Zhan remained undaunted. Killing Wu Ming was a trivial task for him, but Xie was his true adversary. Wielding his long knife, Xie ruthlessly charged at Qin Zhan. To him, the young master of the Wuang Manor was merely a trifling opponent, incapable of causing any significant disturbance. Little did he know that despite Qin Zhan's cultivation being only at the late stage of the innate realm, his strength rivaled that of a peak Shanhai practitioner. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce battle within the dilapidated temple. Meanwhile, Lan Xiutu encircled the temple with the Tenglong army to prevent Qin Zhan from escaping. "Qin Zhan, do you truly believe the Wuang Manor can still protect you? You are sorely mistaken. The Wuang Manor is struggling for survival itself, so you should pray for your own fortune." Upon hearing these words, Qin Zhan's expression changed. What did you say? What have you done to the Wuwang manor? What? Are you afraid now? Lan showed a scoff. And no matter how powerful the Wuwang manor may be, it is but a dog of the royal family. Even that old Qin dares not disobey my father's commands, let alone a mere young master like you. Qin Zhan felt a surge of urgency within, and his attacks grew increasingly fierce. He poured all his strength into a single punch. Xie, dismissive, did not take Qin Zhan's strike seriously, merely offering a token defense. However, with a resounding clash, Xie was unexpectedly pushed back several steps. Shaken by the force of Qin Zhan's blow, the terrifying power surged through Xie's body, wreaking havoc within his meridians. Although Xie forced himself to suppress this dark energy with his peak Shanhai cultivation, he was utterly astonished. How can you, a mere practitioner of the innate realm, unleash such a domineering punch? Xie exclaimed. You talk too much. Qin Zhan countered with a series of relentless kicks aimed directly at Xie's face. Furious, Xie retorted, You dare to take liberties. Qin Zhan, gripping his long knife, he slashed into the air, initiating his counterattack. Yet even then he could only barely diminish Qin Zhan's onslaught, unable to subdue him. Qin Zhan fought like a relentless beast, attacking tirelessly with terrifying strength. After enduring several exchanges, Xie began to feel the strain. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan seemed to thrive in battle, as if he possessed inexhaustible energy. Xie, stop playing around and capture him. I intend to take him back to the capital today and present him to my father for judgment, Lan Xiutu urged. A prince with merely spiritual realm cultivation. Years of luxurious living had dulled Lan Xiutu's martial spirit. Thus, he failed to recognize Xie's precarious situation. Xie, too, found himself in a bind. He had never anticipated that Qin Zhan's fighting style would be so straightforward and brutal. There was no need for intricate martial techniques, just raw, reckless assaults. It must be noted that Xie's strength surpassed that of Meng Zhang. Though both were practitioners of the Shanhai realm, Xie stood at its peak, while Meng Zhang was only at the late stage. Through his confrontation with Xie, Qin Zhan realized the vast disparity in power between the peak and late stages of the Shanhai realm. He could defeat Meng Zhang, but was powerless against Xie. This commander of the Tunglong army truly lived up to his reputation for formidable strength. While Qin Zhan was astonished, Xie was even more taken aback. This cannot continue, otherwise my stamina will be utterly depleted. Xie recognized that Qin Zhan was no ordinary opponent. He resolved to call upon the Tunglong army for assistance. Tunglong army, heed my command. Attack together and subdue him. At this point, Xie cast aside any concern for the image of martial artists and resorted to a tactic of overwhelming numbers. Yet little did he know that within this dilapidated temple, Qin Zhan was not alone. Shui Yao was also present, a fellow practitioner of the Shanhai realm. Thus, as the other members of the Tunglong army launched their attack, Shui Yao emerged from the shadows with lethal intent. Beware, Your Highness! Shui Yao's sudden appearance startled Xie. He had not anticipated that Qin Zhan would have an ally of equal strength, seeing Shui Yao attack. Qin Zhan commanded, Hold him off. I will take down this wretched prince. With that, Qin Zhan leaped, evading Xie's assault and charging towards Lan Xiutu. Xie's expression shifted dramatically. He had not expected Qin Zhan to be so audacious as to attack the prince. Meanwhile, Lan Xiutu was taken aback and shouted, Protect His Highness! Quickly, protect His Highness! The other members of the Tunglong army rushed to shield Lan Xiutu. Get out of my way! The sound of Qin Zhan's strike resonated like a thunderous bell as he unleashed a powerful palm strike while suspended in midair. With a series of splattering sounds, several warriors from the Tunglong army were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths. With the Tunglong army's protection stripped away, Lan Xiutu found himself fully exposed within the range of Qin Zhan's assault. Xie, tasked with guarding Lan Xiutu, dared not linger any longer and promptly turned to flee. Upon hearing Lan Xiutu's desperate cry for help, Xie let out a furious roar, his longsword erupting with a crimson divine light. Successfully repelling Shui Yao. Qin Zhan, how dare you! After fending off Shui Yao, Xie leaped forward, attempting to intercept Qin Zhan's onslaught. However, it was too late. Qin Zhan's strike arrived in the blink of an eye. Landing squarely on Lan Xiutu, who was sent hurtling backward. With a resounding crash, a bolt of divine thunder descended from the heavens, and Qin Zhan pressed his advantage, realizing that Qin Zhan truly intended to kill him. Lan Xiutu's face turned pale with fear as he scrambled away, disregarding the torrential rain and thunder, his sole thought being to escape. Xie Yi, relentless in his pursuit, shouted, "Lan Xiutu, meet your demise," even before he arrived. His voice preceded him. Qin Zhan, unwavering, unleashed his 100 battles divine fist towards Lan Xiutu's back. With a sickening thud, Lan Xiutu emitted a wretched scream, blood pouring forth as he stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Having endured 2 of Qin Zhan's strikes, Lan Xiutu's internal organs were severely damaged, leaving him on the brink of death. "Qin Zhan, you dare!" Just then, Xie Yi arrived, his blade flashing as he aimed a decisive strike at Qin Zhan's neck. Qin Zhan had intended to deliver a finishing blow to Lan Xiutu, but with Xie Yi's arrival, he was compelled to retract his fist. Silence. Enraged, Qin Zhan disregarded Lan Xiutu entirely and turned to engage Xie Yi once more in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Shui Yao fought alongside other Tunglong army soldiers, battling their way from the dilapidated temple into the wilderness. The rain intensified, and the thunder grew ever more ferocious. At that moment, a mighty bolt of divine lightning descended, striking Lan Xiutu directly. His body convulsed once before lying utterly still. Xie Yi, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Your Highness!" Qin Zhan also turned to look, realizing that this arrogant prince, whom he had failed to kill, had met his end by the hands of lightning. It was only fitting. "Qin Zhan, your doom is at hand. The Wang family is finished." Xie Yi understood that with Lan Xiutu's death, Lan Tanglong would no longer tolerate restraint and would openly seek to depose the Wang family, even declaring war. The demise of the prince, though tragic for Lan Tanglong, would not incite rash action. Rather, he would bide his time, gathering strength to obliterate the Wang family, eliminating any future threat. But now, with the prince dead, especially at Qin Zhan's hand, Lan Tanglong would surely not remain silent, and would act swiftly against the Wang family. Who lives and who dies is yet undetermined. You should be more concerned about your own fate. In response to Xie Yi's threat, Qin Zhan dismissed him with disdain. "General Shui, let us join forces to eliminate him." Qin Zhan had to acknowledge that, given his current strength, it was indeed challenging to defeat Xie Yi alone, and he needed to collaborate with Shui Yao.asu command. Young master, Shui Yao, having nearly decimated the Tunglong army, rushed towards Xie Yi upon hearing Qin Zhan's words. Qin Zhan's eyes gleamed with determination as the Nine-turn sky-devouring technique surged within him. He then unleashed a tremendous punch. This strike was so powerful that it caused the world to lose its color, the torrential rain to cease, and the raging winds to freeze. That it was as if deities themselves were chanting, and all of creation bowed before it. The ancient supreme skill, the great wilderness world-binding fist. With this punch, Qin Zhan's might surged forth, exhibiting the aura of a realm beyond his own. Puff, Xie Yi, the esteemed commander of the Tunglong army, astonishingly remained standing after receiving this blow from Qin Zhan. He was no ordinary opponent. Meanwhile, Shui Yao launched his attack, targeting Xie Yi's legs. Xie Yi's expression darkened. Fighting against both opponents alone was overwhelming. Confronting Shui Yao's assault, Xie Yi engaged directly. With a resounding bang, he was sent flying by Shui Yao's strike. Yet, Qin Zhan's gaze was sharp. How could Xie Yi, such a formidable warrior, be repelled by a single punch from Shui Yao? As expected, Xie Yi was propelled in the direction of Lan Xiutu. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Yi gracefully floated through the air, grasping Lan Xiutu's lifeless body before swiftly retreating. The Wang family shall brace for the Emperor's wrath. Xie Yi's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. "Where do you think you're going?" Shui Yao was determined not to let him escape, hastily giving chase. However, Qin Zhan intercepted Shui Yao, declaring, "Do not pursue a desperate foe. Young master, Xie Yi is a trusted general of Lan Tanglong. We cannot let him escape. Rest assured, the moment I struck down Lan Xiutu, Xie Yi's fate was sealed." Shui Yao paused, quickly grasping the implication. Xie Yi had betrayed Lan Tanglong's trust by failing to protect the prince. This was a grave offense. Upon returning to the palace, Lan Tanglong would show no mercy. Hence, Qin Zhan's assertion that Xie Yi had already been condemned to death, but young master, given Xie Yi's status as a trusted general, Lan Tinglong, no matter how enraged, would not resort to killing him in a fit of rage. Shui Yao reasoned, "That is of no concern to me. Xie Yi will certainly face dire consequences upon his return," Qin Zhan replied. Meanwhile, the rain abruptly ceased. The two surveyed the scene strewn with corpses. Exchanging glances, "Young master, we must return to the imperial capital at once." Shui Yao realized the situation was graver than he had anticipated. Qin Zhan nodded in agreement. "Let us depart." The two continued their journey towards the imperial capital, arriving less than 10 miles away by midday the following day. Suddenly, Qin Zhan halted. "General Shui, you should return to the Wang family to report to my grandfather or my fourth uncle. I have a place to visit." "Where does the young master intend to go?" Shui Yao, sensing a foreboding air from Qin Zhan's demeanor, felt a troubling premonition. "This is none of your concern. Do as I instruct." "That is unacceptable." Shui Yao promptly rejected the idea. "My duty is to ensure your safety. Wherever you go, I shall follow. It must be acknowledged that Shui Yao was indeed a loyal companion, which is why Qin felt reassured to have him by Qin Zhan's side. "There is no need for debate. I do not require your protection," Qin Zhan insisted. "But there are no buts. I know what I am doing. You should leave now." Shui Yao, as a general who once commanded the soldiers of the Northern Defense, naturally exuded a commanding presence. Yet before Qin Zhan, he found himself overshadowed. A person's aura stems from their strength. Moreover, having sparred with Qin Zhan, Shui Yao realized that this young master possessed true strength far surpassing his apparent cultivation. "Very well, young master, please take utmost care." With that, Shui Yao turned and departed. Qin Zhan did not linger long, opting to take a detour and re-enter the imperial capital through another city gate. Upon returning, Qin Zhan noticed that the patrols in the streets had all been replaced by Tunglong soldiers. The atmosphere in the imperial capital felt stifling, with citizens speaking in hushed tones, wary of their surroundings. Qin Zhan realized that significant changes had transpired during his 2-day absence. To avoid drawing attention, he disguised himself and blended into the crowd. "Everyone be alert. From this moment forth, order in the imperial capital shall be maintained jointly by the Tunglong army and the royal city guards. With a curfew imposed, those who defy this order shall be executed." "Yes." A group of officers passed by Qin Zhan, and he memorized the words spoken by their leader. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at a bustling district. From a distance, he noticed a crowd gathering, seemingly engaged in heated discussion. As he approached, he discovered that it was a wanted poster bearing his likeness, offering a bounty of 1 million for his capture, along with the title of a marquis. "It seems I am quite valuable indeed, if they are willing to offer such a sum for my capture," Qin Zhan mused upon seeing the image on the notice. "The Tunglong Army's fire division has received orders to enter the palace and meet with the emperor. Everyone, stand aside." At that moment, a figure holding an imperial edict, adorned with a banner, galloped down the street on a warhorse. "The Tunglong Army's fire division has received orders to enter the palace and meet with the emperor. Everyone, stand aside." Before long, another direction echoed with urgent voices. Subsequently, the personnel from Fengzi camp and Linzi camp hurriedly made their way to the imperial palace. Armed with the imperial edict and bearing banners, their warhorses galloped fiercely beneath them. Wherever they went, the common folk retreated in trepidation. My heavens, why has the emperor summoned the 4 military camps of foam, fire, mountain, and forest all at once? What has transpired within the palace? Who knows? Is there anyone privy to the inside story who could shed light on this? Only a few prominent families sensed something amiss and hastily summoned their kin, forbidding them to roam the imperial capital. Even several martial arts families swiftly secured their gates, prohibiting any from leaving, lest they face expulsion from their clans. In a state of emergency, His Majesty issued an edict, summoning Wang Huainan, Wang Yujing, and Wang Xuanyang to the palace to meet the sovereign. This was the emperor's decree. All checkpoints were to be opened, and the populace was to immediately withdraw. Meanwhile, the gates of the palace swung open, and 3 warhorses burst forth, racing in different directions. No one dared to obstruct their path. The onlookers were left bewildered, utterly at a loss regarding the unfolding events in such urgency. His Majesty issued another decree, summoning General Li Jing and Marquis Zhu Shun to the palace to meet the sovereign. This was the emperor's command. All checkpoints were to be opened, and the populace was to immediately withdraw. Yet again, two urgent edicts surged forth from the palace, traveling unhindered along their path, but a total of 5 urgent imperial commands emerged from within the palace, dispatched to all corners. Good heavens, what calamity has befallen the imperial palace? Observing the unusual circumstances, a sense of unease permeated the air. Who knows what has occurred? Only Qin Zhan harbored a vague suspicion. This matter must undoubtedly be linked to the death of the crown prince. According to his estimation, Xie must have returned to the palace several hours prior to their arrival. Just as Qin Zhan had surmised, within the Tai Chi hall of the palace, Lan Tinglong's countenance was unusually grim. Inside the grand hall, civil and military officials stood trembling, and amidst them lay a corpse. Lan Xiu too. Xie stood to the side, having reported the truth to Lan Tinglong the moment he returned to the palace. Your Majesty, I have failed to protect His Highness the Crown Prince, and for that, I am guilty beyond redemption. Please, Your Majesty, take my life. Xie knelt heavily, awaiting Lan Tinglong's judgment. Your Majesty, General Xie has indeed failed in his duty to protect the Crown Prince and is thus guilty. However, I implore Your Majesty to show mercy, given General Xie's unwavering loyalty. Many military officials, who shared a close bond with Xie, interceded on his behalf. Lan Tinglong's eyes blazed with fury. He was indeed tempted to execute Xie. However, he was also acutely aware of Xie's value to him, that if he were to kill him, who would lead the Tunglong army? Moreover, these individuals were advocating for Xie, and as emperor, Lan Tinglong knew he could not take such drastic measures at this juncture. It would be wiser to allow Xie the chance to redeem himself. Xie, I shall not pursue this error, but you must make amends. Upon hearing this, Xie's face lit up with joy, and he immediately prostrated himself. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace, that I shall certainly repay Your Majesty's kindness with my deeds. Xie had temporarily secured his life, but how long he would remain alive depended on whether he could achieve further merit. Lan Tinglong then turned his gaze to the gathered officials. The son of the martial king has slain the imperial crown prince. What do you propose we do? He swept his gaze across the assembly. The court was filled with silence, no one daring to utter a word, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Have you all lost your tongues? Lan Tinglong's voice was sharp that my 2 sons have been murdered in succession. This matter cannot be left unresolved. The martial king's residence must be eradicated. Everyone understood that Qin Zhan had committed a capital offense, yet he was the grandson of the martial king. Who was the martial king? He commanded half of the empire's military forces. Who would dare to oppose the martial king's residence? One could say that if Qinda were to raise his arm, half the army would heed his call. Qinda's prestige within the empire was exceedingly high, so much so that even the emperor himself felt a measure of trepidation. Furthermore, Qinda was a formidable practitioner of martial arts, revered by warriors. Thus, the royal family could only covertly seek to diminish Qinda's power without acting too hastily. It was precisely due to his remarkable achievements that the royal family grew increasingly suspicious of him. Taking precautions at every turn at that moment, Prime Minister Zhao Jinxin stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a matter to address. Speak. The emperor's law applies equally to the commoners. Moreover, the son of the martial king has committed the heinous crime of murdering both the third prince and the crown prince. Your Majesty must impose severe punishment on Qin Zhan and simultaneously strip the martial king of his title to uphold the majesty of the heavens, with Zhao Jinxin taking the lead. The other civil officials echoed, I second the motion. The military officials, however, remained silent. Qinda was the foremost among them, and many were his students, torn between allegiance to the royal family and loyalty to their mentor. The military officials found themselves in a difficult position. General Lan, what is your opinion? The performance of the civil officials naturally pleased Lan Tinglong, yet the military officials remained a concern. The general referred to by Lan Tinglong was named Lan Zhan, the imperial general of Jinyun, holding the second highest rank after Qinda. Lan Zhan clasped his hands in salute. I shall abide by your Majesty's decision. Very well. With that, it was evident that Lan Zhan had chosen to side with the royal family. Lan Tanglong immediately issued a command. Proclaim my edict. Summon the 4 divisions of the Tanglong army, Feng, Fire, Mountain, and Forest, to proceed to the martial king's residence and apprehend all therein. Understood. As the commander of the Tanglong army, Xia Yi was naturally tasked with this mission. Moreover, now that he bore the weight of past sins, he could not afford to be careless. With Lan Tanglong's series of orders, the Hamlin Academy, Military Affairs Hall, and Internal Affairs Bureau commenced their operations. Their singular goal was to decisively apprehend the martial king's residence. That on that day, the Tanglong army once more surrounded the martial king's residence. Not only that, but experts from the palace also gathered, led by Xia Yi, with all his warriors being innate martial practitioners. You all remember this. Do not allow any individual to leave the martial king's residence. Those who disobey will be executed without mercy. Yes, the rest, follow me as we breach the gates. Xia Yi was determined to succeed this time, unlike the last when he merely went through the motions. Just as Xia Yi and his men prepared to storm the residence, the gates of the martial king's estate suddenly swung open, surrounded by numerous black tiger guards. Qin Yu, seated in a wheelchair, blocked their path. Upon seeing this, Xia Yi promptly produced the prepared imperial edict. General Qin, where is the martial king? He must come forth to receive the edict. Addressing the imposing Xia Yi, Qin Yu replied, My father is away on business. I shall receive the edict in his stead. Xia Yi's expression hardened. General Qin, this is an edict penned by His Majesty himself, and it explicitly requires the martial king to receive it personally. I've stated, my father is not in the residence. I shall receive it on his behalf. Qin Yu is not inclined to tolerate Xia Yi's demeanor. Read it if you wish. If not, then so be it. Xia Yi's expression fluctuated. Qin Yu's reaction was exceedingly irregular. Knowing full well he had come to convey the emperor's decree, he displayed no concern whatsoever. Since the martial king is absent, then please, General Qin, accept the edict. Xia Yi could say nothing further, and in front of Qin Yu and the others, he had no choice but to read the edict aloud. Due to my physical disability, I can only sit in a wheelchair to receive the edict. I ask for your understanding, Commander Xia, Qin Yu stated. The others in the martial king's residence did not dare remain standing. They hastily knelt to receive the edict. Xia Yi immediately unfurled the edict and proclaimed it loudly. The content of the edict was simple: to apprehend everyone within the martial king's residence, and no one was to defy it. Otherwise, indeed, the Wangfu of the martial king has sacrificed so much for the empire, only to have a decree issued that renders it null and void. This is profoundly unjust. Qin Yu took a deep breath, turning to Xia Yi and asked, Commander Xia, might I have a look at the decree? Why not? Xia Yi promptly handed the decree to Qin Yu. Examine it closely. This is penned in the emperor's own hand, complete with the imperial seal. Xia Yi stated, I shall respectfully receive the decree from Xia Yi and presented it to Qin Yu. As Qin Yu opened the decree and scrutinized it, his expression remained impassive. The eyes of all present were fixed on him. With Qin no longer in power, everyone was bound to heed Qin Yu's command, and none dared to defy him. After perusing the decree, Qin Yu's gaze glinted with a chilling intensity. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, tearing the decree to shreds in a single motion. What do you intend to do? Qin Yu? The expressions of everyone turned ashen, as none had anticipated that Qin Yu would dare to destroy the emperor's decree. This was an act of treason, punishable by death. Black Tiger Guard, heed my command. Xia Yi has forged the emperor's decree, an act of unparalleled audacity, that I hereby order you to apprehend him. With a single command, Qin Yu set the Black Tiger Guard and Wei Jiang into motion. Charging forth, and one had foreseen Qin Yu's sudden aggression. Qin Yu, you are committing treason. Xia Yi was taken aback by Qin Yu's decisiveness. Not only had he torn the decree, but he also accused him of forgery. Whether the decree was forged was a truth known to all. Yet, Qin Yu's intent was to provide the Black Tiger Guard with a justification for their defensive actions that it is you who schemes against the state. I am merely acting in self-defense, with the lines drawn. Qin Yu felt no further restraint. Qin Yu, do you not fear the annihilation of your clan for so brazenly defying the imperial will? Xie engaged in combat with the Black Tiger Guard, wielding his long knife. Xie, concern yourself with your own fate. Just as Xie uttered these words, a martial artist suddenly lunged forward, none other than Shui Yao. Upon his arrival, Shui Yao directly charged at Xie. Sitting in his wheelchair, Qin Yu maintained a stern demeanor, showing no sign of fear. I possess the authority to act first and report later. Xie has forged the decree, disregarding the laws of the state. He shall face execution without mercy. This Desi cough. At that moment, Qin trembled as he rose to his feet. The old minister has already endured 2 blows from your majesty. Our bond as ruler and subject has been irrevocably severed. Upon hearing these words, Lan Tianlong scoffed disdainfully. Qinda, what do you mean by that? I mean no offense. Qinda replied solemnly, that I beseech your majesty to retract your decree and cease to trouble the other members of the Wu Wang mansion. Do you think I require your guidance on what I should do? Lan Tianlong retorted, pointing at Qinda. You are gravely injured. Do you believe you can leave the palace alive? As Lan Tianlong spoke, dozens of black-clad assassins suddenly appeared around them. Upon witnessing these assassins, Qinda sighed, realizing that their relationship had reached this ultimate impasse. Before I arrived, I still harbored some hope. It seems I was merely being overly sentimental. You speak the truth. As long as you draw breath, my royal family shall never know peace. I, Qinda, have dedicated my life to the empire, and I have never harbored treasonous thoughts. Why does your majesty press me so relentlessly? I will not allow any power within the empire that I cannot control. Moreover, your grandson has killed my 2 sons at D. You truly believe I would let you off so easily? Upon hearing Lan Tianlong's words, Qinda understood that there was no chance of leaving the palace alive. Not only must he perish, but all those from the Wu Wang mansion must meet the same fate. Only then would Lan Tianlong be completely at ease. Having served my nation and its people without a trace of selfishness, I now find myself in the pitiful position of being discarded like a hunted rabbit. With these words, Qinda's eyes gleamed with a fierce resolve. At that moment, he seemed to have returned to his former self. Qinda, what do you intend to do? Lan Tianlong, since our bond has been severed, I shall act in accordance with heaven's will and bring an end to your tyranny. Indeed, you could not restrain yourself, Lan Tianlong remarked, but you are already gravely injured. Do you truly believe you can fight again? Confidently, Lan Tianlong thought to himself that Qinda, having been severely weakened, was no match for him. After finishing his words, Qinda, despite his injuries, unleashed a formidable manifestation. Tiger roars in the mountains. Heavenly manifestation. Lan Tianlong chuckled coldly. Very well, let us see whose manifestation is stronger. Unyielding, Lan Tianlong, as the emperor of the empire, summoned his own manifestation upon entering the realm of breaking illusions that was named Dragon Roars in the 9 heavens. The fierce tiger and divine dragon clashed violently, their overwhelming powers colliding in a furious storm. As their manifestations faced off, the air was thick with the scent of destruction. The dragon and tiger fought as if they were 2 vividly alive mythical beasts, battling fiercely in the skies. The chaos darkened the heavens and the earth, causing the black-clad assassins to dare not approach. Boom! Finally, seizing the opportunity when Qinda's energy wavered, Lan Tianlong struck out with a palm aimed directly at Qinda's head. With unwavering confidence, Lan Tianlong believed that the severely wounded Qin could not withstand his divine punch. He was certain of his ability to kill Qinda. This moment, Qinda was at his weakest. And before the surging might of Lan Tianlong, he was no longer a contender. Lan Tianlong's fist flew forth, and Qinda crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to defend himself, but his feeble strength gave way, sending him hurtling backward. Lan Tianlong pursued relentlessly. Qinda, meet your end. His face twisted with madness. Lan Tianlong envisioned the moment of Qinda's demise beneath his fist. But just then, an arrow shot through the air with deadly precision. The arrow sliced through the atmosphere, sharp and unyielding. Lan Tianlong's expression shifted, and he sidestepped, catching the arrow with his bare hands. You dare to harm my grandfather? I will annihilate your entire royal lineage. Do you believe I won't? Qin Zhan appeared in the inner courtyard, wielding a divine bow, poised to strike. Annihilate an entire lineage. Such words were typically reserved for emperors alone. Yet at this moment, Qin Zhan directed them toward Lan Tianlong, effectively trampling upon the emperor's prestige. Qin Zhan, you possess audacity indeed to come here seeking death. Lan Tianlong thought it surprising that this young man would be so bold. Qin was equally astonished that his grandson would appear at such a crucial moment to save his life. Qin Zhan, bow in hand, addressed Qin, "Grandfather, how are you faring?" At this moment, Qin could barely stand. The 2 blows from Lan Tianlong had inflicted grave damage. Surviving until now was already a miracle. "Little monkey, do not concern yourself with me. Flee." Qin, agitated, felt a rush of blood and could not help but spit out a mouthful. Seeing this, Qin Zhan wasted no time and began shooting arrows with reckless abandon. Lan Tianlong was enraged. A mere innate warrior dared to insult him. A master of breaking illusions, so audacious, regardless of how the arrows rained down upon him. Lan Tianlong strode forward with confidence, effortlessly deflecting each one with a mere flick of his hand. As a master of breaking illusions, ordinary weapons posed no threat to him. Qin Zhan had no expectation of harming Lan Tianlong. His sole aim was to rescue Qin. While firing arrows, he sprinted toward Qin's direction. The black-clad assassins attempted to obstruct him, but Qin Zhan eliminated them with each shot. These assassins were no more than innate warriors, incapable of halting Qin Zhan's advance. Just as Qin Zhan was nearing Qin, Lan Tianlong descended from above, accompanied by a thunderous roar, unleashing a violent palm strike. Qin Zhan swung his palms, conjuring a fierce wind that formed an invisible vortex, scattering dust and debris. Boom! When their palms collided, a shockwave erupted from the center of Qin Zhan's body. Poof! The terrifying force surged through Qin Zhan's hands and invaded his body, prompting him to spit out blood. The battle between an innate warrior and a master of breaking illusions was not a contest of equal levels. "You foolish boy! I come to assist you." Qin, disregarding his injuries, forced himself to channel his energy, sealing some of his own meridians, then seized a long knife from the ground and charged at Lan Tianlong. Qin could withstand Lan Tianlong's toxic palm strike, but he would never allow anyone to harm his grandson, not even the emperor himself. Lan Tianlong sneered disdainfully, "Old fool, you seek death." With that, he retaliated with a punch. Crack! The long knife in Qin's hand shattered instantly, along with his body, as he was sent flying once more. This time, Qin could no longer rise, struggling on the ground. Seeing this, Qin Zhan's fury ignited. "Lan Tianlong, I will fight you to the death." With that declaration, Qin Zhan let out a low roar, leaping into the air, his limbs locking onto Lan Tianlong's body with ferocity. The 9 turns swallowing heaven technique surged within him. Lan Tianlong had never regarded Qin Zhan as a threat. His prior concerns lay solely with Qin. Now that Qin was unable to defend himself, Lan Tianlong felt even more emboldened. "You little brat, get off me." Lan Tianlong's true essence surged violently, a torrent of power exploding forth, attempting to force Qin Zhan away, but Qin Zhan clung on like a leech, refusing to let go, regardless of how Lan Tianlong struck. "What is happening? Why is my true essence vanishing?" Lan Tianlong's expression shifted in shock as realization dawned upon him. "You little brat, you dare to devour my true essence. You are courting death." Lan Tianlong roared, unleashing a terrifying energy wave. Crack! Qin Zhan's limbs were instantly shattered, and his entire body was sent flying. "Practicing demonic arts, I cannot allow you to live." Lan Tianlong's twisted visage instilled fear in anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Cough, cough. Qin Zhan was flung away, his limbs broken till he lay on the ground, struggling to rise. All of this unfolded before Qin's eyes. He had not anticipated that his grandson would display such valor. Unafraid of life and death, daring to confront a master of breaking illusions. "Lan Tianlong, should you dare to kill my grandson, I will plunge your empire into an abyss of ruin." With his last ounce of strength, Qin roared, attempting to intimidate Lan Tianlong. But Lan Tianlong paid no heed. His sole desire was to slay Qin Zhan in vengeance for his sons while eliminating a potential future threat. Given Qin Zhan's displayed talent, in due time, he would pose a significant danger to the royal family. perhaps even greater than Qin himself. Qin, you cannot even save yourself, yet you wish to protect your grandson? Lan Shenlong chuckled heartily as he approached Qin Zhan step by step. That moment, Qin Zhan's limbs miraculously restored themselves, and the hidden power within him surged forth spontaneously. Bang! Suddenly, Qin Zhan rose from the rubble, exuding an aura of dominance. Even in the face of Lan Shenlong, he displayed no sign of fear. How is that possible? Lan Shenlong was taken aback at the sight of Qin Zhan, and scathed he believed that the force of his previous strike was sufficient to annihilate someone at the innate stage. Convinced that this young man was doomed, yet he stood there, perfectly intact. He had distinctly witnessed Qin Zhan's limbs being shattered by his own energy. Qin Zhan, fully restored, coldly gazed at Lan Shenlong. Lan Shenlong, I am the one who killed your two sons. Did you not wish to avenge them? Come, then. You are courting death. Although Lan Shenlong was unsure how Qin Zhan had returned to full strength, he dismissed the matter. With his cultivation at the breakthrough stage, he regarded the mere innate stage as insignificant. Lan Shenlong's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a chilling malice as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Zhan. A more potent surge of true essence emanated from him, rippling through the air, stirring the very forces of nature. To dare provoke someone at the breakthrough stage with innate stage power, you certainly have some audacity. However, the vast gap of two realms guarantees your demise at my hands. Lan Shenlong alternated between punches and palms, his true essence shimmering with lethal precision. The eunuchs and maidservants in the palace scrupulously distanced themselves, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. The Tunglong army regarded Qin Zhan with expressions filled with astonishment and confusion. How could one at the innate stage dare challenge the breakthrough stage? Who granted you such courage? The outcome of life and death is still uncertain. There is no need for so much talk. In the face of Lan Shenlong's divine might, Qin Zhan not only did not retreat, but boldly advanced. The ancient supreme skill, the great wilderness suppressing the world fist. Lan Shenlong appeared slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere innate stage warrior could unleash such a tyrannical fist technique. Boom! The Emperor's divine fist clashed against the great wilderness suppressing the world fist, sending Qin Zhan flying once more. Again, Qin Zhan gritted his teeth against the surging blood within him, once more engaging Lan Shenlong in combat. You waste my time. I shall now show you the might of the breakthrough stage. Lan Shenlong shouted lowly, and from behind him surged a green dragon, claws bared at a prodigious phenomenon, the dragon roars of the nine heavens. Little monkey, this is a manifestation born of bloodline. It possesses immense terror. Be careful. Qin, in a fit of anxiety, could do nothing but watch helplessly as Lan Shenlong unleashed the phenomenon upon Qin Zhan. A phenomenon? Qin Zhan's eyes fixated on Lan Shenlong's manifestation. He understood that any warrior who stepped into the breakthrough stage would draw upon their own bloodline, comprehending the grand forces of nature to manifest unique phenomena. Once a phenomenon was invoked, it signified either death or injury. Die for me, Lan Shenlong commanded with a sweeping motion of his hand as the dragon's roar echoed, infused with a murderous intent, charging towards Qin Zhan. The green dragon opened its massive maw, attempting to devour Qin Zhan. Haha, come. I am eager to see who devours whom. The phenomenon, born of bloodline, harbored terrifying energy, if not now. Then when Nine-turn's devouring heaven technique, devour to your heart's content. Qin Zhan laughed madly, and as he became the epicenter, a vortex of void rapidly formed, unhesitatingly enveloping the dragon in the air. How could an ant shake a divine dragon? You overestimate your worth. Lan Shenlong dismissed Qin Zhan entirely. A mere innate stage warrior daring to confront a phenomenon head-on. Where did this confidence stem from? Roar! A colossal silver figure materialized behind Qin Zhan. The ancestor of thunder. The bloodline of the ancestor was provoked and suppressed, causing the ancestor of thunder to manifest automatically. What? You also possess a phenomenon. Lan Shenlong's expression finally shifted upon seeing the sudden appearance of the ancestor. Qin Zhan felt his blood boiling, as if he were brimming with inexhaustible power. Devour! Qin Zhan clasped his hands in a seal, and a terrifying force of devouring erupted from within him, confronting the green dragon. You wretch, how can an innate stage warrior possibly possess a phenomenon? This is a lie. A deception. Lan Shenlong felt as if his worldview was about to be shattered. It was a steadfast rule in the realm of cultivation that only breakthrough stage warriors could manifest phenomena. Yet here was Qin Zhan, releasing a phenomenon, leaving him utterly astonished. Gazing at the astonished Lan Shenlong, Qin Zhan sneered. Lan Shenlong, you frog in a well. Why can an innate stage warrior not manifest a phenomenon? In truth, he himself was uncertain if this was indeed a phenomenon. But he could not afford to lose momentum. Moreover, as long as this power could be harnessed, it sufficed. You seek death, daring to belittle me. Lan Shenlong roared in fury, sweeping his hand as the green dragon's tail lashed violently towards Qin Zhan's head. Block it! Qin Zhan instinctively raised his hands to defend, with the ancestor following suit in a defensive posture. In the face of the dragon's tail, the ancestor withstood the blow head-on. Qin Zhan realized that the ancestor's movements synchronized with his own. In other words, whatever he did, the ancestor would mirror. Discovering this secret filled Qin Zhan with elation. Lan Shenlong, bear the might of the ancestor of thunder. The ancestor gripped the dragon's tail tightly. Come down. Qin Zhan's arm swung down forcefully towards the ground. The ancestor seized the dragon's tail and smashed it down with tremendous force. Roar! The green dragon howled in fury, struggling to break free from the ancestor's grasp, yet it could not escape. Damn it! Lan Shenlong's eyes blazed with intense rage. Boom! The green dragon let out a mournful cry, thrashing its massive body, but it could not break free. The enormous dragon writhed violently, causing countless palaces to collapse under its turmoil. The ancestor was simply too powerful. Over-the-shoulder throw. Qin Zhan executed an over-the-shoulder throw, and the ancestor mirrored his action, gripping the green dragon's vital point and slamming it down toward the palace courtyard. Rumble. Another half of the palace was demolished, and the green dragon's form was left in a weakened state. Puffed. Lan Shenlong immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The phenomenon was intrinsically linked to its master's bloodline. Once the phenomenon sustained severe damage, the warrior would also suffer corresponding injuries. I shall contend with you. Lan Shenlong's fury erupted completely. Here he was, the esteemed emperor of an empire, revered as the pinnacle of power, a breakthrough stage expert, enhanced by a phenomenon. Yet he could not even handle a mere innate stage warrior. If this were spread, how could he face the world? He would become the greatest laughingstock in the realm of cultivation. Yet he was unaware that this was not merely a suppression of the phenomenon, but rather a suppression of the bloodline. Just as Lan Shenlong prepared to perish alongside Qin Zhan, his body suddenly trembled, and then uncontrollably collapsed. What is happening? Why is my cultivation diminished? Lan Shenlong, originally at the mid-breakthrough stage, found himself plummeting to the early breakthrough stage after only a brief skirmish. Moreover, his cultivation continued to decline, as the energy within him was being devoured. Swish! Lan Shenlong abruptly looked up, observing the ancestor ravenously consuming the energy of the green dragon, his demeanor shifting to one of feigned bravado. You dare to devour my cultivation? I shall kill you! Qin Zhan, in a frenzy of devouring the phenomenon, leaped with the green dragon in tow to another palace, continuing his consumption. Truly, as a breakthrough stage warrior, this energy was simply immense. After a brief moment of devouring, he had replenished all the energy he had previously expended. Qin Zhan mused to himself. It must be said that the 9-turn devouring heaven technique was indeed a peerless technique. Lan Shenlong attempted to retract the phenomenon, but found it utterly impossible. As if it were ensnared by the opponent, the once invincible green dragon had now become a mere little loach, at the mercy of others. Lan Shenlong's cultivation plummeted from the breakthrough stage to the mountain sea stage, leaving him so enraged that he could not utter a single word. I shall absorb. Qin Zhan paid no heed to any of this. Having finally caught a big fish, he was determined to devour to his heart's content. Emperor Lanyue, we come to lend you a helping hand. Suddenly, two figures descended from the heavens, unhesitatingly charging towards Qin Zhan. As Qin Zhan looked up, he beheld a man and a woman, each wielding a divine sword, resembling unparalleled beauties, exuding an air of invincibility. In an instant, These two strangers surged before Qin Zhan, unleashing two piercing waves of sword energy. Boom! Qin Zhan immediately ceased his devouring and evaded the onslaught of the sword qi. "Thank you for your energy, Lan Tianlong," he exclaimed, as he utilized the opponent's force to leap to Qin's side, seizing him and vanishing in a flurry of movements. He had to swiftly convert this energy for his own use. Any delay could inflict irreparable harm upon his body. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin Zhan decisively opted for a tactical retreat. After fleeing the imperial palace with Qinda, Lan Tianlong finally succumbed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, pointing towards the direction of Qin Zhan's disappearance, gritting his teeth in rage. "You little bastard, I swear I will tear you to pieces." With those words, Lan Tianlong fainted. The two swordsmen placed Lan Tianlong in a relatively intact palace, and the woman remarked, "Senior brother, who was that person just now? I am not certain, but our immediate priority is to report this incident to the sect. The Blue Moon Palace has been destroyed. The Empire will undoubtedly descend into chaos that we must request several experts from the sect to oversee the situation, that I shall send a message at once." Upon finishing her statement, the woman conjured a flurry of sword blossoms in midair, which ultimately coalesced into a crescent shape before vanishing into the void as they surveyed the ravaged imperial palace. The two exchanged glances, astonished. They had merely returned from their training and had not anticipated such an event. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan, carrying Qinda, fled towards the Martial King Manor. Upon their return, everyone in the manor was taken aback. The young master and the family head have returned. However, Qinda had already lost consciousness and required immediate medical attention. The Martial King Manor had just endured a fierce battle, suffering heavy losses. Observing the corpses strewn across the floor, Qin Zhan solemnly inquired, "Was it the Tunglong army?" "Indeed, but we managed to repel them," Qin replied. "How is grandfather?" "He has fainted. Quickly, summon a doctor to treat him." Qin Zhan hurried towards Qinda's bedroom, cradling him. Everyone looked at the unconscious Qinda, their expressions fraught with anxiety, yearning to follow him inside. Qin Zhan gently placed Qinda on the bed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive as they regarded the gravely injured Qinda. Qinda must not come to harm. Otherwise, how can a Martial King Manor contend with the imperial family? Steward Su, sensing the urgency, declared, "Go inform Dr. Mo and have him come immediately to treat my father." "Understood. I shall go at once." Only then did Qin notice the bloodstains covering Qin Zhan. Expressing concern, "Qin Zhan, are you all right?" "I am fine, uncle. Please seal the manor and have the Black Tiger Guard stand watch around the clock. That I need to enter seclusion for cultivation." At this moment, a torrent of violent energy surged within Qin Zhan. The energy of Lan Tianlong, which, although devoured, had yet to be digested. He needed to absorb this power. "Very well. Return to your courtyard to cultivate. I shall have Qin Mu and others protect you." Qin Mu assured him, "Rest assured, we will ensure the young master's safety. Grandfather, I will now enter seclusion. You must awaken." With that, Qin Zhan turned and exited the room, leaving behind a group of individuals exchanging worried glances. The news of the Blue Moon Empire's palace being destroyed soon spread throughout the empire, instilling fear in everyone. The imperial armies began to stir, and various bandits took advantage of the chaos. "Have you heard? The Martial King Manor is rebelling, having destroyed the imperial palace. Indeed, the Martial King Manor is truly ambitious. They aim to overthrow the Blue Clan's imperial authority." "Nonsense. You know not what you speak. It is the imperial family that has gone too far, unjustly killing loyal subjects and oppressing the ministers of the realm. Such tyranny deserves annihilation. Certainly, the Martial King is a veteran of the empire, having conquered half of the land, yet he has faced continual suppression from the imperial family. If not now, when?" Across the empire, discussions of the conflict between the Martial King Manor and the imperial family proliferated. Even regional princes seized the opportunity to raise troops under the banner of purging the usurpers, secretly aiming to carve out their own dominions and establish their own rule. The major legions stationed at the borders were also poised for action. 3 days later, at the Martial King Manor, Qin Zhan's courtyard crackled with violent lightning energy as he bathed in its brilliance. Resembling a god of thunder, exuding an indomitable presence, Suddenly, Qin Zhan's eyes snapped open, two bolts of crimson lightning flashing in his gaze. Gradually, the lightning emanating from his body began to dissipate. After 3 days of cultivation, Qin Zhan's cultivation had ascended to the peak of the innate realm, mere steps from the realm of mountains and seas. Simultaneously, his physical form had become even more formidable. Rising to his feet, he swung his arm, discovering his strength had increased, and he was now able to manipulate the power of lightning. The energy of the breaking void realm was indeed powerful. The enhancement of his cultivation was secondary to the fortification of his body. Qin Zhan mused like a tea that moment. Cui Zhu rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. Young master, 2 formidable foes have arrived at the manor. Even Commander Wei Jiang has been defeated. You must come quickly. What? Qin Zhan's expression darkened. Has my grandfather awakened? The family head remains unconscious. Fourth uncle is currently contending with those 2 formidable foes, but he may not last much longer. Cui Zhu replied anxiously, I wish to see what manner of foes they are. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan donned his attire and strode purposefully out of the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the outer courtyard of the Martial King Manor, Qin Yu sat in a wheelchair, with the manor's personnel standing behind him. While the Black Tiger guards lay scattered across the ground, the scene utterly devastating. Even Wei Jiang lay bloodied on the ground, unable to rise. Before them stood a man and a woman, their demeanor haughty. Who are you two? Qin Yu coldly scrutinized them. Despite his extensive knowledge, he could not discern their origins. That we are from the Blue Moon sect, the leading man stated indifferently. The Blue Moon sect, at the mention of this name. Everyone in the manor trembled. The Blue Moon sect is the guardian sect of the Blue Moon Empire, boasting countless disciples, all of whom are exceptionally gifted martial talents. It's the foremost sect in the Blue Moon Empire. The Blue Moon sect wields unparalleled authority. Even the imperial family must bow before it. It is rumored that the sect leader is a legendary figure of unparalleled strength, renowned throughout the divine martial continent. Qin Yu's countenance darkened instantly. Ultimately, the Blue Moon sect had been stirred, and the situation he most feared had materialized. Since you esteemed one's hail from the Blue Moon sect, you must be aware that the sect should not interfere in the internal affairs of the empire. Though tense, Qin Yu maintained his composure. Impudent, do you dare to stand against the Blue Moon sect? I do not dare. I merely state a fact. Senior brother, there is no need to waste words with him. Let us destroy the Martial King Manor and return to report. The woman dismissed Qin Yu with disdain. Although you hail from the Blue Moon sect, the Martial King Manor is not one to be slaughtered at will. Do you truly believe yourselves invincible? Arrogance leads to death. The woman, incensed by Qin Yu's disrespect, drew her sword and charged at him. Suddenly, a long blade appeared, sweeping through with the force of thunder. Boom! The lightning surged, instantly shattering the woman's assault and sending her reeling. The crowd processed the scene. Astonishment etched across their faces. Qin Zhan. No one had anticipated his appearance at this moment. He had not been seen for 3 days. Seeing the lightning swirling around Qin Zhan, Qin Yu exclaimed with excitement, You have broken through in your cultivation? Qin Zhan nodded. Fortune smiled upon me. I have ascended to the peak of the innate realm. Young man, who are you? The woman in blue, with a haughty demeanor and a pronounced brow, regarded him with curiosity. I am Qin Zhan, the young master of the Martial King Manor. Qin Zhan, the woman in blue paused, her brow furrowing slightly as she pondered. That name seems familiar. Since you are aware of my esteemed name, why do you not hastily retreat? Qin Zhan declared. Before my Lanyu sect, no one possesses the right to speak of reputation. Prepare to pay with your life, young man. The woman in blue seized her longsword once more, charging at Qin Zhan. Stand back. This man is mine to confront. Qin Zhan leaped into the air, his long knife whirling with great swiftness. The blue-clad woman exhibited exceptional swordplay, her sword energy slicing through the air. Qin Zhan discerned that this woman had attained the Shanghai realm. Such a meager innate realm. How utterly self-deprecating. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what a true powerhouse looks like. As soon as the woman finished speaking, her longsword danced rapidly, transforming into a spirit serpent, directly aiming for Qin Zhan's face. Qin Zhan let out a sudden, fierce shout. He then unsheathed his blade and struck. Silver serpents coiled around his battle knife. With a resounding clash, it met the opponent's longsword, sparking intense flames. Everyone stood in astonishment. It was astonishing to realize that this woman, a master of the Shanghai realm, was evenly matched with Qin Zhan. Come again, with his power significantly enhanced, Qin Zhan was eager for a worthy opponent. The man beside him appeared confident in his junior sister's abilities and did not rush to intervene. Instead, observing the unfolding battle with keen interest, Qin Zhan, wielding his long knife, exuded an imposing presence. He faced an adversary from a higher realm without a hint of fear, growing bolder with each clash. The blue-clad woman finally sensed the pressure emanating from Qin Zhan. She realized she had underestimated this young man. Remarkably, he was not yet 16 years old. Most at his age were still quite immature. Though Qin Zhan had matured considerably, he could not entirely mask the youthful features on his face. Lan Yu's sword technique. The blue-clad woman finally ceased holding back, unleashing an exquisite sword move that instantly reversed the tides, breaking Qin Zhan's consecutive strikes. With a crack, Qin Zhan's long knife shattered violently, and the opponent thrust her sword forward once more. Be careful. Qin Yu warned urgently. Should Qin Zhan be struck, he would either be gravely injured or perish. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan discarded the knife handle and sidestepped, the tip of her sword narrowly missing his chin. A cold sweat broke out on Qin Zhan's brow. This woman was no ordinary master of the Shanghai realm. Her combat prowess was formidable. Just as everyone relaxed, Qin Zhan made a bold decision. He extended his finger, decisively grasping the edge of her sword. The entire Wang Fu of martial kings fell into stunned silence. Qin Yu was nearly on his feet, alarmed. Do not act recklessly. However, in the next moment, Qin Zhan's fingers had grasped the woman's sword edge. The blue-clad woman sneered, "You truly are ignorant of danger. Daring to seize my weapon with your bare hands. This sword is a divine weapon, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. What gives you the audacity to attempt such a feat?" Qin Zhan clutched her sword edge tightly, smirking coldly. The Lan Yu sword technique is hardly impressive. The long sword was firmly held by Qin Zhan, and the blue-clad woman's several attempts to free it were in vain. What remarkable physical strength! So, you are Qin Zhan at such a young age to possess such cultivation. Truly a rare feat, remarked the man beside her. Qin Zhan turned to glance at him. Not bad. It is merely a slight enhancement over your Lan Yu sect. You arrogant brat. Do you truly believe I cannot deal with you? The blue-clad woman seethed with rage, her true essence surging within her body, forming an invisible sword energy aimed directly at Qin Zhan's lower body. This is an attempt to destroy his lineage. Qin Zhan's expression darkened. What a venomous intent this woman harbored. He had merely grasped her weapon, yet she sought to sever his future. Such malice must be met with a severe lesson. With a low roar, Qin Zhan flicked his finger, unleashing terrifying force that shattered the woman's longsword. He then leapt to evade her sword energy, following up with a powerful palm strike. Bang! The blue-clad woman was taken aback. Not only had Qin Zhan evaded her despicable attack, but he also counterattacked before she could react. The palm strike landed squarely, causing her to emit a muffled groan as she was sent stumbling back. Yet, she remained unharmed. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan's palm was covered in red spots, the result of being pierced by the sharp weapon, blood seeping from beneath his skin. Soft hedgehog armor. Qin Zhan's expression darkened. And oh wonder this woman emerged unscathed while he suffered injury. The soft hedgehog armor is a rare protective gear that not only enhances defense, but also inflicts significant damage on attackers. With its spikes, the greater the force exerted by the attacker, the stronger the backlash. Even Qin Zhan's resilient hand was pierced, truly formidable. Similarly, the blue-clad woman was profoundly astonished. This soft hedgehog armor could withstand 3 attacks from a master of the Broken Void realm, while inflicting counterdamage. Yet, Qin Zhan merely displayed blood-red spots on his palm, without sustaining substantial injury. Senior brother, this Qin Zhan is a formidable adversary. Should he grow in strength, he will undoubtedly pose a threat to the Lan Yu sect. We must eliminate him. The blue-clad woman transmitted quietly to the man that I recall now. Junior sister, Yin mentioned him. I did not expect he was still alive. Nangong, Yin had once lured Qin Zhan into stealing the dragon transformation pill for her, subsequently forcefully stripping him of his bloodline. This matter was scarcely a secret within the Lan Yu sect. What? Is he the one junior sister Yin spoke of? The blue-clad woman was equally stunned. Did he not only possess spirit realm cultivation? How did he ascend to the peak of the innate realm? Such monstrous martial talent cannot be allowed to remain. The man finally resolved to take action. He recognized that it would be difficult for his junior sister to defeat Qin Zhan. They were on a mission, and time was of the essence. Thus, he stepped forward, shielding the blue-clad woman behind him. With just a single step, a powerful aura surged forth, enveloping the entire Wangfu of martial kings. Fourth uncle, you all should step back. Facing the overwhelming pressure from the broken void realm master, Qin Zhan felt immense strain. Yet he was not daunted in the least. Rather, he felt his blood boiling. The ancestral witch bloodline is inherently supreme, growing stronger in the face of adversity. Once subjected to external pressure, the ancestral witch bloodline awakens and strikes back with thunderous force. The ancestral witch bloodline does not tolerate provocation. Young man, do not overestimate yourself. The opponent is a master of the broken void realm. You cannot match him. Qin Yu cautioned solemnly. How can I know without trying? Qin Zhan replied, not allowing anyone a moment to react as he charged forward. With the experience gained from his prior battle against the blue sky dragon, Qin Zhan was no longer particularly fearful of broken void realm masters. Of course, given his current strength, he would certainly be unable to defeat the opponent. However, it would not be so easy for the adversary to take his life, just as Qin Zhan prepared to engage. Another terrifying aura descended upon everyone. Friends of the Lan Yu sect, this king does not wish for anyone to interfere in the affairs of the empire, not even the Lan Yu sect. Qin's voice resonated from the study. His aura struck the man back. The blue-clad man's expression changed drastically. Sixth-tier broken void realm. The blue-clad man was merely a third-tier broken void master. Hardly a match for Qin Zhan in martial arts. Once one enters the broken void realm, the distinctions of power become increasingly refined. The broken void realm is divided into 9 tiers, with the utmost being the 9th tier. And legendary figures are classified by 9 stars. The broken void realm comprises 9 tiers, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. The higher the tier, the greater the strength. You too should take your leave that I can overlook today's uproar at the Wangfu of martial kings. But otherwise, as Qin's words faded, a fierce roar of a tiger echoed, sending shockwaves through the faces of the pair. We shall depart. The man, wise as he was, recognized that with Qin Zhan, a 6th-tier broken void master, they would not be able to breach the Wangfu of martial kings. Thus, they retreated without hesitation. Qin Zhan did not pursue them. Once the two had completely vacated, he solemnly instructed everyone to the conference hall. The family head has awakened. Splendid. Everyone snapped back to reality, rushing eagerly toward the conference hall. Qin Zhan also assisted Qin Yu to the meeting room. Upon arrival, Qin Zhan sat in the main seat, and the sight of his awakening filled everyone with elation. Elder brother, you have finally awakened. This is wonderful. Qin Ji exclaimed with excitement. The family head's timely return means salvation for the Wangfu. In recent days, life at the Wu Wang mansion has been exceedingly arduous, with the royal family allying with other clans to suppress us, making their pressure all too palpable. Qin Zhan hurriedly approached and inquired, Grandfather, are you truly all right? Old Master has turned misfortune into fortune. Not only has he awakened, but he has also made a breakthrough in his cultivation, said Steward Su, standing excitedly beside him. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with joy. Congratulations, head of the family. Grandson congratulates you on your elevation in cultivation. Father, you have indeed broken through to the 6th rank of the void-breaking realm. Qin Yu expressed his astonishment. Qin Zhan nodded. I was able to shatter the shackles and elevate my cultivation, all thanks to Lan Tianlong delivering 2 punches to me. By willingly enduring Lan Tianlong's assault, Qin Zhan severed the bond between sovereign and subject. No one anticipated that Qin Zhan would not only withstand the onslaught, but also achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. The interplay of fortune and misfortune is indeed unpredictable. However, my survival in this instance is largely attributed to Xiaoho too. Qin Zhan gazed at Qin Zhan with immense pride. The transformation of Qin Zhan from a frivolous youth to a martial arts prodigy, withstanding the void-breaking realm through his innate prowess, and rescuing him from the royal palace. Is a feat beyond the capability of ordinary individuals, as long as grandfather as well. That is all that matters. You are our pillar of strength, Qin Zhan declared. Xiao too, please take a seat. Qin had already placed a chair beside him, which was only half a head shorter. The crowd had been entirely focused on Qin and had not noticed the chair until he spoke. Me, of course you. Come and sit beside me, Qin replied. The moment those words left Qin's lips, the entire mansion trembled. Although it was merely a simple act, its significance was profound in the eyes of onlookers. Even Qin Ji and Qin Zhan could only sit on either side of the hall, while Qin Yu, his biological son, was relegated to a wheelchair. Yet now, Qin had invited Qin Zhan to sit beside him. The implication was unmistakable. Qin had designated Qin Zhan as his heir, the next head of the Wu Wang mansion. Since Qin had already spoken, Qin Zhan naturally could not protest. He comfortably took his place beside Qin. Observing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel delighted for Qin Zhan. From this moment forth, Qin truly regarded Qin Zhan as the successor of the Wu Wang mansion, head of the family. Many events have transpired during your days of unconsciousness. Shall we report them to you? Qin Zhan suggested. There is no need. Old Su has already informed me, and I am aware of all that has transpired. Qin waved his hand dismissively. Understood. After a moment of contemplation, Qin continued. Now, our Wu Wang mansion stands in opposition to the royal family, and the world views us as rebellious traitors, with vassal kings inciting chaos and bandits rising. Do any of you have viable strategies? Head of the family, at this juncture, the Wu Wang mansion has no path of retreat. Why not directly rebel and overthrow this decaying imperial court to establish a new dynasty? Qin Mu's words plunged the hall into silence. Although the Wu Wang mansion's actions were tantamount to rebellion, it had yet to be officially declared. Qin Mu's suggestion was akin to cutting the ground from under the royal family's feet, challenging them to the bitter end. I believe we should conserve our strength, withdraw from the imperial capital, head to the Bayou Fief, regroup our former allies, and gradually reclaim territories without haste. Qin Ji spoke solemnly. Fourth brother, what are your thoughts? Qin Yu pondered for a moment before responding. Both of them make valid points, but I believe the immediate priority is to ensure the preservation of the Wu Wang mansion itself. The so-called power and military might are not as crucial as your well-being, father. What do you mean by that? Please elaborate. Qin regarded Qin Yu, his expression calm and unperturbed. Father has broken through to the 6th rank of the void-breaking realm, making him virtually unmatched within the empire. However, Qin Yu glanced around. Let us not forget that behind the royal family looms the formidable Blue Moon sect. The royal family may be decayed, but the true threat lies with the Blue Moon sect. As soon as these words left Qin Yu's lips, everyone gasped in shock. He spoke truthfully. While the royal family had become decrepit, Lan Tianlong had been devoured of his cultivation by Qin Zhan, plummeting from the void-breaking realm to the mountain sea realm, and he had yet to recover. As for the vassal kings and border bandits, they were merely third-rate forces. Let them stir up trouble for now. And once the Wu Wang mansion has the time, we shall settle accounts with them. The only real threat to the Wu Wang mansion is the Blue Moon sect. Their power is vast, and their roots run deep. Should they decide to intervene, we would indeed find it challenging to resist. Clearly, an immense pressure weighed upon everyone. Only Qin Zhan remained unperturbed, sitting calmly. Observing his grandson's composure, Qin inquired. Xiao too, do you have any good suggestions? Qin Zhan replied, Fourth uncle has pinpointed the crux. The Blue Moon sect is indeed our greatest adversary. However, I believe there is no need for excessive pessimism. Oh, pray tell. The Blue Moon sect serves as the guardian sect of the empire and typically refrains from meddling in internal affairs. At their level, they are indifferent to the struggles for power in the secular world. Furthermore, even if they were to intervene, they would likely send only a few subpar disciples to make an appearance. As long as grandfather can advance his cultivation further, all issues can be resolved effortlessly. You make it sound so easy. Do you think breaking through in cultivation is as simple as eating or drinking? Qin Yu jested. Isn't it? Qin Zhan retorted. You. Everyone was momentarily speechless, finding today's young master to be rather audacious. If breaking through in cultivation were as easy as eating or drinking, would the world not be filled with unparalleled powerhouses? Qin was similarly taken aback by Qin Zhan's words. You lad. Do not boast. Qin Zhan smiled wryly. I truly am not boasting. Cultivation is genuinely as simple as eating or drinking. Father, esteemed elders, I have already sent a distress signal to my younger sister. I believe she will receive my message. As long as she can return in time, what is the Blue Moon sect to us? Qin Yu scoffed. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. The younger sister Qin Yu referred to was named Qin Yao, the seventh child and the only daughter of Qin. She had been taken away by the War God Academy when Qin Zhan was 3 years old, reportedly due to her martial arts talent, and had been admitted as an exception. Since then, she had not returned home, only occasionally sending back a letter. Qin Zhan was aware of the War God Academy's existence, and according to records, its strength surpassed even that of the Blue Moon sect. Hearing Qin Yu's words, excitement spread among the crowd. She still remembers this family. Humph. However, Qin did not display joy. Instead, his expression darkened. Qin Zhan was taken aback. The reaction regarding his little aunt was somewhat unexpected. Qin Yu sighed. Father, there must be a reason for my sister's long absence. Why do you still harbor resentment toward her? Do not speak of it. I have long since disowned that daughter, Qin replied. The crowd exchanged glances. Over the years, no one had proactively mentioned Qin Yao. Discussions about her had only occurred privately and sporadically. Qin had never spoken to anyone about his daughter. However, only Qin Yu was aware of the rift that had developed between them. Regardless, Qin Yu's foresight in preparing this move demonstrated his sagacity. Although he was physically impaired, his intellect had matured considerably. Esteemed elders and officials, you may return to your duties. Report to me promptly if any matters arise. Qin Yu instructed. Understood. We shall take our leave. Once the crowd departed, Qin Yu sighed. Father, at this point, our only ally is my sister. Even if not for your sake, for Qin Zhan's, I must take this course of action. Qin replied coldly. I know you act for the good of this family, but you should not conceal your contact with her from me. Was I not worried you would be angered? Qin Yu retorted, in truth, my sister also wishes to return and explain herself to you, but she has been unable to find the time. What could possibly prevent her from returning home for over a decade? It seems she has forgotten this family, forgotten that she has a father. Qin's anger intensified. Qin Zhan found himself perplexed. Grandfather, fourth uncle, is my little aunt truly at the War God Academy? Indeed. Then why does it seem that grandfather is still displeased? Children should not meddle in adult matters. Hurry and return to your training, Qin admonished. Qin Zhan, with a look of grievance, protested. I merely express curiosity. Why must I be implicated? He sighed, deciding to refrain from further inquiry. Exiting the council chamber, he returned to his courtyard. Young master, you have returned. Allow me to prepare a meal for you, Zhu said upon noticing Qin Zhan's arrival, eager to head to the kitchen. Zhu, today we shall forego the meal. Accompany me for a stroll through the streets to clear my mind, Qin Zhan suggested. A stroll? Zhu gasped in surprise. Given the current circumstances, she was astonished that the young master still wished to wander the streets. Indeed, are you not the one who usually delights in such outings? Qin Zhan inquired. However, these are extraordinary times. The entire imperial capital is under martial law, and our Wu Wang mansion is under intense scrutiny. I harbor concerns. There is nothing to worry about. If you hesitate, I shall go alone. Well then, Zhu bit her lip. I shall accompany you, young master. Qin Zhan smiled. That is the spirit. Let us depart swiftly. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Zhan and Zhu made slight alterations to their appearances. Qin Zhan affixed a false beard and donned simple hem garments, while Zhu applied soot to her face. Resembling a little sprite, they did not exit through the main gate, but rather scaled the courtyard wall, slipping into a nearby alleyway. Since the imposition of martial law, the streets had grown far less crowded. Many shops had shuttered, leaving only a few citizens engaged in small-scale trades along the sidewalks. Stalls selling pancakes, duck blood soup, buns, and wontons, among others. Young master, I wish to eat this and that, Zhu exclaimed. Her initial apprehension fading upon seeing the street food, her inner foodie revealed. Very well, today you may indulge in whatever you desire, for I shall treat you, Qin Zhan said with a grin. Thank you. Young master, Qin Zhan was generous, purchasing whatever Cui Zhu desired, as it hardly cost him much. This little girl had been in the Wu Wang mansion for 7 or 8 years, brought back by his fourth uncle. Qin Yu, specifically to attend to Qin Zhan's needs at IT, was said that she was the orphan daughter of one of Qin Yu's former subordinates, taken in after her father perished in battle and her mother succumbed to illness, provided her with a place to call home. Thus, the master and servant leisurely wandered the streets. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves and shouts reached their ears. "Halt! Did you hear me?" A young nobleman on a magnificent steed was pursuing a disheveled old man. The old man clutched something bulky in his arms, seemingly hiding a treasure. Zhao Riqian? Qin Zhan was taken aback. After such a long absence from the streets, he unexpectedly encountered this individual. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan leaped and appeared before Zhao Riqian. He extended his arm to halt the galloping horse, forcefully arresting its momentum. However, Zhao Riqian was less fortunate. He lost his balance and tumbled heavily to the ground. "Ouch! Who dares obstruct my path? Seeking death. Are you?" Zhao Riqian exclaimed, rubbing his backside. Finger pointed accusatorily at Qin Zhan, but upon recognizing him, he hurriedly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You, stammering, Zhao Riqian struggled to articulate his thoughts. Qin Zhan smiled faintly. "Young Master Zhao. It appears we meet again." Seeing the grin on Qin Zhan's face, Zhao Riqian trembled. He knew that the broader the smile, the harsher the outcome would be. "Qin Zhan, I have matters to attend to today. Please do not provoke me." Zhao Riqian was genuinely afraid. He was aware that Qin Zhan held little regard for even the emperor himself. Rumor had it that Qin Zhan nearly dispatched Lan Tanglong during their confrontation. And had it not been for a powerful figure from the Lan Yu sect intervening, the imperial family of Lan Yu would have been in disarray. Though the current royal family had diminished in stature, Lan Tanglong still lived, and many officials remained loyal to him. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Qin Zhan was a reckless individual. His reputation had spread throughout the empire, instilling fear even among the ministers of state. The prime minister, Zhao Jinxia, had been so anxious that he practically resided in the palace. Observing Zhao Riqian's demeanor, Qin Zhan chuckled. "Young Master Zhao, are your hands cramping?" Zhao Riqian retorted, "My hands are perfectly fine. No cramps here. If there are no cramps, then why the tremors? Are you sifting chaff?" Zhao Riqian was on the verge of tears. "It's not my fault. I'm merely startled by you. How can a mere mortal withstand someone who dares to strike the emperor?" For days, he had been cooped up in the prime minister's residence, yearning to escape. Coincidentally, he had learned of a thief pilfering valuable herbs from his family, prompting him to seize the opportunity to pursue the thief and relieve his stress. Who would have thought that in his pursuit, he would encounter Qin Zhan, his sworn enemy? Such is the unpredictability of life. The disheveled old man, seizing the moment, approached Qin Zhan with a lewd smile. "This young fellow displays commendable righteousness. I have just stolen these exquisite medicinal herbs from the prime minister's residence. How about I share half with you?" Exquisite medicinal herbs. Qin Zhan scrutinized the old man, sensing an air of peculiarity about him. Though he could not pinpoint exactly what was amiss soon, however, he was overwhelmed by the stench emanating from the old man. "Good sir, do take a look." The old man, seemingly oblivious to Qin Zhan's disdainful gaze, unveiled the contents of his package before the onlookers. With a mere glance, Qin Zhan's eyes widened in astonishment. Dragon elephant horn, purple spirit cloud chrysanthemum, tranquil flower, devil emperor grass, and more. These were all premium medicinal materials. "Did you truly steal these from the prime minister's residence?" Qin Zhan asked incredulously, staring at the old man. "You think I could pilfer anything from the prime minister's residence?" The old man scoffed, referring to Zhao Riqian as a fool. Zhao Riqian, incensed, shouted, "Old fool! Who are you calling a fool? Do you dare challenge me? Come then, strike me if you dare." The old man exhibited a bold demeanor, taunting Zhao Riqian. Yet with Qin Zhan present, Zhao Riqian hesitated. Though he was not afraid of the old man, he feared Qin Zhan. "Qin Zhan, you truly intend to shield this thief?" Zhao Riqian felt compelled to uphold some semblance of dignity. He did not wish to leave in such a disheveled state. "I shall protect him," Qin Zhan declared, pointing at the old man. "If you are unconvinced, let us settle this with a duel." Zhao Riqian was left speechless. How brazen! Though he was filled with indignation, The stories of Qin Zhan's exploits quelled his anger, as he would not dare confront Qin Zhan, not when he wished to remain alive. I could see that moment. The guards from the Prime Minister's residence finally arrived. Young master, where is the thief? I shall certainly assist you in capturing him. The leader of the guards displayed a lack of awareness. The bunch of useless fools. By the time you arrive, the opportunity has long passed. Zhao Ritian fumed. I shall grant you mercy today, only because of young Master Qin. We shall take our leave. With that, Zhao Ritian and his guards retreated hastily, fearful that lingering too long might lead to Qin Zhan apprehending and thrashing them. Watching Zhao Ritian's hasty escape, Qin Zhan did not pursue him, but a mere Zhao Ritian was of little concern. To him, even Prime Minister Zhao Jinxia was but an insignificant insect. However, the identity of the disheveled old man piqued Qin Zhan's curiosity. He scrutinized the old fellow more closely, noting the ragged attire, unkempt appearance, and the oil-stained clothing that exuded a foul odor. Chuizhu wrinkled her nose. Young master, what a pungent smell. This old gentleman is no ordinary person. Qin Zhan chuckled and remarked, I am merely an ordinary old man. Young sir, you flatter me. The disheveled elder, his eyes glinting, revealed a pair of pristine white teeth. Qin Zhan smiled faintly and replied, to be able to stealthily procure such invaluable medicinal herb from the Prime Minister's residence is no feat for the average person. It was merely luck, pure luck, the old man chuckled dryly, then fixed his murky gaze upon Qin Zhan. This young gentleman possesses a remarkable appearance and an understated charisma, truly not an ordinary individual. Oh, you have seen through me? Qin Zhan laughed. It must be my damn charm. The old man merely smiled, his lips twitching slightly, while the nearby Chuizhu stifled a giggle. My master is indeed unparalleled. The old man chuckled. However, I have yet to finish my words. While you are no commoner, you are currently entangled in a perilous calamity. If not resolved promptly, the consequences could be dire. Qin Zhan's expression turned serious. Oh, may I inquire what wise strategy you propose, old sir? The elder chuckled softly. This is not a suitable place for such discussions. Understanding his implication, Qin Zhan promptly led him to a nearby tavern for drinks. The old man, unconcerned about appearances, gazed hungrily at the spread of delectable dishes and fine liquor, his mouth watering. Young sir, I shall not hold back. With that, the elder dove straight into the feast. The three of them dined and chatted. While Chuizhu poured wine beside them, that be why the sound of your accent. You are not from around here. Qin Zhan remarked with a smile. The elder, devouring his food, managed to slur out, to be precise. I am not from the Blue Moon Empire. And no wonder, Qin Zhan said. Are you from the Twilight Empire or the Phantom Night Empire? Neither, the old man replied. Have you heard of the soul-devouring palace? Qin Zhan was taken aback, scrutinizing the elder closely. You hail from the soul-devouring palace? The soul-devouring palace is one of the oldest sects on the divine artifact continent, although it is often labeled as a dark force. One cannot deny its formidable strength. The revelation that this old man came from the soul-devouring palace left Qin Zhan utterly astounded. Not quite, the elder continued. I pilfered an item from the soul-devouring palace, and they have been hunting me down ever since, which is why I sought refuge here. The elder then produced a weathered ancient tome from his robe. Qin Zhan, upon hearing the elder's explanation and observing the mysterious tome on the table, was left in disbelief. He had initially thought the elder was affiliated with the soul-devouring palace. However, this unexpected twist left him even more astonished. T.O. steals something from the soul-devouring palace. This individual must possess extraordinary prowess. Do you have a penchant for thievery? Qin Zhan inquired. Not so much a penchant, but rather a hobby, be it objects or people. Once they catch my eye, they cannot escape my grasp, the elder replied with a lewd grin. Chuizhu, frightened, dared not approach, trembling behind Qin Zhan. So, it turns out he is a notorious thief. What is this? Qin Zhan asked, pointing to the tome. That I cannot say what it is, the elder replied, but it appears quite valuable. The folks from the soul-devouring palace have pursued me across the continent for it, so it must be something extraordinary. Why share this with me? Are you not afraid I might inform the soul-devouring palace? You wouldn't, so you know who I am. You are the young master of the Martial King's residence. Your name is well known to me, the old man said casually. It seems this elder is aware of Qin Zhan's identity. Since you know my name, I am yet unaware of yours. Might you reveal it to me? What does it matter? It is merely a name, the elder said, rubbing his greasy fingers on his garment before clasping his hands together. I am Zhan, an unnamed individual. Naturally, Qin Zhan had not heard of this person's reputation at all. So, is Elder Qin Zhan replied, bowing respectfully. There is no need for such formalities. Just call me 13. Zhan chuckled. As you wish. I shall gladly oblige. Seeing her master showing such respect to the elder, Chuizhu also expressed her reverence. Subsequently, the two continued to indulge in drinks at the tavern until evening before departing. Qin Zhan escorted Zhan to the Martial King's residence, cheerfully suggesting, Elder 13, why not stay at my home for the night? Zhan, slightly inebriated, gazed up at the plaque of the Martial King's residence and staggered. No matter, I have always considered the world my home. Anywhere will do. Just then, Wei Jiang rushed out, spotting Qin Zhan and the old man leaning on each other. He furrowed his brow. Young master, you have returned at last. Where have you been all day? Captain Wei, this is a new friend of mine. Please arrange a guest room for him. Qin Zhan replied. Leave these matters to me. You should report to Fourth Master. He has been searching for you all day, Wei Jiang said with a wry smile. That I shall do so at once, Qin Zhan replied, making his way towards Qin Yu's courtyard. Brother Qin, I had too much fun drinking today. Let us continue tomorrow, Zhan said, visibly intoxicated. Wei Jiang leaned closer and caught a whiff of the elder's breath, nearly gagging. What is that smell? So pungent. Soon, Qin Zhan arrived at Qin Yu's courtyard, and he quickly regained his composure from his earlier inebriation. Chuizhu, watching in astonishment, asked, Young master, you are not drunk? Qin Zhan smiled slightly. I've been sober all along. Then why did you pretend to be drunk earlier? Qin Zhan gave a mysterious smile and did not respond. Chuizhu, you may return to rest. All right, young master, you should return early as well. Realizing her master was merely feigning intoxication, Chuizhu felt relieved and promptly departed. Standing before Qin Yu's study, Qin Zhan was about to knock when Qin Yu's voice called from within. The door is open. Come in, Qin Zhan chuckled and entered. Upon stepping inside, he was met with two grim faces. Qin Yu and his grandfather, Qin. You rascal, living so carefreely, Qin Yu remarked, displeased, aware of his own fault. Qin Zhan explained, It was all right, I suppose. However, Qin appeared to be well informed about the situation. Now, tell me, what is the identity of the person you brought back? Qin inquired. Qin Zhan settled onto a small stool and replied. His name is Zhan. His origins are unclear, but his cultivation is formidable. Your audacity grows bolder. You dare bring an unknown individual into the royal residence. Are you not aware that this is a critical time? Qin Yu's frustration was evident. He felt that his nephew had become rather reckless of late. Fourth uncle speaks true. Although I am unaware of his true identity, I sense no malice towards us from him. What kind of reasoning is that? How can you be certain he harbors no ill intentions towards the Martial King's residence? How should I say it? It's a man's intuition. Qin and Qin Yu exchanged glances. Both left speechless. Oh, you know he is a master of the breaking void realm? Qin said solemnly. Being of the same breaking void realm, Qin had sensed at the moment Zhan stepped into the residence. Indeed, he is of the breaking void realm, Qin Zhan said with a smile. It seems my intuition was correct. You are far too reckless. If he had ill intentions, you would not even have the chance to cry out. Qin warned gravely. Did he share anything with you? Speak of it in detail. Grandfather, having seen much of the world, I am eager to hear your perspective. Qin Zhan replied without holding back, recounting the information he had gleaned from Zhan. Zhan, soul-devouring palace? Qin frowned. I believe I have heard that name somewhere before. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan immediately asked, Grandfather, have you truly heard of this person? Qin pondered for a moment and recalled. I seem to remember that it was perhaps 60 years ago when a notorious thief made off with a precious treasure from the soul-devouring palace. The entire sect pursued him relentlessly, and the incident caused quite a stir across the vast wilderness. However, it eventually faded into obscurity. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan was secretly astonished. It turned out that Zhan was not merely boasting. He had indeed stolen a significant treasure from the soul-devouring palace. In his youth, Qin had roamed the world, upholding justice and visiting renowned mountains and rivers, engaging with martial arts masters to hone his skills. Little monkey, if this person truly is a master thief, you would do well to exercise caution, Qin intoned gravely. What is most concerning is that he is an expert at the breaking delusion realm. Should he pose any threat to the martial king's residence, I cannot guarantee I would be able to subdue him, but I understand your concerns, grandfather. I will be careful, Qin Zhan replied. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to limit your outings. The royal family may soon undertake significant actions. The royal family is preparing for a major upheaval. Qin scoffed. Humph. The current royal household is but a decayed tree, if not for the support of the Blue Moon sect. My martial king's residence would have no fear of them. Qin shot a glance at Qin Zhan and said solemnly, Little monkey, tell me honestly, did you have a hand in Lan Tianlong's sudden decline in strength? Qin Zhan smiled faintly. Indeed, it was I. Did you truly consume his true dragon bloodline? Qin asked, astonished. Qin Zhan nodded. Yes, I directly absorbed his strength, reducing him from the breaking delusion realm to the mountain sea realm. It will be a monumental challenge for him to return to the breaking delusion realm in this lifetime. You audacious young man, you being merely at the innate realm, dare to absorb the energy of someone in the breaking delusion realm? Aren't you afraid of overexerting yourself? Qin chastised. Qin Zhan was aware that his fourth uncle was worried for his safety, so he promptly reassured him, Uncle, you need not fret. I am fully aware of what I am doing. On that day, I did indeed absorb a substantial amount of energy. Part of it was used to enhance my cultivation, while the remainder was dedicated to refining my physical body. The energy from forcibly reducing a breaking delusion realm expert to the mountain sea realm is certainly extraordinary. You must utilize it wisely and avoid reckless actions. Rest assured, Uncle, I am well aware of my own capabilities. Although Little Monkey could be impulsive at times, he still possessed a sound judgment when it came to major issues, something that reminded Qin of his own youth. He was exceedingly pleased with Qin Zhan's conduct over this period, unafraid of authority, decisive in action, and daring in spirit. Qualities befitting a young man of the Qin lineage. Your words are somewhat embarrassing. Grandfather, Qin Zhan replied. Off you go now, and during this time, remain on your best behavior and avoid causing any trouble. Qin instructed that I promise to behave, Qin Zhan said as he exited Qin Yu's study. The following day, while Qin Zhan was still asleep, he was abruptly awakened by a knock at his door. Qin Laudi, get up quickly, boomed San from outside. With a start, Qin Zhan leapt from his bed, hastily dressing before opening the door. What is it, Uncle 13? What else could it be? Are you not planning a rebellion? Count me in. I thrive on chaos. San exclaimed. Goodness! Qin Zhan was taken aback. While he harbored such thoughts, it was entirely inappropriate for San to so casually mention rebellion that he quickly covered San's mouth. Mind your words, or I shall accuse you of slander. I've already gathered that you all are indeed plotting rebellion. This is common knowledge, San replied nonchalantly. Who said we are planning a rebellion? Qin Zhan said in a low voice. Everyone is talking about it, San maintained. But seriously, the royal family of the Blue Moon Empire should have been overthrown long ago. Look at how decayed they have become. That is indeed true, Qin Zhan agreed. However, even if the empire is in decline, my martial king's residence would never engage in rebellion, nor would we betray this nation. But you had a brawl with the emperor not long ago, nearly killing him. Doesn't that sound like rebellion? That is quite different, whatever, as long as there is excitement to be had. I'm in. San chuckled. Qin Zhan sighed. Uncle 13, do you genuinely believe the current royal family is as decrepit as you claim? Of course, San replied. I have been hiding in the Blue Moon Empire for many years, traversing numerous places, witnessing wars, witnessing feudal lords amassing power and bandits running rampant. This country is rotten to its core. It is beyond saving. A decayed tree cannot be carved. Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment, San laughed. After contemplating San's words, Qin Zhan said, Uncle 13, I will take you to meet my grandfather. You mean the martial king, Qin? Naturally. Perfect. I have long heard various tales about the martial king and have been eager to meet your grandfather. San replied with a grin. Thus, Qin Zhan led San out of the courtyard, where they fortuitously encountered butler Su. Young master, the master has sent word, requesting that you bring this esteemed guest to the conference hall. He has matters to discuss. What a coincidence, Qin Zhan exclaimed. We were just on our way to see grandfather. With that, they made their way directly to the conference hall. Today, San had donned a different outfit. Although it still appeared somewhat disheveled, at least he no longer bore an offensive odor. Upon entering the conference hall, Qin Zhan introduced San. The old man appeared carefree, glancing around with curiosity. The others in the Martial King's residence had never seen San before. They had merely heard that Qin Zhan returned with a scruffy old man. Now that they beheld him, he indeed looked quite unkempt. His demeanor was lewd, and his posture slightly hunched. He ambled about in a rather careless manner. Who is this? He looks like a lunatic. Someone remarked that I hear he was brought back by the young master, and seems to have quite the background. Is this really the case? Similar comments circulated frequently. Yet San appeared oblivious to the murmurs, following closely behind Qin Zhan, ignoring the chatter entirely. Little monkey, since you brought a friend, why not introduce him to everyone? Qin said with a smile. Elders Qin Ji and the other three also regarded San with curiosity. This old man looked shabby from head to toe, not merely a slovenly man, but rather he appeared utterly uncouth. Grandfather, esteemed elders. This is Uncle 13. He hails from. At this point, Qin Zhan suddenly realized he had no idea where this old man was from, only that he had stolen something from the soul-devouring palace and was pursued to the Blue Moon Empire. His words nearly caused everyone in the residence to faint. How vast was the young master's heart to bring someone back without even knowing their background? How careless could he be? San casually picked at his nose and flicked something away, almost hitting Qin Zhan in the face, much to Qin Zhan's chagrin. You are Qin, I presume. I have heard tales of you for 50 years. You are indeed a legendary figure, San said with a grin. Legendary figure is an overstatement. I am but a man of modest renown. Qin replied with a faint smile. I do not offer flattery. I have never been one to do so. In the entirety of the Blue Moon Empire. You are the only one I truly admire, San remarked with a sigh. Qin was taken aback. He could discern that despite San's flippant demeanor, there was sincerity in his tone. Mr. In's visit to the Martial King's residence is truly an honor. Please take a seat, Qin exclaimed, and as he spoke, a guard brought forth a chair. San cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. With that, he comfortably settled into the chair. Naturally, Qin Zhan took a seat beside Qin. Afterward, Qin assigned several tasks to key figures within the residence, while San remained silent, sitting to the side. Once the instructions were given, Qin turned to San. Mr. In, may I inquire if you have any insights to share? Please do enlighten us. San waved his hand dismissively. I have no insights to offer. All that the Martial King does is for the benefit of the common people, and I cannot measure up to that. Qin gestured. Mr. In is far too modest. Thus, San joined the others in jovial conversation, and Qin treated him with a certain courtesy. After all, given San's formidable prowess, Qin had no choice but to regard him with respect. Just then, a black tiger guard rushed into the conference hall, eager to report but hesitating upon seeing a stranger. Qin urged, feel free to share any intelligence. There are no outsiders present here. With that reassurance, the Black Tiger Guard dispensed with his hesitation and reported. Your Majesty, I have just received news that the Dragon Rising Army has revolted. What? Qin's expression shifted to one of shock. Not only he, but everyone present wore looks of astonishment. Even Qin Zhan was caught off guard. The Dragon Rising Army has revolted? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Qin Zhan inquired, is this news truly credible? Absolutely, the Black Tiger Guard affirmed. Currently, Xie Yi is leading the Dragon Rising Army's wind and mountain battalions, breaking through the encirclement from the palace and heading towards our royal residence. Qin Zhan exchanged a glance with Qin. The news had arrived too abruptly. This situation was likely far more complex than it appeared. Qin spoke in a grave tone. Little monkey, go investigate and adapt as necessary. Yes, I shall do so at once. Qin Zhan accepted the command and resolved to seek out the truth. San then stood and remarked, Why not allow me to join in the excitement? Very well. I appreciate your assistance. 13. Since Zhan had offered, Qin Zhan had no reason to refuse. They promptly set off from the royal residence. Meanwhile, on the grand avenue of the imperial capital, a woman wielding a sword intercepted Xie. You dare betray the imperial family and commit such treasonous acts. Surrender at once. What are you waiting for? Behind her stood a legion of fully armed imperial guards, numbering in the hundreds compared to the Dragon Rising army. The imperial guards were far more elite, being the personal assassins of Lan Tianlong. The leading woman was none other than the blue-clad figure who had previously come to the royal residence with an air of arrogance. Yu Xia. I, Xie, have served the emperor with unwavering loyalty, pouring my heart and soul into my duties. Yet, simply for failing to complete one task, the emperor annihilates my entire clan. This is profoundly unjust. If I do not rebel now, when shall I? Xie's arm had already been severed, blood streaming from his wounds. Around him were his brothers in arms with whom he had shared life and death. These Dragon Rising soldiers were the elite of the empire, yet now they lay slain by their own kin. Xie's battalion, known as the Wind and Fire Mountain Forest, had been reduced to only the Wind and Mountain battalions as the Fire and Forest battalions had sacrificed themselves to protect them. Across the land, there is no territory not belonging to the king. Along the shores, there are no subjects but the king's that, as a subject, even if you bear 1,000 grievances, you must not rebel. I, Xie, have given so much for the emperor, yet what do I receive in return? At this juncture, Xie became exceedingly agitated. Just because I failed to complete a task, the emperor exterminates my clan. Pray tell, is there any absurdity greater than this? A ruler demands the death of his subjects, and they must comply. Do you not understand this principle? The blue-clad woman retorted coldly, Ha! What a splendid assertion. It is my folly for misjudging the character of others. Should I manage to escape today, I vow to be a lifelong adversary of the Blue Moon Empire. I shall eradicate the entire Blue family and ensure that Lan Tianlong has no heirs. Xie's fierce declaration echoed through the streets of the imperial capital. The blue-clad woman, having exhausted her attempts at persuasion, promptly issued an order. Imperial guards, you are commanded to eliminate all traitorous subjects without exception. Yes, a throng of imperial guards surged forth, brandishing long spears, encircling Xie and his remaining men, leaving no avenue for escape. Commander, you must flee. We will cover you. The few remaining Dragon Rising soldiers wore resolute expressions, ready to face death. The imperial family had become utterly corrupt, with a ruler blinded by desire. Rather than cling to foolish loyalty, they would take a bold stand to claim a brighter future. I have already sacrificed too many brothers. There can be no more losses. Xie declared coldly. All brothers, charge with me towards the south gate. Xie led the remaining Dragon Rising soldiers in a fierce assault against the encircling imperial guards. In an instant, the clash of weapons erupted, a tempest of bloodshed enveloping the imperial capital, leaving a scene of brutal carnage. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan and Zhan concealed themselves in the shadows, observing the unfolding chaos. When they beheld Xie, battered yet fighting valiantly against the imperial guards, even Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had believed this to be a mere performance stage for the royal residence's benefit. However, it became evident that this was no charade. Both sides were engaged in a genuine battle. Especially Xie, despite having lost an arm, showed no mercy in combat, with each swing of his weapon. Heads fell to the ground. Likewise, Dragon Rising soldiers continued to fall. Their adversaries were the Imperial Guards, the Emperor's elite, led by a core disciple of the Blue Moon sect, whose strength surpassed their own. After a fierce skirmish, the Dragon Rising army suffered further losses, yet they ultimately managed to break through the encirclement, with Xie leading the remnants to safety. Little brother, can we now ascertain that this is not a performance? Zhan remarked with a grin. Qin Zhan nodded, confirming that this was indeed no act. Xie had suffered grievously, and the Dragon Rising army had endured substantial losses. If this were merely a ruse, what truth would remain? As Qin Zhan pondered, a cunning scheme took shape in his mind. Point 13. Cooperate with me. Let us stage a play. This sounds intriguing. Pray tell, how shall I assist? Shursan, thrilled at the prospect of acting, eagerly inquired. Qin Zhan leaned in and whispered a few plans into his ear, prompting Shursan to chuckle. Ah, I see. You truly are a crafty one. This is quite the devious scheme. I have no choice. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Regardless, I must secure Xie. His abilities are undeniable. He is merely at the sea and mountain realm. What is there to covet? Shursan scoffed. Unimpressed, in his view, within the ancient sect of the soul-devouring palace, sea and mountain realm cultivators were as common as dogs, while the broken void realm warriors were numerous. Great masters were plentiful, and legends were everywhere. Just do me this favor, and after it's done, I shall treat you to a drink, Qin Zhan promised. Upon hearing this, Shursan's expression brightened. Very well. What do you require of me? First, you shall do this, and then proceed to that. Qin Zhan whispered further instructions, leaving Shursan utterly astonished. My goodness, you are truly devious, he exclaimed. Upon witnessing Xie Yi's rebellion, Qin Zhan made a decisive choice. He would recruit Xie Yi. Although they had been enemies before, with Xie Yi having attempted to eliminate him, that did not deter Qin Zhan from wanting to entice him. Previously, they had served different masters. Xie Yi had been loyal to the imperial family, naturally obeying Lan Tianlong's commands. However, the situation had shifted. As Xie Yi clashed with the imperial guards, the woman named Yu Xia lunged forward, sword in hand, aiming to strike him down. Thrust. Xie Yi, already gravely injured and beset by multiple foes, had no time to evade. The blade pierced his abdomen. Xie Yi, you dare betray the empire? This is your fate. Go to the Yellow Springs and reunite with your family. Yu Xia sneered, preparing to deliver another blow. Suddenly, a stone shot through the air, striking her arm and causing her weapon to clatter to the ground. Yu Xia shrieked, clutching her wounded arm. The surrounding imperial guards rushed to her aid. Shursan swaggered forward, casually tossing a few stones in his hand, causing Yu Xia to feel a chill run down her spine. Though she stood at the pinnacle of the sea and mountain realm, just a step away from the broken void realm, she instinctively sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Shursan. Who are you? Yu Xia demanded, recognizing the threat posed by this unexpected foe. Shursan replied, Speak my name, and it shall cause you to tremble. Yu Xia was taken aback. What on earth? Is this old man mad? Her expression darkened. You, as a broken void realm warrior, should know that offending the Blue Moon sect is unwise. Shursan disdainfully remarked. Nonsense. The Blue Moon sect can only reign supreme in this insignificant locale if they possess any real prowess. Let them compete with other sects across the continent. Yu Xia's expression darkened. Am I speaking of the same matter as you? My Blue Moon sect is the sacred protector of the Blue Moon Empire. How we conduct ourselves is not for you to dictate. That may be true, yet I have vowed to protect this person. Shursan asserted, pointing at Xie Yi. Still bewildered after narrowly escaping death, Xie Yi gazed at the unfamiliar Shursan and inquired, Who are you? You, young man, are fortunate. Someone wishes to protect you, Shursan replied. Although Xie Yi was unaware of who sought to safeguard him, evading today's calamity was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. This individual is someone I must eliminate. I urge you to reconsider. Yu Xia interjected, Enough of this chatter. Take your people and leave at once, or I shall eliminate you alongside them. Shursan declared with audacious bravado that he was not merely issuing threats. He was indeed capable of carrying out his words. Yu Xia's countenance shifted dramatically, and after a moment of contemplation, she clenched her teeth and asked, Might I inquire your esteemed name? Shursan, fully aware of Yu Xia's intentions, remained unperturbed, for he had already taken action. I am Shursan, known in the cultivation world as the esteemed 13 Master. I shall remember that, Yu Xia replied, turning to Xie Yi. Xie Yi, consider yourself fortunate today, but what lies ahead remains uncertain. I advise you to seek your own fortune. With that, Yu Xia departed with her elite guards. Once they left, Xie Yi hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue. I am profoundly grateful. Shursan chuckled. There is no need for thanks. The one who truly saved you is someone else. The one who truly saved me, Xie Yi paused in surprise. I implore you to lead the way, as I and my brothers wish to express our gratitude in person. Very well, follow me, Yin-Shur-San replied, setting off. Brother, be wary of treachery, caution the others of the Tunglong army. Xie Yi responded solemnly, having fallen to such depths. What further treachery could there be? Regardless, they saved us, and it is only right to express our thanks. You speak wisely, brother, we fear not death. What is there to fear? Thus, we shall accompany you without question. Observing his former brothers standing steadfastly by him despite their dire circumstances, Xie Yi felt a profound sense of fulfillment in his life. Let us proceed, he declared, leading the remaining members of the Tunglong army, now numbering fewer than 100, many of whom bore varying degrees of injuries, some even incapacitated. Yet, not a single one of them uttered a complaint as they supported one another and followed along. As they turned a few corners, the townsfolk, upon recognizing the Tunglong army, hastily made way. Good heavens, is that not the Tunglong army? How have they come to be in such a state? It appeared as though they had suffered a defeat. Who could have vanquished the Tunglong army in such a manner? Look, is that not the leader of the Tunglong army? I saw him a few years ago. Indeed, it is him, though I never expected him to be in such dire straits. You may not know, but the Tunglong army has rebelled. What? That is impossible. How could the Tunglong army ever rebel? Listening to the townsfolk's discussions, Xie Yi's heart surged with overwhelming resentment. The current plight of the Tunglong army was the result of the obstinate and tyrannical Blue Sky Dragon, the Dog Emperor, who had brought about their ruin, leading to the destruction of Xie Yi's entire family and the annihilation of his clan. Here we are, Yin-Shur-San announced, having unconsciously led them to a tea house. Please, Commander Xie, take a seat. I shall ensure your brothers are well looked after and that no harm befalls them. After a moment's thought, Xie Yi felt reassured. If Yin-Shur-San intended to harm them, he needn't have gone to such lengths. Then I shall impose upon you, senior. With that, Xie Yi entered the tea house. Yin-Shur-San, meanwhile, took the Tunglong army to the medicine shop at the Martial King's residence, as their injuries required immediate attention. You must be Commander Xie. The young master has been awaiting your arrival. The proprietor greeted them as he personally came out to welcome them. The young master you speak of is. You will understand upon meeting him. Please, follow me. With a heart full of trepidation, Xie Yi followed the proprietor into a private room that exuded tranquility and elegance. Upon entering, Xie Yi immediately spotted an individual, and his expression shifted dramatically. What are you doing here? Qin Zhan smiled faintly. What surprise to see me? Xie Yi spoke gravely. Did you orchestrate Yin-Shur-San's intervention on my behalf? Qin Zhan nodded. What do you think? We are adversaries. I have previously sought your demise. Why would you show such kindness to save me? Xie Yi found it implausible that Qin Zhan would rescue him. Yet the undeniable truth lay before him. Qin Zhan had indeed saved his life. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Times have changed, and I hold no grudges. What do you still harbor grievances about? Qin Zhan's words left Xie Yi momentarily speechless. Indeed, if Qin Zhan bore no ill will, why should he? It was he who had led the Tunglong army to ambush Qin Zhan in the past. Yet now, it was Qin Zhan who had saved his life. Fate is truly capricious. You saved me only to kill me yourself. Am I right? Xie Yi suddenly remarked. Very well. If death is inevitable, I stand here before you. You may do as you wish. I only have one request. Hearing Xie Yi's words, Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. This fellow surely harbors a persecution complex. Qin Zhan glanced at the proprietor and instructed, You may leave now as you command. The proprietor promptly exited, leaving only Qin Zhan and Xie Yi in the room. Observing Xie Yi's fearless demeanor, Qin Zhan felt an urge to tease him. Truly, you're the commander of the Tunglong army. You are quite astute. Having discerned my intentions, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered across Qin Zhan's face. Witnessing this expression only served to confirm Xie Yi's suspicions. The very act of saving him was merely a prelude to his execution. If you intend to kill me, I have no objections. However, I implore you to spare my brothers. They are innocent, Xie Yi pleaded. And why should I heed your request? Qin Zhan's indifferent response caught Xie Yi off guard. In a moment of conflict, he knelt before Qin Zhan. Young Master Qin, I have knelt to heaven and earth, and you are the second person I kneel to. I beseech you, spare the Tunglong Army's Feng and Shan divisions. I will accept any punishment. Qin Zhan was taken aback by Xie's sudden display of supplication, especially since it was not for his own sake, but for his brother's. What remained of the Tunglong army? Resolutely, Qin Zhan decided to cease his mockery and quickly stepped forward to assist Xie to his feet. Rise, and let us converse. I refuse to rise until you agree. I'm telling you to rise. Sitting is advisable. Your severed arm is still bleeding. After uttering this, Qin Zhan produced a pill and handed it to Xie. Stunned, Xie queried, "Is this poison? You imbecile!" Qin Zhan nearly erupted in exasperation. "Do I appear to be some sort of bloodthirsty maniac? Moreover, if I truly wish to kill you, would I need poison? It is merely a medicinal pill. Do you dare to consume it?" Qin Zhan retorted. Exasperated, "What is there to fear?" Without hesitation, Xie swallowed 2 pills, declaring, "I have consumed the poison. I implore you, young Master Qin, to show mercy and spare my brothers. I shall remain eternally grateful to you even in the afterlife." Qin Zhan was left speechless. He had never encountered someone so singularly focused. Yet, soon enough, Xie felt the bleeding from his severed arm cease and noticed improvements in his other injuries as well. "My wounds," Xie exclaimed, realizing that his condition had significantly improved. While not entirely healed, it was at least no longer worsening. Qin Zhan found himself at a loss for words. "Please, have a seat." Tea that moment. Xie seemed to regain his composure. "You did not give me poison?" Qin Zhan placed a hand on his forehead, exasperated. "What do you think?" As Xie attempted to circulate his energy, he found no evidence of poison. His blood flowed freely. "What is your intention, young Master Qin?" Xie inquired. Qin Zhan, opting for brevity, replied, "As I mentioned before, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and I wish to befriend you." Xie scrutinized Qin Zhan carefully before responding earnestly. "You wish to recruit me, do you? Well, at a critical moment, this young man proved to be quite astute, instantly discerning Qin Zhan's intentions. "You are absolutely correct. I indeed wish to recruit you," Qin Zhan remarked, gazing at Xie. "Now, apart from seeking refuge in my martial king's manor, you have no other path to tread." As Qin Zhan articulated, Xie found himself at an impasse. Despite the vastness of the empire, there was no sanctuary for him. Lan Tianlong would undoubtedly not let him off easily, nor would the other members of the Tunglong army. Noticing Xie's silence, Qin Zhan pressed on. "Lan Tianlong has annihilated your 9 clans. Can you truly swallow that grievance?" "Enough." Xie's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted vehemently. "This is my own affair. Even if it leads to my demise, I will not ally with the martial king's manor. Your courage is commendable, and I greatly admire it, but have you considered your brothers? What of the Tunglong army that follows you?" Qin Zhan continued. "See, the Tunglong army is renowned as one of the twin swords of the empire. Would you willingly accept the label of a traitor? And what of those valiant Tunglong soldiers, the warriors of the Huazing and Linzing? They died with unfulfilled desires. That's enough." Xie slammed his fist onto the tea table, shattering it to pieces. Not speak further. So, harbor no hopes for the imperial family. From the moment you rebelled against them, there was no turning back. The only path left for you is to join the martial king's manor. And together we shall overthrow this decaying dynasty. One cannot deny that every word Qin Zhan uttered struck at the core of Xie's anguish. "I merely seek justice for my family and brothers. I never intended to betray the empire," Xie replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan recognized that Xie's psychological defenses were beginning to crumble. If he stoked the flames further, he could completely shatter Xie's mental barriers and recruit him for his own purposes. "Justice? Do not jest," Qin Zhan scoffed. "The current imperial family is rotten to the core. Lan Tianlong would relish the thought of tearing you to shreds, and you still ponder justice? I despise the imperial family. Yet I shall not betray the empire," Xie asserted. "Excellent. That is precisely what I wish to hear." Qin Zhan rose and clapped his hands. "What you say aligns perfectly with my intentions. Together we can forge a new dynasty." "What did you say?" Xie felt a surge of trepidation. This fellow actually intends to establish a new dynasty. Does he aspire to become an emperor himself? Do you seek to usurp the throne? Qin Zhan shook his head. My ambitions lie within the martial arts. I have no interest in the mundane affairs of imperial power. Then what did you mean by establishing a new dynasty? Isn't that contradictory? We can simply elect a new emperor. Elect a new emperor? Xie trembled. His gaze towards Qin Zhan, filled with profound fear, him. This notion was undoubtedly the ramblings of a madman. Regardless of how decayed the Lan dynasty was, it remained a lineage that had endured for a millennium. It could not simply be overthrown at will. Moreover, the imperial family had the support of the Lan Yu sect. Who would dare oppose the Lan Yu sect? Although the martial king's manor wielded significant prestige in the secular realm, it was still insufficient to completely topple the Lan dynasty. Ultimately, the foundation that upheld the empire's authority was not merely the size of the army, but the strength of martial prowess. On the divine martial continent, martial strength is revered above all. Everything must yield to absolute power. Even imperial nobles and affluent families, in the face of true martial prowess, are as fragile as ants. They are utterly defenseless. Qin Zhan understood that uttering such words would likely lead Xie to believe he had lost his sanity. In truth, these thoughts had been brewing within him for quite some time. He had not revealed them even to his grandfather or fourth uncle, but chose to express them first to Xie. This alone speaks volumes of Qin Zhan's determination and confidence in winning Xie over. You are mad. Xie merely sought to vindicate his family and restore the reputation of the Tunglong army. He had never contemplated overthrowing this corrupt dynasty. I am very much in my right mind. Qin Zhan replied, as long as you follow me, I can assure you that you will fulfill your aspirations. Even if what you say is achievable, you are merely at the innate stage. What gives you the right to command my allegiance? Xie's martial cultivation was his final bastion of pride. Qin Zhan recognized that once he shattered this last vestige of pride, Xie would be utterly subservient to him. What does the realm of mountains and seas matter? Let us have another bout. You remain no match for me. Qin Zhan declared confidently that on that day, you were merely lucky. I refuse to believe that a mere innate warrior can defeat me, a cultivator of the mountains and seas. Xie retorted defiantly. Qin Zhan understood that to subdue Xie, mere gratitude for saving his life would not suffice. For those who had long since disregarded life and death, it was strength that could command their loyalty. Qin Zhan stood and proclaimed, let us duel once more. If I win, you shall follow me. And if I win, Qin Zhan raised an eyebrow. You may depart with your brothers. The martial king's manor will not impede your exit. A deal is struck. Indeed, a deal is struck, Qin Zhan replied. However, this is not a suitable place for our contest. Let us proceed to the martial king's manor, where we can fully unleash our abilities. Agreed at this juncture. Xie felt no fear. He understood that Qin Zhan had no intention of killing him. Rather, he sought to recruit him for his own purposes. Xie followed Qin Zhan out of the tea house and into the martial king's manor. Young Master Qin, where are my brothers? Xie inquired upon noticing the absence of anyone. Rest assured, the 13th master has taken them to recuperate. They will not be harmed, Qin Zhan assured him. The 13th master you mentioned is that lecherous old man? Xie asked curiously. Qin Zhan nodded. You may refer to him as an old man, but he is quite sensitive regarding the term lecherous, so it would be best to refrain from using it in the future. I wish to know how young Master Qin befriended a formidable master of the breaking delusion realm, Xie said. Qin Zhan turned back to glance at Xie, his piercing gaze making Xie hesitate to meet his eyes. Commander Qin, I recognize your prowess and talent, but that does not imply I am easy to converse with, Qin Zhan stated. My apologies for my presumptuousness. Qin Zhan snorted coldly and proceeded to the main gate of the manor. Young master, you have returned. Since opposing the imperial family, the security measures of the martial king's manor had reached an unprecedented level, with the Black Tiger Guard patrolling the premises. Upon seeing Qin Zhan's return, the guard saluted respectfully. Has there been any unusual activity during this time? None. We have remained vigilant at all times. Just as they were about to elaborate, the Black Tiger Guard hesitated. Speak freely, Qin Zhan encouraged. Young master, what I wish to convey is whether we could possibly recruit more personnel. We are currently severely understaffed, and many brothers have gone several days without rest. I fear that if this continues, The guard left his thoughts unspoken, but Qin Zhan comprehended the implication. Qin Zhan pondered briefly. I have taken note of your concerns. However, instruct your brothers to endure for another 2 days. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Is that true? Qin Zhan nodded. Indeed, and informed the others that all Black Tiger Guard members will receive double compensation. Thank you, young master. You are truly sagacious. Although Qin Zhan held no doubts about the Black Tiger Guard's loyalty to the martial king's manor, indeed, they would gladly give their lives for it. He still felt imperative to ensure they were adequately compensated. With Qin Zhan's assurance, the Black Tiger Guard became even more dedicated. Xie Yi stood behind. Observing Qin Zhan's demeanor, a few simple phrases had fortified the loyalty of these guards. Soon after, Qin Zhan led Xie Yi into the martial king's manor, just as a sure wheeled in the fourth uncle from the courtyard. Fourth uncle, where are you headed? Qin Zhan inquired. Just as Qin Yi was about to respond, he suddenly noticed Xie Yi behind him, his expression darkening. Xie Yi, what are you doing here? Xie Yi clasped his hands and replied. General Qin, it is a pleasure to see you again. Qin Zhan explained. I have recruited Xie Yi under my command. He will be following me henceforth as we seek to overthrow the Lan dynasty. Xie Yi's mouth twitched. I have yet to agree. We must first compete to determine the outcome. That is but a matter of time. What matter of time? Qin Yu inquired. Commander Xie disdains my lowly cultivation and believes that following me would be a source of embarrassment. He insists on challenging me, even though it was he who proposed this duel. Xie Yi found himself at a loss for words. That it matters not. Qin Yu grasped the situation. It seemed that his nephew had developed an ambition to recruit talent. Yet the individual in question was unyielding. Thus, this peculiar scenario unfolded. Although Qin Yu was unaware of how Qin Zhan had managed to persuade the esteemed commander of the Tunglong army to come to the Wangfu, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction at Qin Zhan's actions. That it appeared that his nephew had indeed matured, understanding the importance of attracting skilled individuals to his cause. Should he successfully recruit Xie Yi, it would undoubtedly bolster the Wangfu's strength. With this thought in mind, Qin Yu smiled and said, Very well. I, too, wish to witness who among you is the stronger. Commander Xie, please. Qin Zhan gestured invitingly. Soon, the group arrived at the Wangfu's martial arts arena, a designated space for the youth of the Wangfu to hone their skills. As they entered the arena, they found Qin Zhan instructing a group of young children in their training, the youngest being merely 7 or 8 years old, while the eldest was around 15 or 16. Young master, what brings you to the martial arts arena? Qin Zhan inquired. Third elder, I seek to duel Commander Xie here, and I would appreciate it if you could act as our referee. Qin Zhan replied. Commander Xie? Qin Zhan's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to regard Xie. Heavens, it truly is him. How is it that he, too, is being hunted by the royal family, now aligned with us? Qin Zhan explained, I have heard of the Tunglong army's rebellion, but I never imagined it was genuine. Seeing Xie Yi, who has lost an arm yet remains resolute, is a testament to his extraordinary character. Qin Zhan cleared the arena, allowing Qin Zhan and Xie Yi to prepare for their duel. Fourth master, how could young master be entangled with Xie? Qin Zhan asked curiously. This lad wishes to recruit Xie Yi, but the latter finds his cultivation insufficient and has thus resorted to this course of action. I see. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan and Xie Yi ascended to the arena to ensure fairness. Qin Zhan declared he would fight with one hand. Upon witnessing this, Xie Yi's expression darkened. Young Master Qin, do you look down upon me? I've already lost an arm. My decision is to preserve fairness. Qin Zhan replied. It is unnecessary, Xie Yi countered. But for me, it is essential. Qin Zhan insisted. If I can defeat you with one hand, it would be all the more convincing. Wouldn't you agree? Arrogance, Xie Yi exclaimed, and with a swift motion, unleashed a terrifying pressure, without a hint of panic. Qin Zhan responded with a powerful strike, sending forth a surge of energy. The clash of their formidable forces created a powerful shockwave that radiated outward, causing everyone to stagger back, except for Qin Yu, who remained unperturbed. Intrigued, Qin Yu observed closely, witnessing Qin Zhan's true strength for the first time. At that moment, Xie Yi launched an attack, drawing his long blade and charging at Qin Zhan without hesitation. In response to Xie Yi's ferocious onslaught, Qin Zhan met him with a barehanded strike, swift as lightning, landing directly on Xie Yi's elbow. The force of the blow neutralized Xie Yi in the presence of Lan Tianlong. Even the emperor's arrogance had to be subdued in the face of truly formidable warriors. The worldly rulers and nobles were akin to mere ants. Yu Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, seated himself nonchalantly upon the dragon throne. Lan Tianlong, I and my junior sister have come to assist you, not to be your subjects. You must recognize your own position. Yes, yes, in pursuit of the throne. Lan Tianlong had no choice but to bow and scrape. As for the matters concerning the Wangfu, I shall handle them myself. Your duty is to cooperate with me at all times. Otherwise, rest assured, I shall comply without fail. Yu Feng nodded in satisfaction. You are to issue a proclamation as emperor to rally all forces of the empire against the Wangfu. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Lan Tianlong realized that delay was no longer an option. Swift resolution was imperative. Furthermore, if you wish to secure your position on the throne, you must seize military power for yourself. You speak true. I've already dispatched men to take command of the 3 armies. I believe reports will arrive shortly. The urgent news from the Baiwei territory, 500 li, before Lan Tianlong could finish. A eunuch hurriedly rushed in. What has happened in Baiwei? Lan Tianlong's expression darkened. Reporting to your majesty, General Wang has returned. Returned so soon. Upon hearing this, Lan Tianlong quickly urged, bring him in at once. Yes, soon, a disheveled man entered the Taya Hall and knelt upon the ground. I, Wang Qi, pay my respects to your majesty. Lan Tianlong, upon seeing the man, nearly failed to recognize him. You are Wang Qi? Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed that this was indeed the Deputy General Wang Qi he had dispatched days prior to assume command of the Baiwei army. Your Majesty, you must avenge General Zhang, Wang Qi cried, tears streaming down his face as he knelt. Lan Tianlong initially thought Wang Qi had returned with good news, but the man's disheveled appearance and words filled him with foreboding. What has happened to General Zhang? He was slain by the Lord of Baiwei. Fu Xingye. What? Upon hearing this, Lan Tianlong felt his blood rush to his head. Is that truly the case? Absolutely true. Wang Qi confirmed, recounting the events to Lan Tianlong that he and Zhang Tao had been tasked with taking command of the Baiwei army, but upon their arrival, Zhang Tao was directly struck down by Fu Xingye. Fu Xingye was the lord of Baiwei appointed by Qin Zhan, a trusted general of his. Preposterous. Is Fu Xingye attempting to rebel? Lan Tianlong seethed. Beside him, Yu Feng remarked coolly, Baiwei is a fief of Qin Zhan. It is not surprising he would act in such a manner. Lan Tianlong spoke sternly. Bring Wang Qi down and execute him at once. Wang Qi trembled. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Why do you condemn me? You are a defeated general. If not you, then whom should I execute? Take him away. Lan Tianlong's mood had soured considerably. Hope for the Baiwei fief had dimmed, and he could only hope that the other generals he dispatched would successfully seize military power. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Despite Wang Qi's pleas for mercy, he was ultimately silenced by the executioner's blade. Just then, several other deputy generals rushed in from various locations to report the situation. Upon entering the palace and witnessing Wang Qi's execution, they exchanged anxious glances that not Wang Qi. How did he end up being executed? The deputy generals swallowed hard, casting furtive glances at one another, sensing an ominous atmosphere. As they passed by Wang Qi's corpse, one of them spoke, Li Gonggong, we have urgent military matters to report to your Majesty. Lianying replied nonchalantly, His Majesty is within. You may all enter. The group then proceeded into the Taya Hall. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. The deputy generals immediately knelt in reverence. Observing their somber faces, Lan Tianlong's expression turned grim. I dispatch you to seize control of the various military factions. Why have you returned so swiftly? The deputy generals, unable to deceive him, spoke the truth. Your Majesty, General Zhao of the Qian army has amassed power for himself. He not only refused to relinquish command, but also killed General Cheng, driving the others back with force. Your Majesty, General Wang Tuo of the Zhenan army publicly tore up your edict and killed General Cheng. I alone managed to escape. Your Majesty, the commander of the Huban army has raised the banner of rebellion. Enough, Lan Tianlong's reprimand left the deputy generals trembling in fear. Brother, given the current situation, it seems difficult for the Lan dynasty to endure. Yu Xia, standing beside Yu Feng, spoke openly. Upon hearing her words, Lan Tianlong's lips twitched. This woman would do well to remain silent. Yet thinking of Yu Feng, Lan Tianlong, despite his anger, could only stifle his rage, bring them away and execute them. Lan Tianlong's mood was exceedingly foul. Upon hearing their imminent execution, the deputy generals hastily bowed their heads and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, spare us. We are innocent. Your Majesty, grant us a chance to redeem ourselves. Lan Tianlong, what else can you do besides killing? Yu Xia mocked. They have betrayed my command. They deserve death. Humph. No wonder your empire has descended into chaos. Have you not learned your lesson? If I do not punish them, how will I demonstrate the majesty of the emperor? Ridiculous! Do you believe that executing a few insignificant figures will instill fear? Yu Xia scoffed. Lan Tianlong seethed with rage, yet with Yu Feng present, he dared not unleash his fury. Enough of this futile debate. Yu Feng interjected, "It appears I must personally intervene." Yu Xia added, "It would be splendid to have my brother take action, that I suggest we eliminate Qin Zhan directly. Once he falls, the Wangfu will be left leaderless. And we can then pick them off one by one. You speak wisely. Yet I worry," Lan Tianlong interjected, "after your last retreat from the Wangfu. I fear." What are you trying to say? Yu Feng's expression darkened at this comment. Indeed, he had previously suffered a setback and retreated without a fight. However, this time, he was confident of success, or else he would not have voiced his intentions. "Nothing, I merely worry for your safety." Lan Tianlong maintained a facade of respect while internally feeling a tempest of fury. Tend to your own affairs. Once I have dealt with Qin Zhan, you may handle the aftermath." With that, Yu Feng rose and departed the palace, with Yu Xia hastily following. Watching the two retreat, Lan Tianlong's gaze turned menacing. Merely two brutes relying on their superior cultivation. Once you assist me in eliminating my foes, I shall ensure your demise. Brother, Qin Zhan is a 6th-tier practitioner of the Breaking Void realm. I fear. Yu Xia expressed concern. "Oh, not worry. Last time, I lacked the weapon gifted by our master. This time, I am confident I can slay Qin Zhan," Yu Feng declared with certainty. "That is wonderful news." With that thought in mind, Yu Xia eagerly anticipated the swift elimination of Qin Zhan, planning to return to the sect to report as for the remaining matters. They would be left for Lan Tianlong to resolve. By the way, have you determined the identity of the person who rescued Xie? No, he only claimed to be Yin Shan, but I have not heard of anyone by that name within the borders of the Lanyue Empire. Yin Shan, Yu Feng pondered but could not deduce anything further. Forget it. Let him be as long as he does not interfere with my plans. You are right, brother. With that, the two set off swiftly towards the Wangfu. Meanwhile, Xie's injuries had been treated by the palace physician, halting the bleeding, but his arm was irretrievably lost. From then on, Xie would remain one-armed. Yet for him, preserving his life was a significant consolation. Regarding the loss of his arm, he found himself surprisingly indifferent. Before long, the other injured members of the Tunglong army received treatment from the physicians of the Wuwang mansion, and all their wounds were managed effectively. When Yin Shan arrived at the martial arts arena of the Wuwang mansion, accompanied by nearly 200 soldiers of the Tunglong army, Xie was utterly taken aback. Elder brother, these soldiers were fiercely loyal to Xie, which was precisely why Qin Zhan valued them. What he sought was not merely Xie, but also these Tunglong soldiers, a force renowned alongside the Black Tiger Guard. The Blue Sky Dragon must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Despite possessing such formidable allies, he severed his own arm. "How are your injuries?" Xie inquired anxiously. "The physicians of the Wuwang mansion have treated us. Only Zhu Chun and a few others are in serious condition and need to remain in the apothecary for further treatment. We were concerned about you, so we came ahead," said Liang Quan, the captain of the Tunglong Army's Wind Division. "I am well. Thank you for your concern, brothers. That's good to hear. Commander, once the brothers have recovered, we shall charge into the palace together and avenge the fallen comrades by slaying that wretched emperor. Yes, let us rid the world of that vile emperor and seek vengeance." These Tunglong soldiers had once been unwaveringly loyal to the royal family, countless times risking their lives in battle. Yet in the end, they faced the tragic fate of losing their homes and families. The royal family's actions were utterly disheartening. Xie Yi raised his right hand, signaling for silence among his brothers. Brothers, your words have deeply moved me, but we cannot afford to lose any more comrades that we are unafraid. Just give the word, and we shall brave the mountains of daggers and seas of flames without hesitation. Mountains of daggers and seas of flames, we shall not hesitate. Brothers, I have resolved to follow the young master and join him in his grand endeavors. Those wishing to remain may do so, and those wishing to depart are free to leave. I shall not impede you, but you must think this through. Elder brother, we will follow your lead. The imperial family is already decayed. The vast heavens and earth can only shelter us at the Wu Wang mansion. We are willing to pursue the young master alongside you, that we are willing. Thank you for your understanding, brothers, that I shall take you to meet the young master. However, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings with the mansion, I will select only 10 brothers to represent everyone in meeting the young master. Count me in. I have heard that the young master of the Wu Wang mansion is a person of integrity, and I wish to meet him personally. Count me in as well. Soon, Xie Yi selected 10 individuals to accompany him to Qin Zhan's courtyard, thereby expressing their intentions. When the people of the Wu Wang mansion saw Xie Yi and his companions heading towards Qin Zhan's courtyard, they were left dumbfounded. That aren't those the Tunglong soldiers saved by the young master? What do they intend to do with such fierce intent? Surely they wouldn't dare cause chaos here. Let us follow and see. I refuse to believe they would dare stir trouble in the Wu Wang mansion. Thus, the curious inhabitants of the mansion trailed behind that on that day, Qin Zhan was diligently cultivating in his courtyard. Through a period of arduous training and real combat, he sensed that his cultivation had seemingly reached a bottleneck. Unable to ascend beyond the peak of the innate leveled AT that moment, the maid Suizhu rushed in haste. Young master, trouble is brewing. A group of fearsome individuals has stormed in. Qin Zhan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Do not worry. They're my people. Your people? Suizhu tilted her head in confusion. Just then, Xie, accompanied by 10 brothers from the Tunglong army, stood outside the courtyard and called out loudly. Young master, Xie Yi and the brothers seek an audience. Qin Zhan instructed Su, go open the door and let them in. Suizhu felt a bit nervous, especially upon seeing the imposing figures of these soldiers, each one a formidable presence. Suizhu opened the courtyard door, and Xie Yi hurriedly said, Thank you, Miss. Suizhu was momentarily taken aback, and before she could react, Xie Yi and his group entered. Upon reaching Qin Zhan, they all knelt in unison. We pay our respects to the young master. Led by Xie Yi, all 10 men bowed in deference, signifying their attitude. Qin Zhan smiled slightly. Please rise. Let us converse. Thank you, young master. Qin Zhan examined Xie Yi's injuries and remarked, It appears you are recovering well. This is thanks to the physicians of the mansion. They are on par with the imperial court's royal physicians. As long as you are well, that is what matters, Qin Zhan said. You have come to see me for a reason. Young master, I have conferred with my brothers, and everyone is willing to follow you, ready to brave the mountains of daggers and seas of flames at your command. Mountains of daggers and seas of flames, we shall not hesitate. The 10 burly men spoke in unison, their voices resounding. Meanwhile, those from the mansion who had followed them were astonished by the scene unfolding in the courtyard. Heavens, the young master has actually recruited such formidable warriors from the Tunglong army. Even the commander of the Tunglong army is willing to follow him. It seems the Wu Wang mansion is poised for a resurgence. Indeed, with both the Black Tiger Guard and the Tunglong army as our blades, the royal family has much to fear. Qin Zhan was well aware that many eyes were upon them, yet he felt no need for secrecy. He proclaimed, Very well, since my brothers are willing to follow me, we shall share life and death from this moment forth. Rest assured, young master, we shall pledge our lives to follow you. Should we betray this vow, may the heavens strike us down. Qin Zhan had no doubt regarding their oaths. In truth, had the royal family not blurred the lines of good and evil, recklessly slaying these Tunglong soldiers, they would never have betrayed the crown. Ultimately, they had been left with no choice, and one wish to bear the label of a traitor. But now that they had crossed that line, there was nothing more to hold back. Brothers, welcome to the Wu Wang mansion. Qin Zhan extended his hand and clasped Xie Yi's tightly. Then, addressing the steward, "Old Su," he instructed, "Grandfather Su, please arrange some guest rooms for the brothers of the Tunglong army to reside in." Old Su hurriedly entered, cupping his hands in respect. "May I ask, young master, how many rooms should be prepared?" Qin Zhan turned to Xie Yi. "Brother Xie, how many brothers do we have?" 196, Xie Yi replied. Upon hearing this number, everyone bowed their heads in silence. The atmosphere growing somber. The Tunglong army had once numbered over 1,000, but due to the massacre by the Blue Sky Dragon, only a mere fraction remained. Qin Zhan pondered. "Grandfather Su, prepare for a capacity of 200. Rest assured, young master, I shall take care of this matter," Old Su promised before busily attending to the arrangements. Elder Qin Mu, Qin Zhan continued. Young master, Qin Mu, among the crowd, stepped forward upon hearing his name. "Have the apothecary's attendants deliver a supply of healing ointments and gathering spirit pills to the brothers of the Tunglong army daily, matching the standards provided to the Black Tiger Guard. Do not be negligent." "Understood," Qin Mu affirmed. "Young master, allow me to introduce these 10 individuals. They're the most valiant and skilled soldiers of the Tunglong army, all my most trusted aides. This is Zhang San. At the mid-stage of the innate level, this is Lu Zhan. At the peak of the innate level, this is Lu Hong. At the late stage of the innate level, as Xie introduced each individual. Qin Zhan gained a solid understanding of the 10 men. All were at the innate realm. The highest among them was Lu Zhan, at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Truly, they were the pride of the Tunglong army. The Blue Sky Dragon had met his demise by his own hand, thereby inadvertently benefiting Qin Zhan. "Excellent. Henceforth, as you follow me, I shall ensure you are well treated," Qin Zhan declared. "We shall pledge our unwavering loyalty to the young master. You may all withdraw. We take our leave." As Xie Yi prepared to depart, Qin Zhan called out to him. "Xie, please wait a moment." Xie Yi paused, turning back. "Does the young master have further instructions?" Qin Zhan inquired. "I know you are accustomed to wielding a large blade. Now that you have lost an arm, how much of your strength remains?" Xie Yi hesitated, glancing down at the place where his arm had been severed. "Thank you for your concern, young master. Although I have lost an arm, my strength will not be significantly affected. Given time, I shall surely return to my peak." Xie Yi was apprehensive that his declining prowess would render him unworthy of Qin Zhan's attention, prompting him to hastily offer an explanation. Qin Zhan patted him on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "Let us sit and converse." Beside them, Cui Zhu, ever perceptive, stood attentively pouring tea. Xie Yi, perplexed, could not fathom the reason for Qin Zhan's desire to speak with him privately. Qin Zhan remarked, "During our previous sparring sessions, your swordsmanship was indeed exceptional. However, due to your lost arm, the techniques you once mastered are no longer suitable for you." "What do you mean, young master?" Qin Zhan smiled mysteriously and produced a martial arts manual, stating, "First, take a look at this." Xie Yi was momentarily taken aback, but his curiosity compelled him to grasp the manual from the table. Tai Tsang Blade Technique. At first glance, the title appeared unremarkable. Yet Xie Yi was no fool. While he could not claim the item was priceless, he recognized it as anything but ordinary, especially given its rarity as a martial skill. Thus, he opened the first page of the manual. When he beheld the overview of the blade techniques, his eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Xiantir, supreme martial skill. His hands trembled with excitement, nearly causing him to drop it. Striving to regain his composure, he looked at Qin Zhan and exclaimed, "Young master, this is far too precious." As the commander of the Tunglong army, Xie Yi had seen much in his time. Throughout the entire Blue Moon Empire, innate realm practitioners could be considered top-tier experts, while those in the sea and mountain realm were deemed superlative, capable of dominating entire regions. The few who reached the breaking illusions realm were exceptionally rare, representing the pinnacle of strength within the empire. In martial cultivation, aside from one's inherent capabilities, the tier of martial skills directly influences a practitioner's overall strength. In fact, to some extent, the importance of martial skills could rival that of cultivation. For instance, while Xie himself was at the sea and mountain realm, the blade technique he practiced was merely an intermediate Xiantir skill, which was already quite commendable as for those in the innate realm. They could only aspire to master top-tier Huang tier skills, with Xian-tier techniques being beyond their reach. Thus, when Qin Zhan presented the Tai Tsong blade technique, Xie was profoundly shocked that the supreme Xian-tier martial skill was something even the strongest breaking illusions practitioners would covet. More importantly, it was an exceptionally rare technique tailored for a one-armed practitioner, making it seemingly custom designed for him. Holding the Tai Tsong blade technique, Xie found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with excitement. Qin Zhan stated, "Brother Xie, you must understand the value of this martial skill. Indeed, a supreme Xian-tier skill that even those at the breaking illusions realm envy. I am fully aware," Xie responded eagerly. "With this martial skill, not only will your strength not diminish, but it will also increase. I eagerly anticipate your progress," Qin Zhan replied with a smile. "Rest assured, young master, I shall not disappoint you. Should I fail, may the heavens strike me down and my soul scatter," Xie vowed solemnly. "I believe in you," Qin Zhan affirmed. Just as Xie was about to speak further, his expression suddenly shifted. Qin Zhan sensed it too, and their eyes locked. In imminent threat, the two sprang to their feet and strode towards the entrance of the Martial King's residence. Simultaneously, Qin De and Qin Yu arrived at the scene. "Qin De, I have come today to claim your life. Step forth and face your demise." Outside the gate, Yu Feng boasted arrogantly, his voice resonating to draw the attention of countless onlookers. Who is this audacious individual, daring to shout before the Martial King's residence? From his attire, he does not appear to be from this region. Who knows? Perhaps he is a formidable expert from the royal palace. "Grandfather, fourth uncle," Qin Zhan greeted, bowing respectfully. Qin De nodded slightly, then regarded Xie with a deep gaze. "Xie, I am aware that you have pledged your loyalty to my grandson. As such, you must fulfill your duties. Do you comprehend?" Qin De had long since learned of Qin Zhan's acquisition of Xie's allegiance. After all, the sudden increase in numbers of the residents, especially from the former Tenglong army, warranted his inquiry. "Rest assured, Martial King, from this moment on, my life belongs to young master, and I shall devote myself wholly to him," Xie declared earnestly. "That is good to hear." Qin De clasped his hands behind his back. "Come, let's see what is unfolding outside." Yes, with Qin De leading the way, Qin Yu, Qin Zhan, and others followed him towards the gate. As the door swung open, Yu Feng and Yu Xia stood outside. Exuding arrogance, you have dared to cause chaos in my Martial King's residence time and again. How can this be tolerated? Do you truly believe I fear you? Qin De declared, leaping forth with a mighty roar. Resembling a fierce tiger in his assault, Yu Feng, caught off guard by Qin De's immediate aggression, was no ordinary foe himself, and thus engaged in combat with him. "Young master, fourth uncle, this woman has slain countless of my brothers, and it was she who severed my arm. Today I seek vengeance," Xie shouted as he charged towards Yu Xia. "Your injury has yet to fully heal. Do not engage just yet," Qin Zhan interjected, swiftly intercepting Xie, while he himself lunged at Yu Xia. This woman hailed from the Blue Moon sect, her arrogance blinding her to the worth of secular families. Qin Zhan harbored no fondness for the Blue Moon sect, and thus instinctively regarded anyone emerging from it with hostility. Moreover, Yu Xia's complicity in malevolence further solidified his resolve to confront her. "You audacious brat, how dare you seek your own demise?" Yu Xia was taken aback by Qin Zhan's audacity. A practitioner at the pinnacle of the innate realm challenging her, a sea and mountain realm expert. Was this not a path to certain death? Meanwhile, other citizens of the imperial capital began to gather, drawn by the commotion. Before the Martial King's residence, two battles unfolded. Qin De, a sixth-tier breaking illusions expert, was inherently stronger than Yu Feng. Yet, the latter, employing some unknown means, managed to contend evenly with Qin De, resulting in a stalemate. On the other side, Qin Zhan unleashed a ferocious onslaught, relentlessly pushing Yu Xia back. For a moment, he had her on the defensive. "Well done, young master." Remarkably, a pinnacle innate practitioner is able to suppress a sea and mountain realm expert. This is truly astonishing. The impression of Qin Zhan within the Martial King's household had undergone a profound transformation. Everyone was aware that Qin Zhan had evolved, not only reforming his ways but also advancing rapidly in martial arts. More importantly, He possessed the ability to battle across realms that Yu Xia could hardly believe that a mere innate realm practitioner was overpowering her, a sea and mountain realm expert. If word of this spread, how would she maintain her dignity? Yet, regaining the upper hand would not prove easy. Qin Zhan's assault was straightforward and brutal, devoid of any flamboyant techniques. He simply engaged head dash on times, he even forsook defense, opting for a reckless exchange of blows. Yet each time, Yu Xia found herself repelled, her strikes against Qin Zhan feeling as if they were landing upon unyielding divine iron. Impenetrable. How can this fellow's physique be so formidable? Yu Xia grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. She had never encountered a warrior with such resilience, rivaling that of a pure-blooded divine beast, displaying an uncanny strength. Still daring to divide your focus? Prepare to receive another punch. Qin Zhan leapt in the air, his fingers coalescing into a fist, launching a strike. Great Desolation Town's world-pacifying fist. This punch radiated a piercing golden light, hurtling toward Yu Xia with a fierce whistle. Boom! With no avenue for escape, Yu Xia crossed her arms in a futile attempt to defend herself. Yet, the next moment, crack! Qin Zhan's punch shattered her arms, arms. Yu Xia screamed in agony as her limbs were broken. Seizing the advantage, Qin Zhan showed no mercy. The adversary sought to annihilate the martial king's residence, and thus he had no reason to hold back. When it came to killing, he would not hesitate. As Qin Zhan unleashed his second punch, a fierce gust of wind suddenly howled from the side. "Little monkey, be cautious," came his grandfather's voice, echoing in his ears. Instinctively sensing danger, Qin Zhan's muscles contracted rapidly. He understood that Yu Feng had diverted his attention to rescue Yu Xia, attempting to apply the surround way to save Zhao tactic and force Qin Zhan to halt his assault. However, gritting his teeth, Qin Zhan believed in his formidable resilience, fortified by his copper skin and iron bones, confident that he could withstand the onslaught of the breaking illusions realm. Yet, this woman must perish. With a feral glint in his eyes, he disregarded his own safety and struck with unrestrained ferocity. Boom! Boom! The resounding echoes of their punches reverberated as both Qin Zhan and Yu Xia were catapulted away simultaneously. Puff! Qin Zhan was sent flying by Yu Feng's overwhelming force, crashing into a nearby stone lion, a mouthful of blood involuntarily spewing forth. Meanwhile, Yu Xia lay on the ground, convulsing twice before succumbing to death. Qin Zhan realized he had succeeded. "You wretch, dare you slay a disciple of the Blue Moon sect? The martial king's residence shall await your annihilation." Yu Feng, infuriated by his failed rescue, seethed, "You young whelp. Do you think you can act with impunity simply because the Blue Moon sect backs you? Take this punch from me." Seizing the moment of distraction, Qin launched a devastating way. Jiang promptly issued commands. The Black Tiger Guards, fearing not a moment of laxity, steadfastly safeguarded the safety of the Wu King's residence around the clock. Although Qin's strike had landed upon Yu Feng, it had merely resulted in a fracture, insufficient to endanger his life. Yu Feng, possessing remarkable speed, swiftly departed the imperial capital, racing towards the direction of the Blue Moon sect. Qin and Qin Zhan followed closely behind, their speeds remarkably similar, with Qin Zhan only slightly lagging a few paces. Within the ancient forest, the trio darted through the trees like monkeys in a frenzy. At times they sprinted wildly, at others they leapt through the air, traversing mountains and crossing waters with agility. In a certain gorge within the ancient forest, the two generations of Qin finally caught up with Yu Feng. "Behold my palm." Qin Zhan, ever fearless, was the first to launch an assault on Yu Feng. "Little monkey, do not act impulsively." Qin was taken aback by Qin Zhan's audacity. How could a practitioner of the innate realm dare confront someone at the breaking illusions realm? Such courage was astonishing. He could not afford to see his precious grandson come to harm. Yet, Qin Zhan was undeterred, his fists clenched and ready for battle. Yu Feng, in a fit of rage, thought to himself after running several hundred miles, "How dare they pursue me so relentlessly?" He swiftly turned, his sword aiming directly at Qin Zhan. Clang! Qin Zhan was unable to evade, and Yu Feng's sword struck him, while it merely inflicted a superficial wound. It sparked a shower of sparks upon impact. How is this possible? Are you even human? The sight infuriated Yu Feng to the point of nearly spitting blood. Qin Zhan, with a chilling smile, retorted, "What do you think?" With that, he charged forward, fists at the ready. Qin, astonished, could hardly believe the surprises his grandson had in store. Previously, he had thought the boy reckless, mistaking a bit of power for invincibility, daring to provoke even a practitioner of the breaking illusions realm. However, as events unfolded, Qin began to reassess his views. Qin Zhan's audacity stemmed not only from youthful exuberance, but also from a deep-seated confidence in his own abilities. Even against a foe of the breaking illusions realm, he felt no fear. Even if he could not prevail, he believed he could defend himself. As Qin Zhan engaged Yu Feng, Qin refused to remain a mere spectator. This was not a simple duel. It was a battle for survival. The grandfather and grandson duo continued their assault on Yu Feng, enraging him further. "How dare you, Qin family duo, bully me? Do you think I'm a soft persimmon?" Yu Feng seethed with fury. With a flourish of his sword, he unleashed a deadly barrage upon Qin Zhan. His intent was clear, to eliminate this audacious Qin Zhan first. After all, it was reasonable for Qin, a practitioner of the breaking illusions realm, to chase him, but how could an innate realm warrior dare pursue one of his caliber? Who gave you such audacity? Did you truly believe that mere physical strength rendered you invincible? Enraged, Yu Feng's strikes became increasingly ferocious. His focus locked on Qin Zhan, unleashing a relentless onslaught. It must be said, a furious practitioner of the breaking illusions realm was indeed a formidable adversary. Qin Zhan could distinctly feel the escalating ferocity of Yu Feng's attacks. His sword techniques were astonishingly powerful. The violent sword energy battered against his body. Even with his robust physique, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand. "Little monkey, retreat." Qin recognized that Qin Zhan was struggling and immediately came to his aid. However, Yu Feng was cunning, refusing to confront Qin directly, instead relentlessly targeting Qin Zhan. "Aren't you supposed to be tough? Today, I shall focus solely on you. No one else will save you." It was undeniable that Yu Feng's desperate gambit was taking a toll on Qin Zhan. Suddenly, Yu Feng bellowed, "Cold Moon Sword Technique." The divine sword in his hand erupted with a blinding radiance, a blue sword energy descending from above, aimed directly at Qin Zhan's head. Realizing the magnitude of the sword energy, Qin Zhan, driven by instinct, attempted to evade. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered, he could not escape the oncoming strike. The sword energy approached rapidly, and knowing he could not evade, he steeled himself for the impact. "I will endure." Gritting his teeth, he activated the 9 revolutions devouring heaven technique, his skin gradually taking on a bronze hue, resembling a bronze statue from an ancient temple. Crossing his arms before his chest, Qin Zhan summoned all his strength to withstand Yu Feng's cold moon sword technique. Boom! "Ah!" Qin Zhan cried out in agony as his sturdy physique was ultimately pierced by the sword energy, the force sending him careening through the air. "Little monkey!" Qin, witnessing the gaping wound in Qin Zhan's chest, erupted with fury. Boom! Once Qin Zhan hit the ground, he immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I'm fine. You hold him off for now." With that, he began to heal his injuries. The previous attack had nearly struck his heart. Although his wound appeared grave, it was merely a flesh wound. Utilizing the 9 revolutions devouring heaven technique as divine power, he could fully recover. Qin, astonished to see his grandson stand and speak after such as the vision materialized. It coalesced into a colossal tiger, lunging directly at Yu Feng with ferocity. "Not just you possess a vision," Yu Feng thought as he glanced back at the menacing beast closing in on him. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his own manifestation. Vision. Xienge. A black tortoise erupted from within Yu Feng, rapidly enlarging and utilizing its formidable shell to intercept the tiger. "Damn it," Qin exclaimed, astonished that Yu Feng also wielded a vision, and a defensive one at that. A Xienge. The clash between the tiger and the tortoise erupted into a fierce struggle. Qin, await the retribution from the Blue Moon sect. Ha ha ha. Yu Feng, relieved that his Xienge had thwarted Qin's tiger, felt a surge of hope. He could finally escape. But at that moment, a thunderous deity materialized before him, catching him completely off guard. With no time to react, he collided headfirst into it. Boom! The shadowy figure struck without hesitation, sending Yufeng hurtling back. Ah! He cried out in agony as he plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily in that instant. Yufeng finally recognized the figure that had obstructed him. It was Qin Zhan. Behind Qin Zhan loomed a titanic shadow with a human body and a tiger's head, clutching a golden snake in its mouth and wielding 9 black serpents. An overwhelming pressure emanating from its bloodline made it difficult for Yufeng to breathe. What a terrifying bloodline suppression! Why Yufeng? Qin Zhan declared, "My grandfather foretold that you would not leave here alive today." He approached Yufeng step by step. Just as Yufeng attempted to flee, Qin Zhan had just recovered from his injuries, and without hesitation, he intercepted him. "You've healed so quickly." Yufeng's expression shifted as he beheld the unscathed Qin Zhan. But the next moment, upon seeing the unparalleled shadow behind Qin Zhan, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. You also possess a vision?" It was no wonder he was so shocked. Qin Zhan had provided him with too many surprises. While it was understandable for Qin to have a vision, being a solid 6-tier breakthrough realm warrior, it was hardly unexpected. But for someone of Qin Zhan's status, a mere innate realm warrior, to also possess a vision and send a breakthrough realm warrior flying with a single punch was utterly unimaginable. This completely overturned Yufeng's understanding of the world. You remain oblivious to many things. Prepare to meet your end. Qin Zhan struck without hesitation, and the powerful shadow behind him mirrored his action. The punch from the shadow carried the power of thunder, overwhelming and unmatched, with a resounding crash. Yufeng endured another tremendous blow, becoming entrenched in the earth. Yufeng lay on the ground, feeling himself slip further into the clutches of death, his vision beginning to blur. In the end, he could not finish his sentence. His head tilted, and he succumbed to the void. Qin Zhan leaped, standing beside Yufeng's lifeless body. This marked his first kill of a breakthrough realm warrior. An exhilarating thought. Of course, Qin Zhan was aware that had it not been for his grandfather's prior crippling of Yufeng, even with the enhancement of the Thunder Ancestor's vision, slaying Yufeng would have been impossible. The disparity in their realms was far too great, a fact of which Qin Zhan was keenly aware. As he gazed at Yufeng's lifeless form, Qin Zhan instinctively began to absorb the energy that lingered around him. Meanwhile, Qin caught up, and upon witnessing Yufeng, who had been felled by 2 punches, his eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. "Little monkey, did you truly kill him?" Though Qin considered himself well acquainted with the world, the sight before him stirred waves of exhilaration within him. His grandson was so formidable. Could it be that the ancestral graves of the Qin family were blessed, giving rise to such an extraordinary talent? "Grandfather, do not disturb me as I absorb this energy. Kindly keep your distance," Qin Zhan stated, falling silent thereafter. Qin, puffing in indignation, retorted, "You little monkey, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I won't sweat you down?" Yet it was merely bluster. Deep down, he felt immense joy. The relationship between the two was not one of strict familial hierarchy, but rather akin to a friendship that transcended generations. Their conversations were relaxed, with playful banter exchanged occasionally. This sensation was something Qin had never experienced before. Perhaps this was the joy of familial bonds. Qin Zhan had no time to entertain him, fully engrossed in absorbing Yufeng's remaining energy. After all, this was a breakthrough realm warrior. His cultivation, bloodline, and life force were all sources of energy. If he could consume it all, a breakthrough to the Mountain Sea realm would be assured. Qin took on the role of protector, eliminating potential threats in the vicinity. He then seated himself nearby, vigilantly guarding his grandson. That moment, he had finally caught up. He arrived to find the ancient forest in utter disarray, ravaged and scarred. Upon reaching the scene, he was taken aback. King of warriors, Xie was bewildered, unsure of what had transpired, only noticing wisps of energy seeping from the earth into Qin Zhan's body. Qin, seated nearby, was keenly observing the surroundings, evidently safeguarding his grandson. Upon seeing Xie's arrival, Qin gestured for silence, signaling him to refrain from speaking. Xie understood immediately, approaching Qin quietly. Qin swiftly erected a sound barrier around them. "You may speak now." Xie nodded. "King of warriors, it seems the young master is absorbing some energy. Due to Yufeng being entirely buried in the earth, Xie had not witnessed the event. Qin replied nonchalantly, Yufeng has been slain by the little monkey. He is currently consuming his energy. What? Xie was left speechless in shock. Though Qin's words were succinct, they carried profound implications. Firstly, that Qin Zhan had killed Yufeng, and secondly, that Qin Zhan could absorb the energy of others. Xie, I will not hold past grievances against you. Since you have pledged allegiance to the little monkey, you must vow unwavering loyalty to him. Should you harbor any rebellious thoughts, you are well aware of my methods. Qin's seemingly casual statement sent ripples of alarm through Xie. It was evident that Qin held his grandson in high regard. Rest assured, King of Warriors, my life now belongs to the young master. Even if it means death for him, I bear no resentment, Xie replied, cupping his hands in respect. That is for the best. Just then, Qin Zhan had completely absorbed all of Yufeng's energy. His entire being swelled, appearing significantly larger. Qin's brow furrowed. He understood the considerable risks associated with absorption techniques, that a moment's carelessness could lead to self-destruction. Fortunately, Qin Zhan was adept in such matters. Coupled with the assistance of the Nine-turn Swallowing Heaven technique, he quickly compressed the excess energy, utilizing it to refine his physique while reserving a portion for a breakthrough in cultivation. He hoped to seize this opportunity to break through to the Mountain Sea realm, thereby achieving a substantial enhancement in his power. Qin Zhan mused inwardly. If he could successfully advance to the Mountain Sea realm, he would be able to confront breakthrough realm warriors head-on. This was not arrogance, but rather a confidence born from his ancestral bloodline. In the realm of the divine martial continent, among the millions of humans, only a scant few truly understood the art of cultivation. Not everyone possessed the innate talent for it. The majority of humanity would remain ordinary throughout their lives, with only a rare few blessed with the gift of cultivation, thus embarking on the path of the warrior. In the world of warriors, the hierarchy was even more stringent, without entering the innate realm. One was but an ant. This was a saying once uttered by a great martial master. Yet, in the eyes of true strength, the innate realm was merely the threshold. Only those in the Mountain Sea realm could be regarded as true warriors. Below the Mountain Sea realm, all were but mortals from the innate realm to the Mountain Sea realm. Though merely a single boundary apart, there exists a formidable chasm. Many warriors find themselves ensnared by this abyss, unable to surmount it throughout their lifetimes, ultimately succumbing to despair. Qin Zhan cast aside all other thoughts, dedicating himself to his cultivation, striving to breach the innate realm and ascend to the Mountain Sea realm. Time passed inexorably, and Qin Zhan's physique began to swell, as if forcibly inflated by raw energy. This alarmed Qin, who thought to himself that if this continued, Qin Zhan might very well burst. Just as Qin readied himself to intervene, Qin Zhan let out a deep roar, emitting a resonant sound from his throat. Subsequently, he threw his head back and howled at the sky, releasing a torrent of vigorous, true qi. Simultaneously, the true qi within Qin Zhan's dantian had been compressed to its utmost limit, transforming into a liquid state, akin to a tranquil spring concealing a tempestuous force. Concurrently, his dantian expanded, accommodating more of this liquid energy. When the liquid energy filled his entire dantian, Qin Zhan's cultivation instantaneously shattered the shackles. His limbs and bones were thoroughly unblocked, and all the meridians within him flowed freely. Energy coursed through his body, propelling Qin Zhan's cultivation from the pinnacle of the innate realm to the Mountain Sea realm. However, the sheer volume of energy surged excessively, propelling him directly into the mid-phase of the Mountain Sea realm after his initial breakthrough. With this elevation in cultivation, Qin Zhan's dantian grew increasingly robust. Outside, his body radiated a brilliant yellow light, and upon witnessing this glow, Qin's face lit up with joy. This boy has finally broken through. Yet, Qin Zhan did not awaken immediately. Instead, he continued to permeate the energy within his body, enhancing every part of himself. The breakthrough in cultivation was merely the first step. He aimed to refine his physical form to an even greater degree. This energy was akin to a furnace. The Nine-turn Swallowing Heaven technique was the hammer, and his body was the iron. Through relentless forging in the furnace, only then could an indomitable divine iron be crafted. Soon, the sky darkened. Qin refrained from interrupting. Choosing instead to wait patiently, he understood that his grandson practiced a technique focused on physical refinement, and such moments must not be disrupted. Otherwise, all efforts might be in vain. Or worse, lead to a perilous misstep. Gradually, as the darkness deepened, the moon ascended. Suddenly, Qin Zhan opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, his gaze shimmering with an overwhelming brilliance, and his physique growing even more robust. Just how much can a 9 turns swallowing heaven technique consume? It is truly astonishing that an energy from the broken illusion realm could not even breach the second turn. Qin Zhan marveled inwardly. Little monkey, you've finally awakened. Just as Qin Zhan pondered, Qin and Xie approached. Upon seeing his grandfather and Xie, Qin Zhan quickly collected himself. Grandfather, brother Xie, young master, congratulations on successfully stepping into the Mountain Sea realm. I am truly in awe, Xie expressed genuine admiration for Qin Zhan. While others faced countless trials and life-threatening dangers to ascend from the innate realm to the Mountain Sea realm, for Qin Zhan, it seemed as effortless as flowing water. Not only had he broken through, but he had also surged into the mid-phase of the Mountain Sea realm, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Qin patted Qin Zhan's shoulder. Little monkey, how does it feel to become a part of the Mountain Sea realm? Qin Zhan scratched his head and smiled. It feels quite good. My strength is greater than before. That is only natural. The primary distinction between the Mountain Sea realm and the innate realm lies in the strength of the physical body, Qin asserted, having experienced this himself. Although Xie was now in the late stage of the Mountain Sea realm, he found himself increasingly lacking confidence in the face of Qin Zhan. The young master had defeated him even at the pinnacle of the innate realm, and now, having breached the Mountain Sea realm, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. It would not be impossible for him to contend with a broken illusion realm expert. Qin Zhan thought to himself as he pondered. Well, the night is late. We should return quickly, lest they worry, Qin stated. With that, the three of them retraced their steps towards the imperial capital. Upon their return to the Martial King's residence, it was already past midnight. Yet, the Martial King's residence was ablaze with light, the atmosphere somewhat peculiar. Steward Old Su was standing at the entrance, anxiously scanning the surroundings, clearly awaiting Qin's return. Master, young master, you have finally returned. Old Su rushed forward upon seeing the two. Old Su, what is the matter? Zhou Lai has arrived. Old Su replied solemnly. Zhou Lai. Upon hearing this name, Qin's expression darkened. Qin Zhan, however, was left in confusion. Grandfather. Who is this Zhou Lai? Young master may not be aware, but the former fiancé of the fourth master hails from the Zhou family, a martial arts clan in the Blue Moon Empire. This Zhou Lai is a clan uncle of the fourth master's fiancé, Steward Su explained. Qin's face grew exceedingly grim, and he remained silent. After hearing Steward Su's explanation, Qin Zhan quickly grasped the situation. He had only heard whispers of his fourth uncle's fiancée, who had reached the age for marriage, but for some unknown reason, she had called off the engagement. Thus, his fourth uncle remained single to this day. He had not anticipated that his fourth uncle's fiancée would be from the Zhou family. Qin Zhan had only a vague impression of the Zhou family. Where is the fourth master? The fourth master is in the conference hall with Mr. Zhou, Steward Su replied. Let us proceed to the conference hall. Qin said no more, leading Qin Zhan and Xie into the conference hall. Fourth master of the Qin family, you seem to have fallen into quite a decline after many years. Just as they approached the door of the hall, they heard a self-important voice emanating from within. Humph! Qin snorted coldly. No matter how incapacitated Qin was, he was still his son. Moreover, he had been injured in battle for the empire, sacrificing himself for countless citizens that he would not permit anyone to mock his son. Upon seeing Qin enter, Qin quickly turned to bow. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, clad in a dark green robe, exuding an aura of profound cultivation as Qin entered. The man stood up and smiled. It has been many years. The Martial King remains as impressive as ever, much to my admiration. Qin Zhan followed closely behind Qin, scrutinizing the man that he appeared to be in his 60s. With a proud demeanor, and though he spoke of admiration, his expression bore no hint of trepidation. Clearly, this man was Zhou Lai, the younger brother of the Zhou family head, holding a position of considerable esteem. More importantly, this individual showed no fear in the presence of Qin Zhan's Broken Illusion Realm's 6th-tier aura. Could it be that he was also a Broken Illusion Realm expert? Anyone who could converse with Qin Zhan in such a manner undoubtedly possessed strength and status that rivaled his own. Qin Zhan cast a casual glance at Zhou Lai. Zhou Lai, I recall you once claimed you would never set foot in my martial king's residence again. Have you so quickly broken your word? Qin Zhan showed no sign of courtesy, immediately bringing up past events and delivering a veiled jab. Zhou Lai's lip twitched. Martial king. As the saying goes, when a business deal fails, kindness remains. Although our families cannot become in-laws, there is no need for enmity. Qin Zhan scoffed. My Qin family does not dare to aim too high. Go back whence you came. No need for further pleasantries. Zhou Lai's expression darkened. He did not expect Qin Zhan to be so dismissive. However, Zhou Lai had come with a purpose, and despite his displeasure, he refrained from direct confrontation. Martial king, I shall not waste words. I have come today concerning the fate of the Blue Moon Empire. Zhou Lai did not linger on past grievances, choosing instead to be forthright. At their level, further scheming was futile. It was better to be direct. Speak your business. Qin Zhan replied with a disdainful chuckle. For the future of the empire? Do you take me for a child of 3? Presently, the vassal kings within the Blue Moon Empire are in turmoil. Bandits roam freely, and the royal family is already stretched thin. Zhou Lai's land were under the Chun Lu King's domain. Upon his words, Qin Zhan had already surmised his intentions that it appeared that these vassal kings could no longer be contained. Their fiefs no longer satisfied their ambitions, and they sought further advancement. Martial king, one cannot speak so. The Blue Moon Empire has become what it is today. Can you dare say it has nothing to do with you? Zhou Lai did not hold back in his retort. It was precisely due to the complete falling out between the Wu Wang mansion and the imperial family that the Blue Moon Empire found itself in turmoil. Rumors abound that the Wu Wang mansion seeks to establish itself as the sovereign, aiming to dominate the realm. What of connections? What of the lack thereof? Qin Zhan reprimanded, as a vassal king. Do you truly wish to extend your hand into the imperial capital? His words struck Zhou Lai like a slap to the face. Enraged, Zhou Lai shot back. Qin Zhan, your arrogance knows no bounds that we are both at the ruptured void stage. Do you dare to be so insolent? I have always been audacious. You are only realizing this now. Qin Zhan replied. Out of respect for our old acquaintance, I advise you against meddling in imperial affairs. Lest what? Zhou Lai interjected dismissively to why Zhou family is a venerable lineage, respected even by the king of Qinlu. What need have I to fear you, Qin Zhan? Your Zhou family is destined to wallow in the same filth as the likes of Qinlu Wang. Qin Zhan retorted that this a blatant affront. Do you seek to provoke a war between our clans? Zhou Lai was seething with fury. How could Qin Zhan possess such a volatile temperament? He had intended to endure a little longer, believing that as long as his objectives were met, a few harsh words from Qin Zhan would be inconsequential. Yet, to his astonishment, Qin Zhan unleashed a torrent of verbal assault, trampling upon Zhou Lai's dignity. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhou Lai engaged Qin Zhan in a fierce exchange of insults. Qin Zhan, however, was not one to indulge such behavior, responding with a barrage of scorn. The scene provided Qin Zhan with an eye-opening glimpse into his grandfather's other side. He was not only a master in combat, but also a formidable commander. His skill in verbal dueling was unparalleled. Ultimately, Zhou Lai found himself utterly humiliated, with the entirety of the Zhou family nearly subjected to Qin Zhan's relentless tirade. Qin Zhan, we are both martial prowess. If you are unashamed, then I too shall not be embarrassed. Cease your insults, Zhou Lai said, his face a mask of fury. You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me. Qin Zhan replied coolly. Zhou Lai, exasperated, snapped, enough with the trivialities. I have serious matters to discuss with you. Having sufficiently quelled Zhou Lai's arrogance, Qin Zhan settled into a relaxed posture. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lai bristled. They were equals, yet he was being treated as if he were subservient. Qin Zhan, do not twist my words that I shall be forthright. The Blue Moon Empire is poised for a change of dynasty, and I wish to nominate Qianlu Wang for the throne. What say you? Zhou Lai stated plainly, even boldly, a sentiment that could be deemed treasonous. Yet he felt no trepidation. Compared to his perceived treachery, no one in the empire dared to rival Qin. This ruthless individual openly challenged the imperial authority. Although he did not explicitly declare rebellion, it was evident to all that the Wu Wang mansion had severed ties with the imperial family. Particularly within the military, Qin's prestige was unparalleled. Even though he had been stripped of all military positions, his former subordinates remained loyal, upon learning of the Wu Wang mansion's open defiance of the imperial family. These loyalists began purging imperial spies from the ranks without requiring Qin's orders. Consequently, a significant portion of military power had returned to the hands of Qin's old associates, effectively placing it under his control. When the time came, his call would undoubtedly be answered by the empire's forces. The Zhou family recognized this, which is why they sent Zhou Lai to the imperial capital to discuss matters with Qin in person. After hearing Zhou Lai's words, Qin replied nonchalantly, "Qianlu Wang is ambitious yet incompetent, and he is cruel and unkind. He is ill-suited to be the emperor of the empire. Are you suggesting that the Wu Wang truly wishes to overthrow the Blue Dynasty and install itself as the new sovereign?" Zhou Lai scoffed. If Qin were to pursue such an endeavor, it would likely plunge the entire empire into chaos. And no matter how one viewed it, Qin remained an outsider. Should he ascend the throne, he would likely face widespread dissent. Whether or not my family wishes to take the throne is our own decision. It is of no concern to you. Qin Zhan interjected suddenly. Zhou Lai turned to glare at Qin Zhan. "Young man, this is a conversation for adults. Your input is unwelcome. Elder Zhou, allow me to introduce my nephew, Qin Zhan. He is the heir to the Wu Wang mansion and thus entitled to express his opinion." Qin Yu retorted immediately. "Your nephew?" Zhou Lai scrutinized Qin Zhan. "Are you indeed Qin Zhan?" Indeed, it appeared the rumors held truth. The once dissolute youth had mended his ways. However, such matters of state were hardly the domain of a mere junior. Zhou Lai dismissed him with disdain. Qin Zhan smiled slightly. "You are correct, esteemed elder. If even a minor house like the Zhou family dares to interfere in state affairs, how could I, a mere junior, remain indifferent? Would you not agree? You bold youth." Zhou Lai seethed with rage. Qin Zhan's words not only belittled him, but also diminished the Zhou family. The Zhou family, after all, was an ancient martial lineage with a heritage spanning centuries. To be reduced to a mere minor clan by this young upstart was a bitter pill to swallow. Zhou Lai, restrain your temper. This is the Wu Wang mansion, not a venue for your tantrums. Qin admonished. "Humph." Zhou Lai waved dismissively. "Qin, I can overlook the insolence of a junior, but you must provide me with a clear answer today." "Very well. I shall inform you now. Whether Qianlu Wang can retain his throne depends on his future conduct. As for dreams of emperorship, he would do well to abandon them." Qin replied without a hint of mercy. Qin Zhan knew little of this so-called Qianlu Wang, only that his fief lay in the western fringes of the empire. "Qin, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to depose Qianlu Wang?" There was indeed a possibility. Qin stated now. "Please leave. Elder Zhou, please," Qin Zhan urged. Zhou Lai, furious, felt that Qin had shown him a profound lack of respect. Yet, recognizing that Qin's power surpassed his own, he realized that should a confrontation arise, he had little hope of victory. "Qin, mark my words. This empire is not yours alone to dictate." With those words, Zhou Lai stormed out of the Wu Wang mansion, refusing to look back. After Zhou Lai's departure, Qin Zhan turned to Qin and asked, "Grandfather, do you think Zhou Lai will oppose us?" Qin replied somberly, "From my understanding of the Zhou family, Zhou Lai's visit signifies their determination to engage in the struggle for the empire. This indicates that they will surely become our adversaries." "It is entirely possible," Qin Yu concurred. "Although the Zhou family is an ancient martial clan, they have only dominated the western fringes that if they wish to expand, they must encroach upon the central plains. If that is the case, we cannot allow Zhou Lai to return easily." Qin Zhan proposed. "Little monkey, I understand your intentions, but we are not yet at a point where we must sever ties completely. Let us observe how matters unfold," Qin advised. With a glint in his eye, Qin Zhan added, "Grandfather, fourth uncle, I just recalled an important matter. I must attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, Qin Zhan and Xie exited the conference chamber. Watching their departing figures, Qin Yu remarked, "Father, do you think the boy will seek trouble with Zhou Lai? Knowing him as I do, it is entirely possible." Qin mused, stroking his chin, that we should not attempt to stop him. Zhou Lai is at the 5th level of the ruptured void stage, a formidable opponent, and Qin Zhan is no match for him. Fourth brother, did you not notice that this boy has already reached the mid-stage of the mountain and sea realm? Let him act as he pleases. Qin expressed his confidence in Qin Zhan's current abilities. Having witnessed him dispatching a 5th-level ruptured void stage opponent with ease, he had no reason to intervene now that Qin Zhan had reached a higher level. What? Mid-stage of the mountain and sea realm. Upon hearing Qin's words, Qin was momentarily taken aback before quickly grasping the implications. Indeed, the devouring type cultivation methods are remarkably potent. This young man has certainly surprised me. Little Monkey has indeed brought us many surprises. However, on another note, you have been at the peak of the mountain and sea realm for many years. Do you foresee any possibility of a breakthrough? Qin suddenly inquired. And no one could have anticipated that Qin Yu, a person with a disability, would be a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the Shanghai realm. Yet, this was a secret known solely to the father and son. Others were entirely unaware of his true prowess. No, Qin Yu replied, his face flushed with shame, his expression tinged with despondency. Observing Qin Yu's demeanor, Qin sighed. It seems that unless your mental barriers are dismantled, your realm is unlikely to advance. Father, it is I who have disappointed you with my lack of ambition. You have done exceedingly well. Qin reassured him, it is merely the whims of fate. This matter requires patience and cannot be rushed. Thank you for your concern. Father, I will manage my affairs well. You are my son. How could I not worry? Qin remarked. Let us first observe the performance of the little monkey. We shall see what unfolds. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan and Xie stealthily followed Zhou Lai. Upon learning that the Zhou family and the Qin family were on the verge of becoming in-laws, Qin Zhan grew curious about the true nature of the Zhou family. While both his grandfather and fourth uncle were well acquainted with the Zhou family, their temperament suggested they would likely remain tight-lipped, especially his fourth uncle, whom Qin Zhan knew harbored a mental grievance related to the Zhou family. Thus, to understand the Zhou family, they would have to gather information directly from a member of that family, and Zhou Lai presented an excellent opportunity for inquiry. The moonlight was as cool as water, and the stars hung high in the sky. Young master, you aren't contemplating eliminating Zhou Lai, are you? Xie could not help but ask. Although he had only recently met Qin Zhan, he was well aware that this young master was a decisive individual. Qin Zhan looked at him in exasperation. Xie, do I strike you as someone who relishes killing? Xie was taken aback, about to explain, when Qin Zhan waved his hand. Actually, you have inadvertently reminded me that the Zhou family likely intends to oppose us. The Qin family in that case. Eliminating Zhou Lai to weaken their strength may not be a bad idea. Upon hearing this, Xie fell silent, realizing that his previous comment had inadvertently stirred the young master's murderous intent. Unbeknownst to them, the duo had followed Zhou Lai to the bustling night market of the imperial capital, the most vibrant area in the city after dark, alive with lights and throngs of people. Even amidst the tense atmosphere of the imperial capital, this locale remained largely unaffected. Numerous merchants and ancient martial artists frequented the night market, and some even dealt in antiques. More importantly, the renowned Zhe Xianlu was situated along this lively street. When Qin Zhan and Xie observed Zhou Lai entering Zhe Xianlu, they exchanged glances. This old fellow certainly knows how to enjoy himself. Young master, since the other party has entered Zhe Xianlu, should we follow? Xie inquired. This establishment was notorious as a den of iniquity, a well-known haunt for debauchery, where many martial artists sought pleasure. Just as Qin Zhan was about to respond, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Zhao Ritian, clad in satin, Zhao Ritian confidently entered Zhe Xianlu, accompanied by several attendants. Is this not young Master Zhao from the Prime Minister's residence? It has been quite some time since your last visit. The madam of the house greeted him with a sycophantic smile. Holding a folding fan and exuding an air of nobility, Zhao Ritian replied. I've been quite busy with official matters lately and have not had the chance to indulge. As per usual, let Miss Chun Ju come out to keep me company. With that, he tossed a gold ingot. The madam, seeing this, hurriedly caught it, her eyes shining with excitement. Such signs from illustrious families were indeed wealthy. Their generosity evident in their lavish spending. Of course, Miss Chun Ju has been eagerly awaiting your return. Please come in, she exclaimed, signaling for one of the nearby girls to escort Zhao Ritian inside. Upon seeing Zhao Ritian, Qin Zhan's mind sparked with an idea. Xie brother, let us also enter. A man, Xie naturally understood that this young master was at an age characterized by youthful vigor. He did not dissuade him and promptly followed Qin Zhan in his Zue. Xian Lu. This young man looks somewhat familiar. May I inquire your esteemed name? The madam approached Qin Zhan, her expression perplexed as he appeared both familiar and foreign to her. How odd. Those in her profession prided themselves on their keen observation, usually able to remember every face that crossed her path. Yet, with Qin Zhan, she felt a curious sense of recognition, as if she had seen him before but could not place him. Madam, this is my young master. He is a friend of young Master Zhao, Xie explained, producing a gold ingot of his own. The madam, being one who was easily swayed by wealth, welcomed them warmly. Ah, so you're a friend of young Master Zhao. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. Please, gentlemen, do come in. Is there a particular lady who catches your eye? You need not concern yourself with us. We shall take a look first, Xie replied. Very well. I shall not intrude. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know, she said cheerfully before departing. Ignoring the madam, Qin Zhan immediately noticed Zhao Ritian hastily ascending the stairs. A lascivious grin plastered on his face. This fellow is as lustful as ever. Xie, you stay here. If anything unusual occurs, report to me immediately. Understood. Xie found a nearby table occupied by drinkers, joining them in their revelry, while Qin Zhan stealthily ascended to the second floor. Trailing Zhao Ritian, he soon observed Zhao Ritian entering a private room, followed by a cacophony of angry shouts. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of punches and kicks erupted, accompanied by Zhao Ritian's anguished cries. Just wait, I shall summon my people. The door to the private room swung open, and Zhao Ritian emerged, shielding his swollen face with a look of indignation. What nonsense is this? A mere young rake dares to spoil my enjoyment. The voice belonged to Zhou Lai, who had evidently dealt a blow to Zhao Ritian. Though Qin Zhan had not witnessed the altercation, he could easily deduce that Zhao Ritian must have barged in, only to find his favored woman in another's embrace, leading to a scuffle. Given Zhao Ritian's stature, Zhou Lai could easily crush him with a single finger. Sir, young Master Zhao is a member of the Prime Minister's residence. Do you not fear the Prime Minister? A sultry voice chimed in. Just from her tone, it was evident she was an enchanting siren. And no wonder, even a warrior like Zhou Lai found her appealing. The Prime Minister's residence means nothing to me. I would grant him an audience merely out of courtesy, Zhou Lai replied haughtily. After storming out of the private room, Zhao Ritian intended to summon his guards. However, as he turned, he found Qin Zhan suddenly blocking his path. Upon seeing Qin Zhan, Zhao Ritian instinctively trembled. Young Master Qin, he had not anticipated encountering Qin Zhan right after being beaten. The mere thought terrified him. Qin Zhan smiled gently. Young Master Zhao, it seems we are quite fated to meet. Zhao Ritian was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or see or why or not be alarmed. I am here to assist you, Qin Zhan assured him. You wish to help me? Although Zhao Ritian was a wastrel, he was not foolish. The Prime Minister's residence and the Martial King's residence had always been political rivals, and now they were embroiled in a deadly feud. There was no way Qin Zhan would extend his hand to him. You're not plotting against me again, are you? Zhao Ritian asked cautiously. What do you mean by again? Do I strike you as someone who delights in scheming against others? Qin Zhan replied with a stern face. Zhao Ritian felt the urge to curse but refrained. Yes, young Master Qin is noble and generous, always ready to assist others, and would never resort to treachery. To save his own skin, Zhao Ritian had no choice but to contradict his better judgment. After all, a single slap from Qin Zhan could easily end his life. Young Master Zhao, Shall we find a quieter place to discuss matters? That may not be advisable. The two families are on the brink of war. What is there to discuss? What, do you not wish to show me respect? Qin Zhan's expression darkened, causing Zhao Ritian's face to pale. All right, I will go. I will go. He was nearly quaking in his boots. Faced with Qin Zhan's intimidation, Zhao Ritian found himself with no other option. He could not match him in combat. A mere finger from Qin Zhan could easily crush him. To preserve his life, Zhao Ritian had no choice but to comply. Ah, is that not young Master Zhao? What has happened to your face? A few of Zhao Ritian's old acquaintances recognized him at a glance. Their curiosity piqued. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Zhao Ritian glared at the women, who hastily scurried away in fright. Subsequently, Qin Zhan and Zhao Ritian entered another private room. As they stepped inside, Zhao Ritian suddenly knelt before Qin Zhan with a loud thud. Young Master Qin, it was all my brother's fault before. For the sake of our past acquaintance, please spare me. Observing Zhao Ritian's reaction, Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Am I truly that intimidating? Young Master Zhao, please rise. The floor is cold. Young Master Qin, I have no desire to involve myself in the enmity between you and the royal family. I merely wish to lead the life of a debauched youth, with no ulterior motives. Seeing that Qin Zhan remained unmoved, Zhao Ritian continued to play the victim. Stand up, Qin Zhan commanded sternly, causing Zhao Ritian to shudder and instinctively rise. Young Master Zhao, do not be afraid. I am not a villain, as you well know. Qin Zhan's tone softened immediately. Zhao Ritian was left momentarily speechless. If you were a good person, there would be no bad people left in this world. Zhao Ritian thought to himself, though he dared not voice it. Young Master Zhao, you were just assaulted. Do you wish to retaliate? Qin Zhan suddenly inquired. Zhao Ritian was taken aback. The shift in topic was too abrupt. Without hesitation, he replied, of course. After all, I am a son of the Prime Minister's residence. I never anticipated being slapped in the face, especially in front of my beloved I not have any dignity. Qin Zhan chuckled. With that attitude, how can you speak of dignity? You are more cowardly than anyone else. What if I told you I could help you reclaim your honor? Qin Zhan casually remarked. Zhao Ritian was a bit confused. Why does this conversation seem increasingly perplexing? Let me be frank with you. The person who struck you earlier is actually from the Blue Moon sect, sent by Yufeng as an accomplice. Qin Zhan disclosed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ritian's expression turned to one of shock. What? He is from the Blue Moon sect. Is that true? Indeed, Qin Zhan affirmed. Just listen to the way he speaks. He is clearly not from around here. Moreover, he is a breaking illusion realm martial artist. Where else could he possibly come from if not the Blue Moon sect? Breaking illusion realm. Zhao Ritian swallowed hard, his face a mask of astonishment. Good grief, a breaking illusion realm martial artist indulging in this den of vice like any commoner. Not only that, but he also dares to vie for women with me, a mere debauched youth. How utterly lacking in the demeanor of a master. Fear not. As long as you heed my advice, I can help you seek vengeance. The unexpected kindness from Qin Zhan left Zhao Ritian somewhat disoriented. Something is amiss. There must be an ulterior motive for Qin Zhan's assistance. Zhao Ritian cautiously considered his response. Young Master Qin, perhaps we should let it go. Still cowering, are we? How can we let it slide? You are my brother, and when my brother is wronged, I cannot simply overlook it. Qin Zhan declared passionately, an outsider. One might genuinely believe that he and Zhao Ritian were sworn brothers. What? Zhao Ritian was equally startled. When did they become brothers? How was he unaware of this? It's settled then. You stay here while I go seek revenge for you. Before Zhao Ritian could process the situation, Qin Zhan waved his hand. And Zhao Ritian's vision darkened as he fainted. Qin Zhan retrieved a disguise he had previously used, then stripped Zhao Ritian of his clothing to don it himself. Moments later, Qin Zhan had transformed into Zhao Ritian's likeness and swaggered out of the private room. While Zhao Ritian lay hidden beneath the bed, sound asleep. Disguised as Zhao Ritian, Qin Zhan made his way to the private room where Zhou Lai was located. Without uttering a word,